Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 732. After all this happens, who benefits? No one profits. The entire plane became chaotic. Wrong. Maybe what the person behind this wants is the order to restart the law. If the order of the law is not in Feng Qingwu's hands, she is no longer the master of the plane, nor the law enforcer of the avenue. Those who regain the order of the law will become the new master of the plane. Control the entire plane. So the real goal of the person behind this is the order of the law. Mo Jinggong looked at the seemingly harmless soul-eating goo in his hand. If the soul-eating goo stays in Feng Qingwu's body, Feng Qingwu can only become a puppet, controlled by the person who has the mother goo in his hand. However, the soul-eating goo later entered Feng Qingren's body. Did the person behind it count? If he hadn't happened to pass by when Feng Qingran died tragically in her first life, Feng Qingren's soul would have been swallowed up by the soul-eating goo, and she would have ceased to exist. Su Yanran will naturally take away everything from Feng Qingran. Su Yanran was a chess piece placed by Su Exingheng in the land abandoned by the gods. It was Su Exingheng who benefited from her growth. Su Exingheng was very ambitious, but he was not yet able to control the soul-eating goo due to his strength. And Su Exingheng's appearance makes people suspicious. It is even more doubtful that Su Exingheng could marry Wen Wanjin. The world of gods is very hierarchical. Wen Wanjin is a legitimate daughter of the Wen family who is controlled by the rules. How did Su Exingheng marry her and get the Wen family to agree to help him establish his power in the fairy world? In addition, who sent Wen Yun to Su Exingheng? The owner behind the soul-eating goo mother goo should be the one who arranged all this. In order to seize power, he disregards the common people. Such a person is not worthy of becoming the master of the plane. Mo Jinggong's eyes turned to Golden Silkworm Goo, who asked you to cultivate soul-eating goo. Why did you obey his orders? The gloomy voice of the Golden Silkworm Goo came. I don't know, I only know that the mother goo and the child goo I cultivated were in the hands of a man with silver hair, and then I got a secret method that could replace the secret method of the six-winged golden cicada. At that time, the golden cicada goo was still in a weak stage, so I used a secret method to swallow it, transformed into the golden cicada goo, and entered the 10 directions domain. Later on, my half-memory clone entered the mysterious realm of darkness. I received another order there, and that person took the initiative to contact me. I never had a way to contact him. The Bailey family's loyalty goo and other goo were cultivated by me. I even brought the rotten air in the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. When I met Qi, I was also part of that person's plan. But when I wanted to attack Qi, I found that you were the one I wanted to attack. Golden Silkworm Goo honestly explained what he knew. After Zhuo Yan heard this, he completely stopped thinking about eating the Golden Silkworm Goo. He was afraid that the Golden Silkworm Goo would use secret methods to deal with it. When did you start contacting that person? Mo Jinggong looked at Golden Silkworm Goo, and there was no one who could predict his fortune. Unless another person, in cahoots with that person, knew he was coming here. But the only people he knew here were Qi and him. It is impossible for Qi to betray him. Maybe the problem still occurred before he left the immortal realm. When that person found me, he seemed to have just entered the ancient era. Jin Silkworm Goo said as he recalled. Master, something is wrong, someone must have exposed your whereabouts. Zhuo Yan sent a message to Mo Jinggong. The time mentioned by Golden Silkworm Goo was not long after Mo Jinggong arrived here. What you were saying now was what that person asked you to say. Mo Jinggong asked. The aura around Golden Silkworm Goo fluctuated, and it seemed to be surprised. Why did Mo Jinggong think this way? That person did leave a message, saying that if he was found out, he would tell everything honestly. This was also part of that man's plan. Mo Jinggong raised his slender hand, and a small magic circle was formed in his palm. The Golden Silkworm Goo fell into the magic circle uncontrollably. Mo Jinggong's eyes were deep, and several talismans fell into the body of the Golden Silkworm Goo. The Golden Silkworm Goo was special and could not use the soul-peeping technique on it. Just use time to look back. Mo Jinggong's experience of Golden Silkworm Goo kept going backwards. Until I saw the Golden Silkworm Goo emerging from one place. That place seemed to be God. Afterwards, the Golden Silkworm Goo hollowed out the bodies of countless strong men and gained a lot of strength. It's just that during this process, Golden Silkworm Goo seems to be free and moving forward according to a predetermined trajectory. After the Golden Silkworm Goo grew into the Golden Emperor Goo, countless goo worms appeared in front of it, 2 of which were cicada-like Gus. These 2 goo became the soul-eating goo, and there was no distinction between child goo and mother goo for the time being. But the power used by the Golden Silkworm Goo to cultivate the soul-eating goo is obviously the power of a vicious beast. Later, the Golden Silkworm Goo devoured the soul and true body of the Golden Cicada Goo, and transformed into the Golden Cicada Goo. The experience was exactly the same as what Jin Silkworm Goo described. No suspicious person appeared during this process, and there was nothing suspicious at all. But the flawless experience is the most suspicious thing. Someone has a plan. Step by step. Weaving a delicate web, trying to control him and Qi. There are definitely participants in this plan, a mortal domain. Mo Jinggong read all the history of Golden Silkworm Goo and threw it back to where it was. Master, do you still want to keep it? Zhuo Yan asked cautiously. Keep it, it disappears now, just as the person behind it wants. Mo Jinggong summoned the soul-eating goo again, with a cold look in his eyes. The mother goo of the soul-eating goo will definitely become a scourge. But who can be sure that the child goo will always be controlled by the mother goo? He wants the people behind it to come forward. He wanted to see what kind of chess move that person played. Master, I also thought of another possibility. The people behind it may be related to the group of law enforcers in the Chaos Realm. After all, your existence makes them always a little helpless. Zhuo Yan said his guess. Maybe, Mo Jinggong said solemnly. No matter who he is related to, he will destroy their ambitions. It's time for the leader of all poisons to be changed. After Mo Jinggong finished speaking, he glanced at a location in the void. A warm color flashed across Mo Jinggong's eyes, and a terrifying aura appeared on his fingertips. It was the Hongmeng aura extracted from the golden silkworm goo. He sent the energy of Hongmeng into the soul-eating goo. The crimson goo flapped its wings, very well behaved. What did you do? Golden silkworm goo's extremely painful voice sounded. Aren't you afraid that I would activate the goo in Chi's body? Why did you touch what Chi gave me? Mo Jinggong looked indifferent. Chi's kindness has fueled your ambition, so I will retrain a well-behaved goo for him. As for the goo, you can try it. However, I advise you not to do it. The golden silkworm goo was exuding a cold air, and it really started to activate the goo. How is that possible? What on earth did you do? Why did Zi Goo and I lose contact? Jin Silkworm Goo said in a gloomy tone. Mo Jinggong remained silent, put the golden silkworm goo into a box, and placed restraint on it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 733 guessed the way to break the formation. The Battlefield of the Gods. 9th level Shriming Formation. The 5th floor. Fang Qingran quit practicing. She has reached the great perfection of the sky-peeping realm. It's not that Fang Qingran doesn't want to continue to break through, but that there is no way to survive the thunder tribulation here. When the six-armed ape wolf saw Fang Qingran wake up, his eyes showed an inquiring look, as if he was weighing something. Fang Yuyu was still chewing on the bamboo. Zhu Zhao was still lying on Fang Yuyu's belly, unwilling to open her eyes. It is indeed an iron-eating beast and has many uses. Fang Qingran noticed that her strength had improved, but there was still a sad look in her almond-shaped eyes. Her eyes fell on the six-armed ape wolf. Do you want to leave here with me? The six-armed ape wolf nodded wildly. I am willing to make a contract with you. Fang Yuyu paused and shook the candle. The master already had many beasts, and if a few more were added, their chances of appearing would become less and less. Zhu Zhao chose to turn over on Fang Yuyu's belly and continue sleeping. The six-armed ape wolf is not of the right level and cannot make a contract at all, so the worry is in vain. What I want is for you to leave here with me. I can't make a contract with you, Fang Qingran explained. I have no way to leave with you. There is a special connection between me and this Shriming formation. Only the owner of the contract can leave. Otherwise, I can only live and die with the formation. The six-armed monkey wolf glanced at Fang Yuyu and Zhu Zhao, and it was clear in my heart. Fang Qingran already has such a powerful contracted beast. It's normal to not want to accept it as a contracted beast. Fang Qingran heard the words of the six-armed ape wolf and thought about countermeasures. She was afraid that the soul-eating goo below would rush up to deal with the six-armed ape wolf. The soul-eating goo is already powerful, and if it devours the demon soul, its strength will definitely increase. Zhu Zhao seemed to sense what Fang Qingran was thinking. Don't worry, the things below won't be able to come up for a while. The remnant soul, like the six-armed ape wolf, has a special connection with this formation. The six-armed ape wolf calmed down and said to Fang Qingran, Girl, there is a ghost on the 6th floor above. The ghost is different from humans. It does not need a physical body and can appear behind you at any time. The ghost lord is very fast. You'd better use some magical weapons to prevent the invasion of the soul. In addition, within the 9th level Shriming formation, the most dangerous one is the 7th level. A Taoistson broke into the 7th level before. It is said that he almost died on the 7th level. As for the 8th level, the 8-headed heron is in the quasi-demon emperor realm. It is also a demon. There is no need to worry about the iron-eating beast. And the 9th floor. When the six-armed ape said this, his eyes showed complexity. Girl, the 9th level Shriming formation must be broken together with the 9-level formations before you can step into the abyss tomb. Otherwise, when you step into the 9th level, you will be back to the 1st level immediately. Fang Qingran thought for a moment and asked, You said this is the 5th floor. Is the 6th floor above? The six-armed ape nodded. But the number written on the steps below is 6. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly, and something flashed quickly in her mind. How is this possible? The following is the 4th floor. The six-armed ape said with great certainty. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes turned slightly. I think I probably know the principles of this formation, and I still have to go up and verify the rest. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she stepped forward and put Zhu Zhao on her shoulders, picked up Fang Yuyu and moved up. Once entering the 6th floor, the surroundings were as dark as ink, without a trace of light. Sudden. A bone-chilling cold aura hit Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran raised his hand and released the strange fire. There was a dull sound, which seemed painful. Fang Qingran used the light of the strange fire to observe the surrounding situation. There was no shadow of her in the firelight. The darkness seemed to be flowing, avoiding the approach of the strange fire. At this time, Fang Qingran suddenly felt a chill coming from behind. Wow. Strange fire ignited behind Fang Qingran. What? A shrill, piercing wail sounded. Then, bursts of ghost cries and wolf howls lingered around Fang Qingran. It seemed that he wanted to create fear in Fang Qingran. Under the flickering strange fire, Fang Qingran's lips curved into a sneer, and the strange fire scattered out, forming a 5-pointed star array. The formation lights up the entire space. A black shadow was showing its teeth and claws above Fang Qingran's head. The light appeared unexpectedly, causing the black shadow to freeze. Fang Qingran took a few steps back and looked at the black shadow. Are you the ghost lord? A cold voice sounded. Little girl, since you know Grandpa, stop playing tricks and lend your body to Grandpa. Fang Qingran shook his head. No, I just came here to ask my senior about ghost cultivation. All the cultivation techniques of immortal cultivators can be lost. The techniques suitable for people in the underworld to practice have probably been lost. She had to make some plans for Yan Moyu's training. After all, they're brothers from the same sect. They cannot be the only ones making progress while Yan Miyu alone cannot find a way out for no reason. The Ghost Lord put away his fangs and claws, and stared at Feng Qingran condescendingly. You are a good human being, come to practice ghost cultivation with me. Is your head full of electricity? Do you know that humanoid cultivation is something that many living beings cannot ask for? Ghost Lord's tone was full of anger and jealousy. Feng Qingran was not upset after hearing what the Ghost Master said. She bowed to the Ghost Master and then said, Senior, I misunderstood. I am asking for advice from my senior brother. Since the War of the Gods, all cultivation techniques have been destroyed by mysterious people. Cultivation in all walks of life is achieved by oneself, which also results in many cultivation techniques being incomplete and wrong. They have all practiced very hard, but they have not been able to cultivate to the level of their predecessors, not even 1/10 of their predecessors. That's why I want to ask Senior about the correct method of ghost cultivation. If you can practice to this level, you must have understood many techniques. I will definitely gain something from asking you. Of course, if the seniors don't want to say it, the juniors won't force it. Feng Qingran didn't know why, but she couldn't dislike the Ghost King in front of her. Ghost Lord seemed to be very impressed by what Feng Qingran said, and the cold aura around him calmed down slightly. You're a weird little girl who knows how to say nice things. There is no point in trying to please me. I will still seize your body. It must leave here to fulfill the Queen Mother's last wish. Feng Qingran said calmly, Senior, I have read a few books on ghost cultivation before. It said that if a male ghost seizes a woman's body, it will damage the power of ghost energy. It is not easy for you to cultivate to such a state. Are you sure you want this? Guizhen thought about it and realized that according to his current cultivation level, Feng Qingran's body would lose 1/3 of its strength. If you are attacked by strange fire again, you will definitely lose more. It seems to be a little uneconomical. Wrong. Guizhen shook his head. He should be thinking about seizing the body, not the issue of strength. After all, it can only leave here by taking Feng Qingran's body. Otherwise, no matter how strong it is, it will be useless to stay here. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 734 The Stroke of Destiny. The Ghost Lord came back to his senses, looked at Feng Qingran and said, You little girl, don't fool me. You put away the strange fire. When I take your body, I will leave you with a ray of consciousness, so that I can return it when I use it up. I can give my body back to you. As for not paying it back, when will it be returned? Of course, it all has the final say. Senior, no, I can't give you my body. Otherwise, even if I return to my body in the future, my own strength will be destroyed. Senior, how about I find you a body? Feng Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with excitement. Flashed past. You want to find a body for me? Ghost Lord pondered for a long time. What kind of body are you looking for? One that's too ugly, too short, too thin, too fat, too white, too black. I don't care, don't want. Feng Qingran was speechless for a while. Is it really appropriate to be so picky about such conditions? Feng Qingran touched his chin and said, Senior, I don't have the kind of body you described. I only have a very good corpse. It is very cute and grows very fast. It also has its own sharp weapons. Do you want? The Ghost Lord seemed a little unhappy, and the cold air spread rapidly. HMPH. Cute. How can I, hey man, describe it as cute? After Guizhen finished speaking, he noticed that the 5-pointed star array was lighting up. At the same time, the strange fire surrounded the Ghost Lord, preventing him from moving at all. The Ghost Master changed the subject and said, Bud, you have said so, I can only reluctantly agree. You take back the strange fire, take it back quickly. Feng Qingran blinked her apricot eyes and smiled harmlessly. Senior, this strange fire can dispel evil spirits. You don't have to worry, it won't hurt you. How do you possess a corpse? Just take out the body, and then I'll activate the ghost possession technique. The ghost's voice was trembling, and it regretted its nonsense. It should take advantage of Feng Qingran's slackness and seize Feng Qingran's body. Feng Qingran took out a long box, which looked like it contained a human corpse. Senior, this corpse has been sealed for a long time. If the box is opened, the corpse will rot. You can just possess it. The Ghost Lord hesitated for a moment, then recited the magic formula and rushed towards the box. Seeing this, Feng Qingran's lips curved into an unknown smile. Boom boom boom. The wooden box was knocked from the inside. The voice of Ghost Lord gnashing his teeth was heard. Fuck. How dare you trick me? What is this? Why are the feet so small? Feng Qingran said seriously, Senior, I'm not cheating on you. It's really cute. It's called the devil's baby fish. The fish grows very fast. What about bringing sharp weapons? I've never heard of a fish carrying weapons. Ghost Lord tried his best to suppress his anger, seeming to realize that it can't cause any trouble now. You can tell if your teeth are not sharp just by biting the wooden box with your teeth. Feng Qingran said softly. This fish once lived in the same river as the Dragon Emperor sword. Even in weak water, you can still move easily and survive well. You must know that even Juan's phoenix is afraid of weak water. Demonic giant salamanders are definitely very powerful beings, but they just don't have the chance to grow up. Click. Click. Soon, a hole appeared in the wooden box, and Guizhen finally saw the light and timidly removed it. It bit the wooden box a few more times, and then rushed towards Feng Qingran. Boom. Ghost Lord fell to the ground. Feng Qingran was holding an axe in her hand. Senior, you have completely merged with the fish body, and fish cannot live long without water. Are you sure you want to attack me? Feng Qingran folded his arms and said calmly. Crunch. The sound of gnashing of teeth sounded. Yin energy spreads on the fish. But even so, the fish body is still intact. The Ghost Lord was completely confused, and its plan to destroy the fish body and escape failed. Little girl, Grandpa, I used to dominate the world and make all the gods fearful. I really didn't expect that I would fall into your hands. Okay, you can kill or chop me up as you please. The Ghost Lord lay on the ground, motionless, and gave up resistance. Fang Qingran flipped his wrist, and a fish tank appeared, filled with weak water. The fish tank landed next to the Ghost Lord. It doesn't move. Fang Qingran raised his hand and sent him into the weak water. In an instant, Guizhen felt that the realm he was stuck in so close to him was loosened. Guizhen turned over in the water in disbelief. He even spit out bubbles. Don't tell me, it's quite comfortable. But why is this watery energy so heavy? What the hell? Ghost Lord reacted and wanted to jump out. You want to kill me? Feed me with weak water. Ghost Lord cried out. Fang Qingran couldn't help but hold her forehead. The senior seemed to have lost his IQ after being possessed. Senior, this is weak water. The devil salamander needs to be raised in this water to grow better. If you don't believe me, why don't you give it a try? Fang Qingran said. Really? Ghost Lord got back into the water and felt it carefully. Strength seems to have increased. Could it be that the loosening of realm just now was due to finding a body? The Ghost Lord suddenly thought about it. It would be nice to turn into a fish. Let the little girl raise it first, and then take care of him when he becomes stronger. Ah. What is this dark mass? Zhu Zhao looked at the Ghost Lord in the weak water, and liquid flowed from the corner of his mouth. Master Phoenix, this one looks delicious. If it doesn't want to live, why not feed it to me, and then find a body for it? Zhu Zhao also licked his paws. Sudden. Zhu Zhao was stunned. Why did it look more and more like a cat? Still want to eat fish? Zhu Zhao's expression was stunned, which was even more terrifying in the eyes of Guizhen. Ghost Lord thought Zhu Zhao was thinking about how to eat it. The Ghost Lord cried out, little girl, get it away quickly. Don't worry, I won't attack you even if I get stronger. I promise, if you are still worried, I can change the longevity in the Book of Life and Death. How about I give you an extra years of life? Do you have a Book of Life and Death? Fang Qingran narrowed his eyes. Isn't the Book of Life and Death in Yan Moyu's hand? I have it, I have it. I also have the Pen of Destiny, which can change a person's fate to the greatest extent. Guizhen hurriedly sold his old stock. It's true that people have to sacrifice their lives for the sake of knife and iron, the fish and meat. Fang Qingran gently flicked his sleeves, and many fish appeared next to Zhu Zhao. Zhu Zhao, I want to ask him something. Zhu Zhao looked away regretfully and went to eat the fish given by Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran's eyes were slightly cold. Is your Pen of Destiny also called the Judge's Pen? Ghost Lord said, yes, but the Judge's Pen is a defective product of the Pen of Destiny. It is just to confuse the existence of the powerful. After all, there are too many people paying attention to the Pen of Destiny. Fang Qingran continued to ask, is the Book of Life and Death in your hand complete or incomplete? Are there defective products in the Book of Life and Death? The Ghost Lord said truthfully, no, there is only one Book of Life and Death. Only me, Queen Haotu, and the 5 yin-yang dogs know where it is. Only I know where the Pen of Fate is. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 735 Reincarnation Chaos. Fang Qingran said coldly, now that it has been so long since the Battle of the Gods, has the Book of Life and Death you mentioned fallen into the hands of others? Impossible, absolutely impossible, Ghost Lord said with great certainty, the 5-headed yin-yang dog is still in the battlefield of the gods. It has not left. The Book of Life and Death must be kept in its original place. Ghost Lord said, seeming to realize something. Little girl, the meaning behind your words seems to be that the Book of Life and Death has been born. Fang Qingran was not prepared to hide anything. There have been several forces fighting to the death for the Book of Life and Death, but I am not sure if the Book of Life and Death they are grabbing is the Book of Life and Death mentioned by the seniors. The Ghost Lord fell into deep thought, carefully recalled the past, and then said categorically, there is absolutely no way they can find the Book of Life and Death. Didn't you say before that after the War of the Gods, there was a gap in the inheritance? Fang Qingran nodded slightly. Seeing this, Ghost Lord continued, the strength of Empress Haotu can be said to be shocking in ancient and modern times. There are almost no people in the younger generation who can surpass her. In addition, various secret techniques are missing. Even if someone finds the place where the Book of Life and Death is stored, there's no chance of getting in. Although Ghost Lord said this, there was still a hint of panic in his tone. Senior, there is no real Book of Life and Death in the underworld, so in the future, won't the reincarnation of the common people be chaotic? Fang Qingran thought of the previous problem of the human race being unable to enter reincarnation in the land abandoned by the gods. It is normal for true cultivators not to enter reincarnation. After all, the lifespan of a cultivator can easily be tens of thousands of years, regardless of whether he enters reincarnation or not. Moreover, even if the immortal cultivator dies, he can still cultivate his soul body, and there are countless possibilities to reshape his body. But those who are not cultivators cannot enter reincarnation, so there is a huge problem. Their lifespan is no more than 100 years, and their souls after death cannot practice cultivation and cannot enter reincarnation. They can only completely dissipate into the world, or become nourishment for ghost cultivators. The Ghost Lord sighed, understanding Fang Qingran's obscure meaning. Ghost Lord said in a deep tone, it will indeed be chaotic, but the people who could be trusted by Empress Haotu back then have all entered the battlefield of the gods, and she can't find anyone who can entrust her with the Book of Life and Death. She can only choose to hide the Book of Life and Death and let future generations have their own destiny. After all, if you don't hide the Book of Life and Death, not only the reincarnation of the people will be messed up, but all the creatures in the entire plane may be destroyed. Once the Book of Life and Death falls into the hands of a mysterious person, the common people will be even worse. Or if the Book of Life and Death falls into the hands of evil people, all living beings will suffer. Queen Haotu does not want to see any of this happen. So hiding the Book of Life and Death at that time was the best choice that Queen Haotu could make. Of course, hiding the Book of Life and Death will also have disadvantages. If no one controls the Book of Life and Death, the distinction between good and bad will be skewed. Bad people disguise themselves as good people and use others to do bad things. The spirit of the Book of Life and Death may not be able to identify such bad people and mistakenly classify them as good people. Then this person's fate in the next life must be very good, but some people's evil is hidden in their souls. Even if there is no memory of the previous life, the evil person will not become good. But if you are a good person in one lifetime, your blessings will not change in 10 lifetimes. There are other people who, in order to protect the common people, are not allowed to create killings. They may be deemed to have committed serious crimes and be directly classified as bad people by the spirits of the Book of Life and Death. Bad people will have to endure 100 lifetimes of suffering before they can eliminate their sins. But they are not really bad people, but they have been labeled as bad people and will suffer. Then in these hundreds of lifetimes of suffering, the souls of good people may be destroyed and become bad people. If things go on like this, there will be more and more greedy and ugly souls in the world. Hypocritical people will get richer blessings, and truly good people will go through hardships and become darkened. Guizhen's voice became smaller and smaller, as if he didn't know what to say. Empress Hao also considered this situation when she hid the Book of Life and Death. But rather than risk sacrificing all living beings, choosing to sacrifice a small number of ordinary people to preserve the entire plane was the only choice that the Queen of the Earth could make at that time. After all, the mysterious man is too scary. Senior, there is a worse situation, that is, strong people use the rules to steal the fate, luck, and even longevity of ordinary people. Without a record of life and death, what they do is even more unscrupulous. Feng Qingran couldn't criticize Hao to Empress's choice. Because she knew that if she were in a battle between the gods, she would make the same choice as Empress Hao to. Sacrificing a few people to protect more people and the future of more people. The Ghost Master looked sad. Both the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Destiny are indispensable. Only with the Pen of Destiny can we write about future generations, distinguish right from wrong, and let good people get good rewards. It's a pity that I am trapped in this body now and cannot become an adult. Even if I get the Pen of Destiny, I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything. When Feng Qingran heard this, she immediately woke up and said, Senior, don't worry, I will give you a chance to transform after I leave the Abyss Tomb. Ghost Lord was shocked, his eyes widened. Little girl, are you telling the truth? Yes, I just have to apologize to Senior and stay in the space for a while. Feng Qingran used a magic weapon to seal the fish tank to prevent the Ghost Master from seeing the abnormality in the space. Little girl, the 7th level is very dangerous, very dangerous. Don't take it lightly. Their horror is different from what you have experienced before. I can't tell you the details, otherwise you will be attacked by the formation. Thank you, Senior. Feng Qingran could hear Guizhen's words, but Guizhen could not hear her thank you. But Feng Qingran didn't care about this. She fixed everything and observed the so-called 6th level. Each level had a small formation that needed to be broken before entering the previous level. These formations are not difficult. It's just that these formations will make people have to stay on the steps. Zhu Zhao, what do you think is on the 7th floor? Feng Qingran picked up Zhu Zhao and sent Feng Yuyu to the space. It's different from previous experiences. Could it be an orc that I haven't seen before? Zhu Zhao guessed. It doesn't look like it, Feng Qingran said and moved up to the 7th floor. The 7th floor and the 6th floor are completely different. This is actually an island. On the island, there is greenery all over, the fragrance of flowers is overflowing, and there is a sense of beauty everywhere. Master Phoenix, there is no danger at all, and there is no dangerous thing. Zhu Zhao said through the message. Feng Qingran's eyes flashed with cold light. In the abyss of the tomb, the invisible danger was the greatest danger. But since she was determined to enter the tomb of the abyss, she had to go through here. Feng Qingran chose to step into the island. The road here looked like traces of someone walking on it. Not long after, Feng Qingran smelled the aroma of food. She looked up and could see the smoke rising in the distance. Feng Qingran suddenly felt as if he had returned to a certain moment. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 736 Texts from the Initial Period of Chaos. Feng Qingran's eyes were in a trance. She had been to the same place in her memory. There are picturesque views there too. There is also smoke curling up. There were also a group of strange aunties who pointed fingers at her and her mother. But when she recalled it carefully, she can remember where that place was. Feng Qingran couldn't help but step towards the smoke. Master Feng, what's wrong with you? Zhu Zhao's voice reached her ears, and Feng Qingran seemed to have been awakened. Feng Qingran seemed not to hear Zhu Zhao's voice and continued walking forward. Zhu Zhao noticed something was wrong and jumped off Feng Qingran's shoulder, trying to block her way. But the moment he jumped down, the scene in front of him changed. Zhu Zhao's feet turned into the same steps as before. It says, 7. Zhu Zhao immediately contacted Feng Qingran using the contract, but received no response. As Zhu Zhao's soul spreads, it encounters a barrier invisibly, and its soul cannot break through the shackles of this layer. Come out. Zhu Zhao said coldly to the air. At the same time, its whole body flashed and its size expanded several times. Zhu Zhao keenly caught a trace of aura fluctuations. It turned its eyes and found no aura of any living being. I've seen you, Zhu Zhao said, raising his front paw and pulling hard in one place. A strange withered vine was pulled out from the crack in time and space. Zhu Zhao quickly threw away the withered vines, a protective barrier appeared, and stared at the withered vines on the ground. The surrounding aura fluctuates more and more obviously. But the things hiding in the cracks in time and space seem to be afraid of Zhu Zhao and dare not come out. You shouldn't be the owner of the Staff of Power and Worship, right? If you don't come out, I will destroy the Staff of Power and Chong. As Zhu Zhao finished speaking, a black shadow pounced on its neck. Zhu Zhao dodged away, his eyes full of vigilance. The Staff of Quan Chong was an innate treasure derived from heaven and earth. This thing is very powerful. Even an ordinary person with no strength can kill gods as long as he holds the Staff of Quan Chong. Besides, except for the contract owner, no other powerful people dared to touch this thing. Once it comes into contact, it will be infected with the dark element. If you are not careful, the dark element will invade the body and corrode its soul. Dark elements are also extremely destructive. It may also quickly damage the body of a strong person, take away his lifespan, and turn him into a withered skeleton. The dark element is something that even predators dare not plunder. Only the darkest is not afraid of the dark elements. The black shadow danced rapidly throughout the space, refusing to stop, as if it was afraid that Zhu Zhao could see its face clearly. Zhu Zhao's eyes turned between the staff of Quan Chong and the black shadow, wondering why the shadow didn't use the staff of Quan Chong to deal with it. This is obviously the other party's territory. The other party is more afraid of facing it. Why? Zhu Zhao asked aloud. Where has my master gone? The black shadow's aura was momentarily chaotic, and then began to flash rapidly again. Sudden. A white light flashed before Zhu Zhao's eyes, the black shadow turned into white shadow, and the speed also slowed down. When Bai Ying stopped, Zhu Zhao discovered that the other person turned out to be a white cat. The white cat has exactly the same body shape as the one it took when following Feng Qingran. It stopped in midair and looked at the candle, its eyes filled with countless complexities and guilt. Zhu Zhao felt strange in his heart. Do you know me? The white cat's eyes looked more panicked, but he quickly regained his composure and meowed, meow, 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 a few times. It was like calling for the first time. Is the illusion here only for humans? Zhu Zhao asked the doubts in his heart. The white cat hesitated slightly, but finally waved its paw, and a picture appeared in front of Zhu Zhao. In the picture, Feng Qingran stepped into a village. The layout of the village is very simple, with a row of thatched houses standing opposite each other and surrounded by fences. The area outside the fence is deserted land, overgrown with weeds, and it seems that it has not been planted for a long time. Smoke rises from the thatched house. A row of women in their 40s or 50s were sitting outside the thatched house. They were talking to each other, with happy smiles on their faces. When Feng Qingran stepped into the village, their eyes shone with lust and greed. But Feng Qingran's eyes were blank, like a puppet on strings, walking according to a predetermined trajectory. When Zhu Zhao saw Feng Qingran, he immediately realized that she had lost all her spiritual power. Does she have no memory? Zhu Zhao asked towards the white cat in the air. The white cat nodded. Can I go in? Zhu Zhao continued to ask. The white cat shook his head desperately and scratched his neck with his front paws. You mean she will die if I go in? Zhu Zhao's voice fell, and Bai Mao nodded seriously. Zhu Zhao's eyes showed a cold look. What kind of illusion is this? Who is that person appearing there? The white cat couldn't nod or shake his head now. It thought for a moment, and a line of words appeared in midair. The phantom, the people inside are all transformed by the remaining souls. She has no way to resist, and no way to come out. You can terminate the contract with her now. After Zhu Zhao read the words in the air, he didn't immediately worry about Feng Qingran. Instead, he stared at the white cat. Who are you? Why do you appear here? You are also arranged here by the remnant soul below. What does he want you to do? Kill my master. Zhu Zhao's eyes were filled with vigilance. The language used by the white cat is not the language of this plane at all. It is the words from the chaotic beginning period in its first memory. That period has long since been eliminated. The characters of that period can still be used, which means that the white cat does not know other characters, or the white cat recognizes it and subconsciously knows that it knows the chaotic characters. Zhu Zhao is more inclined to the second possibility. The white cat was very flustered and seemed to want to hide again. But Zhu Zhao has already set up a field, and the white cat can no longer enter the space-time rift. The white cat met Zhu Zhao's eyes, full of panic and guilt, but it still didn't dare to speak. Just a few, meow meow, calls. Your strength should be that you can speak human language, why don't you dare to speak? Zhu Zhao pressed forward step by step. It had a guess in its mind, but it didn't dare to believe it. Bai Mao shook his head, denying Zhu Zhao's words. However, the more scared the white cat became, the more things Zhu Zhao guessed. Zhu Zhao was aggressive again. You want to kill my master, but you still refuse to tell me the truth. Why? If I guessed correctly, I should step into the village with my master now, right? Why do you let me go? There was a look of surprise in Bai Mao's eyes, as if he was surprised that Zhu Zhao could guess this. The white cat finally waved its paw. Several lines of words appeared in front of Zhu Zhao's eyes. I don't want to kill her. I'm sorry, but she has to die. I have to do this. Don't worry, you will have a better master in the future. She must move forward according to the established trajectory. Once there is a deviation, there will be a possibility of setting things right. She will once again embark on the trajectory planned by others. She was destined to be a puppet. No one can save her. This is her inevitable fate. Zhu Zhao is just an ant. Wouldn't it be better to sacrifice her to benefit more powerful people? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 737 Chaos Source Power. After Zhu Zhao read the words in the air, he was not only shocked, but also anxious. Zhu Zhao glanced at the screen. The ants who had been transformed into residual souls were staring at Feng Qingran with burning eyes. Their eyes looked as if they wanted to eat Feng Qingran. What's even weirder is that Zhu Zhao only now discovered that these people's faces are all exactly the same. Zhu Zhao once again activated the contract, trying to awaken Feng Qingran to transmit the message, but no matter what method he used, it failed. Zhu Zhao became even more anxious. It cannot sense the entrance to the illusion. Nor could he use the contract to awaken Feng Qingran. Could it just watch Feng Qingran fall into the trap? At this moment, Feng Qingran was like a puppet on strings, or a puppet who could not escape his fate, being pulled by the remaining soul in the fantasy realm. Zhu Zhao's eyes fell on the white cat again. If he wanted to save Feng Qingran, he could only rely on the white cat. Zhu Zhao stared at the white cat and said coldly, why do you say she is a puppet? Sacrifice her to benefit more strong people. Who are these more strong people? Fang Qingren's background was indeed bizarre. But she is not a cauldron, nor is she a Daluo Xingxian who has attained enlightenment. Why will her sacrifice create more powerful people? The white cat shook his head and drew out a few lines of words. I don't know, this is how it was passed down in my memory. All eras of cultivating immortals must have a cycle of reincarnation. At the end of the era of cultivation, when resources are exhausted, immortal cultivators will sacrifice themselves to end this era of end of the law and start a new era. And she is the sacrifice chosen to start a new era. Even if I let her go this time, her next death disaster will still come as scheduled. Zhu Zhao, you can't save her. We all have to follow the laws of nature. Zhu Zhao, after the new era begins, nothing will happen to us. Our strength will reach a higher level. We will become a being respected by all worlds. Isn't this good? There was no emotion in the white cat's eyes, only numbness. There were several times when it wanted to speak but hesitated, but it was afraid of exposing something, so in the end it did not speak human words. Sacrifice. Open a new era. Who chose her as a sacrifice? And who wants to open a new era? Who is the strong man behind everything? Tai Yuing, why don't you answer my question directly? Zhu Zhao asked coldly, finally shouted the name it didn't want to believe. The white cat looked stunned, his eyes filled with fear, and asked in a trembling voice, when did you recognize me? Zhu Zhao stared at the white cat in the sky, the last thought in her heart shuddered, I have already guessed your identity from the moment you stepped out of the rift in time and space, but I really don't want you to be you. Zhu Zhao, since you have recognized me, please listen to my advice and leave this plane quickly and go to the immortal realm. Don't leave there before the new era begins. Only by staying there can you always be safe. White cat advised. So, am I also a sacrifice to start a new era? When Bai Mao heard Zhu Zhao's words, his eyes were blank for a moment, and finally nodded extremely seriously. Zhu Zhao, I'm sorry for defrauding you of your power back then, but only by stealing your power can I disguise myself as you to lure him away. Drive those people away to leave you with a chance to live. Zhu Zhao's eyes gradually became cold. I have forgotten. I am a new student now, with new power and a master. I don't want to pursue the past anymore, let alone recall it. Zhu Zhao's voice was cold when he spoke, but there were still different emotions hidden in his eyes. Zhu Zhao, I'm sorry, don't hate me. The white cat's eyes became moist, filled with sadness. Tai Yuing, you don't need to apologize to me. I won't hate you. Likewise, you and I will never be estranged from each other. Zhu Zhao said, and the light of the stars lit up around her. Bai Mao was very panicked when he saw this scene. Zhu Zhao, what do you want to do? A Bagua formation quickly formed at Zhu Zhao's feet. Countless ancient runes from the chaotic era emerged from the Bagua array. The entire domain is filled with the power of the sun and the source of chaos. Zhu Zhao said coldly, I hate deceit and betrayal the most. Tai Yuing, ever since you deceived me, you should have thought about today. No matter why you deceived me, but you remember, deception is deception and can never be forgiven. Exclamation mark quote. When Bai Mao heard Zhu Zhao's words, the sadness in his eyes became even more intense. The white cat said in a begging voice, Zhu Zhao, no, please don't cancel the contract. Once the contract is cancelled, you and I will be exposed, and I can't save you anymore. A burst of light flashed around Zhu Zhao, and it transformed into a beast that looked like the sun and was radiating flames. A pair of fiery eyes, one black and one white, mirrored the Bagua array below. Tai Yuing, the power you stole from me was given to the Mother of Decay, right? The Mother of Decay can fight me, is it the method you taught her? Tai Yuing paused and stared at Zhu Zhao in disbelief. Tai Yuing, you said that my master is a puppet, so why am I not a puppet under your control? Don't you think it's ironic to say that it's for my own good? After Zhu Zhao finished speaking, the scope of the Bagua array expanded to the entire domain. Only then did Zhu Zhao notice Quan Chong's staff and the numbers on the steps again. It sneered in its heart, if it didn't have the staff of Quan Chong and the word 7, it would really believe in Tai Yuing at this moment. So good. Suddenly I saw through the face of struggling to pursue something, and it was a new life for it. Zhu Zhao, I have never thought of harming you. The strength of that group of people is beyond what you and I can resist. Even the god of creation cannot escape their plot. The only way we can fight against them is to die. Tai Yuing's eyes were full of sorrow, revealing that look of incomprehensible pain. Why can't Zhu Zhao understand it and believe it? It never intended to harm Zhu Zhao. Everything it does is to pave the way for Zhu Zhao. Tai Yuing's whole body was filled with sadness, and the tears in her eyes fell to the ground. We can't resist. Tai Yuing, we used to be you and I, even the Taoist respected us for our combined strength. Is there anyone in this universe who can defeat the Taoist? Zhu Zhao asked. If there is such a thing as a strong person, there really is one. But he would never do anything to plot against it and Tai Yuing. He would not be able to help the Mother of Decay, nor would he choose Fang Qingran as a sacrifice. Therefore, none of Tai Yuing's words at this moment can be trusted. Zhu Zhao, that's not the case. We are transformed by the eyes of the Creator God. We are indeed the most powerful and noble beasts in the universe. But strength does not mean everything. We cannot resist the methods of many strong people. Quote. Tai Yuing tried her best to defend herself, but it seemed feeble. It doesn't know that from the moment it calculated the candlelight, it has entered the point of no return. And Zhu Zhao no longer listened to Tai Yuing's excuses. Tai Yuing spoke in a secretive and vague way. She had reason to suspect that she wanted to delay her time to save Fang Qingran. The candlelight activated all the power, and the light of the Bagua array became stronger and stronger. The Bagua array is the main array of all things. As long as the force that activates the array is strong enough, it will definitely be able to find the fantasy space that Fang Qingran stepped into. Expose your existence, expose it. So what if you are targeted by Dao Dao? If you can't even save your master, then what's the point of hiding it? Sacrifice. Puppet. Ah. Sacrificing one person to start a new era and benefit countless strong people. This theory of so-called sacrifice is really disgusting. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 738 Sacrifice that opens a new era. The so-called strong people in Tai Nguyen's mouth are just a group of shameless people. Don't try to kidnap it and Feng Qingbran with your hateful righteousness. Zhu Zhao, are you crazy? If you do this, your position will be completely exposed. If those people come, how will you resist them? Tai Nguyen, I can't resist. Aren't they all thanks to you? Ha, those people, I look forward to them coming here. Their only advantage is that they can hide in the dark and plot everything. The stinky ghosts in the Forgotten River, they're all more lovable than them. Tai Nguyen trembled all over, stopped crying, and looked at Zhu Zhao in even greater disbelief. It seems that he can't believe that the noble and arrogant Zhu Zhao in the past would say such a thing. Zhu Zhao used to like to call himself, young master, and he always had a lazy and arrogant temperament. He would never speak in such a cold tone. Zhu Zhao, why have you become so irrational? Do you know that when those people come, this plane will also suffer? If you want me to be sane, save my master first, and tell me who chose her as a sacrifice. And who wants to start a new era? What is the purpose of the strong man who controls all this? Tai Nguyen, don't tell me you don't know, you know everything. Zhu Zhao finished speaking with great certainty, feeling a trace of expectation in her heart that she was not even aware of. It really wants to turn against Tai Nguyen, but it doesn't want to kill it. It wants to find a glimmer of hope for Tai Nguyen. After all, this was the existence that he had placed at the forefront of his heart. After Zhu Zhao finished speaking, Tai Nguyen immediately fell silent, looking like she had great troubles. Zhu Zhao was completely disappointed. Same origin, solution. No candlelight. Tai Nguyen shouted in panic. But there was still a white thread ruthlessly pulled out of its soul. Zhu Zhao cut off the last link with Tai Nguyen. In the past, Zhu Zhao was glad that he could keep this trace of concern, but now he doesn't want it anymore. An aura of despair spread over Tai Nguyen. It stood there in a daze, its eyes blank, watching Zhu Zhao desperately searching for Feng Qingbran's breath, and murmuring, am I really wrong? Shouldn't I really have chosen that way? If I had to do it again, I would. That's the only choice you can make. Sudden. A white light flashed around Tai Nguyen, transforming into a white ball, lingering in the moonlight. The staff of Quan Chong flew up from the ground and circled beside Tai Nguyen. Zhu Zhao, I'm sorry. Forgive me for not being able to tell you the truth. I will die for your master. I just hope you won't blame me anymore. Zhu Zhao did not hear Tai Nguyen's words. Because Feng Qingbran in the picture was in critical condition, the group of remnant souls pulled Feng Qingbran, desperately trying to drag Feng Qingbran into their house. Zhu Zhao had some vague guesses in his mind. As long as Feng Qingbran enters the house, he may never come out again. Zhu Zhao knew that the place it was in could be considered an illusion, but even so, it still had to find a way to enter the place where Feng Qingbran was. The illusion arranged by Tai Nguyen is indeed perfect. However, the 9th level shrining formation is a place where the layers are reversed. There is nothing wrong with this being the 7th level, but based on observations from the previous levels, the number appearing on this level should be 3, rather than 7. The number on the 6th floor below is 4. After Zhu Zhao figured this out, he realized that the place it was in was an illusion. It actually hopes that Tai Nguyen is also illusory. But it's impossible. The staff of Quan Chong and Tai Nguyen are both real. Zhu Zhao is not sure when Tai Nguyen obtained the staff of Quan Chong. Zhu Zhao suspected that Tai Nguyen used the power of Quan Chong's staff to create the illusion. It couldn't touch Quan Chong's staff and could only use the power of yin and yang to track Feng Qingbran's position. Zhu Zhao thought about it and suddenly felt a majestic power pouring into its body. It immediately looked at Tai Nguyen in surprise. Tai Nguyen, what do you want to do? Why do you want to transfer your power to me? Zhu Zhao, there's not much I can do for you. I will save your master and become a sacrifice for her. I just hope you can forgive me. I want to hear you say you forgive me, is that okay? Tai Nguyen asked weakly. Zhu Zhao said coldly, we will wait until you rescue the master. Zhu Zhao is still skeptical about Tai Nguyen. But after Tai Nguyen transferred most of its power to Zhu Zhao, the illusion it created for Zhu Zhao was shattered. The number on the steps is indeed 3. Zhu Zhao, take care. Tai Nguyen's words fell, and the scene in midair disappeared together with it in front of Zhu Zhao. The staff of Quan Chong also disappeared immediately. Seeing this, Zhu Zhao became irritated for no reason. She didn't know whether she was more worried about Feng Qingbran, or whether she hoped Tai Nguyen could come out alive. Why pay for it after betraying it? In the psychedelic realm, Feng Qingbran was surrounded by more than a dozen people. They pulled on Feng Qingbran's clothes, wanting her to follow them. Feng Qingbran's clear apricot eyes were lifeless, like a puppet on strings, letting these people pull her. Feng Zhiqiu, who was hiding in her sleeve, kept using contracts to contact Feng Qingbran. But everything it did was in vain. Feng Qingbran didn't respond, and its power was still slowly disappearing. Feng Zhiqiu tried to return to the void space to find help from other beasts, but found that the void space was closed and there was no way for it to enter. One of the aunties who grabbed Feng Qingbran's wrist seemed to sense Feng Zhiqiu's presence. Greed appeared in her eyes, and she was about to put her hand into Feng Qingbran's sleeve. Feng Qingbran grabbed her aunt's hand with her backhand. The aunt was suddenly startled and looked up at Feng Qingbran. I was relieved when I found that Feng Qingbran's face was still expressionless and her eyes were dull. Even so, the aunt had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Shouldn't a completely unconscious person resist her? We shouldn't let them move no matter how hard they pull. The aunt's eyes turned cold. She always thought that there were too many of them, which prevented her from pulling Feng Qingbran. Now it seems that is not the case. Stop it. There's something wrong with this puppet. She's not normal. The aunt took a few steps back with cold eyes, keeping her distance from Fang Qingran. The remaining eyes looked at the aunt's movement strangely. One person said, "What are you talking nonsense? She wants to sacrifice to us as a sacrifice. As long as we swallow her soul or take her body, we can achieve the supreme existence. The leader of the mysterious man cannot lie to us." Others echoed the man's words. That's right, if it weren't for stepping through the void, who would be willing to become a remnant soul and stay here all the time? Others may lie to us, but does the leader of the mysterious man lie to us? It's just that if you don't want to take this sacrifice, let's divide it among ourselves. How about we give up taking this little girl's body and share her body directly? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 739, Conscious, Additional Update 15. Share the food. A person's face showed hesitation. The mysterious man originally wanted us to share her soul. He didn't say that we could dispose of her body. It seems that the mysterious man meant that we were only allowed to take the body. The leader didn't say that. He didn't say that we must seize her. He only said that we must devour her soul and not let any trace of her consciousness remain in the world. No, her soul is of such great use, and the flesh and blood on her body must also be treasures. If you don't believe me, check it out. Everyone looked closely and observed Fang Qingran's physique. The aunt on the side looked even more shocked. The unique chaos body has immortal bones and divine marrow that have been cultivated in advance. If Fang Qingran continues to grow, the world of immortality can also enter a new era. She suddenly remembered what the mysterious man had said. The war of gods is necessary to eliminate too many immortal cultivators. Otherwise, as the number of immortal cultivators increases, resources will be exhausted. However, everything must have a beginning and an end. When the old era and the new era change, there must be a sacrifice. This sacrifice has been chosen. She will appear here, you just need to kill her. The mysterious man is the intruder. He chose the best descendant in this plane as a sacrifice. Is this really to start a new era? Wrong. Any intruder is not of my kind. Back then, the leader of the mysterious man half forced and half tempted them to become remnant souls and wait here. Maybe it's just to destroy this eternal descendant. Stop it, let her go. The aunt exuded terrifying coercion, which shocked everyone. What do you want to do? We agreed to share the food. Do you want to eat alone? A person asked with a frown. The aunt took a deep breath and transformed into a remnant soul. You can't eat her. We were probably deceived by the mysterious person back then. The mysterious person wanted us to destroy our own inheritance. One person looked at remnant soul incomprehensively. What are you talking about? Didn't you accept the benefits given by the leader of the mysterious man? You haven't forgotten how much we sacrificed to wait for her, right? We just need to share her and eat her. When the new era opens, we can become saints, step through the void, and rebuild our immortal bodies. This is the time. Even if the mysterious man tells lies, I still want to take a gamble. Yes, why should we give up at this time? She is just an ant. If she can succeed us, she will definitely be in our hearts in the future. As for the inheritance, as long as we live, the inheritance can never be broken. After we become stronger, we don't have to be afraid of the mysterious people back then, and we can avenge the entire plane. Why not? I also agree to share her food. Otherwise, why have we endured the humiliation for so many years? My soul cannot be trapped here forever. If you are noble and want to show your kindness now, wouldn't it be better to swallow your soul for us too and make us successful together with this little girl? Countless pairs of strange eyes stared at the remnant soul, their eyes full of bloodlust and greed. To be honest, compared to Fang Qingran's soul, the soul power of remnant soul must be more powerful. You are simply unreasonable. Do you really think the mysterious man is stupid? Why should such a good thing be given to us? Kanhan said angrily. One person sneered, you say so many sanctimonious things, but you just want to have the opportunity to eat alone, right? You took the lead in surrendering to the mysterious man back then, otherwise, how could the gods end up like this? Remnant soul was speechless and somewhat regretted the choice he made back then. But in that case, if you don't choose this way, you will die even worse. Seeing that the remnant soul was dull, the person who spoke again. You resumed the identity of the remnant soul early and violated the agreement, so she is ours. You'd better stay away, otherwise we won't mind sharing you first. She is the unparalleled chaos body. Remnant soul shouted. Of course we know why we can be sacrificed, right? The man looked at Fang Qingran and his eyes became even more greedy. To be able to become the body of chaos, there must be good things hidden in the sea of consciousness. The group of people had previously focused on remnant and did not notice that Fang Qingran pressed back the sprout sticking out of her sleeves several times. Fang Zhichu excitedly sent a message to Fang Qingran, but still got no response. Fang Qingran shook his sleeves slightly, as if to remind Fang Zhichu of something. Fang Qingran was using all his strength to fight against a force existing in the sea of consciousness. That dark force trapped her consciousness, unable to move, and even intended to erase her memory. But when that force was about to cut off the contract in her body, it seemed to touch a more terrifying force. Fang Qingran can be sure that this power is not a force of nothingness. That terrifying power wiped out external forces very tyrannically. However, her consciousness still failed to recover, because a new force of darkness entered her sea of consciousness. This time, the force learned to be smart and did not touch her contract. It just bound her soul and prevented her from waking up. However, fortunately, she has already cultivated her soul, and that power seems to be hesitant to attack her soul. Therefore, Fang Qingran could hear the calls of Ju Zhao and Feng Zhichu, but was unable to respond to them. Fang Qingran wanted to drive away the dark power. After all, that thing was so weird that it could isolate her from the void space and erase her power. Therefore, she can only pretend now and wait for the opportunity to resist. After all, he has no strength and no weapons. If he is exposed now, he will die. At this moment, Fang Qingran realized that maybe she should hold a weapon in her hand in the future and not rely entirely on space. Because there is always a being stronger than her, making it impossible for her to open the space. Fang Qingran watched as Remnant Soul was forced to give in step by step. Remnant Soul probably felt guilty, and because he had indeed sided with the mysterious man back then, he was left speechless. Although this senior wanted to save her, there was no turning back since he chose to betray the gods. What's the use of regretting now? Those gods who suffered obliteration could never come back to life. If conditions didn't allow it, perhaps the first thing she would kill would be the Remnant Soul. This kind of wavering hypocritical person is the most terrifying. The conversations between these people gave her a lot of information. A sacrifice to usher in a new era. Regardless of whether this is true or not, based on the greedy appearance, she is not willing to sacrifice at all. Fang Qingran's consciousness became clearer and clearer, and the dark power controlling her disappeared little by little. Chu, don't worry, let them fight dog for a while, I can get more information. Fang Qingran said to Fang Zhiqiu. People who originally looked like ants have now transformed into people of different appearances and ages. Sudden. Everyone stopped spying on the Remnant Soul and turned to look at Fang Qingran. A man stared at Fang Qingran and said sadly, "Little girl, when did you regain consciousness? How did you regain consciousness?" Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 740 Biming Zhenren. Everyone was shocked, and all their eyes fell on Fang Qingran. No one who has entered here, whether they're living beings or ghosts, has ever regained consciousness. They will not let go of those who cannot be sacrificed. All are shared. Only one person left here, and that person was an old man. At that time, they had already washed and prepared to cook the pot. As a result, Master Biming broke in and asked them to let the old man go. For this reason, Master Biming took out the things he got from the mysterious people and gave 2/3 of them to them. That was the only one they let go. The old man they let go was much stronger than the little girl in front of them. Even so, the old man could not break free from the shackles of the illusion. This little girl in the sky-peeping realm was able to escape the control of the illusion. Could it be that Master Biming was causing trouble again? Some people's eyes subconsciously looked at the Remnant Soul. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were focused and calm, and she calmly faced dozens of scorching gazes and remained silent. Seeing this, a strange smile appeared on the corner of one's mouth, and his eyes wandered on Cannon and Fang Qingran. Master Biming, did you know that she had regained consciousness? Were you deliberately trying to trick us? Master Biming turned into a human again, his face darkened, and he glared at the person who spoke. Didn't I just remind you that she is not normal? But you think I have selfish motives and accuse me one after another? Biming Zhenren transformed into a kind-hearted old man. But what he was wearing was almost exactly the same as the old man from Tiangang 9 Halls, as if he was wearing the same sex clothes. Fang Qingran looked at Zhenren Biming, a strange color flashed across his eyes, and many memories flashed through his mind. The senior said at the beginning that the reason why the War of the Gods was so tragic was because traitors appeared among the gods and betrayed them, causing the mysterious man to know their weaknesses well. This group of people should be what the seniors called traitors. Master Biming is the leader of the traitors. Did he really want to save her when he spoke for her? Fang Qingran quietly took a few steps back while comforting Fang Zhiqiu. Fang Qingran could detect that Fang Zhiqiu's power was weakening, or that something was taking away its power. She couldn't let Fang Zhiqiu come out to fight against this group of people. The people transformed by these souls are not real remnant souls. They should have retained all their strength, and they have even cultivated soul entities. If they discover the existence of Fang Zhiqiu, they may become even more greedy. But Fang Qingran became more and more worried. One person's eyes suddenly stared at Fang Qingran's sleeves and said sternly, "Hand it over. I really didn't expect that you still have such a treasure on you." "What?" the person next to him asked curiously. "I don't know. I can only feel a trace of the prehistoric atmosphere. It's a good baby." When the man heard this, he immediately said excitedly, "Little girl, please take out your things. We can consider letting you die more happily." "Really? Are you sure you can leave here alive after eating me?" Fang Qingran's eyes were calm, without any fear. However, as soon as she said this, everyone's expression suddenly changed. They looked at Fang Qingran with cold eyes. "Little girl, what do you mean by this? Why should I explain to you and give you a chance to survive?" Fang Qingran folded her arms and said calmly. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes searching, as if they were communicating something. Fang Zhiqiu sent a message to Fang Qingran and asked, "Master, have you discovered any secrets? Why are you so sure that they will end badly?" Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were like moonlight, flashing with a mysterious luster. She didn't respond to Fang Zhiqiu, she just stood there quietly, looking at the people with different expressions, confident and calm. Master Biming was the first to speak. "Little girl, you and I are all of the same race. We will both prosper and suffer. As long as you tell us the reason, we can let you go." Fang Qingran smiled mockingly. "Can you be their master? Just now, you had disagreements and quarrels. Could it be that your quarrels were staged for me to see?" Master Biming's face froze. This girl has such a poisonous mouth. There was nothing he said that he liked to hear. HMPH, I don't know how to appreciate it. One person snorted coldly, stepped in front of Fang Qingran, grabbed her neck, and looked at her contemptuously. "You must know that your life is in our hands. Life or death is up to us. What do you know?" After the man finished speaking, the strength in his hands deliberately tightened slightly. Fang Qingran had no spiritual protection at the moment, and no protective barrier at all. To this person, he was as brittle as a piece of paper. "Then you kill me. Everyone is a sacrifice anyway. It's just a matter of time," Fang Qingran said, neither humble nor arrogant. "You said we are also sacrifices. Why should we believe you?" Although the man asked so, the look in his eyes had betrayed him. He believed Fang Qingran's words. Master Biming's face changed suddenly, his eyes flickered, and he tried hard to recall the scene back then. At that time, the leader of the mysterious man threatened him. He had only two choices. One was to abandon his body, wait for the sacrifices to arrive, eat the sacrifices, open a new era, and become a leader in the new era of immortality. One is dead. How could he want to die? He finally found the Tao fruit of the 9 heavens and 10 emperors, and was about to be promoted to the co-lord of heaven and earth. He didn't want to die. So under the force of the mysterious man, he could only bring a group of confidants to give up the bodies and come here. But during the endless years of waiting, he regretted his original choice more than once. He could have agreed to the mysterious man's request first, and then taken the opportunity to escape and join forces with the gods to deal with the mysterious man, instead of betraying his own people and making himself despised by everyone. After they were trapped in this illusion, they never left. Even so, he could still imagine how miserable the fate of the gods would be. That group of mysterious people controlled the fate of the gods, and were far stronger than the gods. Naturally, all the gods fell and the mysterious people controlled the plane. But before, the ancestor of Nangshan came here, and he knew from his mouth that the mysterious man not only destroyed all the powerful people in the entire plane, but also did not even leave the civilization and inheritance of the plane behind. Everything was almost completely destroyed by the mysterious man. The battlefield of the gods has been sealed, and the current situation outside is unknown. After the ancestor of Nangshan left here, he began to doubt the intentions of the mysterious man and the existence of the sacrifice. The mysterious man explained that there will be different visions when the real sacrifice appears. The entire fantasy world will become an island, with flowers blooming and life filling the air. As long as this situation occurs, no matter who comes in, this person will be a sacrifice. When the ancestor of Nangshan came here, the place they were in was still in ruins, with only a few scattered houses. From this, everyone would agree to let Nangshan ancestor go. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 741 Sanctification of the Soul. For a long time after Nangshan ancestor was released, they all doubted him, questioning him and letting go of the sacrifice. They waited so long in vain. As a result, his prestige among this group of people gradually lost. It wasn't until Feng Qingbran entered the illusion that various signs appeared, and everyone immediately knew that the real sacrifice had appeared. But the prestige he lost could not be regained. However, at this moment, an existence that they regarded as a sacrifice told them that they were also sacrifices. Let her go first, Master Baiming said with a serious face as he grabbed Feng Qingbran's neck. Master Baiming decided to regain his prestige. The man asked, why? This little girl obviously doesn't want to tell the truth, why should we believe her? There's no need to lie to us with the kind of ethics the mysterious man has. Master Baiming looked embarrassed, and his eyes fell on Feng Qingbran. Little girl, why don't you tell them why? Then I can ask them to let you go. Feng Qingbran's almond-shaped eyes flashed. I don't need you to believe it, and I don't want to explain. How long have you been locked up here? You don't remember it, right? Even if I tell you, you don't understand. There was anger in someone's eyes. Feng Qingbran was not afraid of this at all, as if he was sure that they did not dare to do anything to him. Master Baiming's eyes darkened slightly, and he was even more sure that Feng Qingbran knew something, otherwise she would not dare to be so arrogant. Xiao-kun, I order you to let go of this girl. Master Baiming exuded strong pressure, and the man not far away couldn't help but let go of Feng Qingbran. The man turned to look at Baiming. His eyes were cold. Baiming, you guys put on a really good show. Have you and her known each other for a long time? Did you arrange for her to come in? Others were a little confused when they heard what the three said. Master Baiming also seems to have been protecting Feng Qingbran. Xiao-kun was dissatisfied with Master Baiming. But Feng Qingbran's calm demeanor didn't look like he was telling lies. They didn't know whose words to believe. They chose to wait and see. Baiming's face turned slightly ugly. Xiao-kun, I came in here with you and never left. What are my arrangements? Xiao-kun sneered and said, what does the old man you let go have to do with you? Do you dare to say it? The first person the mysterious man saw was you. Who knows whether you guys discussed anything secretly? Feng Qingbran folded his arms and smiled watching the show. The others had complicated expressions and glanced sideways at Feng Qingbran. Has this girl forgotten her situation? Xiao-kun, that man has never regained consciousness from the beginning to the end here. What can I discuss with him? Don't change the subject. What we want to discuss now is our own safety. Why do you have to fight with me? Master Baiming asked somewhat angrily. Xiao-kun's eyes flickered. No matter what, she is just a sacrifice. What can she know? She just wants to prevent us from letting her go. Baiming, you are more suspicious than her. After all, she has no strength at all. It would be easy for us to kill her. And Baiming, if you really want to attack us, we can only defeat you if we unite. Baiming, the mysterious man said that as long as we finish devouring the sacrifices, we just have to wait for the new era of immortal cultivation to arrive. At that time, the universe will restart, and it is safest for us to hide here. When the new era begins, our soul will be sanctified. Is that the sanctification of the soul? Baiming, becoming a saint is a state that I cannot achieve in this life. I am willing to take a gamble. If I win, I will achieve an immortal body and soul. From now on, I will be able to roam the universe. If it fails, it will just dissipate. With my qualifications, my lifespan will always run out and I will die, so I am willing to bet this time. Xiao-kun spoke firmly. His eyes fell on everyone, and he spoke again. Everyone, do you know what the sanctification of the soul is? The sanctification of the soul means to step through the void at will and become level with the Tao. If we were allowed to practice by ourselves, we would struggle to understand even the most common Tao. It would be impossible to practice until our soul becomes a saint. Everyone, this is the closest we are to the sanctification of our soul. Do you really not want to take a gamble? If the bet wins, we will be the venerables of the 10,000 worlds, and we will be with the Tao. Xiao-kun spoke with great passion until the end. Others' eyes lit up when they heard this. Although Xiao Kun was a little selfish in some parts, he was right about one thing. They really couldn't cultivate the soul to become a saint. The others thought about it and kept looking at Fang Qinggran and Baiming. If he really wanted to take advantage of Fang Qinggran, Master Baiming could also be considered an enemy. Baiming's eyes were stern, but he still fell silent because of Xiao Kun's words. The temptation of becoming a saint was too strong. Master Baiming couldn't help but think, if Fang Qinggran was really a sacrifice sent by the mysterious person, and he missed it, wouldn't it mean that he had lost the chance to become a saint? Clap clap. Everyone was immersed in the temptation of the soul. Fang Qinggran clapped her hands. Fang Qinggran smiled calmly and glanced at everyone. You really opened my eyes. Logically speaking, you are my ancestors and I should respect you, but your IQ is really worrying. You can't find any way to be fooled. Still feeling smug. Xiao Kun looked at Fang Qinggran with cold eyes. Little girl, you just say so much because you want us to let you go, but I tell you, it's impossible. Really, if I remember correctly, that group of mysterious people invaded our plane to find Qinglian, right? Have they ever told you the specific use of Qinglian? Fang Qinggran asked unhurriedly. How do you know Qinglian? Xiao Kun's expression suddenly changed. It is absolutely impossible for Fang Qinggran to encounter a mysterious person at her age. So if she knows Qinglian, she must know something. Fang Qinggran's eyes flashed with sharp light. Of course it's because I want to live and don't want to be a sacrifice. I found out after investigation. Do you know why the mysterious person doesn't dare to kill me in person? Do you want you to treat me as a sacrifice? Why? Xiao Kun had completely followed Fang Qinggran's rhythm. Why should I tell you? Fang Qinggran asked again. Xiao Kun was not as irritable as before. Little girl, we are grasshoppers on a rope now. Only if you tell me the truth can I know how to deal with it. Fang Qinggran's eyes were somewhat scrutinizing, as if he was weighing things up. After a while, Fang Qinggran said, have you ever heard of the Creation Green Lotus? It is also called the Chaos Green Lotus. Creation Qinglian. Half of the people were confused. The other half seemed to realize something, and their auras were disordered. Master Baiming asked, little girl, do you mean that the Qinglian that those mysterious people are looking for is the Creation Qinglian? He had heard from the first ancestor before that countless innate treasures in the Chaos period were transformed from the Creation Green Lotus. Even the sky-opening acts of the creation god was conceived by Qinglian. However, after experiencing a period of chaos, Qinglian and the treasures derived from it were all missing. Is this Creation Qinglian in their plane? A look of greed suddenly flashed in Baiming's eyes. Little girl, how do you know about Chuangshi Qinglian? Also, how do you know that the mysterious man doesn't dare to come and kill you? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 742 The Heaven-Destroying Formation. Fang Qinggran's mouth curved slightly, her eyes were cold, and she looked up at Master Baiming. Not only do I know about the creation of Qinglian, I also know why those mysterious people left the plane. Fang Qinggran seemed to do it on purpose. Whatever the group asked, she didn't answer anything. Instead, she started another topic, which kept the group of doubts in their minds. Why did they leave? Master Baiming looked very calm, but only he knew, and he wanted to know the answer. Because they are also afraid of death. After all, there is a being hidden in our plane who can kill them. As long as that person is here, the mysterious person will not dare to kill me. Fang Qinggran did not show off this time and directly told Baiming. Answer. There are no scenes about the battle of gods on the paintings in the 9 palaces of Tiangang. But there is a scene of a mysterious man preparing to destroy 3,000 small worlds. Just when the mysterious man was about to take action, a young man in black clothes appeared. The young man was so noble that he caused countless mysterious men to fall with just a raise of his hand. Who is that person? Baiming's face suddenly changed, and several faces flashed through his mind. Those people were indeed very powerful, but if they wanted to kill the mysterious person, they were not nearly as powerful after all. Fang Qinggran shook his head, as if he was remembering something. I don't know. I once entered a secret realm and met the remnant soul of a senior. He told me that the mysterious man came to our plane to find the Creation Qinglian. He said that he was lucky enough to see the mysterious man escaping in a hurry. Picture. When the mysterious man left, a vague figure looked down at them in the void. The leader of the mysterious man also looked back at the figure. There was deep fear and awe in the leader's eyes. Xiao Kun frowned after hearing what Fang Qinggran said. You haven't said anything yet about why we are sacrifices. Xiao Kun's concerns are obviously different from those of Baiming. Master Baiming wanted to know who the person who frightened the leader of the mysterious people was. After all, a strong person of that level does not exist in their plane, which can only prove that that person is an outsider. How could an outsider be so kind? I'm afraid that man's ambition is not small. Since the mysterious man fled in a hurry, does it mean that the mysterious man dare not set foot here again? Then the plan arranged by the mysterious man is likely to go awry. I've already told you the answer, didn't you hear it? Fang Qinggran looked at Xiao Kun calmly, with a sarcastic look on his face. Xiao Kun's face froze, and he tried hard to recall Fang Qinggran's words, but he couldn't get an answer. He turned to look at the others. Everyone's eyes were confused, except for Baiming, who was deep in thought. Xiao Kun didn't know whether Master Baiming heard the answer. He was afraid of being laughed at, so he held onto his face and gritted his teeth and said, of course I heard it. I just want you to tell me where you learned that we were sacrifices. Matter. Don't the place where you say everything. Fang Qinggran's gaze fell on Xiao Kun's feet, and her expression changed from indifferent to serious. Xiao Kun subconsciously took a few steps back and stared at the place where he was standing, but couldn't see anything. The other's eyes were glaring, as if they were trying to make a hole in that place, but there was nothing there. Little girl, I really didn't see it. Can you tell us? A kind old man asked. The heaven-destroying life-destroying formation has 18 formation eyes, including one at your feet. Fang Qinggran's voice was light and sweet. But the old man was startled and jumped away immediately. Little girl, don't be kidding me. This is an illusion. How could there be a heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation? Others were also frightened and didn't know where to stand, so they chose to stand in the air. Master Biming also pulled away from his thoughts. There was fear in Xiao Kun's eyes. When he looked at Feng Qingran, he put away his fear and asked calmly, Little girl, as far as I know, the heaven-slaying killing formation is a taboo formation that has been lost in our ancient times. How about you? How did you recognize it? Feng Qingran ignored Xiao Kun, looked around a few times, found a comfortable chair not far away and sat down, and then looked at Xiao Kun. You don't believe me. After all, the conditions for the activation of the heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation are still very stringent. It seems to be a little bit similar to the method you mentioned before that requires sacrifices to open a new era of immortal cultivation. The faces of the ancient powerful men changed and they looked at the little girl sitting not far away. The little girl looks fragile, but she has a temperament that is neither humble nor overbearing from beginning to end. They actually subconsciously felt that the little girl was telling the truth. Invisibly, have they been led by the other party's nose? Once the heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation is activated, even the saints from the prehistoric era will not be able to escape death. If the current strength really enters the formation, they will definitely be wiped out. The terrifying thing about the heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation is that after it is activated, it will quickly drain the lifespan and vitality of the strong. The loss of longevity and vitality means the decline of their physical bodies. Physical death is not a terrible thing for the strong. But when you are in the heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation, the moment you lose your body, your spirit and soul will become the nourishment of the formation. Yes, even if all the creatures within the formation die, the formation will still not disappear. Instead, after devouring the power of the strong, the formation expanded step by step with the help of the strong. Harmful to the common people in the world. Until someone destroys the formation. In the early days of the Longan Calamity, Emperor Yuanshi used this formation to eradicate countless dissidents and powerful Taoists, and controlled the rules of the world at that time. Ancient books only use 8 words to describe the heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation. All things are extinguished and become empty in an instant. Feng Qingran didn't panic at all when speaking about such a terrifying formation. Is this because she is not afraid of those who don't know, or is she aware that she is going to die, so she is not afraid anymore? Little girl, aren't you afraid? This is the heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation. Once activated, you won't be able to escape. A man of about 17 or 18 asked curiously. What's the use of being afraid? It's already a sacrifice anyway. Does the sacrifice have the right to care about the way he dies? Feng Qingran sat on the chair, leaning back on the chair, with his arms on the armrests, looking indifferent. The man was speechless and fell into silence. Another man in his 30s said, Little girl, how can you give up on yourself at such a young age? We can choose to die on our own, but we must not be arranged by others. We must die with dignity. Really, Feng Qingran looked indifferent. If she hadn't already known the true identity of this group of people, she would have been really confused by this group of people at this moment. Master, do you know how to break the formation? Feng Zhiqiu asked through a message. At the same time, Master Biming also asked the same question, Little girl, do you know how to break the heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation? The others stared at Feng Qingran with burning eyes, full of expectation. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 743. Feng Qingran didn't shake his head or nod, and said with a smile, What do you think? Anyway, these people don't dare to touch her now. Why should she tell this group of people the answer? Little girl, the life-destroying formation is a forbidden death formation. Don't have such an attitude. Biming's expression was serious, and he looked at Feng Qingran with dissatisfaction in his eyes. A little girl with a lifespan of only 2,000 yuan is too arrogant. And many more. A person who has not yet reached 2,000 years of life has a cultivation level of peering into the sky. Biming's eyes flashed across the darkness. Before, he only noticed her extraordinary physique and never considered her cultivation. Now that I think about it carefully, Feng Qingran's body is unique in all time. Her own cultivation talent and understanding are unparalleled. No wonder the mysterious man wanted to destroy Feng Qingran. If he had such an opponent, he would try to nip him in the cradle. But Feng Qingran was from his tribe, not his enemy. What he should do is to train Feng Qingran well, make her strong and become a strong person who can protect the plane. It's a pity that Feng Qingran's attitude of disrespecting his ancestors, being arrogant, and not caring about the common people is not worth cultivating at all. Even if he is trained, Feng Qingran will still be a white-eyed wolf in the future. It's better to take away her physique now so that she has no chance to grow. If he can obtain the Chaos Body, he will definitely be able to reach a high level, and he will definitely be able to revenge his dead ancient compatriots in the future. When Master Biming thought about it, he felt much more comfortable inside, and the greed in his eyes became even stronger. What, are you looking for a reason to kill me, senior? Or are you planning to slap a moral label on me? Feng Qingran looked around with her almond-shaped eyes, seeming to see through the dirty heart of Master Biming. Master Biming's face was cold. He was indeed an arrogant person, and it would be a pity to abolish him. Little girl, if you know how to break the formation, you can tell us that with our strength, it is still possible to destroy the formation before it is activated. Biming said sanctimoniously. Xiao Kun stood on the side of Biming Master. Little girl, as long as you can break the formation, we will not kill you, and we can also give you some compensation. Feng Qingran's beautiful eyes flashed with a sharp look. Compensation? What kind of compensation? Is it as powerful as my ancient gourd vine? Or is it more powerful than my innate treasure, the 7-color mysterious bracelet? Everyone's eyes almost bulged when they looked at the two things in Feng Qingran's hands. What the hell? Is it the prehistoric calabash vine they know? It is said that there was a magical vine in ancient times that produced 7 gourds. These 7 gourds are all innate spiritual treasures, just a little away from the innate treasures. All creatures that enter the 7 gourds will die and nothing can break them. Later, the 7 gourds were transformed into 7 innate spiritual treasures. However, these spiritual treasures disappeared at the end of the prehistoric period. The powerful people searched the world but could not find any trace. When everyone came to their senses and tried to find the calabash vine also disappeared. Along with the gourd vine, Jitian breathing soil and several other origin objects also disappeared. Everyone stared at Feng Zhiqiu, looking for the symbol of the gourd vine, 2 leaves with yin and yang attributes. It was the existence of these 2 leaves that allowed the gourd vine to produce innate spiritual treasures. Little girl, is this vine of yours real? Can you let me touch it? A young man's eyes were glued to Feng Zhiqiu. If he hadn't been afraid, he would have rushed over now. No, Feng Qingran clearly refused. She dared to let Feng Zhiqiu appear directly, just to tell these people that she didn't bother asking them to sell the treasure they got from their compatriots. It also means that it is impossible for this group of people to get out alive. Everyone was staring at the gourd vine, but Baiming and Xiao Kun looked at the colorful mysterious bracelet on Feng Qingran's wrist with great tacit understanding. There seems to be no colorful mysterious bracelet among the innate treasures. They simply can't see what's special about the colorful bracelet. Why did Feng Qingran dare to say that the colorful mysterious bracelet in her hand was an innate treasure? Or is it that the level of this thing is something they can't see through? After all, the innate treasure is also divided into many levels. The innate treasures that remain today are basically fragments. It is impossible not to see it based on their cultivation. Little girl, who gave you this colorful bracelet? Xiao Kun asked. My mother. When Feng Qingran mentioned Feng Qingwu, there was pride in her eyes. No matter at any time, my mother is doing her best to protect the people of the plain. Even though she was later stabbed by the gods, my mother still did not resent them. She chose to rescue more women and give them the power to awaken. In my mother's eyes, the way of life is always more important than anything else. Therefore, after Feng Qingran learned that she had died tragically and been reincarnated for many lives, she never resented Feng Qingwu. Her mother tried her best to leave her good resources, and even prepared an innate treasure, the 7-colored mysterious bracelet, for her. And it is impossible for my mother to cover everything about what happened next. After all, people who have plotted against my mother have been plotting against my mother since ancient times, or even earlier. The strength of a mother alone cannot be compared to the strength of someone in the dark. In fact, when Mu Chanjue told her that the soul-eating goo was originally in her mother's body, she had doubts about her mother's purpose in giving birth to her. But her intuition told her that there were still many truths that she didn't know. She couldn't deny what her mother had done just based on Mu Chanjue's words. The colorful mysterious bracelets, void space, various cultivation techniques of the 5 elements spiritual roots, and countless cultivation resources cannot be faked. Except there are some problems with the technique. The remaining things are all things that countless cultivators can't get. Feng Qingran touched the colorful mysterious bracelet on her wrist, her beautiful eyes shining with anticipation, but when she saw the group of people in front of her, her smile disappeared instantly. Who is your mother? Xiao Kun asked. No comment. Feng Qingran said coldly. Xiao Kun was filled with anger. This junior really didn't understand any etiquette. Master Baiming held down Xiao Kun in time, and their eyes met. Master Baiming's meaning was very clear. They still needed Feng Qingran to break the formation, and it wouldn't be too late to clean up after the formation was broken. Little girl, you have such a treasure, so you must not look down on our treasure. What do you think you need to do to break the formation? Baiming's eyes were threatening and he said, using a bit of coercion, trying to intimidate him. Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran said unhurriedly, I don't like it because I don't like it. I didn't say I didn't want it. I took these out just to tell you that the things given by the mysterious man are not necessarily as good as the things in this plane. Have you ever regretted betraying your compatriots? Everyone suddenly changed their faces, staring at Feng Qingran like swords. This is the past they least want to mention. Ever since they made that choice, their consciences have been tortured. After so many years, when they were finally about to forget about it, someone brought it up again. Feng Qingran seemed to be very satisfied with everyone's expressions, and stood up, take out all the treasures, I don't want them, but they need to be used to break the formation. The heaven-destroying life-destroying formation has 18 formation eyes and 16 sub-formations. Your eyes will consume energy. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 744 Send them to meet their ancestors, additional update 1. The expressions on everyone's faces included humiliation and anger at being teased. Feng Qingran ignored them all. Traitors will never be forgiven. Whether to forgive them or not is a matter for the ancestors. And her mission is to send them to meet their ancestors. As for the traitors who sincerely repent. Is it possible? Why didn't he regret the moment he chose to betray his compatriots? Why don't you regret it when you get benefits? Why don't you regret it when you watch your ancestors fall one by one? Now that all their ancestors had sacrificed their lives to protect the plane, they began to pretend to regret it, as if they had great difficulties and had no choice but to. It's not like they went undercover on the enemy side. Who are you showing off your pretense? Feng Qingran had no respect for the group of people in front of her, only hatred. If she didn't want to borrow their power to leave here, she would never make a fool of herself with them. Wait until they're dealt with. She will be able to erect a wordless monument to those deceased ancestors. Little girl, isn't the gourd vine in your hand more effective than our treasure? It must have strong power of chaos in its body. With its power, it will be safer to break the formation. One person stared at the vine on Feng Qingran's shoulder. Vine said. Just because they are now afraid of Feng Qingran does not mean that they are under Feng Qingran's control. Baiming's pressure spread and he headed towards Feng Qingran. Little girl, we have been locked up here for too long, and the treasures have been almost consumed. I am afraid that we will not be able to gather the amount needed to break the formation. You should also do your best. Share your own strength, right? Xiao-kun echoed. And your 7-color mysterious bracelet, an innate treasure, it must be extremely powerful to destroy the formation eye, and it will also be good for you. That's right, little girl, you care more about this plane than we do. You don't want to activate the formation and endanger the entire plane, right? The 17 or 18-year-old boy said. Little girl, we don't want to embarrass you. We are all trapped in the formation. We can't be the only ones who give out treasures and you don't pay anything, right? A young man said. Ellipsis. Fang Qingran glanced at the people who were talking, her eyes full of coldness. She ignored these people who were making things difficult for her. Her eyes fell on the few people who remained silent. Do you think so too? Fang Qingran's tone was very serious. Those few people were extremely angry when they first heard Fang Qingran's words, but then they felt endless regret. It can be seen from Fang Qingran's attitude towards them that their choices back then killed many people. But they don't want this either. They're subordinates of Master Biming. Master Biming chooses to belong to the mysterious man. If they don't obey, they will only die. They also know these are excuses. At that time, the reason why they chose to become traitors was partly because they were afraid of death and greedy for life, and partly because they had huge interests in front of them, so they failed to resist the temptation and finally embarked on the path they are on now. They don't want to stand next to Biming Master at this moment. They wanted to atone for what happened back then. They looked at each other a few times and finally made up their minds. They each took out the treasures and sent them to Fang Qingran. One person said with a serious face, Little girl, I can't undo the mistakes I made. I don't want the heaven-destroying formation to spread and harm the common people. If you can, apologize for me and the heroic souls on the battlefield of the gods. Fang Qingran looked indifferent. Seeing this, the man returned to midair. The remaining people looked ugly when they saw the actions of a few people. Their actions were undoubtedly a slap in their faces. Everyone stared at those people coldly, with accusations in their eyes, accusing those people of not being united enough. Those few people didn't look at everyone. At this time, they had no time to care too much. Fang Qingran accepted the things. Since the space could not be activated temporarily, the things were hung on Fang Zhiju's leaves. Fang Qingran folded his arms and said to everyone, what about you? If I don't break the formation and finish playing together, your dream of becoming a saint will never be realized. Don't talk to me about morality. I can't take out my things to break the formation. If you dare to try to attack them, I will immediately activate the heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation. Master Biming stared at Fang Qingran with deep eyes. He wondered for a moment whether there would be no heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation. What's more, was this formation arranged by Fang Qingran? There is another possibility. Fang Qingran randomly arranged a formation to scare them. But the latter is the least likely. Not to mention that Fang Qingran's strength was imprisoned. Even if she had all her strength, it would be impossible to complete the arrangement of the heaven-slaying, life-destroying formation with her strength in the sky-peering realm. It is even more impossible to quietly set up the formation under their noses. Master Biming realized the serious problem at this moment. They were being led by Fang Qingran. When Fang Qingran proposed the heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation, everyone immediately panicked. No one doubted it. With her strength, how could she see the existence of the heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation? But Fang Qingran calmly faced Master Biming's scrutiny, casually took a treasure from Fang Zhiju's leaf to play with, and murmured, don't tell me, it is indeed a treasure from ancient times. It feels strong when you touch it. Master Biming suddenly came back to his senses and glanced at Fang Zhiju. Could it be that the great calabash vine told Fang Qingran how to break the formation? Does a vine really understand formations? All of Master Biming's reactions were within Fang Qingran's expectations. She picked up the first treasure and placed it in one of its locations. Finished putting things away. Fang Qingran had a look of embarrassment on his face and looked at everyone in confusion. Will you bleed? I need to use blood to draw the runes. Why don't you use your own? Xiao-kun asked coldly. Fang Qingran said as if he was mentally retarded. Please, with so many formations, do you want me to bleed dry? If I fall down due to excessive blood loss, will you break the formation yourself? Xiao-kun. Want to kill? I held back again. Xiao-kun looked at the person next to him and said, go and give her some blood. Wait a minute, Fang Qingran said. Xiao-kun narrowed his eyes slightly. Fang Qingran was not afraid at all. He counted the people and said, 18 plus 16, 34, plus a central formation eye and a kun position on the edge. A total of 36 people's blood is needed. If you ask him to do it alone, it will not be enough. I calculated that there are 72 of you, and half of the blood for each person is enough. You want to die? Xiao-kun gritted his teeth. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. How about you find a formation book now and see if what I said is true? Fang Qingran said indifferently. Xiao-kun, don't waste time here, it's more important to leave here. There was a cold look in Biming's eyes. Fang Qingran's wishful thinking was about to fail this time. Counting her, there were exactly 72 people, so he didn't need to bleed. In this way, everyone's strength will be reduced by half. After leaving here, don't let him slaughter you. As long as they all shut up, no one outside would know about the mistakes he had made. The best way to erase the past is to kill everyone who remembers history and create a new history. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 745, A Mortal Killing Formation, Additional Update 2. As for Fang Qingran, there is still some use in keeping it. He has countless ways to shut it up. Others were a little reluctant to let out half of their blood at first, but now that Master Biming has agreed, they can't refuse. Losing half of your strength and gaining a chance to live, which one is more cost-effective? They calculated it very clearly. One person went down first to bleed. Xiao-kun always felt that he had overlooked some details. Fang Qingran cut open the first person's wrist, and blood spattered everywhere. Her fingers were stained with that person's blood, and she drew something on the ground. Fang Qingran moved quickly, but even so, it only took her a quarter of an hour to complete the formation. She actually sensed what Master Biming was thinking. But Fang Qingran had no intention of arguing with him at the moment. She sensed that the power of darkness that had disappeared before seemed to be gathering together, and maybe there wasn't much time left for her. The mysterious man could predict that she would appear here, and maybe he would have a backup plan. But even if she thought of this, she didn't dare to show it. None of the people in front of her were simple. Once she showed her timidity, the end that awaited her would definitely not be good. Master, is there really a heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation? Fang Zhiqiu said with some confusion. I have been following Fang Qingran for a long time. Fang Zhiqiu also knew a little about formations. At this moment, Fang Qingran's method was not like breaking the formation, but more like setting up the formation. It was as if the blood of these people was being used as formation stones. Yes, of course, Fang Qingran said via voice message. She is cautious now. There is no void space to hide. Any message cannot be trusted and cannot be returned randomly. Master, no, my power is disappearing faster and faster. I feel that the existence that deprived me of my power seems to have come to the illusion. Fang Zhiqiu was a little worried about Chuanyan. Come, I'm afraid I won't come. If you can kill one more of the mysterious man's lackeys, kill one more. Fang Qingran said through the message. If it weren't for his lack of strength, she wouldn't have let go of the one on the 4th floor. Fang Qingran's movement of drawing runes accelerated. As more and more people were bleeding, the eyes of Xiao Kun and Biming became solemn. Biming, is she cheating? Xiao Kun asked worriedly. Who knows, we don't have an array master among us, so we can only count on her, but she doesn't seem to be peaceful, so we have to be on guard. Master Biming said in a solemn tone. Xiao Kun waited for his next words, but Master Biming did not speak. How to prevent it? Xiao Kun couldn't help but ask. Take her things, you take the gourd vine, and I'll take her colorful mysterious bracelet. With these two things, she won't dare to play tricks, Master Biming said in a message. Fang Qingran can have 7 gourd vines in her hand, which means she has more treasures in her space. Xiao Kun hesitated a little when he heard what Biming said. What if we anger her and she chooses to die with us? Master Biming said firmly, she won't. Fang Qingran never thought about dying with them from beginning to end. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered to say those words to them. In the end, only Xiao Kun and Biming were left without bloodletting. Xiao Kun went down first. After Fang Qingran drained half of his blood, Xiao Kun looked at the 7 gourd vines greedily. As long as he took this away, he would definitely become stronger. Xiao Kun took advantage of Fang Qingran's lowered head to draw the talisman and stretched out his hand towards the 7 gourd vines. He could feel that the vines in front of him were not very strong. Look above, is there something going on in the illusion? At this time, a panicked voice sounded. Xiao Kun subconsciously turned his head and looked up at the sky. The sky was covered with dark clouds, making people breathless. There was also a space-time crack in the sky, and something crossed the crack and entered here. It's just that the thing seems to be integrated with the sky. I can't see clearly what it is. There seems to be a dead branch next to that thing. What is this? Could it be that the heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation is about to be activated? Xiao Kun is going to take away the 7 gourd vines and return to Master Biming to discuss countermeasures. However, when he came to his senses, Fang Qingran had already finished drawing the runes. Fang Zhiqiu had already gone into hiding. Xiao Kun missed the best opportunity and had no choice but to return to Biming Zhenren. Master Biming looked at the thing in the sky with a solemn expression. His spiritual consciousness could not touch the thing, and even when his spiritual consciousness came close to it, there would be a strong sense of oppression. Master Biming, it's your turn. Fang Qingran reminded. Little girl, your blood should be fine, right? Master Biming replied absently. No, the energy in other formations is much stronger than mine, and the power in my blood cannot be suppressed. There was still no trace of panic on Fang Qingran's face. Master Biming thought for a moment, and his fear of the heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation overcame other thoughts. He flew down, let out blood, and looked worriedly at the sky. Little girl, do you recognize what that is? Fang Qingran drew the runes and responded, maybe they are the helpers left by the mysterious man. Times have changed, and the possibility of the mysterious man trusting you completely is very small. Fang Qingran's words were both a hint and a shock. Even if it is Master Biming who has lost half of his strength, she is still no match. All she can do is to make him understand that she is useful and be wary of her. Have you seen it when you were outside? Master Biming asked. Biming Zhenren always has a vague feeling that death is approaching. With his ability to connect with heaven and earth, he must not ignore any feeling. No, but I have met a person. Do you recognize him? Senior Nangshuan ancestor, Fang Qingran said, looking sideways at Biming's face. Did he say anything to you? Master Biming looked anxious. Fang Qingran smiled faintly. I said too much, what do you want to hear? After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she took a few steps back, bit her finger, and quickly drew a few runes in the air. The immortal killing formation is complete. When everyone heard this, they all turned to look at Fang Qingran. The immortal killing formation. Did you trick us? Xiao Kun looked ferocious and wanted to rush towards Fang Qingran. Dozens of light beams reaching into the sky lit up. Break through the darkness of the void. All 72 people were trapped in the formation and could not get out. When Fang Qingran saw this, she was not in a hurry to be happy. She looked up at the sky. She could trap these people, but she had not yet found a way to leave the illusion. If that thing is really a backup left by the mysterious man, can she handle it? Master, it is the breath of Quan Chong's staff. The formation of this illusion must be related to it. Its dark power has restraint on me. Fang Zhiqiu said in a message. The power of darkness. Feng Qingren's lips curled up slightly. Choo-choo, don't worry, I found a way out, but it takes time to refine the soul-repairing pill. The immortal killing formation can kill the soul, and it can also dispel the consciousness in the soul, causing it to be completely destroyed. The ancient soul is a great tonic and will definitely be able to repair third senior sister's injuries. While Feng Qingren was refining her soul, Tai Nuing came to her. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 746 The Greedy One. Feng Qingren looked at the white cat in front of her with alert eyes, her thoughts racing. Are you Tai Nuing? Tai Nuing looked Feng Qingren up and down, and then remembered the threat from the mysterious man. At that time, it considered Zhu Zhao's safety and chose to wait here. But when the sacrifice came, it came with Zhu Zhao, and it was Zhu Zhao's owner. A master whom Zhu Zhao wants to protect even if his position is revealed. Just an ant in the sky-peeping realm. If he is left with Zhu Zhao, not only will he be a drag on Zhu Zhao, but he will also attract a mysterious person. So it deceived Zhu Zhao for the last time. It didn't come in to save Feng Qingren. It wants to die together with Feng Qingren and complete the mission left by the mysterious man. Only in this way will Zhu Zhao give up everything and take refuge in the immortal realm. You are the owner of Candlelight, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for it? Tai Nuing asked very directly, and her tone was a bit arrogant. It seemed that it was a great honor for Feng Qingren to sacrifice for Zhu Zhao. Why? Feng Qingren's almond-shaped eyes flashed with a sharp look. Aren't Zhu Zhao and Tai Nuing a match made in heaven? Why do the two feel so different? Zhu Zhao's arrogance is revealed in his bones and expressed in his speech and behavior. He is proud but never arrogant. Tai Nuing was not very happy when she heard Feng Qingren's rhetorical question. In order to protect you, Zhu Zhao did not hesitate to expose his position in the universe. You are still hesitant to sacrifice for it. Why are you so selfish? Feng Qingren's lips curved into a sneer and she glanced sideways at the immortal killing formation. The people trapped inside were roaring in pain, and their soul entities were gradually blurring and becoming transparent. It still takes half an hour to refine the pure soul power to make the elixir. Feng Qingren's eyes fell on Tai Nuing, thinking about how to delay it for half an hour. What danger would there be if the candlelight exposed my position? Tai Nuing was a little hesitant, but then she thought about it. Feng Qingren would definitely die, and there was no harm in telling Feng Qingren. After all, there were some secrets that had been kept in her heart and always needed to be confided. Tai Nuing said, the Chaos Law Enforcers are looking for Zhu Zhao and want to take away its power and start a new era of immortal cultivation. You must not understand how strong the Chaos Law Enforcers are. Chaos Law Enforcers also have another name, Tao Fa. They represent Tao and execute various wills. Anyone targeted by them has no power to resist. Everything in the world must comply with Tao and obey the laws. You are in the realm of peeping into the sky now. Maybe you don't even understand what Tao is. Then I tell you, Tao is everywhere and is supreme over all things. Therefore, we must all obey the decree of the Tao. Anyone who resists the orders of the Chaos Law Enforcers will be labeled as a Tao rebel. Being a rebel against the Tao means that you are incompatible with the Tao and the law, and will be killed by the law enforcers of chaos, and will be wiped out from the world. The Xuanchu Plain is besieged by mysterious people because of the existence of things that go against the Tao. You can also get a glimpse of the ferocity of the war between the gods back then from this battlefield of the gods. I don't need to say more. The mere existence of something contrary to the Tao led to such an end. When Tai Nuing said this, she paused and observed Feng Qingren's expression. But Feng Qingren looked indifferent and seemed to be indifferent to what he said. Anger arose in Tai Nuing's heart. I followed the order of the Chaos Law Enforcer and stayed here waiting for the sacrifice. I thought you were the only one here, but you also brought candlelight. In order to save you, Zhu Zhao exposed his position. If it doesn't sacrifice this time, it will be labeled as a traitor. And it was born with me, almost as one. I sacrificed for it, but save it from being labeled. But, one thing is that you must die with me, otherwise you will be a rebel of the Tao. Zhu Zhao will still be your contracted beast, and your existence will impair it. As long as you voluntarily sacrifice with me, I can use the staff of Quan Chong to preserve the last bit of your soul, so that when the new era begins, you can gather your soul again. Tai Nuing said all the stakes in a serious tone. Feng Qingren's eyes darkened slightly. The Chaos Law Enforcers were those mysterious people, and their enemies had been found. Feng Qingren looked at Tai Nuing and said, you are right about one thing. Tao is indeed everywhere, but Tao is Tao. Tao does not need any law enforcers, nor does it need to be above anything. Tao should be born in all things and has no fixed form and will. It can be an invisible force or an existence that conforms to the development laws of all things. Tao never needs a manipulator, and there is nothing that can represent Tao. Tao cannot force lives to be sacrificed. The change that opens the new era is the result of natural evolution, and Tao will not interfere with these at all. Tao is neither a person nor a thing. Tao does not have the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and there is no such thing as those who follow the Tao and those who go against it, because obedience and rebellion are also part of the Tao. And the so-called law enforcers you call cannot be Taoists. They are more like greedy people who use the name of Tao to control various rights and do whatever they want. After Feng Qingren said all this, Tai Nuing's eyes were shocked and he looked at her in great surprise. Feng Qingren also had more guesses about the identity of the mysterious person. That group of people was probably the first group of people to master Taoism. Their strength is unparalleled, they have cultivated the Tao to the extreme, and can travel through various planes at will. So they began to look for more treasures born in the chaotic period. And they probably didn't find what they wanted, so they thought of using sacrifices to restart the cultivation era, hoping to return to the chaotic period and find the missing treasure. Feng Qingren didn't know if her guess was correct, but based on the current clues, this was the answer she could think of. Feng Qingren, are you really from this plane? Tai Nuing couldn't express her feelings. Feng Qingren's understanding of Tao completely exceeded her expectations. A monk in the realm of peeping into the sky can only spy on Taoists. Why can Feng Qingbran have such a realization? Tai Yuing even suspected that Feng Qingbran was the reincarnation of a supreme powerhouse. Yes, Tai Yuing, I want to ask you a question. Are you related to the Mother of Decay? Feng Qingbran asked seriously. Have you ever seen the Mother of Decay? Anyway, our fate has been decided, so it doesn't matter if I tell you. Tai Yuing seemed to sigh. It doesn't care at all about the situation inside the immortal killing formation. Because after it entered here, it was completely closed and it was impossible to leave. It didn't dare to gamble with Zhu Zhao's life. So it chose to obey the mysterious man's arrangement and complete the sacrifice here. Thinking of this, Tai Yuing looked at Feng Qingbran with a bit of pity in her eyes. Feng Qingbran, do you want to hear the story about me and Zhu Zhao? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 747 Collecting Soul Power. Feng Qingbran glanced at the Juxian formation and nodded. A chair was delivered behind Feng Qingbran by Feng Zhiqiu. Feng Qingbran sat down naturally and waited for Tai Yuing's next words. When Tai Yuing saw this scene, her pupils shrank slightly, and there was an aura of sadness all over her body. Tai Yuing said in a low tone, Feng Qingbran, if it weren't for protecting Zhu Zhao, I might follow you with it. Feng Qingbran's eyes flashed slightly. Before you talk about you and Zhu Zhao, I have a question. Do you know your current choice, Zhu Zhao? It doesn't know. It thought I came in to save you. I lied to it again, and it's the last time. Tai Yuing couldn't help but imagine that if it hadn't accepted the threat of the mysterious man back then, maybe things would turn around now. After hearing Feng Qingbran's understanding of Tao, Tai Yuing felt regret in her heart. The choice of Feng Qingbran by the Chaos Law Enforcers probably has nothing to do with starting a new era. What they're afraid of is probably Feng Qingbran growing up. But what's the use of trying to figure it out now? It's too late. It stepped into the abyss and dragged Zhu Zhao down. At this moment, neither Feng Qingbran nor Zhu Zhao were strong enough to compete with the law enforcers. It can only keep the candlelight by dragging Feng Qingbran to sacrifice. Tai Yuing looked into Feng Qingbran's clear apricot eyes and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, don't worry, I will definitely keep a ray of your soul. Feng Qingbran smiled lightly and said nothing. She never expected anyone to save her. When Tai Yuing stepped here, she had thought of a way to save herself, but the time had not come yet and she could not leave for a while. Tai Yuing looked at Feng Qingbran, and lost her previous arrogance, and slowly said, Zhu Zhao and I are the supreme beasts transformed by the eyes of Father God, one yang and one yin, no distinction between you and me. Since our birth, we have gained an absolutely lofty status, and we control all the yin and yang of the world. At that time, our combined strength was the strongest existence in the universe. But with the birth of all creatures and more cultivators, our strength is no longer so conspicuous. Of course, we are still the supreme beast. Until the appearance of the Chaos Law Enforcers changed everything. Their strength is stronger than that of me and Zhu Zhao combined. They found me and threatened me. As long as I do one thing for them, they can let me and Zhu Zhao go. Otherwise, they will use the power of Taoism to kill me and Zhu Zhao. I tried to resist, but they were too strong. So I agreed to them and gave them 2/3 of my power. As expected, they let me and Zhu Zhao go. After that, we lived a quiet life. Feng Qingbran frowned slightly after hearing what Tai Yuing said. Why don't you discuss it with Zhu Zhao before making a decision? Tai Yuing said helplessly, I have thought about it, but they said that if I tell Zhu Zhao and expose them, both Zhu Zhao and I will die. For Zhu Zhao, I have to hide it. But what happened later was far beyond my imagination. Soon after, something called decay was born in the universe. These things parasitized everywhere and took away the power of the strong. The strong ones avoid decay. Corruption was born in the darkness and runs rampant in all realms. We were not prepared to deal with this matter. Until the Lord Mo of the Immortal Domain found Zhu Zhao and wanted to use our power to eliminate the corrupt existence, our peaceful days were completely broken. Zhu Zhao agreed to follow Lord Mo without even thinking about it. We met countless strong men from the Void Realm in the Immortal Realm. Only then did I know that the Chaos Law Enforcer did not tell lies. There are countless beings who can destroy me and Zhu Zhao. Under the leadership of Lord Mo, we have eliminated the corruption of thousands of universes. But at this time, another Mother of Decay appeared. It continuously produced decaying spirits and created more decaying air. The appearance of the Mother of Decay even gives Lord Mo a headache. But at this time, I discovered that the power of the Mother of Decay is very similar to the power I gave up. I had a bad idea in my mind. Maybe the Mother of Decay was created with my power. I'm afraid that Zhu Zhao will find out about this. I want to take back my power alone. But when I went to find the Mother of Decay, the Chaos Law Enforcers appeared again. They took control of me and exchanged souls between me and the Mother of Decay. I became the Mother of Decay, and the Mother of Decay became me and knew all my memories. At that moment, I finally realized what losing power meant to me. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Mother of Decay returned to Zhu Zhao. The Mother of Decay used my body to steal most of Zhu Zhao's power, and even plotted against Zhu Zhao. I don't know what happened after that. The Chaos Law Enforcers told me that only by cooperating with them can Zhu Zhao survive. I can no longer escape and can only follow their arrangements. They promised me that as long as I wait here for the sacrifice to arrive and let it be completed, they will let me find Zhu Zhao and return the power that belongs to Zhu Zhao to him. But the sacrifices I have been waiting for turned out to be you and Zhu Zhao. I have made many stupid mistakes. I feel sorry for Zhu Zhao, so in order to protect Zhu Zhao, I became this sacrifice for it. Tai Yuing's eyes were full of remorse, and her tone was even more remorseful. It couldn't help but think about what would have happened if it had discussed it with Zhu Zhao. Or maybe the Domain Lord of the Immortal Domain will appear earlier. Tai Yuing was immersed in endless regret and did not notice anything strange about Feng Qingbran. When Tai Yuing mentioned the Immortal Domain Master, Feng Qingbran was completely absent-minded. Her heart seemed to be tightly grasped by something. It didn't hurt, but there was a sour feeling. Feng Qingran felt that she must know Lord Mo. But why could her memory find no information about this man? The Lord of the Immortal Domain. Could it be the boy in the painting? Why are you crying? Tai Nuing looked at Feng Qingran with crystal tears in surprise. Is the story between it and Zhu Zhao so touching? Or was Feng Qingran moved by Zhu Zhao's sacrifice? Am I crying? Feng Qingran looked at the tears on her hands, her eyes full of confusion. Master, the soul has been completely refined. Feng Zhichu reminded him through a timely message. After hearing Feng Zhichu's message, Feng Qingran couldn't think about other things carefully. She said to Tai Nuing, give me some time. Tai Nuing agreed. Feng Qingran walked to the immortal killing formation, and a pill furnace appeared in front of her. She sacrificed the strange fire, recited the magic formula, and gathered the power of her soul. Tai Nuing couldn't understand what Feng Qingran was doing, but it just thought it was satisfying Feng Qingran's request before his death, so he didn't pay much attention to it. After half an hour, Feng Qingran sealed the refined soul power in the alchemy furnace and put away the alchemy furnace. At the same time, Feng Qingran had a 10,000 realms teleportation formation disc in his sleeves. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, and her eyes immediately fell on Tai Nuing. If I say that I have a way to send us out, will you follow me out of here? Feng Qingran could just leave Tai Nuing to fend for himself. But considering Zhu Zhao, she decided to give Tai Nuing a chance. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 748. It's too late to regret. Tai Nuing sighed deeply. There is a heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation set up by the Chaos Law enforcers here. Once you enter, you will never be able to get out. We can only destroy this heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation by offering sacrifices to protect other living beings. Tai Nuing was afraid that Feng Qingran would not understand the heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation, so he explained the formation and the consequences of its activation. It thought that after it said this, Feng Qingran would be as willing to sacrifice as it was. However, a cold look appeared in Feng Qingran's eyes. Tai Nuing, why do you always do things that move you? When you were threatened by the law enforcers, it was about Zhu Zhao, but you never thought of discussing it with Zhu Zhao. It's not that I don't want to discuss it with Zhu Zhao, but once I tell Zhu Zhao, both Zhu Zhao and I will die. Tai Nuing interrupted Feng Qingran and explained. Feng Qingran looked indifferent. If they had the ability to kill you, why would they keep you here until now? You fell into their trap and were used by them step by step without knowing it. No, it's not that you don't know. You're just afraid. You're afraid that after resisting them, you will find out how stupid you were in the past. Since you said that you and Zhu Zhao are one, and your yin and yang coexist, just like the left and right eyes, have you ever thought that if your power is weakened, it means that Zhu Zhao's power is also weakened? Also, when you discovered that the Mother of Decay was created with your power, why didn't you tell Zhu Zhao? You gave up 2/3 of your power back then. Have you never thought about the problem that the Mother of Decay is stronger than you? You walked into the enemy's pit step by step, even with the candlelight, you had to fall into the enemy's trap. To be honest, the sacrifice you mentioned only moved you, not anyone else. Tai Nuing interrupted Feng Qingran again and said in surprise, no, you were moved to tears just now. Feng Qingran's lips curved into a sneer. I didn't cry just now because of your story. Don't be too sentimental. Of course, there is no right or wrong in your efforts. I just want you to think about what happened from the beginning to the end. Have you really never thought about the purpose of the Chaos Law enforcers to plot against you? When I met Zhu Zhao, it had been sleeping for endless years. It mentioned you in my ears many times. It often regretted that it was not strong enough to protect you. But it probably doesn't know that the reason it became like this is all thanks to you, right? I don't know how strong you and Zhu Zhao were originally, but Zhu Zhao is very weak at this moment. If you really sacrifice, are you sure Zhu Zhao can survive the remaining crisis? Will the Chaos Law enforcers really be willing to let Zhu Zhao go and let it become stronger? Tai Nuing, think about it carefully. What the Chaos Law enforcers did to you, do you really have no intention of resisting them? Feng Qingran's last words were striking and struck Tai Nuing's soul. Tai Nuing was in a trance, and the emotions revealed in her eyes were extremely complex. After a long time, Tai Nuing murmured, but if you resist, Zhu Zhao will die. Feng Qingran saw that Tai Nuing had relaxed, and said, those who bully you will never stop because of your obedience. Your obedience will only make them more aggressive, and then you will completely lose the power to resist. Tai Nuing, you keep saying it's for the candle, so why don't you ask it if it wants to live like this? Tai Nuing fell into deep thought. Master, Tai Nuing just said that there is a heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation here. How are we going to get out? Feng Zhichu asked through a message. The heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation is gone, don't worry, Feng Qingran said in a message. Feng Zhichu was surprised and asked through a message, when did it happen? At this moment, the void space was restored, and Feng Qingran sent a message to Feng Zhichu without hesitation. When I set up the Juxian formation, my strength could not break the Jutian destruction formation, so I could only use the blood of those people to destroy the formation. Changed it to the immortal killing formation. Fortunately it was successful. When Feng Qingran was changing the formation, she had been worried that the heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation would activate. Fortunately, there was no danger and she successfully changed the formation. Master, you are really amazing. Feng Zhichu's admiration was beyond words. Then Master, what should we do now? Feng Qingran took out the 10,000 realms teleportation array, took out a drop of blood, drew a few symbols on it, and threw the array out. Immediately, she took out a piece of law order, made it with both hands, and a force of law lingered around her body. When all things are created, Tao and Dharma come first. Tai Nuing felt the power of the law and suddenly looked at Feng Qingran. Seeing the strong power of law lingering around her, Tai Nuing was extremely shocked. With Feng Qingran's strength, it was impossible to display such a level of power of law. Tai Nuing asked in disbelief, what are you doing? Why are you activating the power of law? Feng Qingren's figure floated, and the teleportation array of all realms lit up. Tan Yuing, let me ask you one last time. Do you want to leave here with me, become stronger, and fight against the law and forces of chaos? Tan Yuing's voice trembled slightly. Fighting against the chaos law and forces? No, you can't possibly fight against them. It's impossible for us now. Feng Qingren looked at Tan Yuing with sharp eyes. Is it impossible, or are you unable to overcome the fear in your heart? Are you afraid that the mother of decay will be exposed? It's not that Tan Yuing didn't know that he had made a mistake. It's not that it really doesn't want to resist the chaos law and forces, it's just afraid that once it resists and changes, it will have to face the mistakes of the past. Tan Yuing, you only have half a quarter of an hour to think. Feng Qingren said quietly. The 10,000 realms teleportation formation has been formed, and she is not worried about Tan Yuing destroying it. While Feng Qingren was speaking, a vortex appeared in the sky covered with dark clouds. She raised her hand to seal the secret, and the power of law rushed into the vortex, entangled with the power of darkness within it. Suddenly, the entire space was filled with lightning and thunder, and terrifying pressure spread. Tan Yuing looked at the whirlpool with horror in her eyes. Feng Qingren. Are you crazy? If you rush into the illusion barrier like this, the heaven-destroying, life-destroying formation will be activated in advance. Feng Qingren did not respond to Tan Yuing and concentrated on dealing with the power of darkness. Tan Yuing raised her head and looked at the cyan figure in the air, slightly dazed. It was just a small peek into the sky, but it actually made her feel awe and surrender. At this moment, Feng Qingren showed unrivaled dignity in every gesture, and contained an endless power. Is it really wrong? When it transformed into a human, it was not inferior to Feng Qingren, but now it actually has no strength to maintain its human form. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 749 Sacrifice. If it were not for possessing the staff of Quan Chong, perhaps it would have dissipated into the world long ago. Maybe Feng Qingren is right, those so-called Tao methods are actually greedy people who do whatever they want in the name of Tao. At this moment, Tan Yuing really regretted it. It should not choose the submissive way of survival. Those greedy people will never be satisfied with the demands, and their obedience will not bring peace. After thinking about this, Tan Yuing smiled in relief. Feng Qingren, thank you. You are a good master. Zhu Zhao will definitely live a good life with you. I have made too many mistakes and I can no longer look back. Feng Qingren, I will give you a gift of good fortune. I hope you can eliminate the mother of decay as soon as possible. As Tan Yuing spoke, white light flashed around her body and turned into a white ball. Quan Chong's staff circled around it several times, the runes lit up, and then Quan Chong's staff flew towards Feng Qingren. When Feng Zhiqiu saw this scene, he shouted anxiously, Master, be careful. But Feng Qingren was activating the teleportation array. When Feng Zhiqiu saw this, he hesitated for a moment. The vine stretched out and grabbed Quan Chong's staff to prevent it from getting close to Feng Qingren. It cannot allow the power of darkness to harm its master. After Feng Zhiqiu grabbed the staff of Quan Chong, the leaves close to the staff gradually withered and lost their vitality, and the power of darkness invaded its body bit by bit. Tan Yuing saw this scene and chanted a spell, and two white lights fell on Feng Qingren and Feng Zhiqiu one after another. After the white light submerged into the body, Feng Zhiqiu's withered leaves regained life. The staff of Quan Chong takes back the power of darkness and returns to it all the power that was taken from it. Feng Zhiqiu was very surprised when he saw red gold runes flowing on Tan Yuing's body. The runes appeared, and the death energy spread around Tan Yuing. Waves of extremely terrifying power overflowed from Tan Yuing. Feng Zhiqiu felt panic in his heart. Tan Yuing was going to sacrifice forcibly. Or do you want to drag your master to death together? Wrong. If Tan Yuing wanted his master to die, how could he give this scepter to his master? Could it be that it wants to? Feng Zhiqiu hadn't figured it out yet. A crack in time and space appeared above the sky. Feng Qingren opened his eyes, holding the order of law, and looked at Tan Yuing. Aren't you coming with me? Feng Qingren, give this thing to Zhu Zhao, I'm leaving. Tan Yuing's voice became ethereal. A ball of light fell into Feng Qingren's hands. Before Feng Qingren could make a move, a force sent her into the crack. Before the crack closed, Feng Qingren felt a turmoil in the illusion, and a terrifying attack came towards her. A white figure flew over and collided with the force. Suddenly, in the fantasy realm, the earth trembled, mountains and rivers collapsed, and everything turned into nothingness. Of course, Feng Qingren didn't see all this. She has returned to the 7th level of the 9th level Shrining formation. The number above said, 3. When Feng Qingren appeared, Zhu Zhao did not react. Its eyes were red, and it looked at Feng Qingren slightly confused. Zhu Zhao, Feng Qingren called softly. Is the Phoenix Master really you? As Zhu Zhao spoke, he felt a dull pain in his heart, and his tears fell uncontrollably. Feng Qingren came out. It should be happy, but it can't be happy. Feng Qingren's safety means Tan Yuing is gone. Zhu Zhao was in a complicated mood, and all his complaints about Tan Yuing disappeared. Feng Qingren touched its furry head and said softly, Zhu Zhao, I'm sorry, I didn't bring Tan Yuing out to see you. Zhu Zhao was silent for a moment, his voice slightly hoarse. Master Feng, I don't blame you, everything is the fault of those mysterious people. I will avenge Tan Yuing. This is what it asked me to give to you. A ball of light appeared in Feng Qingren's palm, which contained a terrifying power of yin. Zhu Zhao looked at the ball of light, lost his mind again, and murmured, it only said it wanted to go in and save people, why did it give all its power to me? It can use this power to leave. When Feng Qingren heard what Zhu Zhao was talking to herself, her eyes flashed slightly, and she chose to conceal the fact that Tan Yuing wanted to drag her to sacrifice in the first place. He only told Zhu Zhao a few things about the mother of decay and the chaos law enforcers. So that's it. No wonder I always felt weird about Yuing, but I couldn't detect anything strange. Zhu Zhao's eyes became firm, and the sadness was useless. All it has to do is become stronger, kill the law enforcer, and then reunite Ying's soul. It also gave me the scepter of Quan Chong, Feng Qinggran said, with an extra scepter in his hand. The scepter that fell into her hand no longer looked like a dead branch. 2 green patches grew on the top of the scepter, and the whole body of the scepter also exuded life. Zhu Zhao looked at the power on Quan Chong's staff with shock in his eyes. The dark power on Quan Chong's staff should be destruction and destruction, but at this moment, there was actually more life and protection on it. How can the power of darkness be alive and protected? Master Phoenix, what did you do to it? Zhu Zhao asked curiously. No, when Tai Ying gave it to me, it automatically contracted with me. When I came out, it looked like this. Feng Qinggran did not understand Zhu Zhao's surprise. When Zhu Zhao heard this, he was even more shocked and reversed himself. What does this mean? Zhu Zhao doesn't know. It only knows that the master it has chosen is very powerful. It's incredibly powerful. No wonder the Chaos Law enforcers want Feng Qinggran to sacrifice. They must be afraid that Feng Qinggran will grow up and take over the nest. Zhu Zhao gathered her mind and hid her emotions. It sent the power of Tai Ying into the soul space, and hugged Feng Qinggran's legs with its 2 front paws. Master Feng, you must live well. From now on, I will dominate the universe and walk sideways, all relying on you. When Feng Qinggran saw that Zhu Zhao was no longer sad, a smile appeared on her face. Okay, just follow me. As soon as I take a bite of meat, you will smell the aroma of meat. Zhu Zhao. Is this humorous? Zhu Zhao, this is the 7th floor, which is also the 3rd floor. The one above is the 8th floor, which is also the 2nd floor. Once we pass the 8th floor, we will return to the 1st floor, and we may have to face Yuan Ji. Feng Qinggran hoped that Yuan Ji was not on the 1st level, so that she could trap Yuan Ji in the Schwanling formation. If Yuan Ji was still on the 1st level, she would have no choice but to let Yuan Ji go. You still have to take him into the Abyss Tomb. Master Feng, Yuan Ji is probably on the 1st level, because he can't break the formation by himself. Mu Chen is already a living dead, and it's impossible to break the formation. Zhu Zhao looked a little irritated. Yuan Ji was really like a dog skin plaster. The darkest one can use some formations, but cannot break them himself. This is a price to pay for being the darkest. Of course, the darkest one is also difficult to kill. After all, the power of darkness is everywhere. Unless a place absolutely full of light power can be found, the darkest one can be completely killed. But such a place does not exist. Where there is darkness there is not necessarily light. But where there is light, there must be darkness. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 758 Herons. Feng Qinggran put away Quan Chong's staff and said, put aside Yuan Ji's matters. Let's go to the 8th floor first and meet the 8 herons for a while. Zhu Zhao changed his body shape and dodged onto Feng Qinggran's shoulder. Feng Qinggran flew up to the 8th floor. She looked back at the number on the 7th floor, and suddenly realized that the number seemed to be in a different position from the other floors. Feng Qinggran stopped and looked at the word carefully, as if a picture flashed before his eyes. A place of purgatory. A woman stood in the air, with a determined figure showing a bit of loneliness. There were drops of blood falling on the sword blade in her hand. The woman in the picture suddenly turned around, with a pair of phoenix eyes as dark as ink, as deep and mysterious as the starry sky. Feng Qinggran felt as if he could see the vast universe in the woman's eyes. The quick glance at each other actually gave Feng Qinggran a feeling of incomparable familiarity. She was sure that she must have seen that woman somewhere. Phoenix Master, why don't you leave? Zhu Zhao's voice sounded, and the picture in front of Feng Qinggran suddenly disappeared. When she looked at the words again, they were no different from normal words. Zhu Zhao, do you feel anything unusual about the word below? Feng Qinggran asked. No. Zhu Zhao shook his head seriously. After hearing this, Feng Qinggran ducked down on the steps and reached out to touch the words on the ground. A dazzling white light suddenly lit up in front of her eyes. Phoenix Master. Zhu Zhao's anxious voice reached his ears. The white light dissipated. When Feng Qinggran saw clearly, she was already in nothingness. Feng Qinggran's clear almond eyes flashed with light. She had seen this scene before when she was unconscious. She remembered clearly that there was a green lotus in that space. Maybe the green lotus was the green lotus the mysterious man was looking for. Will that green lotus be the creation green lotus? Why did Chuangshi Qinglian appear in her dream? The mysterious man arranged for her to be sacrificed. Does that mean she is related to Qinglian? While Feng Qinggran was thinking, the woman who had looked at her before appeared unexpectedly. There was only a blurry shadow of the woman, and her face could not be seen clearly. A vague female voice sounded, Ran, don't reveal your position easily, let alone your identity. Only Hong Hong can be trusted. No one can be trusted except him. Remember, don't expose yourself, even if you have transcended nothingness. The greedy people only dare to test your existence now. They dare not attack you easily, but once you are exposed, they will use all means to rob and destroy you. Ran, live well. I will always protect you. Darkness and light will also protect you. You can definitely. Feng Qinggran didn't understand the last sentence. But Feng Qinggran knew that she was crying. The woman gave her an extremely familiar feeling. Who are you? Can I see you? There was silence all around. There was no more sound. 2 black mist emerged from the void and fell in front of Feng Qinggran. One is a long spear. The whole body of the spear is glowing with red evil aura, the top is sharp, and there are 2 petals dragging the sharp blade. One is a triangular flag. The flag is bright red with black mist lingering on it, which is the spirit of ghosts. Although Feng Qinggran had never seen the 2 things in front of him, he subconsciously recognized them as the God-killing spear and the 10,000 ghosts banner. Feng Qinggran raised her jade hand, and the God-killing spear and the 10,000 ghost flags rushed to land on her hand. The God-killing spear fell first. Fang Qingran grabbed the god-killing spear and was completely unaffected by the evil spirit. This is something that has absolutely never happened before. Wang Yiben didn't seize the opportunity, and not to be outdone, he took the initiative to touch Fang Qingran's other hand. Fang Qingran held the 10,000 ghost flag, and the ghost energy automatically avoided her skin without hurting her at all. Are you sent by her to protect me? Fang Qingran said in a light voice. The god-killing spear and the 10,000 ghost flags moved at the same time, as if nodding. Do you know who she is? Neither moves. Fang Qingran knew that they could not answer her questions, and she also knew that she was not strong enough to make a contract with them at this moment. You guys will follow me from now on. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, the god-killing spear and Wang Gui banner circled around her excitedly. Like a child. Fang Qingran's expression softened, and she felt a sense of peace in her heart. Soon, Fang Qingran put away the god-killing spear and the 10,000 ghost flags. A burst of white light flashed and she returned to the 7th floor. Zhu Zhao and Fang Zhichu were anxiously discussing something when they saw Fang Qingran coming out and rushed to her side at the same time. Fang Zhichu asked eagerly, Master, are you okay? Zhu Zhao's eyes rolled, and he felt that Fang Qingran seemed to have become stronger, not in terms of strength, but in the sense of an enhanced soul. Zhu Zhao chose to remain silent. I seem to have fallen into another dimension. It's okay, let's leave now. Fang Qingran flicked her sleeves, and Fang Zhichu returned to her sleeves. The candlelight flashed onto Fang Qingran's shoulder. It guessed that she had an adventure, but did not intervene. Everyone has secrets. What it wants to do is to accompany Fang Qingran as she moves forward. 9th level Shrining Formation. 8th floor. 8 herons' wings collapsed on the ground. 8 heads drooped feebly, and they said angrily, no fight, I admit defeat, you ask, I will explain everything. Fang Qingran waved her hand, and the candlelight returned to her shoulder. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with brilliance and she asked, what is the weakness of the 9-headed infant? The eyes of the 8-headed heron protruded, girl, you ask some questions that can help me survive. If I betray the boss, I will die. Fang Qingran thought for a moment and said, does your abyss tomb contain the real scales of the candle dragon? The 8-headed heron suddenly raised its head, its eyes full of resentment, girl, ask me some questions that I can answer. I really don't know what you're asking. Really? Then let me change the question, how did you grow these 8 heads? Fang Qingran asked with a smile. Hey, the 8-headed heron said helplessly, there is a strange magnetic field in the battlefield of the gods. I don't know how to explain it. We found that the more heads we grow, the stronger our power is. Of course, this rule only applies to works against creatures spawned from battlefield of the gods. The 8-headed heron was afraid that he would be beaten if his explanation was not detailed enough, so he kept talking. Fang Qingran touched her chin, according to what you said, if I twist your head off, wouldn't you lose your strength? The 8-headed heron covered all the heads with its wings in fear, and begged for mercy with a loud sound, don't twist off my head. I will explain everything. I will die without my head. Fang Qingran saw the appearance of the 8 herons and asked, what treasure is hidden in the abyss tomb? The 8-headed heron hesitated slightly. Zhu Zhao gave the 8 herons a cold look. The 8-headed heron shook and immediately said, I said, don't hit me. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 751 Return to Level 1. There is a true dragon's corpse hidden in the abyss tomb. As for whose body it belongs to, I don't know. Only the 9-headed strange infant can go to that place. Also, there seems to be a treasure dropped by the gods hidden in the place where the 9-headed weighing infant trains. That thing seems to be very powerful. I don't know what it is. Furthermore, there are 2 things hidden in the maze of the abyss tomb. However, girl, I don't recommend that you go to the maze. Not to mention the evil spirits running rampant in the maze, the killing array inside is not something you can handle. It is said that those 2 things in the maze are very dangerous, more dangerous than the maze itself. Ellipsis. The 8-headed heron explained everything he knew in one breath. Then timidly observed the candlelight. This lord looks like the head of all beasts. The head of all beasts, the king of all beasts, the lord of all beasts. Its brain capacity is not enough. Who is the best among these masters? If they get together, who will listen to whom? The 8-headed heron was thinking about it, its thoughts drifting far away, until a beast pill fell in front of it, and it seemed to suddenly become energetic. 8 pairs of eyes stared at the beast pill, and asked uncertainly, could this be the Yuanyang beast pill? This is your reward. If you can go out in the future, will you be willing to work for me? Fang Qingran's eyes revealed a bit of majesty. She wants to develop her own power. That kind of force composed of truly strong people. She doesn't want to have to rely on others to help her when encountering problems, and she doesn't want to face a group of enemies alone in the future. Being powerful will make others jealous, and they will not dare to attack those around her at will. Otherwise, no matter how strong she is, she will still have weaknesses. Can I really work for you? The 8-headed heron asked excitedly. How stupid can it be to refuse the master who can contract with the head of all beasts and take out the Yuanyang beast pill? Well, work for me and never betray. If you are in doubt, you must tell me. Fang Qingran took out a few more beast pills in his hand. One of the 8 herons' heads stared blankly, and the remaining 7 heads were knocked on the ground. Don't worry, I will tell you everything I know. I can be responsible for detecting intelligence in the future. The 8-headed heron is very smart. Judging from Fang Qingran's strength, it is obvious that her career is in its early stages. Joining at this time will not only bring many benefits, but you will also be able to become a veteran in the future. Therefore, it must seize a position and show its value so that Fang Qingran can't live without it. In this way, when Fang Qingran reaches the top, it will definitely take off. Get up, wait here first, and I will let you out when I control the 9th level Shrining Formation. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, he raised his hand to draw a talisman. The sigil was embedded in the head of one of the 8 herons. A cyan mark is formed. Then he hid again. The eight-headed heron felt that there was another contract with Fang Qingbran in his consciousness. This contract. The eight-headed heron was not complaining, but was confused as to why Fang Qingbran could complete the contract with it unilaterally. You will know later. Fang Qingbran had no intention of explaining. This contract was something she learned from the magic of creation. Only those who sincerely surrender to her will the contract take effect. Master, what do you want me to call you in the future? Is it the Phoenix Master, or the Empress, or the Phoenix Empress, or the Queen? If we want to form a force, it's best to give it a majestic name first. Eight-headed heron said excitedly. She really hadn't thought about the issues that eight-headed heron mentioned for the time being. You can think of some names first and tell me when I come to see you next time. Okay, Lord Phoenix, I'll take care of this. Eight-headed heron patted his chest and promised. Fang Qingbran gave the eight heron a few more yuanyang beast pills and left the 8th floor with Zhu Zhao. Eight herons waved their wings and said goodbye to Fang Qingbran. Until Fang Qingbran's figure disappeared in front of it, it suddenly patted its head and said to itself, oops. I forgot to tell the Phoenix Master that if you want to deal with the 9-headed weird infant, you can only use the 10,000 ghost flags. What should we do now? Phoenix Master doesn't have the 10,000 ghost banners. What if he really confronts the 9-headed weird infant? In its anxiety, the 8-headed heron forgot that it had a contract with Fang Qingbran. The moment Fang Qingbran stepped onto the top floor, the word, Yi, lit up, sending it back to the first floor. Yuan Ji has long been missing. There were a lot of blood stains on the steps. Did Yuan Ji break the formation and go to the second level? Zhu Zhao said worriedly. It was really worried that Yuan Ji and Void Gu would encounter each other. Fang Qingbran took Zhu Zhao and left the 9th level Shranding formation. Zhu Zhao, you protect the law for me. I want to put this 9th level Shranding formation into the void space and seal it. Fang Qingbran knew that this move was very risky, but rather than letting the Void Gu come out and harm the people, it was better to take it into his own territory, so that the Void Gu could not come out to become a monster in a short time. In addition, there are many treasures given by ferocious beasts in her space. If used properly, she can trap Void Gu for a long time. Phoenix Master, you have to put it into the void space. If the Void Gu breaks through the formation, you may be injured. Zhu Zhao said with a slight worry. The void space is very strong, but Fang Qingbran's soul power is too weak and cannot control the entire space for the time being. If the Void Gu becomes a demon, Fang Qingbran will definitely be injured trying to protect the things in the space. I know, but we must not let Void Gu stay here. Fang Qingbran was not sure if the mysterious man was in the dark. She couldn't leave hidden dangers outside. After Zhu Zhao heard this, he didn't try to persuade him anymore. After all, Fang Qingbran's choice was the one that was most beneficial to the people. He circled around Fang Qingbran. A circle of light appeared around Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran sacrificed a drop of blood, made a hand seal, and the blood floated into the 9th level Shrunming formation. The Shrunming formation began to shake. Fang Qingbran's soul spread, controlling the blood to leave marks on each layer. A faint green color appeared between her eyebrows, like a green lotus. Zhu Zhao's eyes changed suddenly, and the terrifying coercion suddenly spread to the entire space. Zhu Zhao stared at Fang Qingbran's eyebrows, with respect and fear in his eyes. He had never thought that Fang Qingbran and King Lian were involved. No wonder it had the power to break out of its eggshell when Fang Qingbran touched it. It turns out that Fang Qingbran actually has that kind of energy in her body. It's a pity that Fang Qingbran can't use that energy for the time being, otherwise there is no need to worry about the Void Gu. Zhu Zhao now regretted his previous behavior. He shouldn't have exposed his position. If it attracted other powerful people, it would definitely be detrimental to Fang Qingbran's growth. Here things end. It enters the void space and hides, just in time to guard the Void Gu, and then comes out after its strength rises to another level. Zhu Zhao tried his best to spread the pressure and set up a barrier to prevent others from approaching here. And Fang Qingbran's move to take away the 9th Order Shrunming formation directly alarmed the powerful people in the entire battlefield of gods. Yu Ming-kun called to the 3-headed dragon, go and contact the 6-armed ape wolf and ask him what happened in the Abyss Tomb. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 752 Be Honest, Additional Update 1. Inside the Abyss Tomb. Yuan Ji just followed the 9-headed Guanyin in. Under the strong pressure of Yuan Ji, Earth Evil finally tried his best to summon the 9-headed strange infant. As soon as the 9-headed Gang saw Yuan Ji, he bizarrely immediately agreed to all Yuan Ji's requests and led Yuan Ji into the Abyss Tomb. The real entrance to the Abyss Tomb is under the 9th level Shrunming formation. This secret is known only to the 9-headed Wei Ying itself, and no other creature in the Abyss Tomb knows about it. The 9-headed Gang is going to take Yuan Ji to a sunny place. But at this moment, he sensed someone moving the 9th level Shrunming formation. The 9-headed strange baby stopped in midair. The mysterious man had told him that the formation must be in good condition, otherwise, he would personally come and take its life away. The 9-headed Wei Ying said to Yuan Ji, you wait for me with Disha first, I have to deal with some things. Yuan Ji's eyes were cold. What are you going to do? Is there something wrong with the 9th level Shrunming formation? This is our Tomb of the Abyss matter and has nothing to do with you. I'm just being merciful by letting you in, the 9-headed Wei Ying said coldly. If it wasn't afraid that Yuan Ji would destroy the formation in a fit of anger, it wouldn't let Yuan Ji in at all. Really, Yuan Ji said, condensing an attack in his hand and attacking the 9-headed Wei Ying. Yuan Ji's attack was sudden, and the 9-headed Gang Ying had no time to react. Boom. A baby-like head was chopped off. Hum. The 9-headed baby screamed. Yuan Ji, you are seeking death. Don't think that because you are the darkest one, I won't dare to kill you. One of the 9-headed creepy infant's heads is elongated, its facial features are distorted, and its mouth is wide open. It can swallow a person in one bite. You know that I am Yuan Ji, and I can understand that. After all, Yu Ming-kun has your undercover agent there, but why do you know that I am the darkest one? It is absolutely impossible for Yu Ming-kun to reveal this information to the undercover agent. After Yuan Ji finished speaking, he dodged the head stretched out by the nine-headed Wei Ying, and crushed the head on the ground with his foot. Hum. A shrill scream sounded. The nine-headed baby failed to swallow Yuan Ji, and the other head showed a ferocious expression, and also opened its mouth and rushed towards Yuan Ji with a bloody mouth. Yuan Ji, you should die. Yuan Ji smiled strangely, and wisps of grey mist spilled out of his body. When the two heads of the nine-headed infant came closer, two grey silk threads appeared in the grey mist, wrapping around the heads and binding them tightly. Have you known for a long time that I am the darkest one? And what's going on with the ninth-level shrining formation? Yuan Ji asked coldly. Two of the nine-headed babies were restrained and could not move. There was panic in their eyes. Why could Yuan Ji be so strong? This is completely different from what the mysterious man said. Boom. A head fell to the ground. You still have 7 heads and 7 chances. Who told you that I belong to the darkest one? Yuan Ji's smile was full of cruelty. The nine-headed baby hesitated for a moment before another head fell to the ground. It was completely panicked now. Seeing Yuan Ji preparing to attack its 4th head. The nine-headed infant has completely forgotten the fear left by the mysterious man back then. Don't do it, I said, Yuan Ji, stop it. Nine-headed Wei Ying roared. Tell me. Yuan Ji looked at the nine-headed Wei Ying and said. The nine-headed baby glanced at the earth demon, stretched out one of its heads, swallowed the earth demon that was still shaking, and then said in a trembling voice, not long after the war of the gods ended, a mysterious man found me and told me you might show up and asked me to be careful about you. Yuan Ji said slowly, continue, I want to hear everything you know, about the battlefield of the gods, about the 9th level shrining formation, about the netherworld Kun. Just as Juto Guiying wanted to say that he didn't know, he received a threat from Yuan Ji. Juto Wei Ying gritted his teeth, weighed it up, and decided to tell Yuan Ji something. I don't know much about the war of the gods, but I was one of the first creatures to appear here. I devoured many remnant souls before I learned some of the truth. In the war of the gods faced the mysterious man. The reason why they had no resistance was because traitors appeared among the gods. Those traitors seemed to come from the holy place where the divine world originated. The leader of the traitors is Zhenren Baiming. As for the others, I don't know. This 9th level shrining formation suddenly appeared in the abyss tomb. It was not arranged by me. I cannot break the formation. I tried to break through the formation, and when I reached the 9th level, I automatically returned to the 1st level. Those beasts in the 9th level shrining formation got in for no reason, and then they were trapped in it and couldn't get out. When the nine-headed Wei Ying said this, he suddenly felt a chill coming over him. The coldness comes from Yuan Ji. The nine-headed infant shivered. It didn't understand why a ghost cultivator like it could feel the coldness on Yuan Ji's body. Obviously the yin energy it cultivates is also extremely yin and cold. The nine-headed baby did not dare to think for too long. I later found out that the 9th order shrining formation was set up by a masked man in black, and it asked me to guard the formation here. I want to refuse, but I can't defeat him, so I can only agree to guard the formation. Anyway, if the formation is at the entrance, it can also cover the real entrance to the abyss tomb, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's just that this shrining formation is a bit evil. When I went to break through it, there was nothing on the 7th floor. The old man from Tiangang 9th hall almost died in it when I went to break through. Yu Ming-kun broke through once, and nothing happened on the 7th floor. Only the old man was injured. I guess the 7th level is only dangerous to humans. I know something about Netherworld Kun. It is a beast from ancient times. It is very powerful, but it seems that it does not dare to do anything. It has injuries in its body. However, Yu Ming-kun has something in his hand, which is very mysterious. I captured some information from the remnant souls of some gods. It seems to be a plan called the Tianquan plan. I heard that it was left by a heavenly performer in ancient times. I heard that as long as you get that opportunity, you can control the laws of the entire plane, surpass the avenues of the plane, and gain supreme strength. That's all I know. I've told you all. The nine-headed Wei Ying was afraid that Yuan Ji would do something to it, so it spoke very fast. Yuan Ji's eyes flashed with excitement after hearing the words of the nine-headed Wei Ying. The mysterious man dared to return to the battlefield. Isn't he afraid of Mo? Wait, why do you know that I am the darkest one? Yuan Ji's eyes gradually turned cold. I saw it from the memory of a remnant soul. He seemed to know that you would hide in the body of a man named Niu Chen, and that you would come here and that your strength would be damaged. The voice of Tu Juing became smaller and smaller. It actually wants to lead Yuan Ji in and find a way to plot against Yuan Ji. I never thought that the weakness in remnant soul's memory was different from what it understood. Even if Yuan Ji's strength is damaged, it is still not something it can deal with. The nine-headed Guiying only has endless regrets in his heart at this moment. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 753 Array. What are the characteristics of the remnant soul you mentioned? Yuan Ji thought of the soul-eating goo mother goo that escaped from his hand. He took the soul-eating goo from the hands of the ancestor of the Jiang family. After he got the thing, he used the power of darkness to control it tightly without any accidents. But now the soul-eating goo has escaped directly from his control and is missing. The saint ancestor of the Jiang family is a natural performer. If the person the nine-headed Guanying is talking about is the saint ancestor of the Jiang family, it means that all his experiences are part of the calculations of the saint ancestor of the Jiang family. Yuan Ji thought about everything about meeting the ancestor of the Jiang family. After recalling the characteristics of the remnant soul, the nine-headed Guiying noticed that Yuan Ji seemed to be in a bad mood. The nine-headed baby was nervous for a while, for fear of being beheaded, and quickly explained, that remnant soul is very different from the other remnant souls. Almost all remnant souls are formed by the residual thoughts of the gods after the death. Only the remnant soul statue live soul. That remnant soul has no memory of the battle of the gods, but it does have many memories from ancient times. In addition, I feel that the remnant soul was deliberately separated. Based on my experience as a ghost cultivator. The owner of the remnant soul must have deliberately given up the vitality of the body, but was afraid that the complete soul would be too powerful, so he deliberately divided the soul so that the power would be divided and it would not attract the attention of the strong. I have devoured several identical remnant souls, and the memories inside are very few, but very complete. I send my subordinates to look for the main souls of the remnant souls, but they searched the entire battlefield of the gods and couldn't find them. I also never encountered those remnant souls again. After the nine-headed Gang finished his explanation, he observed Yuan Ji's expression. Yuan Ji's eyes showed a dangerous look, and the corners of his lips curved into a sly smile, so that's it, he's really good at calculating. Immediately, Yuan Ji looked at the nine-headed Wei Ying and said coldly, take me to the 9th level Shrine formation. Okay, the nine-headed Wei Ying did not dare to delay and took action immediately. But when the nine-headed Wei Ying led Yuan Ji to the entrance of the Abyss Tomb, he found that it could not open the formation door. The nine-headed creepy infant tried several times, but was unable to enter the space where the 9th level Shrine formation was located. What's going on? Yuan Ji asked. Master Yuan Ji, someone has sealed the Abyss Tomb outside, and I cannot open the formation. The nine-headed Wei Ying said cautiously. At the same time, there was fear in its eyes. The inability to open the formation means that there is a problem with the 9th level Shrine formation. If the mysterious person knows about this, it will definitely have no head. The nine-headed Gang could only look at Yuan Ji eagerly, hoping that he could open this place. Yuan Ji stepped forward and placed his palm on the formation. The formation lit up, but then disappeared instantly. Yuan Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a more powerful force outside that opened the formation. Master Yuan Ji, what should we do? The nine-headed baby is about to cry. The 9th level Shrine formation is its head and its life. There must be no accident. Don't talk, stay away from here. Yuan Ji said coldly. The nine-headed infant suddenly jumped into the distance. Yuan Ji waved his palm, and a mysterious power appeared from his hand. Several ancient runes appeared around him. Yuan Ji's hair also turned silver at this time, and the temperament around him became cold, dark, and terrifying. Mysterious power constantly overflowed from Yuan Ji's body and invaded the formation. The formation trembled, and runes lit up on it, seeming to be resisting Yuan Ji's power. Immediately afterwards, the ancient runes lingering around Yuan Ji fell into the formation. Rumble. The entire entrance shook. When the nine-headed Wei Ying not far away saw the scene, there was both fear and anxiety in his eyes. Yuan Ji was not breaking the formation at all, he was going to demolish this place directly. Lord Yuan Ji, after this place is destroyed, the entrance to the Abyss Tomb will be exposed. The nine-headed Wei Ying looked like it wanted to stop but didn't dare. It shrank its head and reminded softly. Yuan Ji didn't look back, that's your business. He has determined that the saint ancestor of the Jiang family is hiding in the 9th level Shrine formation. At this time, Fang Qinggran had probably met the ancestor of the Jiang family. Ping Feng Qinggran's Taoism was no match for that 10,000-year-old fox, and Yuan Ji had a bolder guess in his mind. Maybe the holy master of the Jiang family sent the soul-eating goo to him on purpose. Then, he used Niu Dao to cultivate the soul-eating goo, and then planted the soul-eating goo into Fang Qingwu's body, which was within the expectations of the ancestor of the Jiang family. Even the fact that he would come here was planned by the saint ancestor of the Jiang family. He has never suffered such a big loss at the hands of one person. Even if he fights against Mo, he can't beat Mo at most. In terms of suffering, he really has never suffered at the hands of Mo. When Yuan Ji thought of this, the cold light in his eyes became even stronger. The ancestor of the Jiang family must die in his hands. Yuan Ji moved his fingers slightly, drawing runes in the air, and one rune after another fell into the formation gate. There are cracks in the formation. It's almost impossible to hold on to this strength. The nine-headed infant didn't dare to make any more noise, so he could only set up a barrier to protect himself. At the entrance to the Abyss Tomb, next to the Shrine formation, Zhu Zhao stood up and looked solemnly into the darkness. Although nothing can be seen there, the candlelight can detect danger. Someone is trying to destroy the formation it has set up and break into this place. Zhu Zhao didn't know who was about to break in, so he didn't dare to take it lightly. Zhu Zhao gathers strength and strengthens the formation. However, the formation was in turmoil at this time. Zhu Zhao transforms into his true body and uses all his power. But it still didn't work. The power used by the opponent was in conflict with it, and it couldn't suppress the power of breaking the formation. Zhu Zhao was very conflicted in his heart. If he used the power left by Tai Yuing, it could completely cope with the crisis at hand. But once he uses that power, it means that the only way to resurrect Yuing is to trace back the long river of time. Too hard. Regardless of how powerful it and Yuing are. Just going back to the period when they were born can almost exhaust the strength of a strong man in the void. When the candlelight was measured, a crack had appeared on the formation. Zhu Zhao had no time to hesitate. He decisively crushed the ball of power, and a steady stream of power poured into its body. Most of its strength was restored instantly. Zhu Zhao immediately mobilized his power and activated the formation barrier. The cracks in the barrier disappeared. The sense of danger disappeared immediately. Zhu Zhao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and murmured to himself, Yuing, wait for me. When Master Fang doesn't need me, I will definitely try my best to find you. Yuan Zhizheng looked at the suddenly repaired formation with cold eyes. He could sense that the power just now was the power of Tai Yuing. Fang Qinggran was obviously only accompanied by Zhu Zhao, so why did Tai Yuing appear? Back then, didn't Tai Yuing submit to the mysterious man and be willing to become the puppet of the Mother of Decay? Tai Yuing, who has become a puppet, cannot stand on Zhujiao's side, let alone give Zhujiao power. Could it be that Tai Nuing has counterattacked the Mother of Decay? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 754 Yuan Ji asks for cooperation. Tomb of the Abyss. The 9th level shrining formation has disappeared. The real entrance appears. Fang Qingran stood up with a pale face, looking a little weak. She swallowed a pill and felt much better instantly. Zhujiao turned into a black cat again and landed on her shoulder. Masked Phoenix, are you okay? It's okay, it's just an accident. I sent the 9th level shrining formation into the hidden area of the void space. I can't explore the situation inside now. Fang Qingran said. It's probably the void goo that caused the trouble. I'll go in and take a look, and you ask the iron-eating beast to come out and follow you. After Zhujiao said that, he ducked into the void space. Compared to the dangers in the abyss tomb, the void goo is obviously more terrifying. Fang Qingran released Fang Yuyu. Fang Yuyu happily handed the half-eaten bamboo to Fang Qingran. Eat. I won't eat. Fang Qingran's eyes showed joy and she rubbed Fang Yuyu's head. Fang Qingran walked to the abyss tomb formation gate and thought about how to enter. After moving the 9th order shrining formation, she would probably be hunted down by the 9-headed phantom infant. At this moment, the god-killing spear and the 10,000 ghost flags appeared in front of Fang Qingran. Before Fang Qingran could speak, the sharp blade of the god-killing spear pierced the formation gate. Click. A crack appeared. Boom. The formation gate collapsed. In an instant, countless ghost powers rushed out and headed towards Fang Qingran. The Wangui flag floated in front of Fang Qingran. The flag moved a few times, and all the ghost power disappeared. At the same time, a roaring voice came, which bastard destroyed my formation. Get out of here. The voice fell. A thing with 6 baby heads floated out. The lower body of the thing had no legs, and looked like a floating cloud. The upper body looks like a baby, but the body is too large. On the 6 heads, 6 pairs of round eyes were all staring at Fang Qingran. It was you who destroyed my formation. The 9-headed Wei Ying asked fiercely. Who are you? Fang Qingran said, counting the other person's head carefully again. The 9-headed baby becomes a 6-headed baby. Hey, where is my 9th level shrining formation? Are you the one who caused it? The 9-headed Wei Ying infant was extremely irritable and blamed Fang Qingran for the anger he received from Yuan Ji. Its neck was stretched out, and its facial features were twisted as it rushed toward Fang Qingran. Before Fang Qingran made any move, a wisp of grey mist fell in front of the head. Swish. The 9-headed baby retracted its head and said to Yuan Ji, who was a few steps behind, Master Yuan Ji, she is this hateful person. She destroyed the formation gate, and she may have stolen the 9th level Xuanming formation. Yuan Ji walked out of the darkness, with a slender figure, his silver hair simply tied up, and a smile on his lips. He really had the temperament of a handsome young man. Miss Fang, have you ever encountered a special remnant soul in the Xuanming formation? The cold aura on Yuan Ji's body was much less, and it felt more evil. The 6 pairs of eyes of the 9-headed infant stared at Yuan Ji at the same time. They looked at Yuan Ji with suspicion and shock. Could it be that Yuan Ji was switched? Fang Qingran didn't notice the strange behavior of the 9-headed infant. She found that Yuan Ji was very similar to Mu Chen at this moment. Did he merge with Mu Chen's soul? Yuan Ji, where is your soul eating goo? Fang Qingran asked without answering. It seems that Miss Fang has met the person who plotted against your mother. That person not only plotted against your mother, but you are also one of his pawns. Yuan Ji said halfway and looked at the 9-headed Wei Ying, which always felt a bit annoying. Yuan Ji said to the 9-headed Guy, you leave, I have some things to discuss with Miss Fang. Master Yuan Ji, I still need to ask about the whereabouts of the 9th level Xuanming formation, otherwise. Ugh. The 9-headed baby looked at the head that fell to the ground, and screamed with fear. It quickly rolled up its head and left. If it doesn't leave, its head will be burned by Yuan Ji. The head is where its power is stored, and the more it loses, the weaker it becomes. When Yuan Ji saw the 9-headed strange infant leaving, he raised his hand to set up a barrier. Miss Fang, how about cooperation? Why should we cooperate? Fang Qingran did not reject Yuan Ji immediately. This was a good opportunity for her to find out the news. Miss Fang and I are in the same situation, and win-win cooperation is naturally the best choice. Yuan Ji looked serious, without the disdain and arrogance he had when facing Fang Qingran before. Fang Qingran's eyes became sharp and she looked at Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji, you are the murderer of my mother. Why do you think I will believe your words? Yuan Ji thought for a moment and said, if Miss Fang still rejects me after listening to what I'm going to say next, I will leave. Fang Qingran said nothing. Yuan Ji looked serious. I had no intention of breaking into the Shuanshu plain. I followed Mu Wudao here. Regarding that guy, I am still a little curious about his purpose of coming here. When I entered the Shuanshu plain, I discovered the aura of the immortal domain lord, so I became more interested in this plane. It is difficult to enter the real plane. First, your mother established a domain to block all outsiders. I cannot break the boundary of the domain. The second is that if you want to enter the real plane, you must go through the 19 levels of hell. There are layers of formations and strong men there. Mu Wudao and I are blocked in the domain and cannot break through. So we all had a tacit understanding to hide it, but not long after, I discovered that there was a loophole in the domain. An outsider used his own sacrifice to send something into the lower plane. That's the range we're in now. When I saw this, I found an outsider and asked it to be sacrificed, but I failed to enter the real plane. I went to the 19th level of hell. I met the saint ancestor of the Jiang family there, and he negotiated with me. As long as I cooperate with him, he will give me the opportunity to enter. At that time, I thought I could control everything, so I agreed to the proposal of the saint ancestor of the Jiang family. The funny thing is I was the pawn. I got the soul-eating goo from the ancestor of the Jiang family. He asked me to plant the Z goo into your mother's body. I agreed and also stole his mother goo. After getting the soul-eating goo, I pretended to be a strong man from the Guardian Domain and lurked next to your mother. I discovered that your mother had the Order of Law in her hand. The Emperor-level soul-eating goo alone could not control your mother, so I set my sights on the predator Mu Wudao. From here on, Mu Wudao, me, and your mother formed a trio to eliminate countless ambitious outsiders. Your mother also trusted Mu Wudao and me more and more. Until the mysterious man shows up. The mysterious man easily destroyed the Great Evolution Universe formation. It is impossible for your mother to agree to their entry into the plane. As the master of the plane, she has the righteousness of the common people in her heart. She wants to protect the plane through sacrifice. However, Mu Wudao and I know very well that even if your mother is sacrificed, she cannot be the opponent of the mysterious man. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 755 The Forbidden Sun, Additional Update 2. Mu Wudao and I, with our own purposes, forced your mother and a group of strong men from the protection domain into the boundary of the alien space formation to avoid the mysterious man. When we entered the formation, your mother didn't discover our identities at first, but when she asked us to open the formation, we didn't agree, so she attacked me. We didn't want to get into trouble with her, we just avoided her attacks, but your mother soon discovered our identities. After the mysterious people leave the Xuanchu plane, the formation disappears. She revealed our identity and wants to send us away. I can't leave. I plotted against Mu Wudao. Mu Wudao was anxious to get the sky-opening axe to kill the predators and avenge his lover, but your mother didn't have the sky-opening axe in her hand, so I encouraged Mu Wudao to enter the plane and ask the Lord of the Immortal Domain for help. Mu Wudao believed me and discussed it with your mother, but your mother rejected him. Mu Wudao chose to hand over Mu Chanjue as a hostage to your mother. The cauldron that sealed Mu Chanjue contained the soul-eating goo that I placed on it. That's a void goo cultivated by predators. It entered your mother's body and she can't expel it or eliminate it at all. However, your mother is the master of the plane after all. It is impossible for her to succumb to the soul-eating goo. She took out all the orders of the law, summoned the power of the law, and sent away all the hidden outsiders with a strong attitude. At this point, only Mu Wudao and I left. Mu Wudao's body was hollowed out by the goo and he had nowhere to go. He chose to sacrifice and send your mother into the plane, preventing your mother from preparing to die with the soul-eating goo. I was preparing to enter the plane with your mother, but I was tricked by Mu Wudao. I lost most of my strength and body before entering here. Later, I have been recuperating in Mu Chen's body. When my strength recovered, I discovered traces of your mother again. She was the Lord of Heaven at that time. Yuan Ji stopped here and looked at Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran's eyes were complicated, and her heart was filled with emotions. Was she the Immortal Domain Master again? It seems that this person appears at all key nodes. Who is he? Why does he feel familiar in his heart but not in his memory? There is also a slight discrepancy between what Yuan Ji said and what the fourth senior brother said. There was no one named Mu Wudao in what the fourth senior brother said, and there was no mention of a sky-opening axe. Yuan Ji, what you just said doesn't mean anything. I've known it for a long time. Feng Qingran's eyes flashed darkly, and Yuan Ji's sudden change was very strange. Yuan Ji has always been unscrupulous and has no track to follow. His friend at this moment is not at all trustworthy. Yuan Ji looked at Feng Qingran confidently and said, of course it doesn't mean anything. You should really want to know what I'm going to say next, about the reason why your mother gave birth to you, and the secret of your rebirth. The battlefield of the gods. After Mu Chanjue and others got out of trouble, they received news that Feng Qingran entered the Abyss Tomb alone. They were very worried, but there was nothing they could do. They could only choose to go to the Abyss Tomb as soon as possible. However, they were disoriented and could not find their bearings by any means. A few people looked a little frustrated. Just stop and practice. Instead of wasting time, it is better to improve your strength. Time passed by for a long time. Bailey Wenyu felt a strange movement and took the lead in quitting practice. Not far from him, a dragon with 3 heads appeared. The 3-headed dragon looked around and found no invisibility charms on them. Bailey Wenyu quietly woke up the other 3 people. They followed the 3-headed dragon. Soon, a 2-headed demon appeared next to the 3-headed dragon. What's going on in the Abyss Tomb? Did Yuan Ji and the 9-headed Wenying fight? Asked the 3-headed dragon. The 2-headed demon moaned a few times, as if communicating with the 3-headed dragon. The 3-headed dragon was shocked. Are you sure? The 2-headed demon nodded. The 3-headed dragon looked slightly confused. The 9th level Shranding formation has disappeared. Do you know who it is related to? The 2-headed demon Eclipse made a sound, explaining something. A stern look appeared in the eyes of the 3-headed dragon. You go back and continue to watch. If you have any news, please send it to me at any time. The 2-headed demon Eclipse turned around and was about to leave. But the 3-headed Zhao called out to it, wait a minute, Yuan Ji really asked the 4-headed Zhao about my child. What's the attitude of the 4-headed Zhao? The 2-headed demon Eclipse didn't know what to answer. The 3-headed dragon exuded a cold feeling and was extremely dissatisfied. Stand back, the 3-headed dragon said absently. The 2-headed demons disappeared into the ground. The 3-headed dragon froze there, seeming to be thinking about something, and said to himself, I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to protect you. It's already a luxury for you to be born safely. How should I get out of this cage? Not far away, the 4 of them heard the words of the 3-headed dragon and the 2-headed demon Eclipse, and they were very worried about Feng Qingran. Their eyes met, and they had a tacit understanding with each other, and decided to find the location of the Abyss Tomb first. The 3-headed dragon in front of him is the key to finding the location. Bailey Wenyu patted his chest to the remaining 3 people and motioned to hand it over to him. He walked towards the 3-headed dragon, tore off the invisibility charm and took out a beast-controlling food. When Sanshi Zhao saw Bailey Wenyu, his whole body suddenly became cold. What did you hear? I didn't hear much, just enough of it all. Bailey Wenyu finished speaking, and 3 dragon heads one after another pounced on Bailey Wenyu. Wait, I can save the child in your belly. Bailey Wenyu shouted loudly. The 3-headed dragon paused and looked at Bailey Wenyu. Can you really save my child? Bailey Wenyu nodded confidently. I'm very sure. I have learned how to control beasts and I know a lot about beast cubs. The cub in your belly should have been born a long time ago, right? The 3-headed dragon's eyes were filled with haze, staring at Bailey Wenyu in silence. Bailey Wenyu continued. You have been pregnant with this fetus for at least tens of thousands of years. It was going to be born tens of thousands of years ago. Someone used a secret method to force it to stay in your belly and keep it there. To draw your strength. What else do you know? How should I trust you? The coldness in the eyes of the 3-headed dragon disappeared a lot. It really didn't want its child to become the puppet of Netherworld Kun. But it can't help it. You can only live as a puppet. I also know that you are pregnant with the forbidden child. The reason why it was not born is because it has not yet reached the level that can destroy the world, no. Bailey Wenyu looked at the belly of the 3-headed dragon, and his expression suddenly became solemn. What's wrong? The 3-headed dragon asked nervously. You should be pregnant with 3 cubs, but they're fighting in an urn, just like refining goo. Only one can live to the end and become the goo king. The remaining 2 cubs seem to be. Bailey Wenyu stopped here, his eyes full of disbelief. The 3-headed dragon was extremely anxious. Is there any way to stop them? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 756 Urn. Bailey Wenyu stared at the belly of the 3-headed dragon and fell into silence. His expression also changed with time, becoming more solemn. Bailey Wenyu asked slightly hesitantly, Can I touch your belly? I can't determine Zai Zai's condition with my spiritual consciousness. He knew the question was presumptuous. After all, he and the 3-headed dragon didn't trust each other. The abdomen is the weak point of the 3-headed dragon. If he takes the opportunity to attack it, he would also be worried that the 3-headed dragon would suddenly attack him. The distance between the two is close, so it depends on who moves faster. What is a forbidden child? The 3-headed dragon looked at Bailey Wenyu with cold eyes. It obviously didn't want him to touch its belly. No dragon will expose its abdomen easily. Their vitality is hidden there. What's more, it is still pregnant with Zai Zai. Bailey Wenyu said in a deep voice, once a forbidden child is born, the first person to suffer is the mother. All forbidden children are poisonous bodies. Wherever they go, there will be death within 100 miles. The forbidden son is still an existence that will be punished by heaven and earth. The moment they are born, 18 heavenly punishments will fall. Only after they have endured the punishment from heaven can they continue to live. The sons of taboo practice by absorbing bad luck and death energy. As they grow up, the range of death energy produced will become wider and wider. Children of taboos generally do not live past the age of 18. If they want to continue living, they will have to bear more punishment from heaven. However, the way they practice is incompatible with heaven and earth. It is difficult to resist the punishment from heaven in the future. Bailey Wenyu told everything he knew. If they can control the poisonous body, will heaven tolerate them? The 3-headed dragon still wants his cub to be born. If possible, they definitely don't want to become the children of the taboo. They're not wrong, the one who is wrong is Netherworld Kun. Even if they can be controlled, they can only reduce the scope of the death energy, but cannot eliminate their own death energy. Unless they are fixed in one place in the future, otherwise the places they pass will lose all life. Bailey Wenyu said with an expression. Said seriously. The forbidden son will not be too harmful to the strong. Strong people have protective barriers, and most of them are people with strong luck. But there are only a few strong people in the world. By practicing according to the ancient techniques taught by the seniors, one can break through the transformation into a god, which is unique among the 10,000. The current cultivators in the immortal world and the divine world are not as powerful as the ancient gods. Therefore, once the forbidden child in the belly of the 3-headed dragon is born, all creatures in the 3,000 worlds will suffer. Anyone who raises a son of taboos has a heart that can be punished. Of course, the best way is to prevent the forbidden child from being born in the belly of the 3-headed dragon. But Bailey Wenyu knew that the 3-headed dragon would not agree. Everything that exists is reasonable, and there must be a way. The key now is to make them stop fighting. The 3-headed dragon didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly became irritable. The 3-headed dragon stared at Bailey Wenyu. You must have a way to stop them from fighting, right? You can't ignore death, they are also living beings, and they don't understand anything. Bailey Wenyu found that the 3-headed dragon was a little crazy, so he ducked away from the 3-headed dragon. Sure enough, the next moment, a 2-headed demon eclipse emerged from where Bailey Wenyu was before. Bailey Wenyu shouted in his heart that it was bad and wanted to fly into the sky, but all his strength was instantly restrained. Bailey Wenyu shouted into the air, Don't come over, I can handle it. With the invisibility charmer fixed in the air, the 3 of them stopped and prepared to attack. Digu Janyi and Mu Chanjua's eyes met. It was clear that there were only 3-headed dragons and 2-headed demons. They started to save people and fled immediately. Why didn't the 6th junior brother let them do it? But Ning Shiyu understood Bailey Wenyu instantly, and there was something hidden in the dark. The 3-headed dragon is probably the bait. Below. Bailey Wenyu stood stiffly on the spot, his beautiful pupils showing a calm look. He had focused entirely on the forbidden son just now, and he even forgot that the 3-headed dragon was also an enemy. The 3-headed dragon looked at Bailey Wenyu with complicated eyes. 3-headed dragon, I asked you to lure him out, but I didn't ask you to ask other questions. A voice sounded faintly. Then the figure of Netherworld Kun appeared. I just wanted to test how much he knew. I was worried that he knew how to deal with the forbidden son, so I asked a few more questions. The 3-headed dragon lowered its head and said respectfully. He is just a chess piece. No matter how much we know, he will not pose a threat to us. You must not have any objections. Yu Mingkun's eyes were a little more majestic, and a terrifying pressure shrouded the three dragons. The head of the three-headed dragon almost touched the ground, and he said extremely humbly, yes. But its lowered eyes were filled with strong hatred and ridicule. The more Bailey Wen is a chess piece, how can he not be a chess piece? It even has to obey the arrangements of Netherworld Kun whether it is pregnant with cubs and when it will give birth to cubs. Bailey Wenyu is a chess piece with a sense of resistance. It is a chess piece like a puppet. Yu Mingkun didn't care what the three-headed dragon thought at all. Anyway, as long as the Forbidden Sun was cultivated, the three-headed dragon would lose its value. Yu Mingkun's eyes fell on Bailey Wenyu. Where are the other three people? Bailey Wenyu remained silent. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. As long as I touch you, they will appear. Yu Mingkun gave the three-headed dragon a cold glance. The tail of the three-headed dragon struck Bailey Wenyu hard on the back. Bailey Wenyu flew backwards and fell to the ground, his protective barrier shuddering. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The three-headed dragon stretched out its tail, preparing to attack again. Wait a minute. After Yu Mingkun finished speaking, he turned into a human and landed in front of Bailey Wenyu. He bent down and touched the blood on the ground with his fingertips. Yu Mingkun looked at the blood on his fingertips with dark eyes, and roughly grabbed Bailey Wenyu's wrist to explore the breath in his body. Yu Mingkun's expression changed several times, and he asked doubtfully, if it's not a demon, why is there the blood of the nine-tailed fox in the body? Nine-tailed fox bloodline. What Feng Qinggran said flashed through Bailey Wenyu's mind. He is not of Bailey's blood. He was carried back to Bailey's house silently by Bailey Yuan, and there was no information about his identity in God's abandoned land. You don't know it yourself. Yu Mingkun had a smile on his face. Bailey Wenyu didn't even know it, which meant that he was not a popular existence. Yu Mingkun observed the blood stains on his fingertips. Just a little blood stain could detect the power of blood. It seemed that Bailey Wenyu's blood was very pure. Demons and beasts have the same blood. It can completely use Bailey Wenyu's bloodline to enhance its strength. It's a pity that we can't attack Bailey Wenyu now. We must send them to the Abyss Tomb to complete a task. Yu Mingkun returned to his true form and said to the three-headed dragon, don't touch him. Send him directly to the Abyss Tomb. I believe the other three people will follow. The three-headed dragon nodded in response. Three-headed dragon, what you are carrying in your belly is indeed the forbidden child. I have been letting them fight in the urn. Now the last two are about to decide the winner. If you have other ideas, you will die first. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 757 Instigating Rebellion with Three Dragons. The three-headed dragon looked at the place where Netherworld Kun disappeared, with hatred in their eyes. Roll up Bailey Wenyu and head towards the Abyss Tomb. It's lying to you. Zai Zai has just started fighting. It's still too late to stop it now. Bailey Wenyu said weakly. The three-headed dragon kept moving and did not turn to look at Bailey Wenyu. In the air. Do you feel anything is wrong? Mu Chanjue asked via voice message. Ning Shiyu nodded. Yes, the three dragons have always wanted to send us to the Abyss Tomb, but Senior told us that it is best not to go to the Abyss Tomb easily. Degu Janyi said coldly. From the moment we stepped into the battlefield of the gods, all our actions seemed to be controlled by hands in the dark. We were born in different eras from them. Why do they know that we are coming here? Yes, from the moment I stepped here, every step I took seemed to have been arranged by someone. Ning Shiyu continued. When Mu Chanjue heard what the two said, his eyes were dark. Isn't the chess piece's life arranged by others? Ning Shiyu suddenly asked seriously. Second senior brother, fourth senior brother, do you feel that your current experience is somewhat similar to our experience in the land abandoned by God? At that time, all the ancient tribes were also chess pieces of the Bailey family. Ever since Ning Shiyu broke through the heaven-seeing realm and began to understand Taoism, she often saw some strange memories that did not belong to her. Those memories include her tragic experiences and others. Degu Janyi and Mu Chanjue looked at each other, their eyes revealing everything. At the same time. Below. The three-headed dragon has brought Bailey Wenyu to an abyss. Three-headed dragon, I have a way to stop them from continuing to fight with the urn. Bailey Wenyu was afraid of being thrown down by the three-headed dragon. What's the use of stopping it? After all, the fate of the forbidden children is not under my control. I don't want them to endure my suffering anymore. The three-headed dragon said calmly. You want to find it and die together. Bailey Wenyu sounded very surprised. The three-headed dragon looked at Bailey Wenyu with deathly eyes. I originally didn't have the confidence to drag Netherworld Kun to death together, but you showed up. If I swallow your nine-tailed fox blood, I will definitely take revenge. Bailey Wenyu. Bailey Wenyu felt that he was really unlucky. Three-headed dragon, don't be impulsive. There is a way to change the fate of the forbidden sun. Really, don't rush to die. You still have 2 lives in your belly. How to change? San Shujiao asked calmly. This. The three dragons moved a few times, and Bailey Wenyu successfully saw the abyss below. Transfer his destiny to someone else, so that the punishment from heaven will be on someone else, and this person can still practice with the bad luck and death energy. Bailey Wenyu started to make nonsense. He only knew the horror of the forbidden sun. I don't know how to save the forbidden sun. Because if it were outside, the forbidden child would never have a chance to be born. How to pass it on? The eyes of the three-headed dragon looked a little more alive. I can't tell you this now, what if you regret it? But I can make them stop fighting first and let them both survive. Bailey Wenyu said with a little sincerity. Only one of the forbidden children can survive in the world. If only the 2 cubs in the belly of the three-headed dragon survived. They won't have a chance to be born. Of course Bailey Wenyu would not tell San Shujiao these things. Never doubt a mother's love for her child. Even when the three-headed dragon knew the danger of the forbidden sun, he still wanted to save his cub, not the common people. So Bailey Wenyu no longer expected that the three-headed dragon would not give birth to a forbidden son. Okay, San Shijiao placed Bailey Wenyu on the edge of the cliff and said coldly, if you dare to lie to me, I will attack you immediately. Bailey Wenyu didn't dare to delay, so he took out Fushi Chin and started playing. At this moment he couldn't care about anything else. When the music of the piano entered his ears, the three-headed dragon felt a warm current in its abdomen, and then there was a strange force squirming in its abdomen. The three-headed dragon looked wary and did not completely trust Bailey Wenyu. The soul probed into the abdomen, trying to communicate with Zai Zai. Bailey Wenyu saw the action of the three-headed dragon and murmured softly, Senior, can you come to help? I am a disciple of Fuxi's inheritance. He asked me to bring some words to you. Bailey Wenyu had no choice but to turn to Remnant Soul for help. Just as he finished speaking, countless residual souls emerged from the abyss. When the three-headed dragon heard the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling, they immediately realized something was wrong and wanted to control Bailey Wenyu, but it was too late. The Remnant Soul's attack fell on the three-headed dragon. In an instant, one of the three dragon heads fell. Immediately, the three-headed dragon seemed to be controlled by something and could not move at all. A black shadow formed by the Remnant Soul looked at Bailey Wenyu like a death stare. Boy, you said you got Fuxi's inheritance, but do you know how much we hate his betrayal? Bailey Wenyu saluted respectfully and said, Junior Bailey Wenyu has met the seniors. Senior Fushi has never betrayed you. He did not find reinforcements back then. He still has something he wants me to bring to you. What are you saying? Kanhan asked anxiously. Bailey Wenyu read seriously, the vast stars and rivers are broken, and the mountains and rivers carry the road. I only wish that time could be reversed. The Remnant Soul fell into silence. All the remaining souls and resentful spirits around him stopped. The three-headed dragon was no longer restrained. It tucked its tail and wanted to escape. Bailey Wenyu noticed its movements and said, you will die if you go back. You Minkan will definitely notice that the child in your belly has stopped fighting. The three-headed dragon looked at Bailey Wenyu in shock. Didn't you just summon the remaining souls to help? As long as I play the Fushi Chin, they will appear. Bailey Wenyu knew clearly that there must be many residual souls in the Abyss Tomb, and only by using them can we deal with the three dragons. Fu Xichen's aura cannot be concealed. It will definitely bring out the remaining souls. It just so happened that by drawing out the remnant soul, he could not only deal with the three-headed dragon, but also take this opportunity to clear the name of Senior Fushi. Senior Fushi has never betrayed the ancient powers. Why did you save me? The three-headed dragon asked slightly hesitantly. I don't want to be a pawn. I want you to cooperate with me to deal with Netherworld Kun. Bailey Wenyu's eyebrows showed the unique arrogance of a young man, and his eyes were sharp. After Yu Ming Kun probed Bailey Wenyu's strength, he asked, do you know the strength of Yu Ming Kun? Bailey Wenyu said confidently, sometimes if you want to win, you don't necessarily have to rely on strength. It is indeed easier to win if you are stronger. But most of the time, winning or losing a fight is determined by many factors. The battlefield of the gods is a place with the greatest variables. San Shijiao only felt that Bailey Wenyu's words were a bit ridiculous. If you want to win, you must rely on strength. It just depends on whose strength is used. The three-headed dragon glanced at the many remnant souls and asked, do you want to use these remnant souls to deal with Netherworld Kun? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 758 The Origin of Tao Swears. Isn't it possible? Bailey Wenyu looked at the three-headed dragon in confusion. The eyes of the three-headed dragon revealed a strange light. Do you know the origin of the name Netherworld Kun? Bailey Wenyu shook his head sincerely. The three-headed dragon opened his mouth and said, Netherworld means being able to control the cycle of life and death. Kun flies up into the sky as a big rock. The big rock is ferocious in nature and specializes in eating carrion and souls. Kun becomes Kun when it enters the sea. Its size is thousands of feet, and its strength will skyrocket instantly. In ancient times, Kun was a being that no race dared to provoke. You let the remnant soul deal with Netherworld Kun. This allows Netherworld Kun to increase its strength. It is extremely happy. Bailey Wenyu, sometimes in the face of absolute strength, all strategies are redundant. If you want to defeat Yu Ming Kun, you must rely on strength and strategy. You can't outwit it. I have been following Netherworld Kun for at least hundreds of thousands of years. Ever since it appeared, the entire battlefield of the gods has been under its control. The old man from Tiangang 9 Palaces is at least stronger than the Taoist saint. But if he really fights with Yu Ming Kun, he may not be Yu Ming Kun's opponent. There is also the nine-headed strange infant of the Abyss Tomb. It is a ghost cultivator, and its strength is also superior to that of Netherworld Kun. When it fought against Netherworld Kun, it never gained the upper hand. Of course, what you heard may be different from what I said, but don't be fooled by appearances. Netherworld Kun has never shown its true strength. It is just bait. Bailey Wenyu, I might as well tell you that even your desire to instigate rebellion was expected by Yu Ming Kun. It tells me that if you want to work with me, I will. San Shijiao finished his last sentence. Bailey Wenyu felt a bone-chilling chill in his heart. He looked up at the sky, seeming to be thinking about something. Bailey Wenyu, you'd better appease these remnant souls first. The three-headed dragon rolled up its head, stepped aside, and pushed its head back. What the three-headed dragon just said was true. Yu Mingkan figured out the laws of development of all things, but he only forgot about a mother's determination to protect her child. Its three-headed dragon is afraid of death. However, it doesn't want to live a miserable life anymore. It wants its cubs to be born safely, and it wants them to get rid of this puppet-like life. The three-headed dragon looked at Bailey Wenyu with complicated eyes. Can the young master in front of him really be able to deal with Netherworld Kun? If the resistance fails, it and the child will fall into a place of eternal destruction. If they don't resist, maybe one of them can survive. The reason why San Shijiao asked Bailey Wenyu to appease the remnant soul first was to give himself time to think about it. Bailey Wenyu faced the many remnant souls with a solemn mood. Seniors, if you have anything you want to ask, just ask. I will offend you if I wake you up without authorization. A remnant soul sneered, you are indeed guilty, why didn't you wake us up earlier? Another remnant soul said, Murong, don't be so angry. If it hadn't been for his appearance, we might have been in a state of confusion. It's good to finally wake up. HMPH. Boy, you said you are Fuxi's descendant, why don't you have Fuxi's bloodline mark on your body? Did Fuxi just leave you a message? Bailey, when you explained, this junior just received the inheritance of Fuxi Qin by chance. He is not a descendant of Fuxi. Senior Fuxi did only leave this sentence. The rest are exercises and methods of playing Fuxi. Doesn't Fuxi have any descendants? Why should Fuxi Qin be passed on to you? A remnant soul stared at Bailey Wenyu and asked. Bailey Wenyu fell into thinking. Fuxi Qin was given to him by his junior sister. He never thought of asking his junior sister where the piano came from. Could it be that the junior sister is actually a descendant of Fuxi? Bailey Wenyu recalled the scene when Feng Qinggran gave him the Fuxi Qin. A pretty little girl who joined the sect not long ago and has never been to any secret places. She also comes from a small village. It is really possible that it is something passed down from her ancestors. It was not suitable to tell Kanhan about these things yet, he had to ask Feng Qinggran first. Seniors, this Fuxi Qin was contracted by me by chance. I really don't know anything else. Bailey Wenyu said respectfully. You don't know, or don't you want to tell us? A remnant soul obviously saw something else. Bailey Wenyu said in a deep voice, I really don't know. Bailey Wenyu felt that the pressure on his body was relieved a lot. I heard a remnant soul say, since you have inherited the Fuxi Qin, you are bound to be destined to Fuxi. I want you to make an oath to find Fuxi's successor and give him something. Senior, please speak. I want you to swear an oath in the name of the origin of Tao. A remnant soul said. Bailey Wenyu only heard the oath and was about to agree. This senior has gone too far. Is the oath from the origin of Tao something we can use with our strength? Mu Chanjua's figure suddenly fell next to Bailey Wenyu, and the folding fan pressed Bailey Wenyu's hand that was about to swear. When Kanhan saw Mu Chanjue, he seemed a little dissatisfied. Who are you? Mu Chanjue smiled and said, Junior Mu Chanjue. But those who knew Mu Chanjue could tell that his smile never reached his eyes. Obviously, Mu Chanjue was angry. You think I went too far? I swore by the Tao just to restrain him and not give him a chance to regret. Kanhan asked. It predicted that Mu Chanjue would only be able to see into the heavens and not understand the true nature of things. Those who have access to the source information are Taoist level experts. There is a huge gap between Tao and Tao origin. Senior, please make it clear next time. A dangerous light flashed in Mu Chanjua's peach blossom eyes. He really doesn't understand the origin of Tao. But he knew that this was what his father swore to use, which meant that it could not be used by their level. Level up challenges are life or death uncertain. People who practice Taoism should not swear oaths beyond their level, especially if they swear in the name of Taoism indiscriminately. HMPH. The remnant soul snorted coldly and stopped talking. Another remnant soul smiled and said, Murong had a good relationship with Fuxi back then, so what he said was inappropriate. Boy Bailey, you just have to swear that you will hand this thing over to Fuxi's descendants. We don't ask for anything extra. Mu Chanjue put his arm on Bailey Wenyu's shoulder and spoke out first. Seniors, how are you sure that Senior Fuxi has any descendants? Or what should we do if we don't find any descendants of Fuxi? Something was obviously wrong with the group of remnant souls in front of them. The sixth junior brother is really stupid and can't tell the difference. Fuxi must have descendants. Before the mysterious man came, Nuwa gave away the children. Kanhan said with certainty. Back then, Nuwa believed the prophecy of the ancestor of the Jiang family and sent away her and Fuxi's child. But she and Fuxi didn't leave. They said they would stay and protect the common people. Remnant soul lost consciousness for a moment, looked at the Fuxi Qin in Bailey Wenyu's hand, and said firmly, as long as it is there, you will definitely be able to find Fuxi's descendants, and maybe they will come back to you. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 759 Descendants of Fuxi. Mu Chanjue really didn't want Bailey Wenyu to answer. They didn't find out who those mysterious people were back then. They just randomly went to find Fuxi's descendants. If the mysterious people were alerted, they would all die without knowing how. This is simply a hot potato. Once Bailey Wenyu agrees, it is equivalent to being entrusted by others and must be loyal to others. Otherwise, these shackles will always bind Bailey Wenyu. Of course Bailey Wenyu also thought of this aspect, and both he and Mu Chanjue fell into silence. Seeing this, Remnant Soul became excited. You must find Fuxi's descendants, only they can help us take revenge. The Remnant Soul seems to know something. You can hear the longing and desperation in his voice. Senior, why are they the only ones who can take revenge? Why can't we? Mu Chanjue's eyes were deep and he asked doubtfully. You can't, it's all because of that person. Remnant Soul gradually went crazy. Hey, a Remnant Soul sighed, you are determined. Immortal cultivators of your generation are the most difficult. Who told you? Can't tell them. Do you want more people to die? A residual soul yelled, interrupting the residual soul. In an instant, all the remaining souls disappeared. Only a ray of light was left and fell into Bailey Wenyu's hands. A colorful ancient rune can be vaguely seen in the center of the light group. Bailey Wenyu couldn't understand what it was. A misty voice came to Bailey Wenyu's ears, Young Master Bailey, your eyes can't deceive anyone. You have great righteousness in your heart. Please pass this inheritance to the successors of Sichin. Work hard. I believe you will eventually succeed. Turn away the clouds and see the sun. Break away from the shackles. Bailey Wenyu looked at Mu Chanjue, who was staring into the abyss in a daze. The three-headed dragon was looking at him, but it obviously couldn't see the ball of light in his hand. Bailey Wenyu put away the light ball and asked curiously, Fourth senior brother, is there any difference between the oath of the origin of Tao and the oath of heaven? Have you ever heard of the origin oath? No, Bailey Wenyu shook his head. Mu Chanjue said seriously, you know not to eat anything you have never seen or heard of, so why do you dare to swear? For immortal cultivators, the harm of swearing indiscriminately is far greater than eating indiscriminately. Bailey Wenyu touched his nose embarrassedly. The senior remnant soul he met for the first time was so friendly that he subconsciously felt that all remnant souls who had woken up were kind. You too, I don't have much time left for you. The voice of the three-headed dragon sounded. Does Yuming-kun have any weaknesses? Mu Chanjue asked straight to the point. The three-headed dragon pondered for a moment and said, it only has one weakness now, that is, the soul is damaged. The battlefield of gods can deal with their existence. It is estimated that there is only one five-headed yin-yang dog left. Bailey Wenyu's eyes flashed brightly. How should we find the 5 yin-yang dogs? Going to find it is like food delivered to your door. Are you sure you want to go? The three-headed dragon asked on the surface, feeling happy in his heart. Yuming-kun's plan finally failed. Just tell us where the 5 yin-yang dogs are, Mu Chanjue said. The eyes of the three-headed dragon showed a look of satisfaction. It is in the maze of the abyss tomb. It is best not to disturb the 9-headed weighing when you are looking for it. There is one more thing I must tell you. There is a sacrificial altar in the tomb of the abyss. You must not go there. If you step into the sacrificial altar, no one can save you, and Yuming-kun's purpose will be achieved. I won't say much about the rest. If you go down from here, you can enter the abyss tomb. The entry-level 9th level shrouding formation and formation gate do not exist, so you should be able to go smoothly. The three-headed dragon only talked about the horror of the sacrificial altar, but deliberately concealed the fact that the sacrificial altar was in the maze. Before leaving, San Shijiao thought for a while and handed Bailey Wenyu a map of the abyss tomb. It wasn't until the 3 dragons left that Dagu Jianyi and Ning Xiu showed up. The 4 of them discussed it and decided to go to the abyss tomb first to look for Feng Qinggran. But just before they stepped into the abyss tomb, Feng Qinggran had just left. Although Yuan Ji told Feng Qinggran many truths, she still refused to cooperate with him. Miss Feng really wants to reject me. Yuan Ji followed Feng Qinggran and asked again. Yuan Ji, regardless of whether what you said before is true or false, just because you're an outsider, it is impossible for me to cooperate with you. It is your business to deal with the ancestor of the Jiang family. Feng Qinggran looked at Yuan Ji with eyes filled with emotion. Alert. It doesn't matter if Miss Feng rejects me, I can show you more sincerity. Yuan Ji smiled charmingly. Feng Yu stopped chewing bamboo and looked at Yuan Ji, thinking something was wrong with this guy. Feng Qinggran's almond-shaped eyes flashed slightly, and she intuitively told her that Yuan Ji was a bit flattering to her and seemed to be deliberately trying to please her. Feng Qinggran didn't know why she felt this weird. Sincerity. Then you take me to the training place of Jutogoying. Feng Qinggran was worried that there was no one to lead the way, and Yuan Ji came to her door. As for why she dared to let Yuan Ji lead the way. Of course it was because she couldn't get rid of Yuan Ji, and she didn't want Yuan Ji to harm the people of Lingyun sect. Moreover, leaving Yuan Ji behind would be equivalent to putting the enemy in the dark, which would make it even more dangerous. Okay, I'll take Miss Feng over right now. With a smile on his face, Yuan Ji activated the teleportation formation and appeared directly in front of the 9-headed infant with Feng Qinggran. The 9-headed Weiying who was walking around the cave was startled when he saw Feng Qinggran. The training place for the 9-headed Weiying is very simple, with only one throne placed in the middle of the cave. It is surrounded by stone walls. Just as Juto Weiying was about to attack Feng Qinggran, he saw Yuan Ji behind her and retracted his head. Master Yuan Ji, what do you want to do here? The 9-headed Gang actually wanted to ask why Yuan Ji came here. After all, it had never brought Yuan Ji here. Nothing, I just heard that you have something dropped by the gods, and I want to see it. Feng Qinggran looked around the entire cave, looking for something special. The 9-headed baby looked at Feng Qinggran in shock. His tone didn't sound like he wanted to take a look, but rather like he was preparing to rob. Yuan Ji waved his hand and sat on the throne. Take it out and show it to Miss Feng. It's useless for you, a ghost cultivator, to keep things belonging to the gods. Yuan Ji's words were full of threats. The 9-headed baby felt that he had just put back 2 heads and felt pain again. The teeth in one of the 9-headed strange baby's mouths were almost broken. The head facing Yuan Ji was full of smiles. Master Yuan Ji, it's not that I don't want to take it, but the thing is extremely powerful. If I take it out, it might hurt Miss Feng. Why don't I give her something else? Juto Gang begged, but in his heart he cursed Yuan Ji and Feng Qinggran as bandits. Do you think you have too many heads? Yuan Ji's eyes were threatening. If he wasn't afraid that Feng Qinggran would see the bloody scene, he would have taken action. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 760 Murderous Array. There was fear in the eyes of the 9-headed Weiying, but he still did not take out the things. Master Yuan Ji, are you sure you want to watch it? The 9-headed Weiying's voice seemed to be filled with inexplicable excitement. Yuan Ji never liked such repeated and confirming questions. He glanced sideways at Feng Qinggran, finally suppressed the thought of taking action, and said coldly, sure. When the 9-headed Weiying heard this, his eyes became strange and excited. It set up a barrier and activated the cave formation. Master Yuan Ji, that thing is extremely powerful. Only the murderous array can suppress its aura. This murderous array will not pose a threat to you, so you don't need to worry. The 9-headed Weiying explained to Yuan Ji nicely. There was no Feng Qinggran in its eyes from beginning to end. The 9-headed Weiying didn't know that this neglect would cause it to suffer great losses. Yuan Ji waved his hand nonchalantly, take out the things. Feng Qinggran's apricot eyes darkened slightly. The murderous formation was a formation specially used to deal with ferocious beasts. This 9-headed treacherous baby had set up such a formation, which made her think too much. After all, her biggest trump card is the group of ferocious beasts in Shifang domain. But it shouldn't be. The 9-headed baby is derived from the battlefield of gods. How do you know that she will have a ferocious beast in her hands? Feng Qingren's soul spread and observed the murderous formation. There is actually a killing immortal formation hidden under the murderous formation. The immortal killing formation is the nemesis of immortal cultivators. Although Yuan Ji was not afraid of the immortal killing formation, he was trapped by Mu Chen's body. With the immortal killing formation activated, Yuan Ji could not get any benefits. As for her, not to mention, she has not even broken through to the heaven-peering realm. After the immortal killing formation is activated, she will definitely die. She can set up the immortal killing formation, but she cannot break it. There are 4 gates in the Juxian formation, and each of the 4 gates has a fairy sword hanging above it. The person who breaks the formation must withstand the attack of the fairy sword, or can directly destroy the fairy sword. Obviously, she is not strong enough to destroy the fairy sword. Feng Qingren glanced around and found that the cave was very simple and could not find the hiding place of the fairy sword. For a moment, Feng Qingren's thoughts drifted far away. That sentence flashed through my mind: you can't escape fate, and no one can suppress their ambitions. If you escape this trap, there will be another trap waiting for you. The saint ancestor of the Jiang family on the 9th level Xuanling formation. The sacrifice of the heaven-destroying life-destroying formation. There are also the immortal killing formation and the murderous formation here in the 9-headed Guanying. All of them were aimed at her existence. Right now, the god-killing spear and 10,000 ghost flags floated out from the void space, hiding behind Feng Qingren. Yuan Ji seemed to be aware of it and stared behind Feng Qingren several times, but didn't see anything. Yuan Ji looked away, a strange look flashed in his dark eyes. The 9-headed baby overturned the throne where he usually practiced, and a huge hole appeared in the ground. It was pitch black below and nothing could be seen. The sky-high death energy continuously overflowed from it. The 9-headed baby took several breaths of enjoyment, looking a little dazed. How long are you going to delay? Yuan Ji's cold voice sounded. The 9-headed Weiying ignored Yuan Ji this time, but looked at Yuan Ji triumphantly. Yuan Ji, I didn't want to conflict with you and let Yu Ming-kun reap the benefits, but you decided to provoke me. After the 9-headed phantom baby finished speaking, its 8 heads glowed with light, and it said in its mouth, 72 evil spirits who defy heaven and earth, kill him. After its words fell, the sound of ghosts crying sounded. There was excitement in the voice. Black shadows emerged from the black hole and rushed towards Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji's eyes turned slightly, and the black pupils turned into dark red. He raised his hands to seal, and the grey mist spread around him, entangled and fighting with the black shadows. Yuan Ji sat there, always calm and composed. The 9-headed ghost baby watched the 72 earthly fiends slowly disappear, showing an expression of gritted teeth. It was really evil. When it was outside, it had tried many times before, but it had not yet explored the bottom of Yuan Ji. 82 evil spirits are coming out. The 9-headed phantom baby just finished shouting. A terrifying coldness spread quickly. Feng Qingren took a few steps back and tried to reduce her presence as much as possible. The evil spirit was really not something she could deal with. Clouds of black mist drifted out, and there were many red dots stirring in the black mist, which looked chilling. Yuan Ji glanced at those evil spirits indifferently and made no move. But Feng Qingren could clearly see vigilance and solemnity in Yuan Ji's expression. This was the first time she had seen Yuan Ji show such an expression. It seems that this evil is difficult to deal with. Feng Qingren's eyes flashed slightly. Yuan Ji and Tianxia would both suffer in the future. Would the 9-headed weird infant be targeting her? No. She had to think of a countermeasure and let Yuan Ji take care of the 9-headed strange infant before he died. What is the weakness of the 9-headed infant? Feng Qingren thought of Bai Zhe again, unblocked the shield, and sent a message to Bai Zhe. 9-headed strange infant. Bai Zhe was slightly confused. There was nothing about the 9-headed strange infant in its memory map. I'll let you out and take a look, Feng Qingren suggested via voice message. No, you share my consciousness, I will observe it first. Bai Zhe was not stupid. If he hadn't encountered a crisis, Feng Qingren would never have thought of him. There are dangers outside, and it doesn't want to go out. Feng Qingren immediately shared his spiritual consciousness with Bai Zhe. After Bai Zhe saw the face of the 9-headed ghost baby, he said through a message, it is now as strong as the Ghost Emperor. If you want to deal with it, you must use the 10,000 ghost banners. Bai Zhe's words were full of worry. Let's not talk about whether Feng Qingren had the 10,000 ghost banners. Even if she did, she was not strong enough to control the 10,000 ghost banners. Phoenix Master, why don't you take this opportunity to escape quickly? Bai Zhe said worriedly. Feng Qingren cut off the sharing of consciousness, sealed Bai Zhe's contract space, and said via voice message, no need to worry, I have my own solution. Isn't the Wangui banner in her hand? Since Wangui banner can deal with the 9-headed Weiying, she doesn't need to worry about Yuan Ji. 9-headed baby, you must have taken more than one thing from the gods, right? Feng Qingren took the initiative to walk up to the 9-headed baby and asked. The 9-headed Gaing watched the battle between Tianxia and Yuan Ji with great interest. Hearing Feng Qingren's question, he said casually, that's natural. After the War of the Gods, I used the remnant souls of the gods to practice, and I grew up quickly. I collected countless good things, but it's a pity that all the treasures are incomplete. Otherwise. The 9-headed baby paused mid-sentence and looked at Feng Qingren beside him. Humph. I forgot to take care of you, but you took the initiative to send me to my door. The 9-headed babies pounced on Feng Qingren. Feng Qingren turned sideways to avoid its attack and threw something towards the 9-headed Weiying. The 9-headed Weiying had no intention of hiding. It believed that Feng Qingren's things were not enough to pose a danger to it. After all, what is used to deal with living beings cannot be used to deal with ghosts. However, the next moment, the screams of the 9-headed strange infant rang out. Clap clap. Mangui Ban kept spanking its butt. The 8 heads of the 9-headed infant were cowering, their eyes full of fear, but they did not dare to resist. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 761, The Way Against Heaven. Fang Qingran looked at the nine-headed baby and asked, can you tell me now, what did you get? The nine-headed baby said in a crying tone, can you make it stop first? Things like the 10,000 ghost flags can also fall into Fang Qingran's hands. The nine-headed Wei Ying secretly sighed that it was really unlucky. He turned around first and got spanked again. It suspected that the mission the mysterious man had left for it was to deliberately trick it. It was promised that Yuan Ji was very weak, but it turned out that it needed to summon the heavenly evil to come out before it could draw a tie with Yuan Ji. The person who promised to break into its cave was an ant, but he didn't tell it that this person had the 10,000 ghost flags in his hand. Hand over everything you got from the battlefield of the gods. Fang Qingran started robbing without any scruples. Everything is down there, go in and get it yourself. The nine-headed Wei Ying said in a crying voice. Go down and get it. A smile appeared on Fang Qingran's face, and she looked at the nine-headed baby quietly. The Wangui banner beat the nine-headed strange infant faster. Every time it hit the nine-headed strange infant, the ghost power on the nine-headed strange infant was reduced by 1 point. The nine-headed infant looked at Fang Qingran with a resentful look and flew down. Seeing the nine-headed strange infant leaving, Fang Qingran quickly took out the 9-star formation disc and looked for the main formation eyes of the immortal killing formation and the murderous formation. Just when Fang Qingran was searching for the formation eye wholeheartedly, a strange sound sounded. Creak. Dee. Fang Qingran looked in the direction of Yuan Ji, and saw golden grey mucus all over the floor. Yuan Ji was completely enveloped by the evil spirits and could not see anyone else. Although he can see the situation, Fang Qingran could roughly guess that Tianxia was eating Yuan Ji's flesh and blood. Fang Qingran chose to look away and continued to search for the formation. She didn't add insult to injury. It wasn't because of her kindness, but because she didn't have enough time. Master, you can first look for the fairy swords hanging on the 4 doors. Fang Zhichu reminded. It had seen the Fang Qingran BU immortal formation, so it naturally sensed the existence of the immortal formation. Hearing Fang Zhichu's voice, Fang Qingran's eyes suddenly lit up. He took out the Qingluan's sword and made a seal. Qingluan's sword flew out and stood in the middle of the cave. A phantom of Qingluan appeared. Green light appeared around the shadow, illuminating the entire cave. Fang Qingran immediately noticed something unusual. There was something wrong with the stone wall of the cave. Before she could make a move, the god-killing spear suddenly pierced the stone wall. Rumble. The surrounding stone walls collapsed, instantly broadening the horizon dozens of times, revealing the magnificent decorations. The walls are carved with dragons and phoenixes, and all kinds of treasures are hung on them. Fang Qingran also saw 4 fairy swords hanging above. The blade of the sword is filled with the aura of death. This was a good thing for Fang Qingran. The death energy meant that the immortal sword was contaminated, and the power of the immortal killing formation would be greatly weakened. Fang Qingran looked at the dazzling array of treasures and took them all into the space without hesitation. Fang Qingran successfully found the main eye of the Juxian formation above Longmu, but she still couldn't break through the formation. She had to break through to the true immortal. But there is no way of heaven here. How can she break through the sky-peaking realm? Could it be that peeking into the sky can only refer to the way of heaven? When heaven and earth began, everything returned to nothingness. What was the way of heaven and earth at that time? Fang Qingran fell into deep thought. If he wanted to solve the unsolvable situation, he must not think in a straight way, but go in the opposite direction and explore for hope. Right now. The 9-headed baby came out from below. When he saw the surrounding environment, he was stunned for a moment, and then screamed loudly. Where is my treasure? Take it in first, Fang Qingran said to Wangui Banner. The 9-headed strange baby disappeared in front of Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran set up a time formation, entered it, and was about to realize the Tao, when she saw Wang Gifen placing a bunch of things in front of her. Fang Qingran glanced at it but said nothing. Wang Gifen pushed a cauldron in front of Fang Qingran. Ding's body was engraved with mysterious runes, and the runes exuded a terrifying aura. Fang Qingran couldn't understand the runes, but she could feel the power contained in them. Could it be that Wangui Banner wanted her to understand the runes on it? Fang Qingran took out more time gems, placed them on the formation, and adjusted the time difference within the formation so that 100 years inside would only pass a quarter of an hour outside. You can only consume time gems to gain more time. Fang Qingran sat in the formation and stared at the runes of the formation for decades. Sudden. Her beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance, and the aura around her body moved slightly. Tao is for perception, but Tao is all things, so why can't humans create it? Immortal cultivators regard the way of heaven as the law and the supreme existence. These are nothing more than the authority given to heaven by cultivators. Then if she wants to follow her own path, she must follow her own rules and her own laws. Her 5 elements spiritual root possesses the power of the 5 elements. Using the 5 elements to her advantage is the best way. Fang Qingran closed her eyes and began to comprehend her own way. She must seize the time to break through to the true immortal. Puppet. Sacrifice. It is up to her to control her own path. Fang Qingran's brows were filled with a hint of green again, and runes were flowing around her body. The 10,000 ghost banners and the god-killing spear were guarding the time formation to prevent anyone from destroying it. At the same time, the sky above the battlefield of the gods was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder thundered, and the majestic power of heaven descended. The remnants of the entire battlefield of gods seemed unable to withstand the power of heaven, and all hid. Other creatures stuck their heads out one after another to observe the situation above the sky. Since their birth, nothing like this has ever happened. They know very well that their cultivation method is different from that of the human race, and many rules are only for the human race. Obviously, the divine punishment that is about to be imposed is also aimed at the human race. They're just curious, where is the human race that caused the punishment from heaven? Yu Ming-kun rushed out and looked at the sky, his eyes filled with haze. This is a phenomenon of divine punishment that only occurs when someone realizes the way to go against heaven. There are only 5 human races, Feng Qinggran, in the entire battlefield of gods. Therefore, only one of them can realize the way to go against heaven. But no matter who it is, as long as the enlightenment is successful, there will be flaws in the Saint Ancestor's plan. The 3-headed dragon will come back quickly. Yu Ming-kun contacted the 3-headed dragon. The 3-headed dragon quickly came to Netherworld-kun. Yu Ming-kun did not take a closer look at the belly of the 3-headed dragon, but hurriedly gave the order to the 3-headed dragon, go to the abyss tomb now, find the 5-headed yin-yang dog, and tell it that Feng Qinggran and others have robbed how to empress things. The 3-headed dragon pretended to be surprised and asked, the 5-headed yin-yang dog is actually in the abyss tomb. Don't worry about this. You must find a way to let the 5-headed yin-yang dog kill the enlightened person. This person cannot be kept. Yu Ming-kun's eyes were gloomy, and he could not keep the chess piece that was about to escape his control. The mysterious man left the plane and changed the rules of the plane. Today's immortal cultivators outside have no chance of successfully achieving enlightenment. But this is not necessarily the case in the battlefield of the gods. The rules here were changed by the Holy Ancestor in order to successfully cultivate the Forbidden Sun. Yes, the 3-headed dragon lowered his head in response and turned to leave. As expected, it was not a mistake. Feng Qinggran and others were the biggest surprise. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 762 The Puppet Curse. Above the sky. A huge crack in time and space appeared. Immediately, purple sparks began to flash in the dark clouds. The purple thunder and lightning gathered more and more, rolling in the air like a dragon, as if looking for something. At the same time, a wave of terrifying pressure filled the entire battlefield of the gods, as if it was going to crush everything. Now the orcs did not dare to show their faces anymore and hid one after another. When Yu Ming-kun saw this scene, he was shocked. That man had completed the enlightenment of the heaven-defying way, and now he only needed to establish a link with heaven and earth. Yu Ming-kun's eyes were filled with solemnity. He ducked back to his residence and pulled out a scroll. The ancient scrolls are engraved with words that do not belong to this period. Every word above seems to contain endless mysteries. Yu Ming-kun quickly saw the last part of the scroll and murmured, "How is this possible? It wasn't written like this when I read it." Yu Ming-kun read it over again in disbelief, his eyes widened. Could it be that the content above will change with the changes in history? Why didn't the Holy Ancestor tell it in the first place? The Holy Ancestor was still on guard against it after all. Yu Ming-kun's eyes were full of gloom, and he looked at the last sentence of the scroll and said to himself, "Since the power of heaven has been overthrown, I will reverse the yin and yang and start over again, so that Feng Qinggran and others cannot come to this battlefield of the gods. As long as they don't come over, I wonder how they will realize the way to go against heaven. Holy Ancestor, do you really think I don't have any backup options?" HMPH. The Forbidden Sun was not cultivated for your reincarnation. Yu Ming-kun put away the scroll and took out a purple fruit, which actually exuded terrifying power. Netherworld-kun swallowed the fruit. In an instant, purple thunder and lightning flashed around it. Yu Ming-kun let out a miserable scream. At the same time, the 3-headed dragon stepped into the abyss tomb and felt an unbearable pain in its abdomen, as if the thing inside was about to tear its belly. The eyes of the 3-headed dragon looked frightened. Is Zai Zai about to be born soon? Wrong. The birth of Zai Zai shouldn't feel like this. The 3-headed dragon used all its strength to suppress the contents of its stomach. It must find Bailey Wenyu as soon as possible. Bailey Wenyu must have a way to protect them. When the 3-headed dragons caught up with Bailey Wenyu, they were about to enter the maze. "Master Bailey, wait," the 3-headed dragon hurriedly shouted to Bailey Wenyu. Bailey Wenyu and others turned around and looked at the sudden appearance of the 3-headed dragon. There was a lot of blood oozing from its abdomen. "3-headed Zhao, what are you doing here?" Bailey Wenyu asked. "There's something wrong with my cubs. Please save them, Mr. Bailey." The 3-headed dragon endured the severe pain. Bailey Wenyu's expression suddenly changed. The Forbidden Sun was born early, and the 3-headed dragon came to find them. Are they going to be buried with them? Bailey Wenyu didn't have a good look on the 3-headed dragon, but considering the danger of the Forbidden Sun's birth, he still stepped forward to check the 3-headed dragon. This time, Bailey Wenyu put his hand on the belly of the 3-headed dragon. It showed no resistance at all, only anxiety. Something's wrong. They were very weak after they stopped fighting. It's impossible for them to come out now. Did you see anyone on the way? Bailey Wenyu asked seriously. Netherworld-kun. Bailey Wenyu shook his head. They have puppet spells on them. It should be Netherworld-kun who activated the puppet spell to summon them. The only way to prevent them from coming out is to remove the spell. The 3-headed dragon's eyes were full of worry. Spells are unique to the mermaid tribe. Why are they cursed? Master Bailey, you must have other ways, right? The 3-headed dragon chose to seek medical treatment in a hurry. It knew in its heart that Bailey Wenyu actually had no choice. After all, mermaids were almost extinct in ancient times, and it would be difficult to find them in the sky. Besides, its cubs can't wait any longer. Mermaid curse. Ning Xiyu muttered softly, and something suddenly flashed in her mind. It seemed that she had read an entire spell book. Mu Chanjue heard Ning Xiyu's voice and looked sideways at her. "5th junior sister, I remember that you and 3rd senior sister read a book on spells in the mysterious realm of Yuxuan." "Yes, I have read it. However, I just flipped through it in a hurry. I can't remember most of the things in the book. As you know, I don't have a photographic memory." Ning Xiyu had tried her best to recall the book. Content inside. She was indeed curious about the difference between spells and runes and wanted to study them carefully. But time didn't allow for it, so she could only take a quick look at the spells. "Miss Ning, can you think carefully about the puppet curse? As long as you think about it, I am willing to tell you Netherworld-kun's plan." The three-headed dragon looked at Ning Xiu eagerly, and the pain in his stomach told it time is limited. Ning Xiu looked embarrassed. She didn't have a good impression of the three-headed dragon, but she didn't want to make fun of the baby in its belly. Mu Chanjue asked curiously, "What is Yuming-kun's plan?" The three-headed dragon responded, "Yuming-kun has been executing a Qian Quan plan. That plan was formulated by the ancient ancestor of the Jiang family. It is said that the implementation of that plan requires sacrifices. You are the sacrifices he chose. This is all I know, I really don't know the rest." After the three-song dragon finished speaking, he looked at Ning Xiu longingly. Ning Xiu raised her hand, "Let me think about it carefully." Seeing this, Bailey Wenyu played the Fushi Chin to buy Ning Xiu time. The forbidden child cannot be born. If Ning Xiu hadn't remembered, he would have had no choice but to use sound to kill the cubs in the three-headed dragon. The price to pay for killing the forbidden son was too great. Now that there was still room for improvement, Bailey Wenyu did not want to choose the path of adventure. I only remember that the puppet curse and the soul-eating curse are the most advanced spells. I remember that in order to lift this kind of curse, the first step is to possess the soul of the caster, and then... Ning Xiu paused slightly, very embarrassed. Ning Xiu shook her head, "No, I can't remember the content behind it. There seems to be something restricting my memory." Looking for Netherworld-kun, it's impossible for it to agree. The three-headed dragon fell into despair. "Have you read that spell book?" Mu Chanjue's eyes were dark, staring at the almost crazy three-headed dragon. Ning Xiu blinked her beautiful eyes. "I don't know, but I can ask my junior sister." The sound transmission card in the Abyss Tomb is invalid. They don't know Feng Qingren's location yet. It can't bear that time. Bailey Wenyu's voice came. Mu Chanjue thought for a moment and said to the three dragons, "There is a place that can help you delay their birth, but that place is under my control." Mu Chanjue didn't say the rest and let the three-headed dragon choose by himself. "I believe in your character. The three-headed dragon has been tortured to the point of unspeakable agony, and it has no choice. Fifth junior sister, please borrow some isolation talismans and breath-holding talismans." Mu Chanjue took out the accompanying cauldron. The space within this cauldron is controlled by him, and those who enter the cauldron must follow his instructions. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 763 Successful Enlightenment. The three-headed dragon looked at the cauldron in Mu Chanjue's hand, his eyes slightly hesitant. This cauldron looked not simple and could completely limit its strength. What if Mu Chanjue just wants to lure it into the cauldron? The three-headed dragon did not hesitate for long. Several cracks appeared on its abdomen, blood continued to seep out, and the pain continued to intensify. There is already death energy under it that is constantly leaking out. "If you don't believe it, we'll leave," Mu Chanjue said with an indifferent expression. "I believe it," the three-headed dragon said painfully. After hearing this, Mu Chanjue attached the talisman to the body of the three-headed dragon, and then handed it a bottle of elixir. Then he patted the cauldron beside him and put the three-headed dragon into it. If he hadn't considered the dangers of the forbidden son, he wouldn't have been so kind to the three-headed dragon. Bailey Wen put his seachin away, stood up, and looked at everyone. "Where should we go to find our junior sister next?" "Who told you that we were going to find our junior sister?" Mu Chanjue closed the folding fan in his hand, turned around and walked into the maze. Bailey Wenyu looked puzzled. "Sixth junior brother, who knows whether what the three-headed dragon did just now is true or not? Of course our first task is to deal with the Netherworld-kun. The three-headed dragon comes from the Netherworld-kun. Of course, we can't delay our schedule just because of its show." Ning Xiu patted Bailey Wenyu on the shoulder. Degu Jianyi held the immortal slaying sword in his arms and stepped into the maze without saying a word. Inside the maze. Occasionally, a lamp appears on the stone wall, but it can only illuminate a very small area. The road for them to walk is also very narrow, and only one person can walk together. Mu Chanjue walked at the front, walking slowly. From time to time, an evil Strud would rush out to attack him, but he easily dealt with them. However, he didn't take it lightly. They walked for a full hour without encountering any turning point or anything special. The road ahead seemed endless with no end in sight. Mu Chanjue used his spiritual consciousness to explore several times, but was unable to reach any farther. "Fourth senior brother, do we still want to continue walking?" Ning Xiu was vaguely worried. They had marked them along the way, but they had walked for so long without seeing any markings, which meant they had not turned back. Mu Chanjue stopped and reached out to gently touch the stone wall beside him, and his hand passed directly through the stone wall. Mu Chanjue quickly retracted his hand, and the other three people also stopped. Degu Jian glanced at the map a few times and said, "There is only darkness on the maze map." Ning Xiu and Bailey Wenyu raised their hands at the same time and touched the stone wall. The cold touch on the stone wall spread to the bottom of my heart along my fingertips. The two looked at each other and looked at Mu Chanjue. Mu Chanjue reached out and touched the wall in his place again, and his tentacles were cold. "What's going on?" Bailey Wenyu asked puzzledly. "We need to explore the differences in this maze ourselves. If we can't find the right way, we may have to keep walking on one path." Mu Chanjue analyzed. "Fourth senior brother, you were able to pass through the wall with your hand just now, but now you can't. Does this mean that the other one is random and can move?" Ning Xiu looked at the road ahead, and there was darkness in the distance. Mu Chanjue shook his head. He was really not sure about this. "What should we do next?" Bailey Wenyu asked the key question. "Everything must have a trace. This is the territory of the nine-headed infant. He is a ghost cultivator. We can think about it with the thinking of the underworld." Degu Jian said coldly. "Thoughts of the underworld." Three pairs of eyes looked at Degu Jianyi at the same time. Degu Jian thought of Yan Moyu's words and said, "Ghost cultivators like to follow 7, 7 and 49, 8 and 972, 9 and 9 and 81, etc. We can try to find the next path according to these numbers." Mu Chanjue nodded slightly, turned around and walked forward. After half an hour, the four found another road and saw a secret room. Ning Xiu gave Dagu Jianyi a thumbs up. Second senior brother, it has to be you. Bailey Wenyu looked at Dagu Jianyi with admiration. Second senior brother, can you lend me your brain for a few days? The secret room was dark, with nothing but a lamp. Are we still going in? Mu Chanjue asked the other three people for their opinions. Some traps cannot be seen with the naked eye. You're here, how can you find clues if you don't go in and take a look? Bailey Wenyu said and prepared to go inside. Boom. Something hit Bailey Wenyu on the head. Bailey Wenyu screamed. A black egg stood in front of him, preventing him from entering. It's Wanling, Junior Sister's contracted beast. Do you know where Junior Sister is? Ning Xiu said in surprise. Bailey Wenyu touched the bulge on his forehead speechlessly. He had become a god. How could he be hurt by an egg? Wanling shook his head from side to side, as if answering Ning Xiu's question. Ning Xiu said disappointedly, you haven't found the Junior Sister either. Wanling nodded up and down and gave a positive answer. It could sense that Fang Qinggran had entered the Abyss Tomb, but it could not find her specific location, so it looked for these people first. Do you know where the 5 yin-yang dogs are? Mu Chanjue asked. Wanling shook, a little anxious, and few people understood its meaning. Wanling stopped, chose a direction, and motioned for several people to follow him. At the same time, inside the cave of the 9-headed Wei Ying, all gems in the time formation are exhausted. Runes shimmered around Fang Qinggran's body, and a terrifying aura spread from her body. Tianxi's movement of eating Yuan Jixiu's flesh stopped, and he turned to stare at Fang Qinggran. Purple thunder and lightning struck Fang Qinggran without any warning. Before Fang Qinggran had time to breathe, a crack in time and space appeared, and several purple thunders fell on Fang Qinggran one after another. Fang Qinggran's face was visibly pale, and blood oozed from the corners of her mouth. She remained motionless, adjusting her aura. Purple light flashed between her palms. Although the purple thunder only hit Fang Qinggran, its terrifying pressure quickly enveloped the entire space, seeming to have the power to destroy the world. The evil spirit was too frightened to move. Yuan Ji got some breathing time, and his body was out of the attack range of Tianxia. He was almost no longer human, and one of his arms was broken. Yuan Ji didn't care at all, looking at Fang Qinggran with his eyes closed, a weird smile appeared on his lips. It seems that the Tao that Fang Qinggran has comprehended is enough to threaten the status of the laws of the plane. Otherwise, Dao Dao will never break the rules and kill Fang Qinggran even if he activates the space-time rift. Yuan Ji waved his sleeves, and all the injuries on his body healed, and new arms grew. He raised his hand again, and the frightened Tianxia was held in his palm. Tianxia said in a hoarse voice, how is that possible? You just clearly had. What? I just want to test something. Do you really think you can deal with me alone? Yuan Ji said, and a grey barrier appeared, wrapping the Tianxia in it. Junior Sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 764 Ancient Forbidden Technique. Tianxia howled in pain and kept begging Yuan Ji for mercy. You should have been with the 9-headed strange infant for the longest time. I want to know what its deal with the mysterious man is. A dangerous light flashed in Yuan Ji's eyes as he looked at the Tianxia who had condensed into a small ball. I don't know the details. I only know that the mysterious man gave the 9-headed infant a Dao fruit and asked it to guard the 9th order Xuanming formation. Tianxia said cautiously. Yuan Ji remained silent, and without making any move, a few more thin threads appeared inside the ball, wrapping around the evil spirit, stripping away the evil spirit from his body bit by bit. Tianxia is formed by the condensed evil spirit. Stripping away the evil spirit is equivalent to peeling off its muscles and bones. Tianxia begged for mercy again and again, and continued, I told you that the 9-headed Wei Ying got 4 fairy swords from the mysterious man and set up the immortal killing formation here. Also, the mysterious man seems to have given it an order. All human beings who step into this place must not be spared. They must be destroyed physically and mentally. The 9-headed creepy baby also hides something. It hides the dragon skeleton underneath. Then, I also know a secret of the 9-headed Wei Ying. This is the secret it hides most deeply and the secret it least wants anyone to know. As long as you let me go, I will tell you. Tianxia's last words were full of pleading. Yuan Ji asked calmly, are you negotiating terms with me? Tianxia hurriedly denied, Master Yuan Ji, I just want to ask you to let me go. There are many treasures hidden in the maze with the 9-headed baby. The maze needs to be entered in the correct way. In order to make Yuan Ji let it go, Tianxia could only reveal more secrets. What's the secret it hides? Yuan Ji's eyes showed interest. The 9-headed baby has an ancient forbidden technique in its hand. It should have been picked up from the battlefield of the gods. It has been able to achieve its current strength only by relying on the forbidden technique. It once accidentally revealed that as long as it casts that forbidden technique, it will be on par with the Tao. Tianxia carefully observed Yuan Ji's face, but did not see the expression he wanted to see. When it first heard about the forbidden technique, it felt endless greed in its heart, so it chose to follow the 9-headed Wei Ying. Yuan Ji's eyes were dark, and he glanced at Fang Qinggran, who was still being struck by lightning not far away, and worry flashed through his eyes. The human race who realizes the way to defy heaven will no longer be favored by heaven in the future. The road to cultivation will inevitably become more difficult. If she wants to reach a higher realm, she must get rid of the shackles of her previous cultivation concepts, and she must fight against the laws until she completely controls them and is above them. Cultivation has always been about going against nature. And those so-called children of luck seem to be beings favored by heaven, and their cultivation path will receive gifts from heaven from time to time, making it smooth and smooth. But the son of fate is just a puppet of heaven throughout his life. They will never escape the control of the laws of heaven. Rumble. While Yuan Ji was thinking, a lightning as thick as an arm struck Fang Qinggran. Yuan Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, and those who understood the way to go against heaven would suffer up to 18 punishments from heaven. The immortals will not die under the 18 heavenly punishments, and the heavenly punishments will no longer be able to harm the cultivators. But this is already the 20th heavenly punishment. Is there something wrong with the wool of this plane? Or is it that the Tao that Feng Qinggran realized is not just a Tao that defies heaven? Feng Qinggran had been cut into pieces by the heavenly punishment, but there seemed to be something in her body that was always protecting her soul. The Wangui banner and the god-killing spear guarded Feng Qinggran on the left and right, and had no intention of interfering with the punishment from heaven. In the blink of an eye, another divine punishment came down. Yuan Ji couldn't help but wonder, what kind of Tao did Feng Qinggran realize? It can actually make the wool of the plane kill Feng Qinggran even if it violates the rules and regulations. That's right, the stance of Tianpu means that he will not give up until Feng Qinggran is killed. The tianxia in Yuan Ji's palm was trembling, waiting for Yuan Ji's verdict, but it found that Yuan Ji was in a daze. Tianxia was speechless for a while, and Yuan Ji probably didn't even hear the secret method it said. Master Yuan Ji, Tianxia called out very softly. Yuan Ji's eyes suddenly turned cold. Tianxia, you said before that most of the treasures of the nine-headed weighing are hidden in the maze. How do you enter the maze? Tianxia thought Yuan Ji was going to ask about the forbidden technique, but he didn't. Tianxia did not dare to delay any longer and said, Master Yuan Ji, after entering the maze, there will be a road. If you follow that road, you will enter the mouth of the abyss beast and become its food. After entering the maze, you have to count the steps. You must take 49 steps for the first time. Turn left and you will encounter the first secret room. There are only dangers and no treasures in that secret room. So you can't go in, then walk another 72 steps and still turn left. At the same time, Wanling led Gu Jian and others after walking 72 steps and encountered the second secret room. The second secret room looks like a large formation from the outside. There was a broken sword in the middle of the formation. This time Wanling didn't stop them from entering. Gu Jian looked at Kun Jian and walked in. When he stepped into the secret room, the words on the formation appeared with a faint halo, and there was noise around him. Second senior brother, be careful, Mu Chanjue reminded. Gu Jian turned around and nodded to Mu Chanjue. There are sword skills on this stone wall. I want to stay here. You can leave first. Ning Xiu looked at Gu Jianyi at this moment and felt something was strange. Second senior brother, I also want to. Second senior brother, we will come look for you later. Mu Chanjue interrupted Ning Xiu and pushed Ning Xiu and Bailey Wenyu away. The two of them were confused and wanted to say something, but they saw Mu Chanjue's silent gesture. A quarter of an hour later, the three of them stood in front of another secret room. The formation in this secret room is exactly the same as the one in the previous secret room. There was an alchemy furnace, several bottles of elixirs, and some immortal plants placed in the center of the formation. As for the stone wall, it was empty and they could not see anything. Fourth senior brother, why did you stop me from talking just now? Ning Xiu asked. Bailey Wenyu also looked at Mu Chanjue with confusion. Can you see the sword skills on the stone wall? Mu Chanjue asked. Both of them shook their heads. Mu Chanjue's eyes were deep. I didn't see it either. Why can only the second senior brother see it? Ning Xiu and Bailey Wenyu looked at each other and said in unison, could it be that that is a secret room specially built for the second senior brother? Mu Chanjue nodded. Do you still remember what Yu Minkan said about the sacrifice? I suspect that this maze is probably a trap. The formation had already been activated when the second senior brother went in. None of us are good at formations. If we went in there too, we might not be able to get out of the predicament at all. Mu Chanjue knew that Gu Jianyi had stepped into a trap, but he could not say anything. Their strength is not enough to break the formation, let alone rescue people, so they might as well leave there first and give the second senior brother a quiet environment to practice. Besides, it is unknown whether Gu Jianyi who walked in there was still the same person. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 765. Mu Chanjue didn't want to gamble on something. The mystery of the formation is beyond words. Not only can it control people's minds, but it can also control people's behavior. He could only choose to take Ning Xiu and Bailey Wenyu away first. The person behind it was plotting against everyone in Lingyun sect. Gu Jian was not in danger as soon as he stepped into the secret room. Maybe the person behind it wanted to catch them all. As long as they don't all step into the trap, maybe those in the trap will be safe for the time being. While Mu Chanjue was thinking, Ning Xiu looked at Wanling aside with a suspicious expression. It would be too much of a coincidence for Wanling to appear. Fifth senior sister, there is no problem with Wanling. Bailey Wenyu has a special sense for the beast race. Wanling has the aura of the little junior sister on his body, which cannot be deceived by him. Mu Chanjue looked at Bailey Wenyu and said, Sixth junior brother, think about it carefully, what is so special about the forbidden sun in the belly of the three-headed dragon? Bailey Wenyu looked at Mu Chanjue slightly confused, what's so special? It seems that there really is. When I was communicating with the cubs in the belly of the three-headed dragon, I found that they seem to have no soul. They can fight against each other. Logically speaking, they should have opened up their spiritual intelligence. Bailey Wenyu, he said with a solemn expression. Could it be related to the fact that they were under the puppet curse? Ning Xiu asked. Bailey Wenyu shook his head. The puppet curse can only make them obey the orders of the caster, but it cannot deprive them of their intelligence. Mu Chanjue said in a deep voice, the baby that is about to be born has not yet developed its intelligence, so it will be a stillbirth. Bailey Wenyu's eyes flashed slightly. It is impossible for a stillborn fetus to fight against the urn, and it is even less likely to be a forbidden child. Could it be that the three-headed dragon is not carrying a living being in its belly? It's not a living thing. What could it be? The word, sacrifice, flashed across Mu Chanjue's consciousness. Bailey Wenyu's face turned pale. What the three-headed dragon gave birth to was not a living being, so it was very likely that it was a ghost fetus. If it is really the forbidden child of a ghost, then it will be able to escape the punishment of heaven and grow up smoothly. Who can be so heartless? Dare to cultivate a ghost fetus into a forbidden son? Do you want all living beings to be buried with you? Bailey Wenyu looked at Mu Chanjue and said very seriously, "Fourth senior brother, can you directly kill the three-headed dragon in your cauldron?" "What's wrong?" Mu Chanjue said coldly. "He has never killed anyone in the cauldron. That tripod was his companion tripod, equivalent to his partner. He was not sure what the consequences would be if he killed animals in it." Bailey Wenyu said truthfully, "The forbidden son in the belly of the three-headed dragon has no weaknesses. It will not enter the cycle of life and death, and will not be punished by heaven." Mu Chanjue fell into silence and communicated with Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding clearly rejected Mu Chanjue and strictly ordered him not to kill the forbidden son. When Mu Chanjue asked the reason, Xiao Ding did not give him a response. Mu Chanjue shook his head at Bailey Wenyu and said, "Sixth junior brother, I feel that this forbidden son is not simple. Just killing him will not solve the problem." Mu Chanjue didn't know as much as Bailey Wen about the taboo son. But Mu Chanjue knew that Xiao Ding would never harm him. Bailey Wenyu didn't ask any more questions, but was more worried about how to solve the problem of the taboo son. The three-headed dragon would definitely not want to kill the baby in its belly. Their strength is not enough to kill the three-headed dragon with one blow. Moreover, killing the three-headed dragon does not necessarily kill the ghost fetus in its belly. The ghost fetus is just living in the three-headed dragon's body and can escape from it at any time. Even if the two forbidden sons are born, they will fight to the death. But in the process of their struggle, the death energy spreads and destroys all living things. Finally, after swallowing another ghost fetus, the one that survives will become stronger and more difficult to deal with. Ning Xiu looked at Mu Chanjue and Bailey Wenyu's worried expressions and said, "Why don't we find the 5 yin-yang dogs first? If we can defeat Netherkun, we may be able to find a way to deal with the Son of Forbidden." Mu Chanjue said in a deep voice, "This is the only way." "Wanling, do you know where the 5 yin-yang dogs are?" Bailey Wenyu looked at Wanling. Wanling shook his head up and down to indicate that he knew. The three of them chose to continue walking forward, but when they were about to take a step, they found that there was no way ahead. All spirits have flown into the darkness. Realizing that they were not following him, he stepped back in front of them. The three of them looked solemn. Wanling could leave, why couldn't they? Mu Chanjue looked sideways at the secret room behind him, his peach blossom eyes becoming dark. Is it possible that one person must stay in the secret room before they can continue walking? If calculated this way, all of them would have no choice but to stay in the secret room. Mu Chanjue said what he thought. "Fourth senior brother and fifth senior sister, I'll stay here while you continue walking," Bailey Wenyu said as he walked towards the secret room. Ning Xiu's eyes flashed, and she quickly reached out to grab her sleeves. "Wait, I might have a way." Bailey Wenyu looked at Ning Xiu. "Fifth senior sister, what can you do?" Ning Xiu didn't say anything. She took out the reincarnation pen, bit her fingertips, stained the pen tip with her blood, and started to draw the talisman. Soon, a talisman fell into her hand. Ning Xiu's face was drained of color, as if she had exhausted all her mental energy. Seeing this, Bailey Wenyu put his palm on Ning Xiu's back and sent his spiritual power to Ning Xiu. Sensing the warmth coming from her back, Ning Xiu's eyes flashed with strange emotions, but they also passed away in a flash. Ning Xiu took out a light purple dress from the space, put the talisman on it, and recited a few more spells. A flash of purple light flashed. A woman appeared in front of the three of them. The woman's brocade clothes make her figure slim and graceful, her skin is like pearls and jade, her eyebrows are elegant, and her appearance is even more delicate and beautiful. But her beautiful eyes were lifeless, making her beauty lose its agility. Ning Xiu looked at the beauty in front of her with complicated expressions. "Third senior sister," Bailey Wenyu called softly. The beauty looked straight ahead, as if she hadn't heard. Ning Xiu took out a talisman and put it on the beauty's back, and recited the magic formula. The beauty walked past the three of them and entered the secret room. A ray of light flashed through the formation in the secret room, and the formation was activated. The three of them moved forward again, and a road appeared. But they were not happy to find the way, and their expressions became more solemn. They didn't know the dangers ahead, but they knew they were entering a road of death and no life. At the same time, Fang Qingren's recovery speed could not match the speed of the divine punishment. "Lord Yuan Ji, this is already 37 heavenly punishments. She is still alive. She is so stubborn. This is the first time I have seen such a tough-minded person. She has a good body. If you can give me her body, I will definitely be able to." Tianxia suddenly stopped mid-sentence because the look Yuan Ji was looking at this moment was too terrifying. Tianxia was really afraid that Yuan Ji would attack him again, so he hurriedly explained, "Master Yuan Ji, isn't she your mortal enemy? When you were attacked just now, she was still watching the show. I want her body, and I also want to do it for you. You serve." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 766 Plane Barrier, Additional Update 1. The coldness in Yuan Ji's eyes spread even more thoroughly, his palms tightened, and the ball disappeared. Yuan Ji's eyes fell on Fang Qingran, and the corners of his lips were slightly raised. He was quite stubborn. Ordinary immortal cultivators could only withstand 3 heavenly punishments at most. There are only 8 people with better qualifications. Now that more than heavenly punishments have been handed down, Fang Qingran can still maintain a clear consciousness. I just don't know how many she can carry. Something doesn't seem right about this face will. It excessively consumes the power of the law for an enlightened person in the heaven-seeing realm, which will cause the plane barrier to weaken, making it easier for outsiders to enter the plane. The first task of the will of the plane is to protect the plane. It actually wanted to target Fang Qingran regardless of other creatures in the plane. Things seem to be getting more interesting. Is Fang Qingran reaching this point also part of the plan of the ancestor of the Jiang family? Extraterritorial. Ling Tianyun successfully completed the repair of the Dying Universe formation. Considering that this was where Mo Jinggong wanted to take shelter, he added another Chaos God formation. The two large formations, coupled with the plane barrier, ensure that no one can set foot here except the strong ones in the Void Realm. Okay, you can go to sleep peacefully. Ling Tianyun clapped his hands and looked at the nervous Buddhas. The Buddha carefully inspected it and was overjoyed. The Dying Universe formation was stronger than before. The smiling Buddha's face was gloomy, with one cheek swollen. He wanted to speak, but considering Ling Tianyun's unfathomable strength, he could only choose to remain silent. Ling Tianyun looked at the smiling Buddha with a smile on his face. Does this person have anything to say? The smiling Buddha immediately shook his head and retreated behind the Buddha. Don't be afraid, I usually won't do anything easily. If you hadn't kept talking, I would have been able to hold back from doing anything, but you don't know what it means to just give in. You deserve these slaps too. Ling Tianyun said with a playful smile. The Buddha wanted to say something else. Ling Tianyun waved his hand and said, Master, I'll leave first, you can do what you want. Buddhas, this seems to be our territory. Have you mistaken your identity? Suddenly, Ling Tianyun, who had left, turned around and came back. The faces of the Buddhas froze, and they didn't seem to speak, right. Ling Tianyun, however, directly ignored the Buddhas and went out through the formation. Before the Buddhas could react, Ling Tianyun came in again. Ling Tianyun looked at the Buddha and said, Is there something wrong with the Great Road in your plane? Why has the barrier formed by the power of law become weaker? The barrier formed by the power of law is the plane barrier. This enchantment is vital to the entire plane. It can not only hide the location of the plane, but also prevent some dark creatures in the turbulence of the universe from entering the plane. Once there is a problem with the plane barrier, it may be another disaster. When Buddha wanted to ask Ling Tianyun about the specific situation, his figure had disappeared. Ling Tianyun arrived at the 19th level of hell. Upon noticing Ling Tianyun's appearance, Zhuo Yan immediately stood in front of Mo Jinggong. Master, there is danger. A slender hand picked up Zhuo Yan and said, Zhuo Yan, it's better for you to return to the ruins. I've already come before the territory lord and you just discovered me. Is it you? Zhuo Yan gritted his teeth and said. This kid used to love plucking its hair. Yes, it's young master. How are you? We haven't seen you for such a long time. Do you miss me? Ling Tianyun said, looked at Mo Jinggong, and said respectfully, Lord, there seems to be a problem with the wall of the plane. The power of the barrier outside is weakening. Although the impact is not big, I can't find the problem. Mo Jinggong's eyes darkened slightly, as if he had thought of something, and said to Ling Tianyun, you stay here and watch the time formation. After Mo Jinggong finished speaking, he stepped out of the plane. There is no problem with the plane boundary monument. The power of the barrier is indeed weakening. It should be caused by the will of the plane violating the rules and excessive use of the power of law. Could it be that something heaven-defying appeared on the plane, causing the will of the plane to behave like this? Mo Jinggong's fingertips moved slightly, and after deducing, he couldn't find anything against the sky. The will of the plane is also missing. Mo Jinggong raised his hand and drew a talisman. The talisman is submerged in the boundary monument. The dragon roared. An extremely terrifying pressure spread. Recall, Mo Jinggong looked indifferent, and as he raised his hand, countless invisible forces seemed to enter the plane. After a moment, a purple sky thunder lit up in front of Mo Jinggong's eyes. Zilei noticed Mo Jinggong's aura and struck at Mo Jinggong without hesitation. Before Mo Jinggong made any move, a purple thunder dragon appeared, and its power was much stronger than the sky thunder. Thunder Dragon entangled Tianlei, and after several rounds, Tianlei gradually fell into disadvantage. Right now. There was a flash of light on the boundary monument. Mo Jinggong looked at the boundary monument and said, as a planar will, it leaves its post without permission. This is the punishment it deserves. The boundary marker became dim again. Only 2 purple lightnings could be seen in the entire dark space. I don't know how long it took before Mo Jinggong raised his hand to recall the Thunder Dragon. An extremely angry voice sounded, why do you interfere with plane affairs? You hid in my plane back then and didn't help me. Why do you care about me now? Mo Jinggong's eyes were indifferent. If you hadn't taken the initiative to reveal your location to the Chaos Law Enforcers, would they have come here? There was silence in the dark for a moment, and then he continued, I just want them to come in and clean up some outsiders. Who would have thought that they actually changed the rules of the plane? Is it to clean up outsiders, or to eradicate dissidents? You know it well. As a Taoist, your responsibility is to protect the plane from intrusion, but you are greedy that you shouldn't be. Mo Jinggong exposed it ruthlessly. A crackling sound sounded. Then there was an angry voice, I have been selflessly protecting the people of the entire plane. Why do some people always want to be above me? I protect them, and they should be obediently under me. Quote. They were all born under my protection and are naturally my people, so they must not surpass me. They should crawl under me. Otherwise, where is my majesty? You can't accuse me from a superior position. You and I are in different positions. Mo Jinggong listened quietly to the will of the plane, and his eyes gradually became dangerous. The will of the plane had indeed been contaminated by decay, which was far more serious than he thought. The will of the plane is born to protect the plane and does not have any emotions. They don't even have such concrete emotions. That group of Chaos Law Enforcers had a really good plan, leaving behind the contaminated will of the plane, so that without them coming again, the plane would slowly decline. The will of the plane has been infiltrated by decay, giving birth to 7 emotions and 6 desires. Simply removing the rod won't solve the problem, only replacing it. But now is not the time. Mo Jinggong made a secret gesture, and several black auras overflowed from the will of the plane and fell on his palm. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 767 Meet at the summit. After Mo Jinggong's will in the plane returned to normal, he hid his aura. In a short period of time, there will be no problem with the will of the plane. However, since greed has already occurred, it will still fall into the control of 7 emotions and 6 desires again. The will of the plane seems not to remember why it is here. It flashes with the power of thunder and lightning, patrols the plane barrier, restores it to normal, and goes back to the plane to cultivate. Seeing this, Mo Jinggong was ready to leave. An old voice came into his ears, Lord Mo, thank you for your mercy. I have very little energy left and am unable to cultivate a new will of the plane. Xuanchu, there are planes being destroyed every moment in the universe. A good plane will is the key to the existence of the plane. Mo Jinggong said meaningfully. The planar will of each plane is different. Xuanchu's planar will is the Tao idea left behind by the ancient ancestor of chaos who sacrificed himself. Tao 9 is ruthless, desireless, and extremely powerful, so he should be the best guardian. It's a pity that the ancient ancestor of chaos underestimated the greedy ones after all. They have many ways to taint Tao 9 with 7 emotions and 6 desires. The polluted will of the plane will only want to have more, thus forgetting the meaning and responsibility of its existence. Xuanchu is not the only one who has such problems with plane will. The same situation has occurred in countless planes in the world. To solve this problem, greedy people must be dealt with at the root. Master Mo, I understand what you said, but it is the one who left it after all. I don't want his little Taoist thoughts to disappear completely, then I really can't find him. Said the voice, heavy in vicissitudes of life. Mo Jinggong looked at the endless darkness with his starry eyes, and said in a deep voice, if I can find an existence that replaces the Great Road, will you still interfere with the change of the will of the plane? Hey, he sighed softly, and then said sadly, Master Mo, please stop joking. How can the avenue be replaced at will? Besides, your current injury does not allow you to confront the existence behind the avenue. You are better than anyone else. We all know King Yin can't come back. The strong ones who died in the conspiracy at the beginning of chaos are the real strong ones. The tragedy of that conspiracy is beyond the imagination of today's descendants. The number of strong men who died in the Battle of Gods was less than 1/10,000th of that conspiracy. Maybe, Mo Jinggong murmured softly, and the indifference around him disappeared, adding a bit of sadness that was inconsistent with his temperament. Lord Mo, those greedy people are waving around under your banner, saying they want to restart a new era. The only one who can control them now is you. The sadness in Mo Jinggong disappeared, and he returned to his noble and unparalleled appearance. Xuanchu, they will not succeed. No one can match King Lian's wisdom. After Mo Jinggong finished speaking, he stepped into the plane. By the time he returned to the 19th level of hell, Ling Tianyun and Yan Miyu were already shoulder to shoulder, acting like good brothers. Duo Yan hid in the distance and stared at Ling Tianyun resentfully. Upon closer inspection, you can see that there are a few feathers missing from Duoyan's back. Lord, you're back. How are you? What's going on outside? Ling Tianyun let go of Yan Miyu and stood in front of Mo Jinggong. It's been taken care of. Mo Jinggong's eyes fell on the time formation. The soul-eating goo swallowed up the golden silkworm goo and seemed to be transforming. Those predatory beasts also became the soul-eating goo's meal. It's just that it still hasn't gotten rid of the control spell of the Mother Voodoo, and it needs one more thing. The things he gave to Qi naturally had to be the best. Mo Jinggong sacrificed a drop of blood and sent it into the soul-eating goo. Region Lord, Ling Tianyun exclaimed, watching the blood being sent into the body of the soul-eating goo. In an instant, a sky-high brilliance lit up within soul-eating goo. A terrifying force lingers around soul-eating goo. Rumble. Purple thunder appeared in the sky. Mo Jinggong flicked his sleeves, and a thunder dragon rushed into the sky. In an instant, the thunder disappeared and the thunder dragon rolled among the clouds. When Ling Tianyun saw this scene, his mouth opened wide, his eyes widened, and he hugged Mo Jinggong's thigh with a pop. Ling Tianyun wailed, Lord of the territory, I'm just a goo insect, how can I deserve your blood? Why didn't you call me? If the old man knew that I actually let the territory master take action, he would have to skin me. Mo Jinggong said coldly, get up, you won't know. Duo Yan stood not far away, his eyelids twitching wildly. Ling Tianyun took the opportunity to take advantage of his master again. Lord, can I make a request? Really, a small request. Ling Tianyun blinked a pair of innocent eyes and looked at Mo Jinggong. A look of helplessness appeared on Mo Jinggong's eyebrows. He should let Qi take this guy away. Lord of the territory, it has eaten your blood, so can I get a little bit of its meat, just a little bit of it? Ling Tianyun gestured. No, Mo Jinggong refused decisively, raised his hand, and a wisp of purple breath penetrated Ling Tianyun's eyebrows. Ling Tianyun's eyes burst out with light. Lord, you are so good. Ling Tianyun let go of Mo Jinggong, sat cross-legged and began to practice. Master, are you spoiling him too much? Duo Yan flew back to Mo Jinggong. It could see clearly that Mo Jinggong gave Ling Tianyun the energy of Hongmeng. This guy is really cheap. It doesn't matter. Mo Jinggong looked at Ling Tianyun who was practicing with deep eyes. The gifts of fate come at a price. Mo Jinggong's eyes fell on Yan Miyu. Leave this place to me and you go back to the underworld. Yan Moyu's eyes dimmed and he asked, will you still go to see them? Not for the time being. They have already gone their own way and don't need me to interfere anymore. Mo Jinggong said solemnly. Are you no longer in their memory? Yan Miyu asked seriously. While he and Mo Jinggong were dealing with the predators here, as long as Mo Jinggong left, his memory of Mo Jinggong would disappear little by little. Mo Jinggong came back suddenly just now, and he almost didn't remember who Mo Jinggong was. Yeah, Mo Jinggong responded softly. Does junior sister know about this? Yan Miyu has the lowest sense of presence in Lingyun sect, but he sees things most clearly. Feng Qingren's feelings for Mo Jinggong were obviously different, but she had too many worries in her heart and had no time to consider these things. Or maybe she thought Mo Jinggong would always be there, so she never felt anxious. Mo Jinggong's starry eyes flashed with tenderness. She once said that if we get separated one day, we will meet at the top. Yan Miyu pursed his thin lips, meeting at the top. The gap between them and Mo Jinggong really cannot be bridged by time. Is there really a chance to meet at the top? But Yan Miyu also knew that the choice Mo Jinggong made at this moment was the most beneficial to them. If they get involved with Mo Jinggong again after enlightenment, more unnecessary cause and effect will occur. These causes and effects will be closely related to Taoism. Every additional cause and effect is a kind of bondage. The more constraints you have, the more bumps you will encounter on the road to spiritual practice. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 768 Promotion to True Immortal. Then how long will you stay here? Yan Miyu was thinking a lot and only asked this question. I don't know. Yan Miyu heard this and didn't ask any more questions. He clearly remembered in his memory that he became the 7th disciple of Lingyun sect. Yan Miyu rolled his eyes slightly. Actually, I have always been confused. Why did you send your junior sister to reincarnation in the first place? Yan Miyu couldn't forget the feeling he had when he saw Mo Jinggong for the first time. The young man was dressed in mysterious clothes. He was unparalleled in dignity, but he was also extremely indifferent. His eyes looked at everything with indifference, as if he didn't keep it in his heart. He was even more indifferent than the ancestor of the underworld who was used to seeing thousands of lives and deaths. Mo Jinggong looked slightly stunned and said calmly, I can't remember clearly. He didn't want to mention the beginning again. Every time he thought of his feelings at that time, his emotions were extremely complicated. If he had known about the future, he would never have used that method of reincarnation. Mo Jinggong, I want to thank you no matter what. If it weren't for you, I would have died in ancient times. Yan Miyu bowed respectfully to Mo Jinggong. From then on, they were no longer brothers in the same discipline. Back then, when the War of the Gods took place, he was just an unknown ghost king in the underworld. He doesn't know anything at all. When he sensed the death of Empress Hautu, he wanted to rush to the battlefield of the gods, but the mysterious man had already broken into the underworld and killed the powerful ones wantonly. His strength could not resist the mysterious man's move. Just when he was about to be killed, a breath led the mysterious man away. He chased after him by accident, and saw Mo Jinggong standing in the sky from a distance, with countless mysterious people falling with a flick of his sleeves. Mo Jinggong only said one word. The leader of the mysterious man, who was still majestic before, led a group of people to flee. The mysterious man left, and he could feel that he had been discovered by Mo Jinggong. But Mo Jinggong just glanced at him lightly, and he would never forget that look. Then, all the powerful men in the underworld who could manage the underworld fell, leaving him alone. He naturally became the underworld ancestor. He discovered an extremely bad thing. The cultivation techniques belonging to the people in the underworld were completely destroyed by a mysterious person. So starting from the realm of the Ghost King, he relied entirely on his own exploration. His foundation in the underworld is not as solid as imagined. In the end, he was plotted by the Emperor of Heaven and the Emperor of Hades, and almost fell. He finally chose to abandon his body and entered the land abandoned by the gods, living in an ignoble way. It was a blessing in disguise that he unexpectedly became Mo Jinggong's classmate. He knew earlier than anyone else that Mo Jinggong and he were on different paths after all. But he didn't expect this day to come so early. Farewell. After Yan Miyu finished speaking, his figure disappeared from Mo Jinggong's eyes. Master, are you going to find the Hongmeng thing? Zhuo Yan asked, looking in the direction where Yan Miyu left. The injuries on Mo Jinggong's soul must be treated with medicine from the Hongmeng period. They chose Xuanchu because of the Grandmeng things in the plain, but they haven't found the Grandmeng things yet. Ah. When are we going to find something? Zhuo Yan's eyes flashed with joy. The master finally had the energy to solve his own problems. Since they stepped here, they have had no quiet time and have been busy dealing with various things. Clean up some mess. Zhuo Yan, you and Ling Tianyun stay here to guard the TH level of hell. Mo Jinggong glanced at the time formation and was worried about leaving Ling Tianyun here alone. Ling Tianyun has enough strength, but is too playful. Mo Jinggong set up several more barriers for the time formation. Even with the time formation, it would be impossible for the void goo to take shape in a short period of time. Fortunately, the soul-eating goo has escaped the control of the mother goo and will not cause any harm. Master, he can control this place by himself. Isn't it a bit redundant for me to stay? Zhuo Yan really didn't want to get along with Ling Tianyun. To be honest, Ling Tianyun was a demon king in the immortal realm, and he even disliked dogs. It really doesn't want to stay with him for a long time. He's not familiar with this place, so stay with him. Mo Jinggong said in a deep voice. The battlefield of the gods. Tomb of the Abyss. After heavenly punishment disappeared without warning, Fang Qingran completed the initial stage of enlightenment. Yuan Ji's eyes were dark. It was not as if Tianpu had left by himself, but rather as if he had been dragged back by some force. Only Mo can do this. It seemed that Mo really didn't care about Fang Qingran, otherwise he wouldn't have waited until she had suffered 40 or 50 punishments from heaven before taking action. After all, if the plane's will is excessively consumed, the plane's barrier will become weak and easily discovered. Mo paid more attention to the plane barrier than Fang Qingran. A smile appeared on Yuan Ji's lips. It was fine that she had nothing to do with Mo. Right now. A green light flashed around Fang Qingran, all her injuries healed, and her strength became stronger and stronger, as if it had reached a peak. The majestic immortal power filled the entire cave. Above, the 4 fairy swords polluted by yin qi slowly gave off their luster. A vague shadow appeared on the sword. The death energy on the fairy sword completely disappeared. The shadow disappeared. Yuan Ji raised his eyes and looked at the fairy sword that had regained its power. He didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Yuan Ji realized the problem. Why didn't the 9-headed Guanying activate the immortal killing formation from the beginning? The order given by the mysterious man was to wipe out all human races. Once the immortal killing formation was activated, Fang Qingran would definitely die, and he could only give up his body. Yuan Ji's thoughts were racing, and he always felt that there was something he had overlooked. Yuan Ji, Fang Qingran's light voice sounded, interrupting Yuan Ji's thoughts. Congratulations to Miss Fang for being promoted to true immortal. Yuan Ji looked at Fang Qingran, who was obviously different, with a smile on his face. What did Tianxia say to you? Fang Qingran's apricot eyes flashed with a faint light, and the pressure around her was extremely oppressive. It said there was a dragon skeleton down here, and it also said that the nine-headed strange infant held an ancient forbidden technique, and that the nine-headed strange infant's treasures were all hidden in the maze. Yuan Ji did not hide anything and told Fang Qingran everything. When Fang Qingran heard the dragon bones, hope flashed in her eyes. It would be great if the dragon bones below were what she wanted. Fang Qingran looked into Yuan Ji's dark eyes. Yuan Ji raised his hand and said, "Don't worry, Miss Fang, I won't steal anything from you. I just want to cooperate with you to deal with the Jiang family's saint ancestor. We can wait until we get out of the battlefield of the gods to discuss cooperation." Fang Qingran didn't know what Yuan Ji's plan was. With Yuan Ji's strength, there was no need to cooperate with her. He has repeatedly wanted to cooperate with her, so she must have what Yuan Ji is looking for. So she chose to stabilize Yuan Ji first, at least in the battlefield of gods. She didn't want to be an enemy of Yuan Ji anymore. Fang Qingran walked to the entrance of the cave and Yuan Ji waved his hand. "I won't go down. This formation has been formed, and someone must stay here." After hearing this, Fang Qingran ducked into the black hole. It was pitch black inside the cave. I could vaguely hear the sound of water. Fang Qingran lit the strange fire, and an underground river appeared in front of him. There was something faintly glowing white at the bottom of the river. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 769 Dragon Skeleton. Fang Qingran looked carefully and found that it was a complete dragon carcass. But she couldn't detect the breath on the dragon's bones. There are seals and barriers on the water. Fang Qingran did not take action without permission for fear of damaging the dragon carcass in the water. Bai Zhe, can you see through the seal and barrier? Fang Qingran called Bai Zhe again. Bai Zhe, I seem to be just a tool. If you have anything to do with me, come to me, but if you don't have anything to do, just shut me up in a dark room. Bai Zhe complained in his heart, but still carefully observed the situation of the underground river. This seal is really wonderful. It retains the complete dragon's breath. If you want to reshape the dragon's body, this skeleton is simply the most perfect skeleton. Bai Zhe praised. This dragon skeleton is simply the best existence. How to break the seal? Fang Qingran took out the jade pendant that sealed the dragon emperor's soul, and there was a faint expectation in her eyes. Maybe this dragon skeleton really belongs to the senior dragon king. After all, she remembered who told her that on the eve of the War of the Gods, the senior dragon king sent away all the true dragons, leaving it alone to fight alongside the gods. I don't know. This barrier was set up by at least a Taoist-level warrior. If you want to break the barrier, you can only invite the ferocious beasts to come out. Bai Zhe suggested. There is a murderous formation here, we can't let him out. Fang Qingran refused seriously. When the murderous array is activated, it will not be activated as long as no ferocious beast aura appears. But once the ferocious beast appears, the murderous array will be activated, and the ferocious beast will be unable to protect itself. What about Ju Zhao? Ju Zhao is guarding the 9th level Shranling formation. Bai Zhe fell silent. Fang Qingran had no such luck. She always encounters dangers beyond her capabilities. We can't let that vine break the seal, right? Bai Zhe said, slightly speechless. The 7 gourd vines are very powerful, but I have never heard of anyone who can break the seal by offering sacrifices to spirits. Fang Qingran touched her chin. She had seen many formations, but this was the first time she encountered a seal. Is there any difference between this thing and a formation? Fang Qingran thought about it and asked. I don't know the specific difference, but seals appeared much earlier than formations. Seals require higher strength than formations to use. Seals can be used in all places, but there are many restrictions on the use of formations. For example, there can be a seal in the human body. After Bai Zhe Chuanyuan finished speaking, he was also hinting at something. However, Fang Qingran didn't hear it. She asked again, what is the difference between a seal and a barrier? The barrier is easy to break. The seal will borrow the power of heaven and earth. Even if it is stronger than the one who casts the seal, it may not be able to break the seal. Bai Zhe said truthfully. Fang Qingran seemed to understand. She woke up the Dragon Emperor who was sleeping in the soul-nurturing jade. Senior Dragon Emperor, can you detect the aura of the dragon bones below? If it was really the dragon skeleton of the Senior Dragon King, it wouldn't be too late for her to find a way to break the seal. The phantom of the Dragon King appeared, and then the whole space trembled, and he said in surprise, little girl, my bones are so completely preserved. When the Dragon King was excited, he saw the seal above and said seriously, little girl, don't touch this seal, let it be placed here first. Why? Fang Qingran asked slightly confused. Once the seal is damaged, everything underneath will be destroyed unless the person who placed the seal lifts it himself. After listening to the Dragon Emperor's words, Fang Qingran invited the Dragon Emperor to return to the soul-nurturing jade. Let 10,000 ghost banners release the 9-headed treacherous babies. The previously huge and chubby 9-headed Wei Ying was now extremely thin. The realm has dropped several points. When the 9-headed baby saw Fang Qingran, he cried and begged for mercy, Auntie, I was wrong. I can tell you whatever you want to know. I just ask you not to lock me in. Open the seal and barrier of the underground river. Fang Qingran looked at the 9-headed baby and said. I can't open this. This seal was left by a mysterious person. It wants me to watch carefully. If I encounter a human race that I can't defeat, I will lead the person here and then open the immortal killing formation. As long as that person touches the seal, and the immortal Zhu array will be activated immediately. I don't know what happened to it in the 10,000 ghost banners, but now it has confessed everything honestly. Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes were filled with frost. It's them again. What else did they tell you to do? The 9th level Shriming Array is the first level, and this is the 2nd level. There are some traps for you in the maze. That one was set up by Yuming-kun as a favor to me. The voice of the 9-headed creepy baby became more and more intense. The lower. No one can resist such a calculation. Fang Qingren stared at the 9-headed phantom baby. The coldness in her eyes gradually disappeared, and she turned to smile. I remember that as long as ghost cultivators practice to a certain level and find the reincarnation fairy fruit, they can obtain a real body, and practice like humans. Quote. A blood-red fruit appeared in Fang Qingren's hand. The 8 pairs of eyes of the 9-headed infants were fixed on the fairy fruit, unable to move at all. Miss Fang, Sir Fang, if you have any requests, just ask. I will definitely obey you from now on. The 9-headed Guanying kept regretting in its heart. It should not have gone against Fang Qingren. To a ghost cultivator, the value of a reincarnated fairy fruit far exceeds that of a Tao fruit. The way of being born as a ghost is, after all, not as good as cultivating the way of a human being. The Taoism that ghosts can understand is extremely limited. If it wants to comprehend the strongest Taoism, it must be completely reincarnated as a human being. Fang Qingren gently tossed the fruit in his hand, then caught it without responding to the 9-headed Guanying. The 9-headed baby followed the fruit up and down with his mind, gritted his teeth, and said through the message, Miss Fang, I have an ancient forbidden technique in my hand. This forbidden technique can forcibly take away other people's strength. If it can be used properly, it can even be used it comes to steal the power of law. Fang Qingren finally stopped what he was doing, but did not ask about the forbidden technique. Fang Qingren's eyes were slightly cold. I heard that you have been fighting with Yuming-kun for many years. Do you know Yuming-kun's weaknesses? And the origin of Yuming-kun? The 9-headed baby was lost for a moment. Master Fang, I really don't know the origin of Yuming-kun. Is it a weakness? I have fought with it, and its soul seems to be injured, otherwise I really would not be its opponent. Master Fang, why did you think of asking about Yuming-kun? That guy is not easy to deal with. He is very cunning, and I feel that he is a bit evil. Seems to be able to anticipate everything that's going to happen. It also hides something more precious than the ancient forbidden magic, a scroll with Tianquan's plan written on it. The 9-headed Guanying was observing Fang Qingren's expression every time he spoke. As long as it can get the reincarnation immortal fruit, it will definitely be able to fulfill its dream of shattering the void in the future. Fang Qingren didn't let the 9-headed infant wait long. After thinking about its words, she threw the fairy fruit to it. Do you still remember the scene when the mysterious man placed the seal? Fang Qingren asked. The Dragon King's aura is getting weaker and weaker. Obtaining the dragon's bones as early as possible will be more powerful for the Dragon King's recovery. Maybe Miss Fang can let me try to break the seal. Yuan Ji's voice came from above. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 770 Recovering the 7 Souls. As the Darkest One, Yuan Ji cannot break the formation, but he has a lot of contact with seals and has done a lot of research. Fang Qingren raised his head and looked at Yuan Ji above. While Fang Qingren was still hesitating, the Dragon King from the soul-nurturing jade flew out. The Darkest One, what is your purpose here? The Dragon King's majestic voice sounded, and the dragon's power fell on Yuan Ji. Senior Dragon Emperor, Fang Qingren said nervously. She was not worried that the Dragon Emperor would hurt Yuan Ji. The Dragon King's soul breath is already extremely weak, and now using the dragon's power forcefully will make it even weaker. After the Dragon King finished speaking, the color of its soul became a little lighter. When Yuan Ji heard the Dragon Emperor's words, a smile appeared on his lips. I'm Yuan Ji, I've met Senior Dragon Emperor, you don't have to worry, I don't have any ill intentions. When I came to travel in this plane, it happened to be that a mysterious man came. From then on, I was trapped here, with no way to leave. Yuan Ji's words were half true and half false, but they succeeded in making the Dragon King put down his guard against him. Of course, the reason why the Dragon Emperor dropped its guard against Yuan Ji was that it misunderstood Fang Qingren's attitude. It thought Fang Qingren was nervous because he was afraid of hurting Yuan Ji. The Dragon King has seen countless outsiders, many of whom are well-intentioned. People of goodwill, they have treated each other sincerely since ancient times, exchanged cultivation experiences in a friendly manner, and exchanged treasures and culture from each other's planes. There are also malicious outsiders, who may call invaders. They will definitely punish such intruders. Yuan Ji, why are you following the little girl? The Dragon Emperor looked carefully. Yuan Ji's strength should not be involved with Fang Qingren. The Darkest Ones are not bound by the cause and effect of Tao and cannot enter reincarnation. Therefore, all the Darkest people should try to avoid getting along with ascetics. Existences outside of Taoism, such as the Darkest One, must avoid causal involvement with Taoists. Not being afraid of cause and effect does not mean that you will never be contaminated by cause and effect. Once a being like Yuan Ji is contaminated with the cause and effect of the upper realm, the consequences will be very serious. Senior Dragon King, don't worry too much. I followed her just to find someone who framed me in ancient times. That person may also be related to the fall of the gods. Yuan Ji's attitude was very good. Who is that person? The Dragon King's mood fluctuated a bit. My guess is that it's the saint ancestor of the Jiang family who plotted against me. As for the rest, I don't have any evidence, so I can't make false claims for the time being. Yuan Ji answered all questions about the Dragon Emperor. Fang Qingren didn't see anything unusual. The eyes of the 9-headed baby were spinning, looking at Yuan Ji strangely. Yuan Ji, who was moody and didn't play by the rules, was actually honest with an extremely weak remnant soul. Something is wrong. Could it be that Yuan Ji was plotting against Dragon Soul? It's not like Yuan Ji wants to swallow the Dragon Soul, so there's no need to talk nonsense. The 9-headed baby's 8 brains were spinning rapidly, recalling the past. It seemed that Yuan Ji was always different when he met Lord Feng. A strange color flashed in the eyes of the nine-headed baby, as if he suddenly understood something, and he sent a message to Feng Qingran. Master Feng, Master Yuanji must be plotting against you. You must guard your body. Treasures cannot be given to him. Feng Qingran glanced at the nine-headed Wei Ying, feeling that it was a bit inexplicable. The Dragon King pondered for a moment. Yuanji, are you really willing to break the seal, regardless of the consequences? Yuanji has the strength to break the seal. It's just that the strength consumed on the seal is difficult to recover in a short period of time, and Yuanji may even suffer the backlash of the seal. Yuanji's eyes were dark and he said seriously, I am willing, but in exchange, I want to know whether the creation Kinglian is really in the Xuanchu plain. The moment Yuanji's words fell, the entire cave trembled. The Dragon King's aura suddenly became extremely cold. You are really ambitious. How can a Dark One be so friendly? The darkest ranks third among outsiders who must be treated with caution in the laws of the universe. The darkest ones are born without ethics, are not bound by cause and effect, and are not afraid of Taoism. They may be the ultimate good people, or they may even be demons in disguise. The Dragon King had just put down his guard against Yuanji's kindness, partly because of Feng Qingran, and partly because he can deal with Yuanji, and he was worried about angering Yuanji, so he attacked Feng Qingran. But at this moment, Yuanji dared to inquire about Chuangshi Kinglian. It's definitely a bad sign. Senior Dragon Emperor, there is no need to be nervous. I am looking for the creation Green Lotus. I just want to rediscover the 7 souls abandoned by the Dark One's ancestors. I don't want to be an alien again. Yuanji looked at the Dragon Emperor, always maintaining a calm expression. Humble attitude. Even if you find the creation Green Lotus, you still won't be able to realize the Tao. If you don't enter the Tao, how can you change the decisions of your ancestors in the long river of time? The Dragon Emperor softened his attitude a lot as he listened to Yuanji talking about seniors. Yuanji turned his eyes slightly and said, I cannot walk into the long river of time, but if I find Kinglian and help Miss Feng achieve the way of time, she will definitely help me realize my wish. Of course, I will not let Miss Feng suffer. As long as she can help me find the 7 souls, I am willing to swear that once someone is in trouble in the Xuanchu plain, I, Yuanji, will fight to the death to protect her. As soon as Yuanji said these words, the Dragon Emperor's vigilance towards Yuanji disappeared, and instead he looked at Yuanji in great surprise. Looking for the way to help the little girl achieve time through the Green Lotus of creation. Would the Darkest One really have such good intentions? Yuanji, you Darkest Ones are not bound by the Tao fruit and are free and carefree. Why do you suddenly want to find the abandoned 7 souls? The Dragon King asked doubtfully. Zizai Xiaoyao is indeed Zui Xiaoyao. I dare to ask Senior Dragon Emperor, if someone asks you, where are you from? Where is your home? How should you respond to such past experiences? Yuanji looked at the Dragon Emperor seriously, his eyes there is actually a bit of desolation in it. The Dragon King was stunned for a moment, and looked at Yuanji with a more understanding look. The Darkest One is born powerful. The stronger you become, the more loneliness follows you. The darkest person has only 3 souls and cannot enter reincarnation. The soul has no home, no support, and no past experience. They are born to wander around without a home of their own. No matter where the darkest go, they belong to outsiders. They don't even have their own cosmic plane. What they become is all due to the choices of their ancestors. The path of cultivation of a monk requires the inheritance of cause and effect, and is subject to various constraints. One step at a time, if you are not careful, you will fall. Only the lucky ones can be among the strong. The ancestors of the Darkest Ones despised the path of becoming stronger as a monk because it was too hard and dangerous. In order to be able to take a unique path to become stronger, he gave up his 7 souls and forcibly exchanged for the strength of being born strong. There are also countless ascetics who have envied the Darkest One. As everyone knows, any choice comes with a price. While the Dragon King was thinking a lot, Yuanji's voice sounded again. Besides, although we are born with the strength of the Lord of Origin, we will never be able to improve our strength unless. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 771. Everyone has their own thoughts. Unless we steal the strength of our fellow tribesmen to improve ourselves, I will eventually get tired of seeing our tribes fighting against each other. As the king of the Darkest One, Yuanji cannot control his own people from killing each other. He didn't realize at the beginning that the Darkest One was born without restraints, which was a very terrifying thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with cannibalism. Until he met Mo and saw the immortal realm. Only then did he realize how ridiculous he thought he was. Later, he came to the Xuanchu plain and met Feng Qingwu, who was the first to be born. She is responsible, courageous, and can sacrifice herself for the sake of the people of the plain. The free and unrestrained feeling in her body is the real freedom. And Mu Chandue, as a predator, was willing to go against his instincts and protect those around him. As well as Bailey Wenyu, Ning Xiyu, Degu Jianyi and so on. They all allowed him to see the camaraderie of the same race, and the feeling of fighting side by side was something that the Dark One could never even imagine. Including Feng Qingran's perseverance, courage, love and justice, which the Darkest Man never had. Yuanji's eyes had a complicated expression. Is it related to the missing 7 souls that the Darkest One has become like this? Yuanji, you want the little girl to help you change the decision of the ancestor of the Darkest One. This matter cannot be done casually. Let's not leave aside the issue of creation Kinglian, but the Tao fruit she needs to advance. Long the Emperor sighed. Now that there is no Tao fruit tree, it is too difficult for Feng Qingran to find the Tao fruit. Especially after the battle between the gods, there may not be much Tao fruit left in the plain. The Dragon King's sigh was not just a sigh, he also wanted to take advantage of Yuanji. As the Darkest One, it is easier for Yuanji to leave the plain to find Tao fruit than Feng Qingran. Furthermore, Yuanji does not need to take Tao fruit to advance, so he will definitely not compete with Feng Qingran for things. Senior Dragon King, don't worry, I will definitely find the Tao fruit for her. Yuanji said seriously. Yuan Ji, I don't know much about the creation Green Lotus. Many traces were erased in the late stage of chaos. If you want to find the power left by the creation Green Lotus, you can only collect it scattered among thousands of people. A treasure in the universe. After the Dragon King said this, the dragon's soul became even weaker. Seeing this, Feng Qingran forcibly took the Dragon Emperor back into the soul-nurturing jade. Feng Qingran raised her eyes and looked at Yuan Ji with a serious face. Yuan Ji, no matter what you said before is true or false, as long as you can open the seal and barrier here, if I succeed in attaining enlightenment in the future and have enough strength, I will definitely help you find the 7 souls. Yuan Ji looked into Feng Qingran's clear and bright eyes, and suddenly there was a warmth in his heart. He really wanted to change his ancestor's decision, but he was really not that eager. What he said before was just a cliché to stabilize the Dragon Emperor. After all, even if the Dragon King has only his remnant soul, he is still the ancestral dragon. If he plays the sacrificial trick with him, he will still suffer a little loss. Now hearing Feng Qingran's sincere words, Yuan Ji pursed his lips unconsciously. With Miss Feng's words, I feel relieved. You can get the other treasures first, and then come up. I'll go down, because once the seal and barrier are broken, the bottom will collapse. Yuan Ji's eyes fell on the 9-headed baby, showing a chill. The 9-headed baby immediately panicked. Master Feng, I didn't mean to hide the treasure from you, I just haven't had time to tell you yet. The 9-headed Guanyin used his hands and feet to pull over 5 simple and exquisite wooden boxes and placed them in front of Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran raised her hand to pick up one of the boxes and was about to open it. Master Feng, these things are not suitable to be opened here. They are all incomplete. There is death energy everywhere here, which will pollute them. 9-headed Wei Ying said hurriedly. The treasures picked up in the battlefield of the gods are indeed extremely powerful, but after all they're much more incomplete. There was only one intact heaven refining furnace, which was already in Feng Qingran's hands. Feng Qingran said nothing, put all the boxes into the space, and left. Yuan Ji, the dragon skeleton depends on you. Feng Qingran thanked Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji nodded and disappeared from Feng Qingran's eyes. Feng Qingran was not sure whether the collapse below would affect the formation, but to be on the safe side, she chose to strengthen the Juxian formation above. Then, she stepped into the air and stood in the middle of the 4 fairy swords. She was promoted not to break the formation, but to have the strength to conquer the fairy sword. As long as these 4 immortal swords can be surrendered, the immortal killing formation will collapse without any attack. Master Feng, you must not touch them. Once you touch them, the immortal killing formation will be activated. The 9-headed Wei Ying shouted nervously. It was full of annoyance at the moment. If I had known that there was a reincarnation fairy fruit, it would definitely not activate the formation here. Compared to the mysterious man who is an outsider, it would of course give priority to surrendering to Feng Qingran. Even if it has been staying in the battlefield of the gods and has never seen the outside world, it still yearns for the plane it is in. It has no desire to become a wanderer like Yuan Ji. 9-headed Wei Ying, you protect Yuan Ji a little bit and protect the dragon's body. We can't break this immortal killing formation. I can only try to conquer the fairy sword. After Feng Qingran finished speaking, he no longer looked at the 9-headed Wei Ying. She couldn't be trapped in the immortal killing formation forever. Feng Qingran sacrificed his essence and blood, which fell into the 4 fairy swords. The sword light flashed around the fairy sword, the runes on it flowed, and majestic power overflowed from it. Feng Qingran closed her eyes, made a secret, and established a link with the 4 fairy swords. The contract formation slowly unfolded. The light enveloped Feng Qingran. The 9-headed Wei Ying raised his eyes again and could no longer see clearly what was happening above him. The pressure of the ancient immortal killing sword is not something ordinary people can bear. 4 sharp auras fell on Feng Qingran through the formation. A bright red color overflowed from the corners of Feng Qingran's lips. She needed the secrets in her hand faster, and several runes rotated around her. In an instant, 4 rays of light appeared on the immortal sword and fell on Feng Qingran. Pooh! Feng Qingran seemed to be unable to bear the pressure and spit out a mouthful of blood. She stabilized her mind and used her soul to suppress the 4 auras in the sea of consciousness. The sword spirits all attacked her sea of consciousness. Feng Qingran used the power of Taoism to contend with it, but still fell into a disadvantage. The sword spirit of this fairy sword is no better than that of the Dragon King sword. Although they are not more powerful than the sword spirits of the Dragon Emperor sword, they are different from the sword spirits of the Dragon Emperor sword. The sword spirit of the Dragon Emperor sword didn't embarrass her too much because of the existence of the Dragon Emperor. The spirits of the immortal sword are born to be arrogant, and they only accept strong men above the level of the immortal emperor. So the 4 sword spirits in front of her wanted to kill her, or force her to give up the contract. Puff! Feng Qingran spit out a mouthful of blood again, and scars appeared on her soul. The sword spirit's offensive did not stop. At this moment, a green light lit up Feng Qingran's body. The cry of Qingguan sounded immediately. Immediately, the 4 sword spirits were kicked out of Feng Qingran's sea of consciousness. Before Feng Qingran could be shocked, Qingguan's sword jumped into her hand, and majestic pressure overflowed from it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 772. Feng Qingran raised the Qingguan sword. The glazed stone on the hilt was crystal clear and shone with azure light. An ancient and mysterious talisman appeared in the glass. The majestic power generated by the sword seems to come from the talisman. The green light lingers on the sword, making the blade sharp and full of fighting spirit. Feng Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on her pale face. The Qingguan sword was the weapon that had been with her the longest. The Qingguan sword is different from other swords in that it will advance as her cultivation level increases. The Qingguan sword, which was only a 6th grade spiritual treasure at first, is now an immortal grade magical weapon. Feng Qingran took another look at the 4 fairy swords suspended in the air. The so-called fairy swords did not refer to fairy-level magical weapons. They were already divine weapons, and their level was much higher than the Qingguan sword. She remembered that the grade classification of magic weapons was yellow grade, mysterious grade, earth grade, heaven grade, fairy grade, holy grade, emperor grade, divine grade, etc. There are 4 magical weapons that are 3 levels higher than the Qingguan sword. Why are you afraid of the Qingguan sword spirit? While Feng Qingran was thinking, the Qingguan sword moved in her palm, conveying to her that she wanted to beat the 4 fairy swords. A mortal weapon wants to beat up divine weapon. The 4 fairy swords seemed to feel the provocation of Qingguan sword. Suddenly, the tip of the sword was pointed at Feng Qingran and stabbed towards her. Feng Qingran immediately turned over, her body was as light as a swallow, and she avoided the attacks of the 4 fairy swords. Qingguan's sword flew out of her hand. Zhang. The sword blades collided, and a dazzling light flashed. One of the fairy swords was bounced away. When the 9-headed Wei Ying saw this scene below, he was frightened. Master Feng is really awesome. How dare you use an immortal weapon to fight against an artifact? And the divine weapon is not as powerful as the immortal weapon. Is it because the sword spirit of Qingguan's sword is more powerful? The level of the magic weapon is the same as the monk's cultivation level, and there is also suppression between them. But there is another suppressive relationship between magic weapons that does not exist among monks, and that is the sword spirit. Under normal circumstances, the level of the sword spirit is linked to the level of the sword. There are exceptions. That is, the sword spirits of the innate spiritual treasures are higher in level than the sword spirits of the acquired spiritual treasures. Regardless of the level of the innate spiritual treasure, there is always a natural level suppression of the acquired spiritual treasure. It's just that the 9-headed Wei Ying looked at the scene above, still a little worried. Although there was level suppression, 1 against 4 might still be at a disadvantage. What worries the 9-headed Gang even more is the previous involvement between the immortal sword and the immortal killing formation. Qingguan's sword challenged 4, relying on the advantage of innate sword spirits. The spirits of the 4 swords were all defeated by Qingguan. However, what the 9-headed Wei Ying was worried about finally appeared. After the 4 fairy swords were unable to defeat the Qingguan sword, they flew back to their respective positions, with dazzling white light emitting from the swords. Immediately, Feng Qingran saw 4 rays of light intertwined and connected. A magic circle is slowly forming. Feng Qingran's expression suddenly became solemn. The immortal sword was about to activate the immortal killing formation. Feng Qingran's eyes were sharp, the sky-opening axe fell into his hand, and he wanted to cut off the 4 fairy swords. At this time, the scabbard of the Qingguan sword flew out of the space and merged with the sword body. Ming. A shadow of a blue loon bird appeared. Roar. The Qinglong on the scabbard seemed to come to life, leaving the scabbard and meeting Qingguan. In an instant, a terrifying coercion enveloped the 4 fairy swords, and the formed magic circle slowly disappeared. The 8 pairs of eyes of the 9-headed infants were wide open, their mouths were open wide, and they were so shocked that they could not speak. I have never heard of one sword having 2 sword spirits. That Qingguan is obviously the sword spirit, so what is the Qinglong that appears later? The 9-headed Wei Ying carefully observed Qinglong. This was the first time it saw the green dragon, the mythical beast of the 4 legends. The color of Qinglong's body is not only cyan, the azure color of the dragon's body is slightly gray. The dragon's eyes are majestic and vaguely purple. The more the 9-headed Wei Ying looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. The phantom of the green dragon in front of him was slightly different from the green dragon described in ancient times. However, it didn't think much about it. After all, the image of the green dragon it saw came from the remaining memories of the gods and was always biased. Before the 9-headed phantom infant understood Qinglong's identity, he saw Qinglong's huge body spread out and circle around the 4 fairy swords. The light around the fairy sword gradually faded a bit. Qingguan chirped again. Click. The 4 fairy swords broke at the same time. In an instant, the entire cave began to shake. The shadows of Qingguan and Qinglong disappeared. Qingguan's sword closed its scabbard and fell into Feng Qingran's hands. The Juxian formation will be destroyed without attack. Feng Qingran looked at the crumbling cave, her eyes flashing slightly. The murderous formation was gone. It's just that the formation disappears. This shouldn't happen. It was the resentment emitted by the sword spirits before the fairy sword broke. They wanted to destroy the entire cave. Feng Qingran immediately looked at the cave below. The bones of Senior Dragon Emperor were still inside, so the cave couldn't collapse. Master Feng, this place is about to collapse. Why are you still going down? Juto Wei Ying saw Feng Qingran flying down and shouted anxiously. Feng Qingran's eyes darkened slightly. Get out of here first. After Feng Qingran finished speaking, she jumped down. Below, there was darkness. Feng Qingran lit the strange fire and saw Yuan Ji, a silver-haired man, sitting cross-legged and mumbling something. The barrier not far away has been broken. There were also cracks on the seal, and the runes kept flashing. Yuan Ji sensed Feng Qingran's appearance without any reaction and concentrated on breaking the seal. Yuan Ji actually didn't quite understand why he believed that Feng Qingran couldn't sneak attack him. Feng Qingran wasn't sure how long Yuan Ji would take, so she didn't bother him. The 9-headed treacherous baby rushed down and sealed the entrance of the cave. Master Feng, there is no need to worry. This place is separated from the top. The collapse above will not affect this place, but you may be trapped here. It can actually turn into a ghost and come out through the wall. When Feng Qingran heard that the collapse above would not affect this place, she felt relieved and asked, is there no other exit here? No. All the heads of the 9-headed babies shook wildly. Immortal cultivators can all teleport. Unfortunately, this place is built with special materials, and there are rules and regulations. Feng Qingran cannot teleport through this space and directly go to another space. Master Feng, I know where is the closest place. We can dig a wall. 9-headed Wei Ying suggested. Okay. 2 shovels appeared in Feng Qingran's hand, and he threw one to the 9-headed infant. The 9-headed infant had a look of surprise in its eyes. Fang Qingbran was so crisp and clear that it exceeded its imagination. Just as the nine-headed baby was about to speak, 8-headed herons appeared in front of it. You dig with it. Fang Qingbran thrust a shovel into the hands of the dazed 8 heron. Then, Fang Qingbran walked to the side and sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. Since the success of enlightenment, Fang Qingbran's desire for strength has reached a new level. It was as if something was waiting for her ahead. She wants to explore more truth. Why can she always see King Lian? Who is the woman who tenderly calls her Ran Ran? And who is the Hong Hong the woman is talking about? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 773, 8 herons on the wall. The nine-headed baby and the 8-headed heron looked at each other in confusion. Master nine-headed baby, please listen to my explanation. Sir, why do you only have 8 heads left? The timid look on the 8-headed heron suddenly turned curious. Do you recognize Lord Fang as your master? The nine-headed baby looked at the 8 herons with cold eyes, as if he wanted to swallow 8 herons. The 8-headed heron was frightened by the aura of the 9-headed baby, and their necks were tightly squeezed together. But when it thought of Fang Qingbran behind it, its eyes changed slightly, and it held its head high and said, yes, I surrendered to her, and I will be her little brother from now on. You don't have to be angry, I am not forced, I follow Master Fang voluntarily. Anger appeared in the eyes of the 9-headed baby, and it stared at the 8-headed heron with sadness. You traitor. Why didn't you tell me that you took refuge in such a good master? Ah, the 8-headed heron thought there was something wrong with his ears. HMPH, it was in vain that I worried about you being trapped in the 9th level Shrining formation, but you found your master quietly. You really let me down. The 9-headed phantom baby said sadly, and started working with a shovel. Live. 8 heron. Did this person take the wrong medicine? Soon, the 8-headed heron realized that the other party had not taken the wrong medicine. The 9-headed creepy baby wants to dig more than it considered it can claim credit. After all, a generous master like Fang Qingbran is hard to find, so he must behave well. The 8-headed heron held a shovel in one mouth and started digging. 9-headed heron, we are all following Phoenix Master now. You will be my equal in the future, so don't even think about scaring me. HMPH. The 9-headed Wei Ying snorted coldly. Have you considered me your master before? You call me sir, but in fact you have evil intentions. You want me to die in the hands of Netherworld Kun, right? The 8-headed heron showed a slight guilt. You're a ghost cultivator who always overwhelms our beast tribe. What's the point? We haven't always stood on the side of Netherworld Kun and opposed you, so you can burn high incense. Of course, it is absolutely impossible for the 8-headed heron to say that it was worried that it would not be able to defeat the Netherworld Kun, so it chose the 9-headed Wei Ying. The battlefield of the gods was relatively chaotic at first, divided into numerous small factions. Later, as resources gradually dwindled, disputes increased, and so did battles. Small forces can only choose to join the strong camp, or wait for destruction. Slowly, several competing forces formed. In the end, after fighting and fighting, only the 9-headed Guangying and Netherworld Kun were left taking their own side. In the middle, they discovered the unique Tiangang 9 halls. Both 9-headed Guangying and Netherworld Kun want to seize Tiangang 9 palaces because there are many resources in that palace. However, none of them succeeded. Therefore, the 9-headed Guangying and Nether Kun had a brief alliance to deal with the Tiangang 9 halls, but of course they failed. Finally, the 9-headed Wei Ying returned to the Abyss Tomb. The Netherworld Kun stayed in its underground cave and never appeared again. The 8-headed heron initially chose to follow Netherworld Kun, but after following it for a while, it discovered that Netherworld Kun always stole its power, and even used the heavenly punishment life and death contract seal to suppress its advancement. Therefore, when it was promoted, it sacrificed a head and forcibly gave up half of its strength, thus erasing the seal. After escaping, it decisively chose to seek refuge with the 9-headed Wei Ying. Fortunately, the 9-headed Guangying is easy to fool. It told him about the Tianquan plan that Netherworld Kun had been implementing. The 9-headed infant took it in. It's just that it was very unlucky. Not long after it took refuge with the 9-headed infant, it was forcibly transported to the 9th level Shrining formation. 8-headed heron, you are a typical wallflower. Don't worry, I will definitely tell Master Fang about your deeds. You have changed your master 3 times in a row. You are really unloyal, 9-headed Guangying said with disdain. I'm not a masochist. Of course I want to choose a master who treats me well. I am loyal to Phoenix Master and there is absolutely no possibility of betrayal. Haven't you noticed the changes in me? 8 heron said mysteriously looking at the 9-headed baby. The 9-headed baby carefully observed the 8 herons and found that there was a vague bulge under its 8 heads. Are you about to break through? 9-headed Wei Ying narrowed his eyes. The 8-heroned heron was previously in the quasi-demon emperor realm, but it was restricted by the rules of the battlefield of the gods and could not transform into a human being. It also lacked the emperor's path fruit, so it was unable to advance to a higher realm. However, at this moment, the 8-headed heron clearly wanted to break through to the quasi-demon emperor realm. Yes, as long as I follow the Phoenix Lord to leave the battlefield of the gods, transform into a human form, and then find the Tao fruit, I will be able to advance to the demon emperor realm. 8-headed heron said in a very sullen tone. As a monster, it had never dared to imagine that it could break through without boundaries like humans. Seeing the appearance of the 8-headed heron, the 9-headed baby said slowly, is it great to be promoted to the demon emperor? I can become a human right away and understand the way to defy the heavens like the human race. What? The 8-headed heron was shocked and jealous. The 8-headed heron glared at the 9-headed baby, then turned around and started digging angrily, very jealous that it could transform into a human being, but could not become a real human being. There are also many restrictions on spiritual practice. Unless it can abandon the bloodline of the demon race and become a real human race. But the price paid is too high, and everything has to be started from scratch, which it is not willing to do. Time flies like this. A month has passed. Yuan Ji opened his eyes, raised his hand, and used his fingertips to draw a few drops of blood onto the seal. A terrifying power erupted from the seal. Yuan Ji quickly drew talismans in the air with his blood. The talisman fell on the seal, eliminating the terrifying power. Yuan Ji's appearance changed accordingly. Although his facial features were still somewhat similar to before, his whole person was more handsome than before, and his aura also changed dramatically. His whole body exuded a cold and evil aura. Yuan Ji's strength to break the seal was almost exhausted, and he could no longer maintain Yu Chen's appearance. A faint shadow floated out of Yuan Ji's body. The nine-headed baby stopped its movements, looked at Mu Chen's soul, and drooled. This kind of soul is the most delicious. Fang Qingran also opened a pair of bright eyes at this time and saw Mu Chen's soul. His memory has been erased by Yuan Ji, so he doesn't know why he is here. Mu Chen looked around blankly. Who are you? Fang Qingran didn't want to cause more trouble at this time, so she didn't answer Mu Chen's question and patted Wang Guibana, who had been following her. Can you preserve his soul intact? Seeing Wang Giban nodding, Fang Qingran ordered Wang Giban to collect Mu Chen's soul. When the nine-headed baby saw the 10,000 ghost flags, he subconsciously felt a dull pain somewhere and no longer dared to covet Mu Chen's soul. Fang Qingran's eyes fell on Yuan Ji, and he could tell at a glance that Yuan Ji was very weak at this moment. Yuan Zhibing's extremely dark eyes met Fang Qingran's for a brief moment. He turned away and looked at the complete dragon skeleton and said, Miss Fang, when I break the last seal, you must put the dragon skeleton away immediately, otherwise it will turn into powder. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 774 Dark Seal. After Yuan Ji finished speaking, he didn't wait for Fang Qingran to respond. His soul came out of his body, and a black form formed. The soul raised his palm, and a dark purple light seal emerged from it. The light seal is extremely powerful and mysterious. Yuan Shen gently patted the light seal on the seal. Bang! The terrifying dragon's breath spread in all directions. Fang Qingran's eyes suddenly changed slightly, and she concentrated her thoughts, wanting to send the entire dragon corpse into the void space. But the majestic dragon's power made Fang Qingran's heart tremble. She couldn't send the entire dragon body into her space. The tail of the white dragon skeleton is slightly black. Yuan Ji's soul has turned light grey and is a bit weaker. After the seal was lifted, his soul did not return to his body immediately because he knew that he had misjudged many things. The dragon's breath remaining on the dragon's body was too powerful, and Fang Qingran's strength was not enough to absorb it all at once. There are still several Dharma seals on the dragon skeleton. These seals were vicious and hidden. If he hadn't been able to sense the power of darkness, he would never have noticed those seals. Once the monk's soul touches these seals, the soul will be contaminated with the power of darkness. Contaminated by the power of darkness, there was no reaction at first, but by the time the monks reacted, the soul had been completely corrupted by the darkness. What followed was the disappearance of the monk's soul. You know, a strong person can perceive everything in the world, relying on his soul. The strength of the soul has a great relationship with the person's understanding and understanding of the Tao. The disappearance of the soul means that the immortal cultivator loses the qualifications to practice Taoism, and then what he has cultivated before will completely collapse. The mysterious man left these seals on the Dragon King's bones, and it was definitely not a plot against him. He is a dark person, born with darkness. Not only will these seals not affect him, but they will make his soul stronger. But Fang Qingran was different. When she touches the seal, it's like her soul is contaminated with chronic poison. When the poison takes effect, all her previous efforts in cultivation will be in vain. Yuan Ji only thought about this for a moment. Seeing Fang Qingran's anxious expression, he used the power of his soul to place a barrier on the dragon's body. The dragon skeleton is intact. Yuan Ji, thank you. Fang Qingran saw this scene and thanked her sincerely. She understood that if Yuan Ji hadn't taken action in time, the dragon skeleton would have been destroyed. Fang Qingran, can you trust me? Yuan Ji asked extremely seriously. What are you going to do? Fang Qingran asked without answering. To be honest, she was grateful that Yuan Ji was true, but she could never trust him. When you put away the dragon carcass just now, did you use the power of your soul? Yuan Ji looked at Fang Qingran's vigilant expression, and for some reason, he felt vaguely uncomfortable. Why can't he win Fang Qingran's trust when he treats her sincerely? Yes, Fang Qingran nodded, but she always felt that something was wrong with Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji said solemnly, there are several dark seals on the dragon skeleton. Your soul has touched the seal. The soul has been contaminated with the power of darkness. I can help you remove it. Otherwise, the power of darkness will damage your body. Soul. When Yuan Ji said this, he suddenly expected that Fang Qingran would have to trust him. Only he could help Fang Qingran with the dark power in her soul. Dark seal. Fang Qingran did not appear nervous, but asked doubtfully, is it because the seal is there that I can't put away the dragon body? Correct. After hearing this, Fang Qingran observed several times but could not find the location of the seal. Fang Qingran's eyes fell on Yuan Ji's soul. Yuan Ji, can you please erase those seals? As she spoke, she was thinking about what Yuan Ji needed in her hand. Fang Qingran, the soul is contaminated with the power of darkness. If it is not removed in time, all your cultivation will be in vain. Do you understand the consequences? Yuan Ji's tone seemed a bit angry. It's already at this time, why are you still there? Want to care about others? I know that the power of darkness can be dealt with in a way, but there is only one dragon body, so no accident can happen. Fang Qingran said extremely seriously. The breath on Yuan Ji's body suddenly became cold, and his voice was filled with anger. Fang Qingran, why can't you worry about your own body? The power of darkness is very good at camouflage. The longer they stay in your body, the greater the harm. They're likely to hide part of it in order not to be eliminated at once. Fang Qingran touched her nose and felt that Yuan Ji was a little moody. There was nothing to be angry about. How could she not know her own body? Besides, she has the powerful staff in her hand and is completely unafraid of any dark power. It's just that now that Yuan Ji is here, it's hard for her to take out the Quan Chong staff. Yuan Ji, thank you for your concern, but right now I want to resolve the matter of Senior Dragon Emperor first. This skeleton is very important to me, Fang Qinggran said sincerely. Yuan Ji's soul trembled, he took a deep breath, and showed a helpless expression. Fang Qinggran, I hope you won't regret your choice today. The soul returns to the body. Yuan Ji opened his eyes, and his eyes looked at Fang Qinggran with extremely cold eyes. He only glanced briefly, and then his eyes fell on the dragon skeleton. He bit his fingertip, and a few drops of golden blood fell on the dragon's body. In an instant, a pure black seal appeared where the blood fell. The seal lit up, exuding a cold black mist. The dark power in this black mist gave Fang Qinggran an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It is completely different from the power on the Quan Chong staff. Not far away, when the nine-headed baby saw the black mist, a flash of fear flashed in his eyes, and his whole body trembled like a sieve. Nine-headed infant, aren't you? What's scary about this side? The eight-headed heron said with disdain. Shut up. Nine-headed Wei Ying shouted in a low voice. It was afraid that Fang Qinggran would notice it, but the idiot still spoke. It's not that it doesn't want to tell Fang Qinggran, it's just that it can't tell it, because if it does, it will lose its soul. The mysterious man's original move was really vicious. Even a ghost cultivator feels inferior to it. Nine-headed infant, something is wrong with you. Do you know something? And you don't want to tell the Phoenix Master. 8 pairs of eyes of the 8 herons stared at the nine-headed infant, as if they wanted to see through it. The nine-headed baby adjusted himself and said in a cold tone, Get out of here. I'm just afraid of the power of darkness mentioned by Yuan Ji. That thing is much more sinister than the death energy. The nine-headed Wei Ying did not tell lies. Creatures are afraid of death and the power of darkness. Ghost cultivators like the energy of death, but they're also afraid of the power of darkness. Except for the darkest who specialize in the power of darkness, it can be said that no practitioner is not afraid of the power of darkness invading the body. Darkness means destruction, destruction, destruction. It is an extremely domineering force. The words of the nine-headed creepy infant successfully made the eight-headed heron put down its investigation. After all, it was afraid of the black mist on the dragon's body. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 775 Water of the Dark River. You can put the bones in. The barrier above will be broken in half an hour, so there is no need to worry. Yuan Ji said to Fang Qinggran. He kept the barrier above to trap the dragon's breath inside and prevent them from invading Fang Qinggran's soul. The Dragon King was too powerful after all during his lifetime. The power on its complete skeleton was not something Fang Qinggran could bear. So even without the dark seal, Fang Qinggran still couldn't take the bones in with just the strength of the true immortal. After Yuan Ji finished speaking, he glanced at Fang Qinggran meaningfully, then sat cross-legged and recuperated. Fang Qinggran didn't have time to say her thanks. Naturally, he didn't see Yuan Ji's Adam's apple rolling as he forcefully swallowed the blood in his mouth. Yuan Ji was extremely weak at the moment. If Fang Qinggran hurt him, he would not be able to save his current body. However, Fang Qinggran could feel that Yuan Ji was now more fragile than paper. She clenched her hands into fists, her eyes darkened slightly, and she stared at Yuan Ji for a moment before choosing to raise her hand to put the dragon body into the space first. Find what the Dragon King had before his death. Now the Dragon King can rest assured to cultivate his soul and then be resurrected. Fang Qinggran's soul in the space approached the Hongmeng tree. The Hongmeng tree immediately rolled up all its leaves, and the tree exuded an aura of resentment. Hongmeng tree, when you have nothing to do, you don't care about me, no matter what, but when you have something to do, you can come and pick my leaves with peace of mind. Fang Qinggran, if you treat me in my territory, eat my food, use my food, drink my food, and enjoy the shelter of the space, if this means being indifferent, how about I give you another place to stay? Yuan Bao shook his crystal blue wings and watched the show. The Hongmeng tree felt guilty. Then you can't keep plucking my leaves. Do you know what my leaves mean? I was born in the beginning of Hongmeng, and all the innate ways are controlled by me. I grew up. Hongmengshu's thought transmission paused, as if he realized that he had conveyed something that he shouldn't have conveyed. Fang Qinggran, what will it be like when you grow up? Since the last time Hongmengshu wanted to draw, she found that it was not that simple. Fang Xi originally said, the Hongmeng tree represents the 3,000 worlds. Only when the old 3,000 worlds are about to be destroyed will new saplings appear. Therefore, if you raise the Hongmeng tree well and let it recognize its master, it will be equivalent to controlling 3,000 worlds in the future. Only now did Fang Qinggran realize that this 3,000 must not be more than 3,000. It is also possible that this 3,000 worlds refers to more than just the small world in the lower realm. In her memory, she heard the most about the ancient times, and she heard very little about the eras before the ancient times. She only heard about chaos and prehistoric times occasionally. But she was able to discover that any existence that contained words like chaos and prehistoric times were very powerful and rare. This is true for both chaos and prehistoric times, so the status of the Hongmeng tree is even less so. As for the beginning of Hongmeng mentioned by Hongmengshu, it should also be an era of cultivating immortals. After Fang Qinggran asked, there was no response from the Hongmeng tree, and only a few leaves fell next to her soul. The Hongmeng tree behaves like a quail, extremely well behaved. Fang Qinggran knew that there was nothing he could say, so he didn't say much and sent a few Hongmeng leaves to the dragon's body to repair the black spots before. The leaves fell and the dragon's skeleton recovered instantly. Fang Qinggran planned a separate space for the dragon's skeleton to prevent others from interfering with the Dragon King's cultivation. She took out the soul-nourishing jade, but did not release the Dragon Emperor's dragon soul without authorization. She was not sure whether the Dragon Emperor could withstand the pressure of the dragon's body at this moment. Senior Dragon King, you can concentrate on cultivating here. No one will disturb you. When I become stronger in the future, I will help you reshape your dragon body. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, he quietly exited. She went to check on Feng Si, Xiao Mushroom and June Nether Butterfly. Since she practiced the correct ancient skills, Feng Si's power has increased a lot, and it seems that it will come out soon. The 9 Nether Butterfly has transformed into a cocoon, and is in a similar state to Feng Si at the moment. Little Master, Little Mushroom noticed Fang Qingran's soul and ran towards Fang Qingran happily, but stopped midway. What's wrong? Fang Qingran looked at the Little Mushroom and asked. Little Master, I promised Xiao Qingkai that I would cultivate a chaotic psychic body, and then become an ancestor spirit as powerful as the gourd vine. But there are many techniques in my inheritance that I can't understand. Xiao Mushroom said frustrated. Anyone who cultivates plants and becomes a spiritual body will receive a unique inheritance. The classification of plants is slightly different from that of the orcs. The ancestral spirit is currently the highest realm in the plant system. Fang Qingran really couldn't guide a plant to practice. She asked Fang Zhichu for his opinion. After getting the response, she said to Xiao Mushroom, don't be anxious. I'll let Chuchu come in and exchange ideas with you. Really? Little Mushroom's voice was full of surprise. Fang Zhichu came to Xiao Mushroom. This would be his future younger brother. The stronger he was, the more face he would have. Fang Qingran left here at the right time, but Zhu Zhao was still unable to get in due to her strength. Fortunately, Void Gu was also trapped there. Fang Qingran Yuanshan walked around the entire void space before leaving. When Fang Qingran opened his eyes, Yuan Ji was still recovering from his injuries, his lips were still pale, and his aura was slightly disordered. When the 9-headed Gang and the 8-heron heron saw Fang Qingran, they looked over and continued digging. Fang Qingran looked towards the underground river, and a wisp of strange fire fell on the surface of the underground river. The strange fire was extinguished instantly. Fang Qingran's eyes were dim. She only saw the skeleton before and didn't pay attention to it. Now after careful inspection, she discovered that the river water was silver. Silver, can it extinguish strange fires? Even weak water can't extinguish her strange fire, which means that this water not only reaches yin and causes cold, but its level is much higher than that of weak water. Fang Qingran teleported several miles along the underground river and reached the end of the river. Nothing out of the ordinary. Fang Qingran ducked to the head of the dark river again. The water flowed in from another place. 9-headed Wei Ying, was the water in this underground river prepared by a mysterious person? Fang Qingran asked through a message. The 9-headed baby received the message and immediately responded, Master Fang, this water is naturally formed. I originally felt that this water was very comfortable and suitable for my cultivation, so I chose this place as my site. The river was dry before, but then the mysterious man put the dragon carcass in. I simply introduced the water and soaked the dragon carcasses. There is yin qi in the water, and it seems that yin qi can seep out from the seal. After I discovered this, I thought that if the water was soaked with dragon bones, maybe it could bring out some dragon breath. The voice of the 9-headed creepy baby became smaller and smaller. If it made this choice at the beginning, if it were not careful, the dragon skeleton might be destroyed. But how could it have thought so much at that time? It only wants to improve its strength. Where is the source of this water? Fang Qingran asked via voice message. She didn't want to ask about the past actions of the 9-headed Wei Ying. Master Fang, I searched the entire abyss tomb and couldn't find the source of the water. This water appears every once in a while. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 776 Moonlight Divine Water. No source. Fang Qingran looked at the 9-headed Wei Ying with some confusion. How could the water source have no source? Master Fang, I'm not lying. This water will flow in from here every once in a while. Once I explore where they come from, they will stop flowing here. This happened several times in a row. I later simply stopped looking for the source. 9-headed Wei Ying explained via voice transmission. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes flashed with a gleam. She walked to the source of the underground river and placed her jade hands gently on the stone wall. The sound of gurgling water suddenly disappeared. Fang Qingran moved his hand, and water flowed into the underground river again. Bai Zhe, have you seen this situation before? Fang Qingran said to Bai Zhe. No, I guess this water probably has a water spirit, or the thing that produces this water has a spirit. The water spirit probably doesn't want to be detected. Bai Zhe was also a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen this kind of situation. Why did it put the water in the underground river if it didn't want to be discovered? Fang Qingran said, suddenly remembering the loopholes in Juto Wei Ying's words. Fang Qingran's eyes were filled with a hint of coolness, and she sent a message to the 9-headed Wei Ying. You just said that before the mysterious man put the dragon bones here, there was water in the dark river, so where were they before? The 9-headed baby looked at Fang Qingran's apricot eyes and felt a sudden chill in his heart. Master Fang, I can explain this. They also flowed out from here before. At that time, I felt the water was precious, so I used the heaven refining furnace to release it. Take them here until later. Only the heaven refining furnace can hold water. At first, it was worried about storing water in underground rivers. It was worried that someone would leak the news about the water to Netherworld Kun. Yu Ming Kun is so evil that anything he targets will fall into his hands. So it chose to hide the water in the heaven refining furnace. Later, if the mysterious man had not placed dragon carcasses in the underground river, it would never have been possible to let water enter the river. After placing the dragon skeleton from here, it had been living on tenterhooks, so it ordered Tianxia to guard the underground river here. After Fang Qingran heard the explanation from the 9-headed Wei Ying, she didn't completely believe it. The 9-headed baby secretly observed Fang Qingran's face and continued, Master Fang, although I can use the yin qi in this water to practice, I dare not touch this water. When the soul touches this water, it immediately turns to ashes. The 9-headed Gang originally planned to pretend that he didn't know that water could corrode the soul. After all, the souls of Fang Qinggran and Yuan Ji were contaminated by the water in the dark river just now, and there was no problem at all. They were wondering if the effect of the water had disappeared. After the seal was broken, it secretly tested it, and the burning pain in its soul still remained. However, the nine-headed gang couldn't bear Fang Qinggran's questioning after all. It was afraid that if it didn't explain it now, it would cause even greater trouble. If something happened and Fang Qinggran realized what it was hiding, it would probably be expelled by Fang Qinggran. What the nine-headed infantry sees most among the remnant souls of the orcs is that the first and foremost spirit of contract is loyalty. According to its description, this water is very similar to the moonlight divine water that appeared in ancient times. Bai Zai's voice reached Fang Qinggran's ears. Fang Qinggran withdrew her gaze from examining the nine-headed Wei Ying. She didn't feel too disturbed about its concealment. She had no contract with the nine-headed Wei Ying, nor did she explicitly let it follow her. Fang Qinggran didn't want to think about the nine-headed infantry yet, so she turned her attention to the moonlight divine water. Does the moonlight divine water have other effects? Fang Qinggran said in a voice message. Bai Zai immediately responded, yes. Used alone, the moonlight divine water is poison to living beings. It can corrode the soul and the body. In addition, it can also break the protective barrier of the strong. During a battle, if you pass a basin of moonlight divine water over, you will definitely catch your opponent off guard. Bai Zai's voice was vaguely excited, mainly because he had never used the moonlight divine water. Bai Zai paused for a while and then transmitted the message again. The above mentioned are the uses of moonlight divine water alone. The same names are sunlight divine water and starlight divine water. Sunlight divine water can harm the flesh and blood of the strong, the 8 extraordinary meridians, and the inheritance in the blood. Even a strong person who has cultivated an immortal body and can live as long as heaven and earth is still afraid of being contaminated by sunlight divine water. The true yuan of a strong man destroyed by the starlight divine water. True yuan is similar to the yuanshan. Many of the beast tribes' cultivation are true yuan. The starlight divine water can be used to plot against existences at the level of the Dragon King. Of course, if you want to use them to deal with the strong, you must take them by surprise and attack them unprepared, and they must be large in number. But if you can collect these 3 kinds of divine water at the same time and mix them together in equal proportions, you will get a new divine water, which is called the 3-light divine water. 3-light divine water, the flesh and white bones of the living dead, are essential for reshaping the physical body. Nine-headed Wei Ying takes the heaven refining furnace to hold the moonlight divine water. It is feasible in a short time. However, if it takes a long time, it is not good for the heaven refining furnace. The spirit of the weapon will gradually be corrupted by the moonlight divine water and cease to exist. The heaven refining furnaces, the power will disappear. My favorite way is to get the moonlight divine water from the 8 treasures glazed water purification bottle. Bai Zai told everything he knew and fell into deep thought. He had to say that Fang Qinggran was really a treasure at every step. She can come across things like the moonlight divine water. After listening to Bai Zai's words, Fang Qinggran immediately took out the heaven refining furnace and poured the divine water contained in it into the underground river. The water in the underground river, which had almost bottomed out, was now filled to the brim. The source of the moonlight divine water suddenly stopped flowing into the underground river. Bai Zai, do you know how the moonlight divine water is produced? Fang Qinggran was very curious. Where did such magical water come from? I really don't know about this. The sunlight divine water must be related to the sun, and the moonlight divine water is probably related to the moon. One is the solstice and the other is the yin, Bai Zai said in a voice message. Bai Zai's words made Fang Qinggran think of Ju Zhao and Tai Yuing. They are also one yin and one yang, transformed by the eyes of God the Father. Here, the 9-headed baby was frightened for a long time. It was very sad to find that Fang Qinggran didn't pay attention to it at all. 9-headed Wei Ying, what's wrong with you? Why are you lazy? The 8-headed heron still didn't know what happened, and only saw the 9-headed Wei Ying in a daze. Subconsciously, I thought that the 9-headed infant wanted to be lazy. 8-headed heron, do you know how to restore a wounded heart? 9-headed baby asked with worried eyes. It didn't want Fang Qinggran to give up on it. Belated affection is cheaper than grass. The 8-headed heron looked at the 9-headed baby with disdain, as if thinking of something. He spoke again. When you hurt the other person, you should think of this time. Let me tell you, apologizing is useless unless you show greater sincerity. The 9-headed Wei Ying's eyes instantly lit up. The 8 herons looked at the 9 strange babies happily. As a result, the 9-headed baby slipped and knelt in front of Fang Qinggran. Master Fang, I still have several treasures. Follow me to the maze to get them. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 777 Choosing to Forgive the Favor. Fang Qinggran looked at the 9-headed weird infant, twitched the corner of her mouth, and asked, 9-headed weird infant, is there anything unusual in this underground river today? Bai Zai only mentioned the sunlight divine water and the moonlight divine water, one yin and one yang. As for the starlight divine water, there is nothing superfluous about it. The 9-headed baby thought for a moment and said truthfully, there is nothing abnormal. As long as I don't investigate its source, it will flow into the underground river regularly and quantitatively. However, the amount of water has been much less recently. Fang Qinggran pointed to the stone wall at the source of the underground river. Dig here. Master Fang, there is nothing here. I went in to investigate before. The 9-headed infant looked at Fang Qinggran in confusion. Phoenix Master, let me dig. The 9-headed heron talks a lot of nonsense. Let me tell you, this guy is the most disobedient. Just call me if you have anything to do. The 8-headed heron came over with a shovel in its mouth and dug with smooth movements. Stand up. 9-headed infant, I really want to strangle it to death. No. Master Fang is still here, so you can't be too violent. Not to be outdone, the 9-headed Wei Ying said respectfully to Fang Qinggran, Master Fang, give me a few more shovels. Dozens of shovels immediately appeared in front of the 9-headed Wei Ying. There was a flash of light all over its body, and it had 8 extra hands. It picked up the shovel on the ground and dug it up. It was not only a little faster than the 8 herons. The 8-headed heron glared at the 9-headed baby, stealing my limelight. 8 herons shone with light, and the beaks under their 8 heads turned into shovels, which were extremely hard and began to carve into the stone wall. Master Phoenix, do they call this involution? By the way, did you find anything when you asked them to dig into the stone wall? Bai Zhe asked curiously. I suspect it's not that there is no source, but that something deliberately hides the source. Fang Qingbran did not directly express her guess. Many things need to be verified. Fang Qingbran was thinking at this moment, if the source of the Moonlight Divine Water is really found, where should the Moonlight Divine Water be placed? According to Bai Zhe, ordinary water storage spaces are not suitable for Moonlight Divine Water. Yuanbao, can the Moonlight Divine Water be placed in the void space? Fang Qingbran said to Yuanbao. Of course, but how much do you want to put in? Yuanbao's soft and waxy little breast sounded. The empty space can accommodate all things. However, it's better to have partitions, otherwise some things will eat each other. I guess we need a river, take a look. Fang Qingbran passed the image of the underground river in front of him to Yuanbao. After Yuanbao read it, he immediately became excited. Have you found the source of the Moonlight Divine Water? There are so many, you have to choose a place carefully, but you can't move this thing to space all at once. Yuanbao became worried again. Fang Qingbran's soul couldn't touch the Moonlight Divine Water, so how could he move them into space? Yuanbao, can't you touch the Moonlight Divine Water? Fang Qingbran had doubts in her eyes. There is nothing wrong with a brief contact, but no long-term contact. Yuanbao replied. It is a high-level weapon spirit, so it naturally has a protective barrier. Fang Qingbran heard Yuanbao say this and checked the Yuanshan. There was a special dark black color in it, which should be the dark power left by the dark seal mentioned by Yuan Ji. Other than that, there is nothing unusual. But her soul had obviously been in contact with the Moonlight Divine Water, so why was there no reaction? Fang Qingbran once again tried to use her soul to get close to the Moonlight Divine Water, but there was still no abnormality. Fang Qingbran's eyes fell on Yuan Ji, who was not far away, and wanted to ask him questions about his soul, but found that Yuan Ji was in a very bad situation at the moment. The aura on Yuan Ji's body became weaker and weaker. Phoenix Master, if you take action now, your body will be completely destroyed. His soul has been injured by the Moonlight Divine Water, and coupled with the backlash of breaking the seal, his soul will not be able to harm you. Bai Zechuan Yin Dao. Bai Zhe's words were full of temptation. It stands to reason that Yuan Ji is an outsider and one of the murderers who hurt her mother. It was natural for Fang Qingbran to kill Yuan Ji. But it just happened that Fang Qingbran became like this. He could completely ignore the Dragon King's seal and the Dark Seal. He can even swallow dragon bones himself, which has many benefits for him. But he chose to break the seal and endure the backlash. If Fang Qingbran had the strength of a quasi-emperor at this moment, he could completely make Yuan Ji disappear from the world. Fang Qingbran's attack in the true immortal realm can completely destroy Yuan Ji's body. Without the protection of his body, Yuan Ji will be left with only 3 weak souls, and his fate will be certain to die. In his heart, Bai Zhe hoped that Fang Qingbran would take action. The path to becoming a strong man requires a cold and hard heart. However, it was also afraid that Fang Qingbran would attack Yuan Ji. A person who doesn't care about kindness, will he really care about it a little bit? Fang Qingbran's eyes darkened, and she slowly walked behind Yuan Ji. He didn't respond, or he couldn't do anything now. Fang Qingbran flipped her wrist, and Quan Chong's staff appeared in her hand. The staff looked like a living branch at the moment. Fang Qingbran made a secret with one hand, placed it between his eyebrows, and drew out the power of darkness. Then he slapped his palm on Yuan Ji's back. Pooh! Yuan Ji spit out a mouthful of blood. Concentrate your mind. Fang Qingbran's voice was cold, her eyes were deep, but her face was indifferent. The corners of Yuan Ji's dark red lips curved, and he closed his eyes, feeling the power of darkness pouring in from his back. After a moment of shock, he immediately began to refine the power of darkness. The next moment, Yuan Ji felt heartbreaking pain all over his body, and cracks appeared in his Yuan Shen. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. The joy in Yuan Ji's heart disappeared, and he felt sad. No matter what he did, he was an enemy. Either way, losing this life in her hands will be considered as repayment. What are you doing? Fang Qingbran asked in a serious tone. Fang Qingbran, I'm sorry. I killed your mother many times. If you can, apologize to her for me. Yuan Ji regretted his past free will, and even more regretted his lack of sense of right and wrong. If he could start his life over again, he would change his way of living and never be a wandering dark man with nowhere to go. Yuan Ji, where is your brain? Calm down, is it difficult to understand such a simple word? Fang Qingbran's tone gradually became colder, with a hint of anger. She took action to save Yuan Ji, but was struggling internally. While she wanted to avenge her mother and kill Yuan Ji, she also wanted to thank Yuan Ji for what happened to the Dragon Emperor. At this moment, Fang Qingbran just wanted to repay the Dragon Emperor's kindness, and part ways with Yuan Ji when she left the battlefield of the gods. Next time they met, she would be able to kill Yuan Ji with peace of mind. Yuan Ji said halfway when he suddenly realized that there was something slightly wrong with the dark power entering his body. All the dark forces he had come into contact with in the past had a sense of destruction. So in the past, he didn't like talking nonsense much, and he didn't like fighting. He only liked crisp and clean killings. However, the dark power that Fang Qingbran sent to him was very balanced. There is destruction, but there is also life. How could the power of darkness be like this? While Yuan Ji was horrified, cracks appeared on Yuan Shen and was slowly being repaired, and the backlash caused by the seal was also quietly healing. Sudden. An exclamation came from not far away, Master Fang, be careful. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 778 Arrangement and Siege. The 9-headed infant and 8-headed heron successfully dug a large hole. Just when they wanted to get closer to see what was inside, a thick tentacle suddenly rushed out. The 9-headed baby hurriedly avoided the tentacle attack. While dodging, he did not forget to remind Fang Qinggran to be careful. At this time, several tentacles stretched out from the cave. 8 herons flapped their wings and flashed a long distance before stopping to observe the tentacles. However, these tentacles did not give them any time to breathe, and they once again attacked the 9-headed infant and the 8-headed heron. The top of the tentacle suddenly opened its bloody mouth, spraying out silver liquid. When the 9-headed baby saw the liquid, he couldn't help but panic and immediately passed through the wall. The tentacles lost their target and headed towards Fang Qinggran. At the same time, many tentacles appeared and wrapped around the 8 herons, preventing them from getting away. When the 8 herons saw this scene, they felt anxious and could only shout loudly, "Master Phoenix, watch your back." Fang Qinggran naturally heard the two reminders in succession. But she is sending dark power to Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji has not yet refined the dark power that implies vitality. Yuan Ji has become accustomed to the dark power of destruction and destruction. When the dark power that implies vitality enters his body, he can only slowly adapt and refine the new dark power. Only in this way can his damaged soul and body be completely repaired. Fang Qinggran used the magic technique to guide the new dark power into Yuan Ji's body in a gentle way. Puff. Yuan Ji became confused and vomited blood again. Yuan Ji, what are you doing? Fang Qinggran frowned slightly. It was clear that he was about to successfully control the new power of darkness. Why did he give up suddenly? Fang Qinggran, you have to think about yourself. Yuan Ji said something incomprehensible and forced the unstable power of darkness to block the tentacles that were about to attack Fang Qinggran. Whoa. A bunch of strange fire touched the tentacles first. The fang tentacles turned to ashes. Yuan Ji. It seems that he is a bit redundant. Yuan Ji, I will never put myself in danger. Fang Qinggran's cold voice reached Yuan Ji's ears. Yuan Ji was panicked for a moment. The tone in which Fang Qinggran said these words just now was so much like a person. Yuan Ji felt vaguely uncomfortable. Sorry, I was worrying too much. Yuan Ji finished speaking softly, gathered his mind and concentrated on refining the new power of darkness. Gentle dark power flows within Yuan Ji's body. Yuan Ji actually felt that his realm had improved by a small step. Since the Dark One was conceived, he has possessed the strength of the Lord of Origin. The Lord of Origin is divided into 3 levels. He has devoured some Dark Ones among them, so his strength has reached the middle stage of Lord of Origin. Since then, his level has been stuck in the mid-level and has never improved. Now that he has obtained the new power of darkness, his realm seems to be reaching a later stage. But this breakthrough was not a good thing for him. His current body, in the final analysis, is still Mu Chen's fate. This body cannot carry the strength of the Lord of Origin at all, let alone the later stage. It doesn't matter why he was able to stay in this body before. That's because, although he initially had the realm of the Lord of Origin, before entering Mu Chen's body, he lost most of his strength, and the rest of his strength was sealed in his soul. That's why Mu Chen's body can carry his 3 souls. When he broke the seal of the underground river, he activated the power of the seal in the soul, which caused Mu Chen's soul to leave this body, and then his appearance changed. At this moment, Yuan Ji was absorbing the power delivered by Fang Qinggran, healing his Yuan Shen's injuries, and was also caught in a tangle. He now has no way to seal all the power within his soul. Either absorb the power, break through, and leave this body. Either give up absorbing power, and at the same time give up promotion. When you reach the realm of the Lord of Origin, every breakthrough is crucial. If you miss this one, you don't know when you will have to wait until next time. But once he breaks through and leaves this body, it means that he can no longer follow Fang Qinggran. He is going to find a new body. Bailey Wenyu's body is not suitable for him now. Puff. Yuan Ji spat out another mouthful of blood and said weakly to Fang Qinggran, "Next, I will slowly heal myself. My body cannot bear the amount of force." Yuan Ji gave up the promotion. Okay, Fang Qinggran took a deep look at Yuan Ji and said nothing in the end. She held up the staff of Quan Chong and crossed the barrier formed by the alien fire. Seeing the tentacles flying randomly towards the 8 herons, Fang Qinggran's eyes were sharp. The charming moon and the devouring sun were really hidden here. Master Phoenix, hurry up and save me. The 8-headed heron cried and hid behind Fang Qinggran. These tentacles are so terrifying that no tricks will work against them. The tentacle attacking the 8-headed heron suddenly stopped. It seemed to be afraid of the staff of authority in Fang Qinggran's hand, and seemed to be getting closer to Fang Qinggran, trying to take away what was in her hand. Fang Qinggran walked step by step towards the source of the underground river. A faint red light flickered in the dark cave. A strange and cold force quickly spread around, the number of tentacles increased, and the space Fang Qinggran could step into gradually decreased. Master Fang, they. 8 herons followed Fang Qinggran, carefully trying to say something, but they were so frightened by her fierce aura that they shrank their necks. It seemed to have forgotten that the Phoenix Master was accompanied by the head of beasts. Every time Fang Qinggran took a step, a burst of light would flash on his toes, and the magic circle would be formed silently. Until she came to the hole dug by 8 herons, she could immediately hear the roar coming from inside. Swish! A bloody mouth rushed out and rushed towards Fang Qinggran. The staff of Quan Chong in Fang Qinggran's hand was gently blocked in front of her, and the big mouth went back immediately. However, there were countless tentacles that wanted to attack Fang Qinggran from behind. Beam! Fang Qinggran's voice fell, and her figure had already flashed into the air. The formation below is formed. Countless lights illuminated almost the entire cave. Chirp! A piercing scream rang out. A crimson ball and a black crescent moon flew out of the hole. There are countless tentacles attached to them. When the 8 herons saw this scene, their hearts trembled. What is this thing? Fang Qingbran made a secret with her fingers, and a light array formed, binding the two below in a barrier. The charming moon and the devouring sun tried their best to attack the formation barrier, but failed. After they appeared, the moonlight divine water began to flow into the dark river again. Fang Qingbran looked at the two struggling in the barrier with indifferent eyes. He raised his wrist slightly, raised the god-killing spear from the ground, and pierced the charming moon. Countless tentacles seemed to lose their support in an instant and fell to the ground. A burst of dazzling red light lit up and rushed towards the charming moon. In one movement, the god-killing spear plunged into devouring Yang's body. There is silver liquid flowing out. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 779 Eye of the Moon God. Seeing this scene, Fang Qingbran's crystal clear eyes flashed with confusion. The god-killing spear exited the devouring sun, flew away from the barrier, and arrived in front of Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the silver liquid stained on the god-killing spear. If it were an ordinary thing, it wouldn't be able to stay on the god-killing spear. But the moonlight divine water is of a very high level and can completely contaminate the god-killing spear. After wiping the god-killing spear clean, Fang Qingbran injected a ray of dark power into the formation. Several talismans fell into the bodies of devouring sun and charming moon. Immediately, their bodies began to evaporate and turned into a crescent-shaped fluoride. There is a beautiful silver bead hidden inside the fluoride. Coupled with fluoride, the overall look looks a bit like human eyes. Fang Qingbran threw down the Wangui flag into the formation. The Wangui banner moved, and two blurry black shadows entered it. It should be the remnant souls of the devouring sun and the charming moon. It turned out to be the Eye of the Moon God. No wonder the nine-headed baby can't find the source of the moonlight divine water. Phoenix Master, how did you think that something was on them? Bai Zhe in the space asked curiously. I have felt the breath of the moonlight divine water from the devouring sun, so I guess it must be related to them. Fang Qingbran put away Quan Chong's staff. Phoenix Master, the Eye of the Moon God is also spiritual. I'm afraid this thing is difficult to control, Bai Zhe said slightly worriedly. It was the first time for him to see the Eye of the Moon God and the moonlight divine water. It is said that these two things came from chaos and disappeared later. It is not known that any powerful people have conquered them. Yeah, Fang Qingbran held the Hongmeng Pearl in her hand, seeming to be thinking about something. Neither the Eye of the Moon God nor the Eye of Nothingness can be contracted at her current level. But she couldn't give up the treasure that was put to her lips. Especially a treasure of this level like the Eye of the Moon God is even more impossible. Fang Qingbran thought about putting away the Hongmeng Pearl, taking out the sky-opening axe, and subduing the spiritual things. It didn't have to be persuasive, but could also use alternative methods. Fang Qingbran dodged and landed in the formation, her feet in the air. The Eye of the Moon God floated and circled around Fang Qingbran, as if sizing up Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran stood quietly, scanning the Eye of the Moon God, waiting for its next move. Spiritual beings cannot be forced to choose their master. Right now. The nine-headed baby sensed that the danger had disappeared, came out of the wall again, and landed next to the 8 herons. Looking at the situation below, he wondered, what's going on down there? Where are the tentacles from before? The 8-headed heron looked at the 9-headed baby with disdain. You traitor, wait until you are destroyed by the Phoenix Lord. The 9-headed baby froze up. Just now he was only focused on avoiding danger and forgot about it. What happened in the meantime? 9-headed Wei Ying could only ask. You want to know? The 8-heron heron glanced at the 9-headed creepy infant in a disgraceful manner. If I don't tell you, you are a traitor who only runs away when trouble comes. You have no spirit of sharing adversity, so how can you fight side by side in the future? Question mark quote. The 8-headed heron knows a little bit about the 9-headed Wei Ying. Despite the fact that the 9-headed infant has a lot of brains, it is actually very timid. Inside the 9-headed strange infant is the ghost of a baby. After that, it slowly devoured the remaining souls from the battlefield of the gods and turned into the little adult it is today. But the 9-headed Wenying has only grown in strength over the years, and its courage is only as big as a sesame seed. When encountering an opponent who is stronger than himself, he immediately becomes cowardly and just wants to run away. I just wanted to avoid the tentacles. I didn't expect them to attack Master Feng. The 9-headed Wenying explained aggrievedly. The 8-headed heron sighed, and then said helplessly, hey. It's hopeless. With this little courage, you'd better not follow Phoenix Master. There are inevitable dangers around her. Now when she is not strong, she does not need our protection. When she becomes strong, there will be no place for us to use her. Fang Qingbran was very good at dealing with it and the things that were being retreated by the 9-headed treacherous infant. The 8-headed heron really couldn't imagine the role of their existence. Below. Within the magic circle, another magic circle lit up. The red magic circle lit up and Fang Qingbran disappeared. Once again in a vast white land, Fang Qingbran's eyes were calm, probably because she had experienced this situation too many times. Opposite Fang Qingbran stood a 7 or 8-year-old girl. The little girl looked at Fang Qingbran with beady eyes and said in a fierce voice, why do you have Father God's weapons? Are you the spirit of the moon god? Fang Qingbran asked without answering. Who I am has nothing to do with you. You can't control the things that belong to Father God to me. You, a monk from the true immortal realm, are just looking for death with a sky-opening axe. Moon Goddess's voice was soft and his attitude was arrogant. Pretty, not annoying at all. No, Fang Qingbran said with a smile on her face. Surprise flashed across the beautiful eyes of the moon god spirit, and then he said extremely seriously, you only need to hand over the sky-opening axe to me, and I will tell you a secret about you. Fang Qingbran was unmoved, her beautiful eyes blinked, and she said brightly, do you want to come with me? There are many more terrifying beings out there than the devouring sun. If you fall into their hands, you won't be like this. Good luck was unleashed. After all, it is something transformed from the body of God the Father. As long as you use it properly, you can get endless benefits. The spirit of the moon god looked at Feng Qingran, his eyes moved, determined not to follow Feng Qingran's rhythm. The spirit of the moon goddess said in a milky voice, "You really don't want to know your secret. There are many seals in your body. The seals not only seal your strength, but also seal your past." Feng Qingran's lips curled up slightly and she said, "I know all this. The moon god spirit is stuck, and I'm thinking, why don't I just grab the sky-opening axe and run away? No. What's the difference between her and those hateful greedy people when she grabs things like this? How do you want to give me the sky-opening axe?" The spirit of the moon god looked at Feng Qingran and asked in frustration, "Why don't you follow me? You can get the sky-opening axe and a place to protect you. Wouldn't you kill two birds with one stone?" Feng Qingran's eyes were bright and she was good at tempting. The moon goddess fell silent. Feng Qingran took out a red fruit and said, "I don't know what you like, so I'll give this to you." The spirit of the moon god stared at the fairy fruit with round eyes. "You want to give this to me?" Feng Qingran directly handed the fruit to the spirit of the moon god. "Follow me, and you will have more fruits to eat in the future, and you will no longer have to be a lonely spirit." You, moon goddess's eyes were filled with tears. Ever since she became intelligent, no one has ever said anything to her. After a quarter of an hour, Feng Qingran's figure appeared in the formation, and there was no eye of the moon god around him. Feng Qingran broke through the formation and withdrew the strange fire that protected Yuan Ji. "Master Feng, where have you been?" the nine-headed Wenying asked worriedly. But the eight-headed heron instantly flew in front of Feng Qingran, looking at Feng Qingran sincerely. "Master Feng, it's good that you are not injured." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 780, Ginger is still hotter than old, additional update 1. Feng Qingran raised his hand to collect the moonlight divine water in the dark river, and then his eyes fell on the nine-headed baby and eight-headed heron, and said, "You continue to dig along this hole, I want to get out from here." "Master Feng, this leads to the deepest part of the labyrinth." "I don't have a map for that place," the nine-headed baby said with a guilty conscience. "The maze was built by Netherworld Kun through its deal with Netherworld Kun. It doesn't have a complete map in hand." Although it was strange to let others build a maze on their own territory, it was still dizzy at the time, thinking that if it could cooperate to break through the 9 palaces of Tiangang, everything would be fine. In the end, the palace was not entered, and there was an extra maze on its site. Fortunately, it had kept an eye out and asked for the map of the maze. "Phoenix Master, I can testify to this. Yu Ming-kun fooled it around, and once a big cake passed by, it agreed to Yu Ming-kun setting up a maze here." The eight-headed heron seemed to be afraid that Feng Qingran would misunderstand the nine-headed baby. Feng Qingran took the map handed over by the nine-headed Weiying. "I understand, you continue digging, I want to enter from here." All spirits follow the enchanting moon into the maze they enter. It was very possible that all spirits were in the deepest part, and she wanted to see them. The nine-headed baby and the eight-headed heron looked at each other and started digging quickly. Feng Qingran glanced at Yuan Ji, who was recovering from his injuries, and considered the feasibility of leaving him here alone. All dangers have been cleared. 2 hours later, 9-headed babies and 8-headed herons dug their way to the maze. Before Feng Qingran left, he still placed a protective formation around Yuan Ji. As soon as Feng Qingran left, Yuan Ji opened his eyes and looked at the direction Feng Qingran left with complicated eyes. He knew very well that Feng Qingran did not want to be involved with him. If he wanted to follow, there was absolutely no way she could get rid of him. But at this moment, he realized that he wanted to change his strategy and ask Feng Qingran to take the initiative to come to him. God is an excellent chess piece. The powers in the sky figured it out. Feng Qingran wanted to revenge Feng Qingwu. Sooner or later, the two parties will face each other, and he can actually find a way to advance the time. A flash of interest flashed in Yuan Ji's dark eyes. What attitude would Feng Qingran have towards him when they meet again? Of course, another reason why he wants to go to heaven is because there is a body suitable for him in heaven. Mu Chen's body is completely unsuitable for him now. Yuan Ji stood up and murmured, "Goodbye." At the same time, Mu Chanjue, Ning Xiyu, and Bailey Wenyu broke into a dark place. There is no light here. Even strange fire cannot illuminate. Mu Chanjue's soul spread, and a dangerous aura instantly attacked his soul. Xiyu and Wenyu, don't release the Yuan Shen. There is something specializing in the Yuan Shen. Mu Chanjue said, but there was no response. Mu Chanjue realized something was wrong. Xiyu, Wenyu. Mu Chanjue shouted a few times and realized something was wrong. At this moment, he suddenly felt a cold breath coming from the side. Mu Chanjue threw a hidden weapon at him without hesitation. Holy shit, what the hell? Master Phoenix, be careful, there is an ambush here. The sound of 8 herons purring came out. When Mu Chanjue heard, Phoenix Master, he stopped and called tentatively, "Little junior sister." Little junior sister, 9-headed Weiying, is something wrong? Why did he call me little junior sister? 8-headed heron was puzzled. Feng Qingran's clear voice came, 8 heron, don't hurt him, he is my 4th senior brother. A flash of light appeared in Mu Chanjue's field of vision. In the darkness, Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes were as deep as an ancient pool, and silently lit up the strange fire, but there was still no light. His alien fire was suppressed. 4th senior brother, where are they? Feng Qingran asked, standing not far away. She didn't walk directly because she wasn't sure if there were any traps in the maze. Little junior sister, where did you go alone? We are all looking for you. Mu Chanjue said in a deep tone. 4th senior brother, I was in another place before. Mu Chanjue looked at Feng Qingran with something obviously wrong in his eyes. Is this the end of the maze? Mu Chanjue and others walked along and saw the secret room set up. There are only 7 secret rooms. Since this is the end of the secret room, it means that there is no secret room for Tang Chongshu and Feng Qingran. A conspiracy against Lingyun sect, only Tang Chongshu and Feng Qingran were left out. Why? Is the person in front of me really Fang Qingran? Fourth senior brother, do you still remember when your little fire spirit raised its middle finger to you in the purple desert and voted for fifth senior sister? Fang Qingran said this with the purpose of testing Mu Chanjue. Little junior sister, it's really you. The guard in Mu Chanjue's eyes disappeared. Fang Qingran walked up to Mu Chanjue and asked, where are the others? Mu Chanjue said seriously, we are here to look for the 5 yin-yang dogs. The second senior brother is trapped in the secret room. Xiyu and Wen Yue were with me just now, and then they suddenly disappeared. Why don't you go to Netherworld Kun's territory when you are looking for the 5-headed yin-yang dog? That guy can't be here. The 9-headed Wei Ying immediately denied it. This is the 9-headed strange infant of the Abyss Tomb. After Fang Qingran explained, he continued to ask, fourth senior brother, why did you say that the 5-headed yin-yang dog is here? It was Yu Ming Kun's subordinate 3-headed Zhao who told us and gave us the map of the Abyss Tomb. Mu Chanjue took out the map. Fang Qingran took the map, and the 9-headed baby and 8-headed heron stretched their necks to look at it together. The map given by Mu Chanjue has detailed markings on every place in the Tomb of the Abyss. Only that part of the maze was pitch black. When the 9-headed Wei Ying saw the map, anger rushed to his forehead. Yu Ming Kun. Why does this guy know so much about my territory? The eyes of the 8-headed heron are full of sympathy, but the old ginger is still spicy. The 9-headed Wei Ying really can't beat Netherworld Kun. Netherworld Kun even keeps his own confidants in the Abyss Tomb. If this fight really breaks out, the 9-headed Wei Ying infant's lair will belong to others. 9-headed strange infant, think carefully about where the Netherworld Kun lives. Is it possible that it is also hiding in this maze? Fang Qingran looked at the 9-headed strange infant seriously with her almond-shaped eyes. The 9-headed infantry choked back what he wanted to refute. After thinking for a moment, he said firmly, absolutely impossible. The place where it is located is thousands of miles away from me. If you don't believe me, why don't you ask the 8-headed heron? The 8 herons fell into silence. Fang Qingran could not ask this for no reason. Is there anything else it overlooked? When it escaped from Netherworld Kun, it did take a long time to reach the Abyss Tomb. The two sides seemed to be really far apart. But who knows if this is an illusion deliberately set up by Yu Ming Kun. 9-headed infant, think carefully about the details of the maze built by Netherworld Kun. Maybe it dug a passage underground. 8-headed heron said. You think I'm stupid? After the maze was built, I immediately checked the surroundings. There were no traces of underground passages. The 9-headed Wei Ying said clearly. Fang Qingran looked at the 9-headed Wei Ying and said, have you checked the underground of the maze? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 781 What's special about the maze? Underground in the maze. The 9-headed Wei Ying murmured with confused eyes, carefully recalling the events during the construction of the maze. During the construction of the maze, it sent the 6-armed ape wolf to oversee the entire process. When the 9-headed Wei Ying was thinking, he directly said what he was thinking. When the 8-headed heron heard the name of the 6-armed ape wolf, he shook his head slightly and sighed. That's it, Lord Phoenix, it's really possible that the Netherworld Kun is hiding underground, but even now he can't find it even after digging the entire maze. 8-heron heron, what do you mean? 9-headed Guan Ying asked dissatisfiedly. Silly, the 6-armed ape wolf is an undercover agent sent here by Yu Ming Kun. The contract signed between that guy and Yu Ming Kun is a life and death contract of loyalty. It doesn't dare to betray even if it wants to. The 8-headed heron looked at the 9-headed heron speechlessly. Weird baby. It was also because the 9-headed Wei Ying was still useful that he was not killed by Netherworld Kun. How did you know, and why didn't you tell me? 9-headed Guan Ying asked with a look of disbelief. 8-headed heron said matter-of-factly, as you know, I wanted to play counterintuitive tricks with Yu Ming Kun. After all, you sent Earth Evil to Yu Ming Kun. 9-headed Wei Ying. It can't be said that Disha is undercover. It's Tianxi's idea, right? The 9-headed infant didn't know what to say for a moment. After listening to the conversation between the two, Fang Qingran raised her hand and released the 6-armed ape wolf. The moment Mu Chanjue saw the 6-armed ape wolf appearing, he gave Fang Qingran a thumbs up. It was his junior sister who could summon this. Snapped. When the 9-headed baby saw the 6-armed ape wolf, he immediately went up and slapped it. You are actually an undercover agent sent by Netherworld Kun. The 6-armed ape wolf suddenly left the 9th level shrining formation and was already in a state of confusion. The slap from the 9-headed infant made it even more dizzy. Hexa-armed ape wolf, what's so special about Yu Ming Kun's behavior during the construction of the maze? Fang Qingran looked at Hexa-armed ape wolf with sharp eyes. Maze. The 6-armed ape wolf seemed to have recovered, and caught a glimpse of the 9-headed baby and 8-headed heron. His heart trembled, and there was always a cold feeling spreading throughout his body. 8-headed heron said directly, what are you looking at? The fact that you are an undercover agent has been exposed. Tell me honestly, otherwise the demon pill will be removed from you. Fear appeared in the eyes of the 6-armed ape wolf. It immediately looked at Fang Qingran and said, Miss Fang, I can't betray Yu Ming Kun. I have been banned from talking about the maze. Once it is mentioned, I will definitely lose my mind. ! Quote. A cold look flashed across Fang Qingran's eyes. She handed the map to the 6-armed ape wolf and looked at it silently. The 6-armed ape wolf felt a strong sense of oppression, and pointed at a point on the maze with trembling palms. Then it spit out several mouthfuls of blood, and there were several blood stains on its body, and its eyes turned scarlet. Fang Qingran waved his hand, and the 6-armed ape wolf disappeared. She wasn't sure whether killing the 6-armed ape wolf would affect the 9th level shrining formation, so she didn't touch it for the time being. Master Phoenix, give it. The 8-headed heron picked up the map that fell on the ground and handed it to Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran took the map and said, Fourth senior brother, have you been to this place? After Mu Chanjue looked at it, he said, the maze we walked through is different from the map. Junior sister, there was one Ling who was with me before. It has been leading the way for us, but it also disappeared just now. Fang Qingran made a secret with her fingertips, and strange fire spread out, illuminating the entire space. In an instant, the two of them saw their surroundings clearly. There are 9 strange pillars in all directions. Where they were, there were layers of circles drawn on the ground, like the shape of an altar. There are also many strange ancient symbols. Master Phoenix, look, there was shock in the voice of the 8-headed heron. Fang Qingran looked where it pointed, and the hole that was opened disappeared. There was no movement in such a short period of time. How could the entrance of the cave disappear? The 9-headed Wei Ying said in surprise. It's not that we disappeared, maybe we changed places. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, he looked at Mu Chanjue and asked, 4th senior brother, you said that 5th senior sister and 6th senior brother disappeared right next to you, right? Mu Chanjue nodded and looked around, not moving easily. The 9-headed baby and 8-headed heron were floating around, checking the situation. 4th senior brother, have you ever dealt with Yu Ming-kun? Fang Qingran asked seriously. Yes, it said that we were all sacrifices, and it even guessed every move we made. It also made the 3-headed dragon pregnant with the forbidden child of ghost fetus. Mu Chanjue's eyes were deep and he responded in a deep voice. Sacrifice. Darkness flashed across Fang Qingran's eyes. Did she think wrong at first? Yu Ming-kun said the Lingyun sect was a sacrifice. The ancestor of the Jiang family was plotting against his mother. If her mother came here, what would happen to the Lingyun sect? Also, is it she or her mother who is planning every step of the mysterious man's plan? I heard about the sacrifices by chance when I was following Yu Ming-kun. They seemed to be for some kind of heavenly right plan and needed sacrifices to taint. No, it seemed to be to lure something. 8-headed heron shook his head mid-sentence. I didn't hear the specifics. I just know that sacrifices are always mentioned together with the Tianquan plan. Mu Chanjue and Fang Qingran looked at each other, with coldness flashing in each other's eyes. 8 herons, please tell us about Netherworld-kun in detail, Fang Qingran said softly. The 8-headed heron suddenly became energetic. Yu Ming-kun is one of the few who survived the War of the Gods. Its former master was the ancestor of the Jiang family. I heard that he was a perfect performer. Yu Ming-kun was able to survive in the first place only because of the deduction method of the ancestor of the Jiang family. It seems to be alive to fulfill a wish of the ancestor of the Jiang family. This is the Tianquan plan. Regarding the specific details of the Tianquan plan, it has not disclosed this at all. However, according to my speculation, this plan must be related to the Way of Heaven. Yu Ming-kun must control the Way of Heaven and become the master of the world. The Netherworld-kun is also extremely insidious. It steals our cultivation strength. 8 herons spoke for half an hour before they finished. Fang Qingran did not interrupt it, listened carefully and judged many things. 4th senior brother, how is the situation of the 3-headed dragon in your cauldron? Fang Qingran blinked her apricot eyes, as if to hint at something. Mu Chanjue said in a serious tone, it's not good. I suspect that it may give birth to forbidden children. I actually have no intention of letting them out. After all, they were born in the cauldron. I have ways to control them. If I let them out, I'm afraid. Then let's leave here first, wait until we find the 5-headed yin-yang dog, and then release it. The 5-headed yin-yang dog is the beast of How to Empress. There must be a way to deal with the forbidden son. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, he took out the array disc and looked for the direction to go out. Little junior sister, the 5-headed yin-yang dog is ferocious by nature. What if it destroys the forbidden son and comes to deal with us again? Mu Chanjue's voice was full of worry, but there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 782 Meeting the Blood Demon Insect Again. Fang Qingran took out a gem and placed it on the formation plate, and said nonchalantly, don't worry, I have something left by Empress How to in my hand. It won't deal with us. When Fang Qingran said these words, a breath from the darkness passed over her body. This problem has been solved, but how can we save the others? Or get out of here? Mu Chanjue looked around at the walls with a worried look on his face. Fang Qingran felt the quick aura, her eyes were sharp, and she looked down at the formation disc. The 9-headed baby flew over at this moment. Master Fang, the carvings on these pillars are filled with soul-locking ghosts and 12 witch ancestors. They're not good things. Yes, Fang Qingran responded, but her eyes still did not leave the array. The 8-headed heron came to the side of the 9-headed baby. Hey, do you think Yu Ming-kun has ever thought about meeting the Phoenix Master? The eyes of the 9-headed baby were confused. Why do you ask such a question? Yu Ming-kun has been trapped here for so long, how could he expect Master Yufeng? The 8-headed heron looked helpless. Yu Ming-kun will definitely fall into trouble this time. Fang Qingran held up the formation disc and stepped in one direction. She seemed to be walking carelessly, but upon closer inspection, she could see that every step she took was meticulous. 4th senior brother, follow my steps and don't mess around, Fang Qingran said. Okay, Mu Chanjue looked at his feet warily. One wrong step here might change a lot of things. 8 herons and 9 strange babies flew in midair, following the two. Master Fang, why don't you fly over directly? The 9-headed Wei Ying asked in confusion. What can you think of that Phoenix Master can't think of? Is it possible that there are restrictions on the human race here and they can't fly in the sky? The 8-headed heron even tried to roll his eyes. But its eyes are slightly different, the white eyes are not turned, and the eyeballs on the head become abnormal. It could only look askance at the 9-headed baby. The 9-headed baby saw the appearance of the 8-headed heron and successfully misunderstood. I was worried about other things just now and didn't think of it. You don't have to despise me like this, right? When the 8 herons were about to speak, a rumbling sound sounded. A secret door opened. A dark wind blows in my face. Following this, dozens of remnant souls rushed towards Fang Qingran. Phoenix Master. Master Fang, be careful. 2 anxious voices sounded. As a result, when they were halfway through the rush, they saw the 10,000 ghost flags floating in front of Fang Qingran's eyes. The remaining soul disappeared instantly. 8-headed herons and 9-headed treacherous babies, you go out first. Fang Qingran said. She was worried that after she left, the secret presence might trap the two here. Okay, the 8-headed heron and the 9-headed baby flew into the secret door slightly frustrated. They seemed to have no use. When Fang Qingran leaves the battlefield of the gods, will they be thrown down? The 8-headed heron and the 9-headed baby had their own thoughts and glanced at each other. They both saw something move on the wall behind each other. The 8-headed heron thought that he had seen it wrong, so he missed the 9-headed baby and went to the wall to take a closer look. At this sight, the feathers all over the 8 herons exploded, and their eyes showed fear. Master Phoenix, please wait before you come in. After 8 herons finished speaking, he saw densely moving black spots on the wall. Rumble. The door closed. Not surprisingly, Fang Qingran and Mu Chanjue had already walked in. 9-headed baby, what are these things? The 8-headed heron and the 9-headed baby were back to back and asked in fear. Forgive it for its trypophobia. I don't know, I haven't seen it before. The 9-headed Wei Ying said in a bad tone, even though these little things on the wall were not very powerful. But its heritage tells it that it must be extremely careful when dealing with such social animals. The weaker something is and can exist in a large area, there must be something terrifying about it. The ancient blood demon insect, the mucus can corrode the barrier and the body, and is also highly poisonous. Fang Qingran's voice reached the ears of the two. The blood demon insect climbed down from the wall, landed on the ground, and then came towards Fang Qingran and Mu Chanjue. The 8-headed heron and 9-headed baby looked at Fang Qingran. Right at this moment, both of them felt a chill coming from their heads at the same time. Holy shit, run quickly, the 9-headed baby is all over your head. The 8-headed heron then arranged several layers of protective barriers. The 9-headed baby looked up, his face turned pale with fright, and he made a prompt decision to find a place that had not been occupied by the blood demon insects and crawled into the wall. Not getting hurt at this time means not causing trouble. The moment the 9-headed creepy infant got in, that place was also occupied by the blood demon insects. Shishisuosuo. The entire space is filled with spider-like blood demon insects. And the number is increasing. The 8-headed heron cursed secretly when he saw the 9-headed strange baby abandoning it again, but had no choice but to come to the protective barrier a few more times. It can't find where these things come from. The 8-headed heron mobilized its power and carefully attacked the blood demon insects on the ground that were approaching Fang Qingran. Zizizi. The protective barrier of the 8-headed heron was corroded. The eyes of the 8-headed heron showed solemnity. It was in the Quasi-Demon Emperor realm, and a group of low-level monsters could actually break its protective barrier. 8-headed heron, come to me. Fang Qingran released a strange fire. The blood demon insects stopped less than half an inch away from her, gathering together so that their eyes could not be seen, but Fang Qingran could still feel that they were staring at her eagerly. The god-killing spear and the 10,000 ghost flags have been taken back into space by her. These things are not strong, but they're more difficult to deal with than powerful beasts. Especially the speed of their reproduction worried Fang Qingran. Master Phoenix. 8 herons flew to Fang Qingran and were protected by the strange fire. Mu Chanjue's mind flashed back to his last encounter with the blood demon insects. Little junior sister, I'll lure them away, and you look for the exit. Fang Qingran glanced around with her almond-shaped eyes, turned around, and knocked Mu Chanjue unconscious while he was unprepared. Mu Chanjue fainted for a moment, his eyes flashed with hurt. 8 heron. Does the Phoenix Master want to? Before the 8-headed heron could think too much, it returned to the 9th level shrining formation. Fang Qingran sent Mu Chanjue into the void space. The space was her secret, and not even Mu Chanjue could know it. After Mu Chanjue disappeared, the blood demon insect seemed to become impatient. He kept spraying venom at Fang Qingran. Many blood demon insects rushed towards Fang Qingran, regardless of the strange fire's obstruction. Whoa! The sound of water sounded. Silver water gradually filled the entire space, with only Fang Qingran forming a unique barrier around him. A little girl with a red fruit in her hand appeared. Sister Fang, can I collect the venom of the blood demon insects and bring it into the space? The little girl looks to be 7 or 8 years old, with a pretty face and big eyes. Of course. Fang Qingran's bright and clear face showed an endearing smile, and she raised her hand to rub the furry head of the moon god spirit. The soft touch on her hands made her feel good. No wonder before. Fang Qingran's expression paused. There was someone in her memory who liked to treat her like this, but why couldn't she remember who that person was? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 783, Being Implicated and Punished by God, Additional Update 2. Sister Fang, can I have some more sweet fruits? The spirit of the moon god looked at Fang Qingran expectantly. There are so many fruits in the void space, I really want to taste every one of them. Sister Fang, can I have some more sweet fruits? The spirit of the moon god looked at Fang Qingran expectantly. There are so many fruits in the void space, I really want to taste every one of them. Fang Qingran came back to her senses and said, okay, ask for the ingot. If it doesn't give it to you, I'll help you fight it. Yuanbao in space, so I fell out of favor so quickly. Sister Fang, can you give me a name? I heard Yuanbao say that everyone who follows you will have their own name. How is Jingyu? Fang Qingran asked softly. Okay, then my name will be Fang Jingyu from now on. Fang Jingyu smiled happily. Fang Qingran saw Fang Jingyu bouncing around, and a smile flashed in her eyes. No one could have imagined that the spirit of the moon god who appeared in the period of chaos would be like a child, with a simple mind. There seemed to be more and more blood devil insects. They all seemed to crawl in from that place. Fang Jingyu stood in the sky and pointed in a direction. Fang Qingran walked along the place pointed by Fang Jingyu. Every time she takes a step, the water in front of her will automatically give way, and the empty space behind her will immediately be filled with the moonlight divine water. Moonlight Divine Water is a bit of a sledgehammer in dealing with blood demon insects. But this is an underground maze, and there are many traps. Attacking the blood demon insects will probably destroy this place and fall out of another more dangerous space. Otherwise, the 8-headed heron wouldn't have been so aggrieved just now. Feng Qingran walked to the place pointed by Feng Jingyu, stopped, and watched a steady stream of blood demon insects suddenly appear out of thin air. The silver moonlight divine water occasionally turns into blood color, and occasionally turns into black. But after a while, it will return to its original silver color. It's just that the new influx of blood demon insects will contaminate the moonlight divine water again. Sister Feng, I can feel that there is a big guy behind here, which is not easy to deal with. How about I just rush away from here? Feng Jingyu asked in a coquettish voice. Feng Qingran shook his head. No hurry, can you seal the entire space with water to prevent all souls from exploring this place? Feng Jingyu waved her little hand and the silver moon water boiled for a few times. Okay, now as long as the soul touches this place, it will be injured and they won't hear anything. Feng Qingran's bright eyes were deep as she looked at the place where the blood demon insect came in. She couldn't say for sure who the sacrifice was. 5th senior sister, 4th senior brother is gone, and Wanling is also gone. In a secret room, Bailey Wenyu said anxiously. 6th junior brother, Ning Shiyu raised her hand and pointed behind Bailey Wenyu with frightened eyes. Bailey Wenyu turned around and was faced with a large area of bright red and the sound of a few drops of mucus dripping. Bailey Wenyu suddenly felt a burst of hot air on his face, but his whole body was filled with cold air. He subconsciously took a few steps back. Only then did he see clearly that the thing about the same size as him was actually a tongue. It wasn't until Bailey Wenyu retreated to Ning Shiyu and raised his neck that he saw a huge dog head. Next to the dog's head, there are 1, 2, 3, or 4 slightly smaller heads. Bailey Wenyu felt a chill running down his spine. Could this thing have swallowed him in just one bite? 6th junior brother, is this the 5-headed yin-yang dog mentioned by the 3-headed dragon? Ning Shiyu asked via voice transmission. Probably, but 5th senior sister, I feel like we are here to deliver rations. Bailey Wenyu's mind flashed back to the way Tutty chased him and wanted to eat him. No, why do I feel that it seems to be injured? Ning Shiyu glanced at the blood on the ground, her eyes searching, trying to see clearly the body covered by the heads of the 5 yin-yang dogs. One of the 5-headed yin-yang dogs lowered its head, and its red eyes gave people a cold feeling. The reason why the 5-headed yin-yang dog didn't swallow Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu immediately was because something went wrong with its promotion. It was supposed to break through the 9 heavens and 10 emperors here. But at a critical juncture, when it was about to usher in a breakthrough opportunity, the Sky Thunder unexpectedly came ahead of schedule. Later, it discovered that it was not the thunder that transcended the tribulation, and it was even less likely that there would be thunder to transcend the tribulation here. That is a divine punishment. Several heavenly punishments fell, causing its soul to be damaged, making it impossible to continue to break through. The 5-headed yin-yang dog is very depressed. Why would a heavenly punishment go through the rift in time and space to hack it? It didn't do anything harmful. It is anxious to break through just because it wants to leave here so that it can return to the underworld and protect the Queen Mother's hard work. The 5-headed yin-yang dog has been in a state of doubt since it was struck by purple thunder. How many times did it suspect that Netherworld Kun was responsible? But its current condition was not good, and it was too late to settle the score with Yuming Kun. The 5 yin-yang dogs smelled the scent of the human race and moved, staring closely at Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu. Who sent you in? Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu were nervous for a while, looked at each other, and saluted the 5 yin-yang dogs. Senior, we would like to ask you to go out to deal with Netherworld Kun and save the common people. Deal with it. Have you seen it before? The 5-headed yin-yang dog's eyes showed a ferocious look. Among those who have seen the Netherworld Kun, there are not many who can't control it. These 2 people were as strong as ants, and it was impossible to escape the control of Netherworld Kun. Maybe asking it to come out is a lie. Figure it out to be true. Can't stay. The 5-headed yin-yang dog thought about many things, suddenly opened its mouth and bit Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu. There was a wall behind Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu. The 5 yin-yang dogs occupied almost half of the secret room. No matter where they ran, they were within the attack range of the 5 yin-yang dogs. Ning Shiyu quickly threw a talisman with her eyes and hands, forming a barrier and slowing down the 5 yin-yang dogs attacking them. The talisman seemed to be just tickling the 5-headed yin-yang dog. The 5-headed yin-yang dog's breath was cold, and a terrifying pressure spread to the entire space. Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu instantly felt something pressing down on them, preventing them from moving at all. Ning Shiyu's face turned pale, and the oppressive feeling almost crushed her. She looked at the 5 yin-yang dogs in a daze. Is this what the senior said about the huge gap in strength, and no skill can hide it? She even has the power to use the talisman, so what is the use of the talisman? One of the 5 yin-yang dogs opened its head with a big mouth, ready to swallow Ning Shiyu first. Senior, wait, we are here for the Forbidden Sun. We heard that you are the contracted beast of How to Empress. You must have a way to deal with the Forbidden Sun. We just came to find you. Bailey Wenyu shouted loudly. The 5-headed yin-yang dog paused for a moment. How do you know that I am the contracted beast of How to Empress? Did Yuming Kun tell you? Seeing Bailey Wenyu nodding, the aura around the 5 yin-yang dogs became even colder, and they opened their mouths to bite Ning Shiyu. 5th senior sister. Bailey Wenyu shouted loudly with his eyes cracked, but he was unable to break away from the shackles of the 5 yin-yang dogs. Sudden. Ning Shiyu's body lit up with a bright light, like stars. Plop. The tall bodies of the 5 yin-yang dogs were half crouched on the ground. Feng Qingran came back to her senses and said, okay, ask for the ingot. If it doesn't give it to you, I'll help you fight it. Yuanbao in space, so I fell out of favor so quickly. Sister Feng, can you give me a name? I heard Yuanbao say that everyone who follows you will have their own name. How is Jingyu? Feng Qingran asked softly. Okay, then my name will be Feng Jingyu from now on. Feng Jingyu smiled happily. Feng Qingran saw Feng Jingyu bouncing around, and a smile flashed in her eyes. No one could have imagined that the spirit of the moon god who appeared in the period of chaos would be like a child, with a simple mind. There seemed to be more and more blood devil insects. They all seemed to crawl in from that place. Feng Jingyu stood in the sky and pointed in a direction. Feng Qingran walked along the place pointed by Feng Jingyu. Every time she takes a step, the water in front of her will automatically give way, and the empty space behind her will immediately be filled with the Moonlight Divine Water. Moonlight Divine Water is a bit of a sledgehammer in dealing with blood demon insects. But this is an underground maze, and there are many traps. Attacking the blood demon insects will probably destroy this place and fall out of another more dangerous space. Otherwise, the eight-headed heron wouldn't have been so aggrieved just now. Feng Qingran walked to the place pointed by Feng Jingyu, stopped, and watched a steady stream of blood demon insects suddenly appear out of thin air. The silver Moonlight Divine Water occasionally turns into blood color, and occasionally turns into black. But after a while, it will return to its original silver color. It's just that the new influx of blood demon insects will contaminate the Moonlight Divine Water again. Sister Feng, I can feel that there is a big guy behind here, which is not easy to deal with. How about I just rush away from here? Feng Jingyu asked in a coquettish voice. Feng Qingran shook his head. No hurry, can you seal the entire space with water to prevent all souls from exploring this place? Feng Jingyu waved her little hand and the silver moon water boiled for a few times. Okay, now as long as the soul touches this place, it will be injured and they won't hear anything. Feng Qingran's bright eyes were deep as she looked at the place where the blood demon insect came in. She couldn't say for sure who the sacrifice was. Fifth senior. In a No, why? Have you seen it before? The five-headed yin-yang. Figure it out to be true. Can't stay. The five-headed yin-yang. No matter where they ran. Ning Xiyu quickly threw it. The talisman. The five-headed yin-yang dog's breath was cold, and a terrifying pressure spread to the entire space. Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu instantly felt something pressing down on them, preventing them from moving at all. Ning Xiyu's face turned pale, and the oppressive feeling almost crushed. Sudden. Ning Xiyu's body lit up with a bright light, like stars. The tall bodies of the five yin-yang dogs were half crouched on the ground. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 784 Empress Haotu's Divine Sense. Empress Haotu, are you finally willing to come to see me? Why did you come? The five-headed yin-yang dog's voice was full of grievances. Ning Xiyu looked at the dog's head in front of her that was several times bigger than her, and her whole body went stiff. The voice that reached her ears made her eyes widen in shock. But she is not the Haotu Empress, she is just lucky to have an inheritance. Ning Xiyu looked slightly embarrassed and said, Senior, you get up first, I am not the Empress of the land. The five-headed yin-yang dog raised its head and stared at Ning Xiyu with a pair of red eyes. Instead of the cold feeling before, it felt pitiful. Empress, why haven't you come to me after all these years? Why don't you recognize me now? You might as well have taken me away with you. Do you know how I got here all these years? The five-headed yin-yang dog seemed not to hear Ning Xiyu's words at all. It fell into its own imaginary world and spoke with sadness. Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu looked at each other helplessly, not knowing what to do. Senior. Bailey Wenyu called softly, and before he could say the rest, he met a pair of cold eyes. Get out. The slightly smaller head of the five-headed yin-yang dog roared at Bailey Wenyu. But facing Ning Xiyu's dog head, it kept crying and whimpering. Bailey Wenyu. Finally I saw the two most standard faces. It's great to have more heads. Bailey Wenyu fell into silence and decided not to speak again. Anyway, looking at the five-headed yin-yang dog like this, it is unlikely that it will hurt the fifth senior sister. Fifth senior sister. Five-headed yin-yang dog. What a coincidence, both have 5 characters. Ning Xiyu naturally saw the different treatment of the 5 yin and yang dogs. She gently raised her hand and tentatively touched the top of its head. The five-headed yin-yang dog knelt and crawled forward twice, put its head under Ning Xiyu's hand, rubbed it, and sobbed, Mother, I have lived a good life these years, my strength is stronger than before, we have reached the realm of the Emperor Beast. Ning Xiyu's eyes were round and bright, and there was a look of distress in her eyes. The five-headed yin-yang dog actually knew very well that she was not the real Empress of the Earth. But it probably missed Haotu Empress too much, so it deliberately regarded her as Haotu Empress to express its longing for her. Ning Xiyu stood quietly like this, listening to the 5 yin-yang dogs saying a lot. After a while, the 5 yin-yang dogs stopped crying and stared blankly at the golden hairpin on Ning Xiyu's head. Ning Xiyu raised her hand to take off the golden hairpin from her hair, which was shining with light. Xiao Wu, a soft voice sounded. Then a nearly transparent shadow appeared. Her aura was restrained and seemed to be able to tolerate all things, and there was an invisible sense of nobility revealed. Empress, are you still alive? The five-headed yin-yang dog asked hopefully. Shuing sighed softly, Xiao Wu, I am the spiritual thought left in the golden hairpin. When you and I went to the battlefield together, I didn't know what the outcome would be. I was afraid that I wouldn't survive, so I left the spiritual thought in advance. Inside the gold hairpin. If I die, the golden hairpin will definitely fall on the battlefield of the gods. When you break the seal and come out, you will definitely be able to find the golden hairpin, so that you can awaken my divine will. Xiao Wu, I can never let go of things in the underworld. You must live well and return to the underworld. If the current underworld ancestor can manage the underworld well, you will assist the underworld ancestor. If the order in the underworld is chaotic, you must find a way to make everything get back on track. I established the road of reincarnation for the sake of the living beings in the 3000 worlds. The road of reincarnation cannot be messed up. Also, I am more worried about the inheritance of the underworld. Back then, the 10 palaces of Yama and the gods of the underworld followed me to the battlefield of the gods. The remaining descendants in the underworld have no one to guide them. I am worried that they will be oppressed by the upper world. Xiao Wu, don't be sad. The future of the underworld needs you. You must find a way to find Dongji Yuanzhen, restart the book of life and death with him, and bring order to the chaos. Back then, Dongji Yuanzhen died before me. I took action to protect his soul. With his wisdom, he will definitely survive. You must find his soul. Xiaowu, I will always be with you in another form, don't cry. After Shuing finished speaking, his almost transparent hand landed on the head of the 5-headed yin-yang dog. Then she stared at Ning Xiyu for a moment and said warmly, "Little girl, it is fate that the golden hairpin fell into your hand. Take good care of Xiao Wu. He just looks cruel, but he is very good." The orcs can practice freely and freely without having to contract a master to a certain extent. But a precious monster like the 5-headed yin-yang dog is like a peerless treasure. If it has an owner, it will be remembered by bad people, let alone one without an owner. If there is always no contract owner, the strong will definitely be concerned about it, and it will easily lead to unprovoked disasters. Her Xiaowu should live happily and not get into those disputes, so it would be better if it had a good ending. The little girl in front of her, a remnant of her soul had already inspected it for Xiao Wu. She was affectionate and righteous, and she was a good contractor. Even if there is no contract, Xiao Wu can live a good life by following her. Senior how to, I will definitely live up to my trust, Ning Xiyu said respectfully. Blood and tears flowed from the eyes of the 5-headed yin-yang dog, but he suppressed his emotions. Empress, don't worry, I will definitely protect the underworld and won't let reincarnation go wrong. You can leave with peace of mind. I will wait for your return. The shadow faded a bit, and said slightly worriedly, Xiao Wu, I know your temperament, remember, you are an orc, you must not forcefully go against the path. Little girl, when you succeed, I hope you can protect the underworld. The phantom that How-To Empress turned into disappeared little by little. The 5-headed yin-yang dog made no sound this time. He watched silently as the shadow completely disappeared, and the sadness in his eyes also disappeared. It is enough to leave the underworld to the protection of Dongji Yuanzhen. And it must shed its Orcish bloodline, become a true human race, and practice the way of time. Only by understanding the way of time can we go to the river of time to rescue the Empress. The human race is born based on Taoism and is uniquely favored by Taoism. Some heaven-defying ways can only be practiced by true humans. But because humans can cultivate the Tao, they have given birth to all kinds of greedy people. Those greedy people are infected by strange things and gradually become greedy and want to find ways to stand on the Tao. It doesn't matter how greedy they are. But they should never kill the powerful people in the plane for their own selfish desires. It is absolutely impossible for it to let go of those mysterious people. They must pay the price for this. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I have to go against your last wish this time. There is no way to save the Empress without going on the wrong path. The orcs choose to become humans, which is a reverse path and a narrow escape from death. But so what, it can't give up. As long as it can save the Empress, it is willing to pay any price. Even if I can't save my queen, I can settle things in the underworld and follow my queen. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 785 Intentional Enlightenment. The 5-headed yin-yang dog thought about this, his eyes swept over the golden hairpin, and then looked at Ning Xiyu. Ning Xiyu met its eyes and saw only Senon's hatred in its eyes. Senior, I have no contract with this hairpin. Ning Xiyu's hand holding the hairpin froze. When Empress How-To gave her the golden hairpin, she had no memory at all. According to the divine thought just now, this hairpin was left by Empress How-To to the 5 yin-yang dogs. Then she got it by accident. The queen gave you something, and it belongs to you. What's your name? The 5-headed yin-yang dog was completely different from when he was crying just now. At this moment, his eyes were full of indifference that could see through life and death. However, its scarlet eyes inevitably make people misunderstand it as a ferocious person. Junior, Ning Xiyu, this is my 6th junior brother, Bailey Wenyu. Ning Xiyu introduced Bailey Wenyu by the way. Well, my name is Daiwu. You just said that you wanted to find me to deal with Netherworld Kun. Is that true? The 5-headed yin-yang dog asked calmly. Ning Xiyu's voice was as sweet as a silver bell and said, it's absolutely true that since we entered the battlefield of the gods, we have been plotted by Netherworld Kun. The 5 yin-yang dogs glanced at the cultivation levels of Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu, and doubts flashed in their eyes. Their cultivation level is not high, and Yu Ming-kun has no intention of plotting against their cultivation level, so why would he take action against the two of them? Could it be that they have something that Netherworld Kun wants? What could Netherworld Kun want from a cultivator who came from the declining era of cultivating immortals? It hasn't been out for a long time. I wonder what it's like outside because of the noise caused by Netherworld Kun. The 5-headed yin-yang dog thought for a moment, but he really couldn't figure it out, and then said to Ning Xiyu, then what is the Forbidden Sun you are talking about? Ning Xiyu said truthfully, Senior Daiwu, I don't know everything about the Taboo Sun. Let my 6th junior brother tell you. One of the 5 yin-yang dogs moved its head and looked at Bailey Wenyu with cold eyes. Bailey Wenyu touched his nose and felt that the attitude of the 5-headed yin-yang dog was much better when facing the 5th senior sister. But he didn't dare to have an opinion. Senior Dawu, the Forbidden Sun is the 3-headed dragon under the hand of Netherworld Kun. The stillborn Forbidden Sun in its belly is about to be born. Bailey Wenyu finished speaking. The 5-headed yin-yang dog exuded chills all over its body. Netherworld Kun is really good at calculating. If the ghost-born Forbidden Sun really comes out, it only needs to control the Forbidden Sun to control the small world below. Not only can the forbidden son of ghosts escape the punishment of heaven, but there are even more powerful ghosts wherever he goes. Once it is placed in the small world below, the ghost fetus has a way to control the world will of the small world, and can even directly turn the small world into a place of death. By that time, the dead in that small world will be controlled by the forbidden son. They will inevitably become the nourishment of the forbidden children and cannot enter reincarnation. Yu Ming-kun is really ambitious. Wrong. So it suffered inexplicable punishment from heaven. Could it be related to the stillbirth of the taboo child? The punishment from heaven is to remind it that something against heaven appears here, and it must eradicate it as soon as possible. After all, in the entire battlefield of gods, it was the only one that could deal with Netherworld-kun and the forbidden son. Since it had to deal with the forbidden son, it still had to repair its injuries and couldn't waste any more time. The five-headed yin-yang dog thought, and then lay down without warning, closed his eyes, and fell into a state of healing. Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu were full of questions. Ning Shiyu, sixth junior brother, senior Dai was still angry just now, why did he start healing now? Bailey Wenyu, I don't know either, I thought it was going to tell me how to get rid of the forbidden son. What to do next? Ning Shiyu, let's do our little bit to help senior Dawu recover as soon as possible. Ning Shiyu took out a lot of elixirs and placed them on the noses of the 5 yin-yang dogs. Bailey Wenyu agreed, sat cross-legged and played the Fushi Chin. The sound of Fuxizada has a healing effect, and since his strength has improved a lot now, the effect is definitely possible. The 5-headed yin-yang dog felt the breath of Fu Xichin, opened his eyes, and stared at Bailey Wenyu coldly, who are you from Fushi? Bailey Wenyu's back instantly stopped, realizing that he seemed to have to explain again that senior Fushi was not a traitor. After listening to Bailey Wenyu's words, the 5-headed yin-yang dog's eyes were all cold, but there was just a bit more contempt. He is not a traitor, but a coward. Since you have inherited Fuxi's inheritance, you must not be like him. Get cold feet. Back then, he wanted to bring in reinforcements, but all the powerful men from the entire plane were mobilized. How could there be any reinforcements? All he could do was notify other juniors and hide. I don't know what happened after that, but you were able to come here and practice the correct exercises. He is successful and it is considered a merit. Addition of merit is an excellent thing, but merit alone is not enough. It is also important to understand destiny. Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu looked at each other and wanted to say something, but in the end they didn't say anything. The 5-headed yin-yang dog saw the changes in the expressions of the two people in front of him and ignored it. His eyes turned to Ning Shiyu and continued, as you become among the strong, you should have a sense of responsibility. Becoming stronger can lead to freedom and happiness, but not just for leisure and happiness. Everything has its own rules. You can become strong not only through your own efforts, but also because of luck. The rule followed in the world of immortality is that the strong are respected. This is because the strong protect the common people and will stand up in the face of danger, so they are respected. Of course, no one stipulates that the strong must protect the weak. Everything in the world has its own operating rules, and there is no right or wrong choice. Okay, it will take some time for me to heal. You can go and practice on your own. The time in my secret room is different from that outside, so there is no need to worry. After the 5-headed yin-yang dog finished speaking, he took the elixir given by Ning Shiyu and closed his eyes tightly. Ning Shiyu blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Sixth junior brother, do you feel that the 5th senior seems to be hinting at something?" He mentioned the rules several times. Bailey Wenyu also had the same idea, and said through a message, "5th senior sister, the first words of the senior were said to me, and the last words were said to you. Is it related to the different realms between us?" Bailey Wenyu is in the middle stage of becoming a god. Ning Shiyu is in the early stage of the heavenly peeping realm. Ning Shiyu seemed to have thought of something, her beautiful eyes were flowing, shining brightly, and she said through the voice, "Sixth junior brother, what senior mentioned most when talking to you is merit. You can understand it according to your skills." When Bailey Wenyu heard this, he carefully recalled what Wuxi Yin-yang dog had just said, his eyebrows moved slightly, and his face showed joy. Seeing this, Ning Shiyu closed her eyes and entered a state of cultivation. Senior Earth 5 is already in the realm of an emperor. Being able to practice beside such a strong man is a great opportunity and must be cherished. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 786 The Way of Origin, Additional Update 1. It is even more fortunate to encounter the guidance of someone with a high level of cultivation on the way to immortality. Ning Shiyu left and entered a state of enlightenment. She entered the space full of totems again. Only this time, she can freely enter and leave the totem space without being restricted. If you want to enter the realm of transcendence, the most important thing is to spy on the secrets and rules of the sky. The Tao is the rule. So what is the secret? There are rules for everything. But how did everything come into being? She remembered a saying that said Tao gave rise to all things. Since Tao gives rise to all things, what is the origin of Tao? In the era of immortal cultivation, the Father God split the chaos with the sky opening axe, and thousands of gods and demons entered the chaos. After that, the Father God died for unknown reasons. Then we entered the prehistoric period, then the ancient times, the ancient times, the ancient times, and then the present day. Most of the techniques that monks can see today come from ancient times. There are many mentions of Tao in ancient books, but there are very few specific things about Tao. What is Tao? Where did it originate? When Ning Shiyu had this question again, she suddenly felt like something was coming out from the depths of her soul. She vaguely seemed to have touched a barrier. Something stopped her from exploring further. Ning Shiyu was completely in a state of cultivation, and she had no idea that her face was frighteningly pale at the moment, as if she had exhausted all her energy. At the same time, Feng Qingran faced off against the ancient blood demon emperor. She killed him with just one sword stroke. Feng Jingyu happily controlled the moonlight divine water to clean up the body of the blood demon emperor. Sister Feng, there is no danger here. Jingyu is very powerful, Fang Qingran said with a smile and released the unconscious Mu Chanjue. Fang Jingyu immediately got back into the space and asked Yuan Bao for a container to contain the venom of the blood demon insect. Space outside. Mu Chanjue opened his eyes and saw a bright and beautiful face. Little junior sister, why did you knock me out just now? Fortunately, there was no one else, otherwise I would lose face. I'm a senior brother who is always protected by his junior sister. What happened? Fang Qingran crossed her arms, her eyes a little more scrutinizing. Fourth senior brother, let me ask you something. My mother's soul-eating goo was the work of your father, Mu Widao, right? Mu Chanjue's eyes flickered and he asked cautiously, do you know everything? Fang Qingran nodded, yes, I know everything, so you saw the whole picture at the beginning, right? Junior sister, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it. There is a saying that, the debts of the father are repaid by the son. I can't distance myself from my father's relationship, so I'm afraid that after I tell you, we will no longer be the same disciple. Mu Chanjue's voice was extremely low. Fang Qingran heard the guilt in his words. Fourth senior brother, you know nothing about what Uncle Mu did, why do you want to pay off his debt? I'm just afraid of your concealment, Fang Qingran said with a serious face. Mu Widao and her mother were just pawns. Her real enemies are the ancestors of the Jiang family and those mysterious people. As for Mu Widao, it is up to her mother to judge. My mother gave Mu Chanjue life even though she knew what Mu Widao had done, so she must have had her plans. Fourth senior brother, does your insistence on eradicating the bloodline of predators have anything to do with this matter? Fang Qingran asked. I want to stay and protect this plane. I want to atone for Mu Widao's sins. I am even more afraid that I will really awaken the predator bloodline, and I don't want to be plotted by Yuan Ji again. When Mu Chanjue mentioned Yuan Ji, there was a look in his eyes. Full of hatred. A cold look flashed across Fang Qingran's eyes. The power of darkness had disappeared, and Yuan Ji must have left the battlefield of the gods. Fang Qingran said calmly, Fourth senior brother, next time you see Yuan Ji, don't be soft. Mu Chanjue looked solemn and said, that guy Yuan Ji has the power of darkness in his body and is not easy to kill. It's easy to kill now, Fang Qingran said meaningfully. Due to the Dragon Emperor's kindness, she let Yuan Ji go, but there was no way she would leave any hidden dangers for herself. Mu Chanjue just wanted to ask something. Fang Qingran turned around and pushed open a door on the stone wall. Fourth senior brother, I will rescue the second senior brother first. Mu Chanjue smiled and said, okay. Soon, Fang Qingran and Mu Chanjue appeared in the secret room where Degu Jianyi was. Degu Jianyi is practicing his sword crazily. Fang Qingran glanced inside, with sharp eyes, and stepped into the secret room with Qingguan's sword in hand. Fourth senior brother, wait for us outside. Rumble. A stone door slowly closed, cutting off Mu Chanjue's sight. Mu Chanjue was worried, but he also knew that it would be useless for him to go in. At this moment, a huge baby's head slowly approached Mu Chanjue from the side. Mu Chanjue was startled. He opened the folding fan in his hand and fired several hidden weapons. For adults, I'm the nine-headed infant. The nine-headed infant avoided the hidden weapon and said hurriedly. Mu Chanjue saw the face of the nine-headed Wei Ying clearly, but still did not relax his vigilance. Where were you just now? The nine-headed baby looked guilty. I hid, but Master Feng disappeared when I came out. Then I smelled Master Feng's breath and followed me. Mu Chanjue's eyes were inquiring and he remained silent. For adults. My surname is Mu. Master Mu, Master Feng has gone inside. Do I want to go in? Asked the nine-headed infant. Mu Chanjue's eyes became dangerous. This is your territory. It's up to you whether you want to go in or not. If you can walk through the wall, why ask him? Mu Chanjue only glanced briefly at the nine-headed infantry, and did not know much about the previous nine-headed infantry. But he still subconsciously felt that something was not right about the nine-headed baby in front of him. Inside the secret room. Fang Qingran didn't know the situation outside. As soon as Degu Jian noticed that someone had entered the secret room, he immediately entered a state of alert. His eyes fell on Fang Qingran, as if he was looking at a stranger. Fang Qingran pointed her sword at Degu Jianyi. I win the competition and leave my second senior brother's body. Why should I leave? This body is the Taishu sword body that is unique in all time. As long as I completely control it, it will not be a problem to rule all worlds in the future. A maniacal smile appeared on the face of Degu Jianyi. No matter how good it is, it's not you. If you want a body, I can find you a better one. Fang Qingran's bright eyes were a bit sharp, but she was worried about something and didn't take action. She was afraid that the other party would jump over the wall in a hurry and directly destroy Degu Jianyi's body. You're such an interesting little kid. I'm afraid you didn't know that his soul would be a sacrifice, right? It's natural for me to accept a soulless body. After Degu Jianyi finished speaking, he touched his chin and paused slightly. Fang Qingran saw the movements of the person in front of her and had a bold idea in her mind. Could the soul inside be the ancestor of the Jiang family? There was only one remnant soul she saw on the 9th level Shrining formation. Fang Qingran recalled that the nine-headed Wei Ying had once swallowed a remnant soul without memory, and its aura was similar to the remnant soul of the ancestor of the Jiang family. Fang Qingran's lips curled up slightly. Do you really think Yu Ming-kun will let you go? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 787 Soul Destroying Array. Ha ha ha. Crazy laughter echoed in the secret room. Little girl, your scheming is in the wrong place. If I was standing by, I might be suspicious, but Yu Ming-kun is definitely under my control. Degu Jianyi looked confident, but his originally handsome face was slightly sullen. Old-fashioned. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that he has been taken away from his body. Fang Qingran's expression did not change when she heard the other party's words, but the other party's movements and temperament made her sure of more things. Saint ancestor of the Jiang family, it is your ability to calculate the ultimate strategy. I cannot deny this. Fang Qingran directly revealed the identity of the person in front of him. You still know who I am. Little girl, you are not simple. However, since you have entered here, I can't let you leave. Why don't you follow me and I let you leave? The saint ancestor of the Jiang family stared at Fang Qingran, with a look in his eyes. It's just an evaluation. The killing intent flashed through Fang Qingran's eyes, but considering Gu Jiani, she still held back. What kind of ethics can she expect from a person who puts the lives of everyone in the world at stake? Fang Qingran raised her beautiful eyes and sneered, you can calculate everything in the world, but did you expect that Yu Mingkun would betray you? Or did you expect that it would replace you? The saint ancestor of the Jiang family looked at Fang Qingran with admiration in his eyes. Little girl, you know a lot. Of course I have thought about Yu Mingkun's betrayal of me. After all living beings will have 7 emotions and 6 desires. It is normal for Netherworld Kun to breed greed. However, it will be fine if it really betrays me. I have also arranged another path. In short, my plan cannot fail. Little girl, you are able to enter the true immortal realm at a young age. You must have good qualifications. However, the road to immortality is not as simple as you think. The further you go, the more powerful people will be needed to guide you to improve your strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to go a long way just by relying on your own skills. How about you, would you consider following me? This body is still your second senior brother. You will not suffer from me in the future. I will definitely make you an emperor. The saint ancestor of the Jiang family looked at Fang Qingran with interest and recounted. His expression is full of confidence and determination, even if his soul is incomplete now and he cannot predict the future. But before he dispersed the soul, he had made arrangements for all eventualities. There won't be one heavenly actor in hundreds of millions of years. Even if the younger generation can produce a natural performer like him, they will be limited in what they can perform due to their limited strength. In this way, no one who can influence his plans will appear. Fang Qingran suppressed her nausea and listened to the words of the ancestor of the Jiang family. Her eyes as dark as ink, so you know that there is a soul-destroying array and a life-killing array here. You also know that there is an altar below. The saint ancestor of the Jiang family finally changed his face and looked at Fang Qingran with a cold expression. You said there is a soul-destroying array here. There will definitely be a Jusheng formation. It is set up to prevent the sacrifices from escaping. But the soul-destroying array is not needed at all. He can steal the souls of people here. More able to control their souls and prevent them from leaving. The saint ancestor of the Jiang family suddenly remembered Fang Qingran's first words. What else do you know? Fang Qingran was not sure whether the Jiang family's saint ancestor's appearance at this moment was just an act. Fang Qingran met the eyes of the ancestor of the Jiang family. I don't know much, but I know just enough to break the formation. The saint ancestor of the Jiang family stared at Fang Qingran with suspicion in his eyes. Little girl, are you trying to play tricks on me? You're still a little too young. Just a soul-killing array is nothing. As for the altar, how do you know it is? Did Yu Mingkun arrange it? Fang Qingran looked away from the Jiang family's saint ancestor and traced his fingers across the blade of the sword, feeling a fierce aura around him. Then Fang Qingran looked at the ancestor of the Jiang family with only mocking eyes. Why should I answer your question? You think you know everything, but you don't know that things are impermanent. Not even heaven dares to make a final say on what will happen tens of thousands of years later, but you, an immortal cultivator, dare to predict things from ancient times to the present, even before your death, and then confidently and calmly think that you have arranged everything. If you really arranged everything, how could my mother escape from Yuan Ji? Why did she become the Lord of Heaven? And why did Su Exingheng die? By the way, if I'm not wrong, you also arranged the sacrificial array in the god's abandoned land, right? Unfortunately, the sacrificial array was broken, and you can't get the god's abandoned land. Fang Qingran said and pointed the sword at the saint ancestor of the Jiang family again. So the saint ancestor of the Jiang family, who is so invincible, why don't you dare to compete with me? The gaze in the eyes of the ancestor of the Jiang family disappeared, replaced by shock. Fang Qingran turned out to be Fang Qingwu's child. How can this be? Shouldn't it be Fang Qingwu who came here? Who told you these things? Is it Yu Mingkun? The saint ancestor of the Jiang family asked in a cold voice. Fang Qingran looked at the saint ancestor of the Jiang family quietly, with no waves in her eyes. The saint ancestor of the Jiang family seemed to have gotten the answer himself. It really betrayed me, I had expected it. You don't have to be proud. You are just a pawn of it. Let me tell you, even if it does, if you can destroy one of my souls, I still have more ways to resurrect you. Under normal circumstances, people do only have 3 souls and 7 souls. But he had long since found a way to copy multiple souls for himself. As long as there was still one breath of soul left in the world, he would be able to be resurrected sooner or later. He still has many trump cards. Netherworld Kun will definitely not give up on cultivating the Forbidden Son. As long as the Forbidden Son is born, he will still have the opportunity to seize the body. Being the son of Taboo would be more conducive to his plans. Really? Then tell me what your other methods of resurrection are. Fang Qingran's beautiful eyes turned slightly, hiding her complicated emotions. Of course she knew that the saint ancestor of the Jiang family could not have only one path. The remnant soul in the 9th level shrining formation is the best example. In addition, the 9-headed Wei Ying has also swallowed several strands of the remnant souls of the Jiang family's saint ancestor. Therefore, the saint ancestor of the Jiang family not only has 3 souls and 7 souls, he must have more souls existing in the battlefield of gods, or in this world. Little girl, don't try to trick me. You can compete if you want. If you lose, just break the formation. A wisp of black mist flashed in the eyes of the saint ancestor of the Jiang family. According to Fang Qingran, his plan to seize control of the 3,000 small worlds may have failed. Su Exingheng's death meant that the Jiang family would not follow the steps he said, so he had to leave the battlefield of the gods. I have to leave here sober. What if you lose? A smile flashed across Fang Qingran's beautiful eyes, and she finally got to the point. The only pity is that there is too little information. The Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family said with great confidence, there is no way I will lose in the sword competition. Did you know that I had another name for myself back then, the Heavenly Sword Saint? It's just that my identity as a heavenly performer was too dazzling, and it unintentionally concealed the fact that I was the sword master. Identity of Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 788 let you 3 moves. The Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family looked arrogant and even looked nostalgic. If you lose, you win. Naturally, you have to set the rules for winning and losing. Otherwise, what if the other party regrets it? Fang Qingran ruthlessly interrupted the narcissistic moment of the ancestor of the Jiang family. The Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family had anger in his eyes, saying that he would lose was simply insulting him. HMPH. Okay, you just need to decide whether to win or lose. Then I will grant you my wish. If I win, you will not only break the formation, but also sacrifice your soul to me. If you win, I will let you go. I win. Get out of my second senior brother's body and don't hurt his soul. If you win, do as you say. Fang Qingran looked at the person opposite him coldly. The Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family nodded with satisfaction. In that case, I will give you 3 moves. Fang Qingran's beautiful eyes were filled with cold light. Are you sure? The Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family was full of confidence. Of course, otherwise if word spreads in the future, others will say that I bully the younger generation. Fang Qingran immediately rose into the air. The moment he stood up, the sword turned and the sharp blade flew out. The Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family looked at the sword coming towards him, smiled contemptuously, and made no move. Fang Qingran's body was as light as a swallow. She turned around and reached the side of the Jiang family's Saint Ancestor. She held a sword flower and drew out several sword blades at the same time, slashing towards the Jiang family's Saint Ancestor. The calmness on the face of the Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family disappeared, and his expression became slightly solemn, but he was still calm. He raised the sword in his hand and easily blocked the blade. The first one was weak. The second sword energy is insufficient. The third blade is not sharp enough. Ellipsis. The solemnity in the eyes of the Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family disappeared and he became careless. You have one more trick. But when he took the 5th blade, he clearly felt something was wrong with the blade. Fang Qingran's finger crossed the Qingluan sword, and a brilliant rainbow light flashed on the sword, and a terrifying aura overflowed. Fang Qingran tapped the glazed stone on the sword hilt with her fingertips, then raised her hand and swung the 3rd sword. This sword has only one blade. But the Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family clearly felt a chill. He turned over to avoid Fang Qingran's 2nd sword swing, and then raised his sword to face the 3rd blade. Boom! The sword in the hand of the ancestor of the Jiang family fell. Before he could be shocked, a sword was pointed between his eyebrows. You lost. Fang Qingran's eyes were cold and her tone was unusually calm. The Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family looked at Fang Qingran without saying anything, with shock in his eyes. How could the sword, which was obviously weak, be able to knock down his sword? And why can't he use his power? There's no way I'm going to lose. Are you cheating? The Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family has never lost in his life. He obviously cannot accept the result at this moment. You know very well whether I'm cheating, don't you? Fang Qingran's eyes were calm. If she hadn't taken Dagu Jianyi's body into consideration, she wouldn't have been able to use the weak sword technique. Fang Qingran glanced at the sword on the ground. The agreement is established, and the cause and effect will naturally be inherited. The dignified ancestor of the Jiang family should not be able to afford to lose, right? The Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family definitely doesn't want to be tainted with karma here. After all, letting Tiandao notice his existence in advance may affect subsequent plans. It was precisely because Fang Qingran had guessed this that he made a competition agreement with the Jiang family Saint Ancestor. You said before that you would find a new body for me after I left Dagu Jianyi's body. Does this still count? Asked the Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family. I will find a good body for you. Fang Qingran responded. Everything is to stabilize the Jiang family's holy ancestor and not harm Dagu Jianyi. I want to inspect the goods first. The Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family was still a little worried. It didn't make much difference to him whether he had a body or not. But if he had a body, it would be easier for him to move on the battlefield of the gods. Fang Qingran waved his hand, and a long box appeared in front of the ancestor of the Jiang family. The Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family hurriedly stepped forward and was about to open the box. Fang Qingran's voice sounded, if you open it, the body inside will rot, and I will no longer be responsible. The Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family paused and touched the box, feeling its special aura. It is made of the finest divine wood, which can preserve the body from decay. Fang Qingran took the initiative to explain. The Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family looked shocked. Generally, only the immortal body was worthy of lying on the divine mysterious wood. The Jiang family's Saint Ancestor's eyes flickered, and he was already moved. This Shengshan wood can isolate the Yuanshan from probing. If you don't open it, my soul may not be able to enter. You can go in. This is the refined sacred wood to ensure that the soul of the original owner will not be affected when entering the body. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed with sadness. The Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family caught Fang Qingran's expression and was very satisfied with the body inside. It was still someone she cared about, and it would definitely be more convenient for her to use it in the future. The Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family suppressed the raised corners of his mouth and said deliberately and seriously, since you have a new body, I will let your second senior brother go. Yes. Fang Qingran seemed to not want to say anything more. The Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family withdrew his soul from Dagu Jianyi's body and couldn't wait to get into the box. Fang Qingran flicked her sleeves, and a force dragged Dagu Jianyi's body. Then her eyes flashed with cunning, watching the Jiang family's Saint Ancestor get into the wooden box. Bang bang bang. You lied to me. Why is it the body of a monster? An angry voice came from inside the wooden box. I didn't say it must be a human body. Fang Qingran chuckled. After a moment of silence, another voice came from the wooden box. What did you do? Why can't I escape from its body? Of course, Fang Qingran didn't intend to explain to the ancestor of the Jiang family. It's just a soul-locking spell. Fang Qingran summoned the Ghost King who had turned into a demon doll before. Senior, I will give you a piece of food, do you want it? Ghost Lord said quietly, are you trying to trick me? Fang Qingran asked, do you want an ancient soul or not? Yes, I must, this thing is a great supplement for me. Ghost Lord said with great excitement. Fang Qingran raised his hand and sent the Ghost Lord into the wooden box. Senior, you can find a way to refine it yourself. I have other things to do. By the way, it would be best if I could extract its complete memory. The Ghost Lord's ability to refine a remnant soul is not a problem. Fang Qingran did not strip away the memories of the ancestors of the Jiang family without authorization. Older gingers are more spicy. Existences like the saint ancestor of the Jiang family should be left to the Ghost Lord to deal with. Fang Qingran put the wooden box into the space and started to break the formation. As for Degu Jianyi, Fang Qingran did not touch him. Degu Jianyi needed to wake up on his own, and Fang Qingran couldn't help him. After the ancestor of the Jiang family left, Degu Jianyi's soul was still trapped in the sea of consciousness. The saint ancestor of the Jiang family had other plans, so before he left, he deliberately added a seal to his sea of consciousness for the soul that had been trapped in Degu Jianyi for a long time. In a dark cage. The soul villain transformed by Degu Jianyi hit the cage several times. The cage cannot be shaken. Instead, he was covered in bruises. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 789 True and False Dual Personality, Additional Update 2. Degu Jianyi didn't know where this was. He only remembered that he stepped into a secret room uncontrollably, glanced at the runes on the wall, and then lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found that there was only darkness in front of him. There seemed to be a flash of red light just now, and then he felt that it was more difficult to leave the darkness. He chose a direction and ran forward, only to find a cage on the edge of darkness. No matter how hard he hit the cage in front of him, he could not damage it. Degu Jian became anxious at first, but the longer time passed, the more things happened. He must find a way to get out of here. Degu Jian made a seal and cast the seal. He tried various methods, but the cage was still strong. On the contrary, he gradually lost his strength. Degu Jianyi chose to stop attacking and concentrate on training. Since you are in darkness and cannot escape, take the opportunity to improve yourself. Maybe after becoming stronger, the cage will naturally break. With a belief, Degu Jianyi began to understand Taoism. Darkness is the negative side, and darkness is not just negative. At this time, a flash of light appeared above Degu Jian's head. The light gradually spreads. When Degu Jian opened his eyes, the entire power of darkness had been illuminated. A ray of purple light swayed in front of Degu Jian and flew into the distance. Degu Jianyi didn't know what he thought of, and subconsciously stood up to follow. Not long after, he came to the other side of the cage. He saw several sigils on the cage. Degu Jian raised his hand and tried to break the talisman, but failed several times. The purple light floated for a while and fell into Degu Jianyi's eyebrows. In an instant, he felt that his strength had increased, and he raised his hand to attack the talisman again. This time, the talisman shattered. The surrounding cages disappeared. Degu Jianyi's consciousness returned. Little junior sister, come here quickly, second senior brother is about to wake up. A happy voice sounded. Degu Jian opened his eyes and said, little junior sister, fourth junior brother, are you okay? Mu Chanjue smiled and helped Degu Jian up. We are fine, it's just that you, second senior brother, have walked away from the gate of hell. When Degu Jian thought of what he had just experienced, he curiously asked, what's wrong with me? You almost had your body taken away from you. If junior sister hadn't taken action, your body would have belonged to someone else. Mu Chanjue said truthfully. Of course, he didn't know much. Fang Qingran told him. Degu Jian looked at Fang Qingran and saw her staring at something with several heads not far away. Seeing this, Mu Chanjue whispered, second senior brother, this is the nine-headed infant, the master of the abyss tomb. Fang Qingran looked at the nine-headed Wei Ying with careful eyes. The nine-headed baby remained silent and allowed her to look at him. Soon, Fang Qingran turned her head and said to Degu Jianyi and Mu Chanjue, let's go find the fifth senior sister and the sixth senior brother. Seeing the two nodding, Fang Qingran released 8 herons. You and the 9-headed Wei Ying are at the end. The 8-headed heron said respectfully, Master Phoenix, don't worry, I will definitely protect your ear. Fang Qingran glanced at the 9-headed Guan Ying with a profound look, then took out the map and walked to the front. The 8-headed heron was very happy that the Phoenix Master finally entrusted it with an important task. 9-headed strange infant, I saw it. When facing the ancient blood demon insect, you escaped first. The 8-headed heron complained. Yeah, the 9-headed Guan Ying responded without any care. The 8-headed heron took out a head, came close to the 9-headed baby, sniffed it, looked at it carefully, and said in surprise, 9-headed baby, are you being criticized? Or have you been hit? Question mark. Why are you so wilted? Can you be quiet? The 9-headed baby glanced at the 8 herons calmly. The eyes of the 8-headed heron narrowed. 9-headed baby, have you been kidnapped? The 9-headed baby murmured, this is just my main personality. I have swallowed too many remnant souls and have too many memories. I am afraid that my memory will be confused, so I have been practicing with another personality. Now that the time is right, I switch back to the main personality. Quote. The 8-headed heron obviously didn't believe it, but it didn't question the 9-headed baby again. The Phoenix Master didn't even suspect the 9-headed Guan Ying, so let's forget it. The 8-heron heron doesn't like the way the 9-headed guilty infant looks like now. He always has a sense of arrogance and is somewhat similar to the Netherworld Kun. When the 8 herons thought of this, their feathers exploded. Could it be that the Netherworld Coon had snatched away the 9 strange babies? And then he said he had a second personality. The 8-headed heron once again looked sideways at the 9-headed baby, and accidentally met one of the eyes of the 9-headed baby. Those eyes were staring at the 8 herons, their eyes full of evil. You. 8 heron's voice was sharp and he wanted to speak, but the rest of his words were stuck. Degu Jianyi and Mu Chanjue all turned around and looked at the 8 herons. Only Feng Qingbran seemed not to have heard anything and continued walking forward. Degu Jianyi and Mu Chanjue looked at each other in tacit understanding and followed Feng Qingbran's pace. 8-headed heron, please be quiet, otherwise I won't be polite. Do you really think that I can control everyone in the Abyss Tomb just by luck? 9-headed Wei Ying said coldly. 9-headed Wei Ying, is this really your main personality? Then why do you have the aura of Netherworld Coon on you? 8-headed heron asked via voice transmission. The 9-headed Wei Ying looked calm and his eyes were still cold, and he sent a message. Why do you think Yu Ming Kun fought with me once and then stopped fighting again? Why? The soul of Netherworld Coon was damaged, so I couldn't protect all its souls. I secretly swallowed one of its souls, so naturally I have the aura of Netherworld Coon, and I also have the aura of the 2-headed demon erosion. As if to verify his words, a variety of complex auras appeared on the 9-headed infant. The 8-headed herons were greatly shocked. The current 9-headed baby was simply a mixture. For a moment, the 8-headed herons couldn't tell whose auras these belonged to. But there was only one thing that was certain, the 9-headed strange infant really swallowed a lot of residual souls. The 8-headed heron glanced at the 3 people in front of him and said mysteriously, 9-headed Gang, can you pretend to be Netherworld Coon later, and then help Phoenix Master deal with Netherworld Coon's subordinates? A coldness flashed through the eyes of the 9-headed creepy infant, but when he looked at the 8-headed herons, his eyes were unusually calm, and he said through a message, the Phoenix Master already knows this, we just have to follow her arrangements. That's right, Phoenix Master is smart and wise, so we don't need any advice. The 8-headed heron still felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't explain it. The 8-headed heron couldn't think about it, and he definitely didn't want to think about it anymore. You shouldn't run away with your personality, right? Your personality before was really timid. The 9-headed baby said softly, no, that personality is that of a child. It's normal for him to shrink back when something happens. But this time, the 3 people in front stopped at one place. Junior sister, what's wrong? 5th senior sister and 6th senior brother are near us, Feng Qingbran said. Mu Chanjue looked around. There were only stone walls and no space to enter. He also didn't feel the aura of Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu at all. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 790 Returning to the altar again. Mu Chanjue was afraid that he had made a mistake in judgment, so he carefully checked where they were. There are definitely no traps on the left and right stone walls. There are only endless roads in front and behind, and there is no place to enter. Mu Chanjue looked down at his feet again. Could it be underground? After watching Mu Chanjue's movements, Feng Qingbran's eyes fell on the formation plate in her hand again. He was nearby, so there was no mistaking him. Is it an alien space? Degu Jian looked around with an eagle eye and said slowly. You need to be pulled to enter the alien space. I have seen it and there is nothing abnormal here. Mu Chanjue thought about the darkness he had experienced before and couldn't figure out why only Ning Xiyu and Bailey Wenyu fell into the alien space. Space. The array disc in Feng Qingbran's hand fell to the ground, a burst of light flashed, and there was no fluctuation around it. Feng Qingbran called over the 8-headed heron and 9-headed baby, you dig this place. Okay, the 8-headed heron moved quickly. The 9-headed baby had cold eyes, and it still dug together with the 8 herons, but its movements were obviously slower than the 8 herons. Mu Chanjue stood next to Feng Qingbran and sent a message to Feng Qingbran. Little junior sister, I haven't had much contact with this 9-headed phantom baby, but I always feel that the personality explanation is a bit unreliable. Do you think it will be used? Seize the body. The feeling given to him by the 9-headed Wei Ying was somewhat similar to that of Netherworld Coon. After Feng Qingbran listened to Mu Chanjue's words, she looked at him and remained silent. After rescuing Degu Jianyi, Feng Qingbran rarely spoke and always looked worried. Mu Chanjue wanted to know what happened in the secret room, but Feng Qingbran always kept silent. Mu Chanjue guessed that Feng Qingbran must have discovered something bad in the secret room, probably related to their sacrifice. Master Phoenix, you have dug it, there is space underneath. Not long after, the excited voices of 8 herons sounded. Feng Qingbran and the other 3 walked over and looked down. There was also a secret room below. I'll go down and take a look first. Degu Jianyi spoke first. Master Degu, there's no need. I'll go down to investigate first. If there's no danger, you can come down again. 8 herons stopped in front of Degu Jianyi, waiting for Feng Qingbran to speak. Seeing Feng Qingbran nodding, the 8-headed heron flew down without hesitation. The 9-headed baby is unusually quiet, but if you look closely, you can see that there seems to be anxiety in its eyes. Master Phoenix, there's no danger down there. Come down quickly, the 8-headed heron shouted. After entering this secret room, Mu Chanjue's expression suddenly turned cold. This was actually the altar they had visited before. The 8 herons were shocked and looked blankly at the strange stone pillars around them. Mu Chanjue immediately said to Degu Jian, second senior brother, don't move. Degu Jian's eagle eyes were deep and he really stood still. Mu Chanjue followed the steps that Feng Qingbran had taken before, reaching the place where the mechanism was turned on, and pressed it, but there was no response in the secret room. Master Phoenix, it wasn't like this just now. When I looked at it, it was just an ordinary secret room. The 8-headed heron calmed down and explained in a panic. The space changed instantly when Feng Qingbran and the other 3 stepped into this place. Feng Qingbran's apricot eyes flashed with a strange light, and she nodded to the 8 herons. Along the way, she kept thinking about the other options for the saint ancestor of the Jiang family. How many escape routes has he prepared for himself? These escape routes may be the dangers they will encounter next. This danger may be in the battlefield of the gods, or it may be in the outside world. Including the sacrifice designed by the Jiang family saint ancestor, she has encountered it 3 times. Chaos law enforcers need her to sacrifice to open a new era of immortality. As for why sacrificing her can open a new era, it must be related to the secret of the creation of King Lian. Then, there was the sacrifice in this secret room, and they became the sacrifices of Tianquan's plan. Will this Tianquan plan be similar to opening a new era of cultivating immortals? From this, Fang Qingran thought of the sacrificial formation in the land abandoned by the gods. Even the sacred Lord Tianyu and others could not break that sacrificial formation. How could it be set up by Su Exingheng? Tai Yuing once said that she could not escape the fate of sacrifice. Even if she escaped now, a new conspiracy would be launched because of her. Could these 3 sacrifices be a trap set up by the Chaos Law Enforcers and the Jiang family saint ancestor? It's just that they each get what they need. Fang Qingran stood at the center of the altar, and her consciousness was in a trance for a moment. If she was really a sacrifice, then her accidental death in previous lives would be considered a sacrifice. Little junior sister, can you still feel the breath of Shiyuan when you hear? Mu Chanjue's voice interrupted Fang Qingran's thoughts. Fang Qingran raised her head and looked at Mu Chanjue, feeling as if she was in another world. Many images flashed through the sea of consciousness. It's all about Mu Chanjue's many reincarnations. Maybe those things she couldn't figure out were hidden in the past of reincarnation. But she had no way of seeing clearly the memories of several reincarnations. She could only accidentally glimpse some scenes when she made a breakthrough in promotion. It should be related to the seal in her body. As long as she is strong enough, she will be able to find the seal hidden in her body and break it. Little junior sister. Mu Chanjue waved his hand in front of Fang Qingran's eyes, with a worried look in his eyes. It was rare to see Fang Qingran looking absent-minded. Right at this moment, an illusory voice sounded in Fang Qingran's ears. Do you want to know the secret of your reincarnation? I can tell you that I have the answer you want here. Follow my arrangements. Fang Qingran met Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes and walked past Mu Chanjue. Mu Chanjue raised his hand and grabbed Fang Qingran's shoulder. Little junior sister, what's wrong with you? Fang Qingran said nothing and looked back at Mu Chanjue with cold eyes. Let go. Mu Chanjue subconsciously let go of his hand. By the time he realized something, Fang Qingran had already walked far away. Fang Qingran stopped in front of a stone pillar and raised his hand to touch the stone pillar. Mu Chanjue stepped forward, preparing to step forward. Don't move. A light voice came into Mu Chanjue's ears. Mu Chanjue looked at Fang Qingran, who was like a puppet in the distance in surprise. Could she be faking it? Mu Chanjue was in a complicated mood. The junior sister didn't tell them anything. Was it because there was someone in the dark? Or would they know more and ruin the junior sister's plan? While Mu Chanjue was thinking, Fang Qingran disappeared out of thin air in front of her eyes. Why is the Phoenix Master missing? The 8-headed heron shouted in panic. But then it discovered that the 9-headed baby had also strangely disappeared. The eyes of the 8 herons fell on Mu Chanjue and Degu Jianyi. Mu Chanjue was seen looking up. Degu Jianyi looked at the place where Fang Qingran disappeared with a worried look on his face. The 8 herons subconsciously raised their necks and looked upward. They were intact and had no problems. Wrong. The 8-headed heron reacted, and its hair suddenly exploded. Where was the hole it dug before? And why did the 9-headed weird infant disappear? Could it be that the 9-headed strange infant is really Netherworld Coon in disguise? 8-headed heron whispered to himself. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 791. All spirits are trapped. Fang Qingran entered another space. It was dark all around, and the yin qi was rampant. There was a door in front of her. On the door was carved what turned out to be Zhu Jian's dragon body and human head. Fang Qingran was still hesitant at first, but after seeing clearly the Zhu Jian engraved on the door, she raised her hand to push the door open. What you can see is the ground with rising black mist. Not far from the entrance there is a stone pillar half a man tall. There is a dark box placed on top of the stone pillar. The box is engraved with a ferocious monster. These monsters are superimposed together, as if they're trying to devour something. Fang Qingran observed it for a moment. The material of the box could not be seen, but its preciousness could be vaguely glimpsed. The patterns on the box gave Fang Qingran a strange feeling. Since it is a precious thing, why should monsters and monsters be carved on the box? Aren't you afraid that the things in the box will be contaminated with yin energy? Fang Qingran was about to think about more things when a strong force pushed her directly into the secret room. Before she could react, the door behind her closed instantly. That is, the moment the door closed, the 9-headed baby entered the space. The 9-headed baby looked around and found nothing. He was surprised and asked, how is it possible? Where did Fang Qingran go? Obviously, the door that Fang Qingran saw before had disappeared. The eyes of the 9-headed baby were extremely dangerous, and he said coldly, you don't think you can escape, do you? I advise you to show up on your own, and don't let me force you out. There was silence all around. The 9-headed baby didn't get a response. It was slightly agitated and muttered something. Then a door appeared in front of it. HMPH, you're a little clever. I want to see where you are hiding. Yu Ming ducked into the door. At the same time, the secret room where Fang Qingran was. An illusory voice came to Fang Qingran's ears again. Child, come in quickly, there is something you want here. Who are you? Fang Qingran looked wary. This secret room was very simple. There was nothing visible except a stone pillar and a metal box. At the bottom of the box, there was some ancient text that Fang Qingran couldn't understand. The ancient text seemed to contain endless mysteries. Fang Qingran stared at these ancient texts for a moment, but she felt a sense of turmoil deep in her soul, and she immediately withdrew her gaze. The illusory voice sounded again, slightly softly, "My child, if you open the box and get the things, you can find me." Whoa. The sound of gurgling water sounded. The black mist is eroded by the moonlight divine water. Below Fang Qinggran is a suspended land. She looked down and saw Wanling. All spirits are covered with chains. Countless chains are wrapped around Wanling, and its eggshell is almost invisible. If it weren't for the connection with all spirits. Fang Qinggran was really not sure that there was Wanling below. "Sister Fang, it's so miserable." Fang Jingyu's voice sounded. She was sitting on the swing transformed into the moonlight divine water, shaking her legs. "Jingyu, it is all spirits," Fang Qinggran explained. "Ah, it is the 10,000 spirits that Yuan Bao talked about. Sister Fang, don't worry, I will destroy the barrier right now. Let's go down and save it." Fang Jingyu controlled the moonlight divine water to corrode the barrier. Fang Qinggran stopped him and said, "Wait a little longer." Below All Souls is an altar that is exactly the same as before. The stone pillars of the altar flickered and lit up with the ghost fire. Fang Qinggran was not sure whether the altar would be activated directly after the barrier was broken. And are these altars related to what she saw before? "Child, open the box and get what's inside. Then you can go down and save it." The illusory voice appeared again. Fang Qinggran's almond-shaped eyes fell on the box, where she looked like a blind person. The things that the soul can detect can only be seen with the eyes. Others are simply out of reach. The restrictions here made her feel powerless. Sure enough, if you are not strong, you will be restrained and restricted wherever you go. They dared to choose her as a sacrifice. It is precisely because he knows that she is weak and cannot resist. Fang Qinggran's eyes were dark and deep. She made a secret with her fingertips, and a blue light enveloped the box in front of her. Countless chirps sounded from the box. Wisps of black mist burst out of the light and pounced on Fang Qinggran. Wow. Before they even touched Fang Qinggran, the moonlight divine water swallowed him up. Fang Qinggran felt a little warm in her heart when she saw this scene. If there were enemies plotting against her, there would also be partners helping her. Soon, the screams disappeared, and the monsters carved on the box disappeared. A hidden button appears on the box. Fang Jingyu's eyes rolled. "Sister Fang, don't move, I'll help you open it." Click. The box is opened. Lying inside the box was a dull dragon scale. There are cracks on the dragon scales, and there is even a missing corner. Even so, Fang Qinggran could still clearly sense that there was Zhu Jian's aura inside. Rumble. A stone door opened in front of Fang Qinggran. "Sister Fang, there are steps ahead, which should lead somewhere." Fang Jingyu checked and said, "Child, take away the candle dragon scale, destroy the stone pillar, and then move forward. I will tell you how to save all souls." The soft voice sounded again. Fang Qinggran flicked her sleeves and put away the box. Fang Jingyu used the power of the moonlight divine water to destroy the stone pillar. As soon as the stone pillar shattered, the entire secret room began to tremble. Moonlight divine water blocks the falling stones. Fang Qinggran's eyes were sharp and she walked towards the stone door. Fang Qinggran walked through the stone door and followed the steps. There was always the moonlight divine water ahead of her. 81 steps later. Fang Qinggran saw a suppression platform. There is a bronze mirror on the stage. "Sister Fang, the aura on the sealed bronze mirror is the same as the aura on the barrier just now," Fang Jingyu said in a soft voice. "Ah." Fang Qinggran then looked around, and there was still a black mist beneath his feet. The bronze mirror shone with light, and a soft voice came from inside the bronze mirror. "My child, you are the master of all spirits. Thank you for bringing all spirits here." Fang Qinggran's eyes flashed slightly. "Are you the mother of all spirits?" A sigh came. "My child, you must have suffered a lot to get here, but you can take care of all the spirits so well. Thank you." "How should I save Wanling?" Fang Qinggran actually didn't understand the other party's thanks. After all, she brought Wanling here, which caused Wanling to fall into the altar. An illusory voice sounded, "Break this bronze mirror, and I will teach you how to remove the seal on it. As long as the seal is removed, it will naturally be able to break through the chains. The curses on all spirits can also be lifted simultaneously. When I sealed all the spirits back then, my original intention was to prevent them from being spied on by the powerful. After all, a master of all beasts who has no owner and has not grown up will bring disaster to all the spirits. I hope that it will grow up happily and live freely before it becomes strong. Unfortunately, things are unpredictable, and I will not be able to grow up with it after all. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 792, The Bloodline of All Spirits, Additional Update 3. When the War of the Gods happened suddenly, I had no choice but to entrust it to others. I thought that if I could come back, I would lift the curse on it. But I soon fell here. Fortunately, I left Ray of Soul in the bronze mirror in advance. As long as someone picks it up, I can use this Ray of Soul to find all spirits. I never thought that this divine soul would harm all souls. After I fell, someone suppressed me here. I didn't know that person's purpose at first, but when I felt the breath of all spirits, I found that it was trapped in the sacrifice array. I don't know why that man wants all the souls to be sacrificed. So I forcibly broke through the shackles and wanted to save all souls, but the power of my soul had almost dissipated during the suppression. Fortunately, you are here, and I can only call you to save all souls. My child, the war between the gods can unite all people and allow those with evil intentions to take advantage of the opportunity to profit. Those who suppress me must have a darker purpose. I'm afraid this conspiracy started before the war of the gods. I can't help you much. I can only give you your inheritance in exchange for saving all the spirits. We, the Wanling clan, only recognize one master in our lives, so I will leave a wealth for Wanling and its owner. When you enter the sky, you will know where the things are hidden. Child, don't tell Wanling that you have seen me. There was a sadness in that last sentence. Fang Qinggran listened quietly to her mother's story. The voice in the bronze mirror sounded again, "Child, as long as you break me, you will be able to save all souls. I hope you can escape successfully. If you break the bronze mirror, will your soul disappear?" Feng Qingran asked softly. "My main body has long since dissipated in the world, and I am very satisfied to be able to see all the spirits in my last thought." The voice in the bronze mirror sounded compassionate and soft. A trace of hesitation flashed across Feng Qingran's clear eyes. "Sister Feng, there seems to be a breath approaching here," Feng Jingyu said in a milky voice. Feng Qingran immediately stopped hesitating and walked towards the bronze mirror. Just when she was about to break the bronze mirror, she found something as heavy as billions of kilograms pressing on her, preventing her from moving at all. Feng Qingran was keenly aware of a cold gaze behind her, looking at her. "Feng Qingran, you really found this place. Should I call you Nine-Headed Wei Ying? Or should I call you Yu Ming-kun?" Feng Qingran asked coldly when she heard the voice behind her. "Ha ha ha, you can call me whatever you want, after all, they're both me." The nine-headed phantom baby flashed to Feng Qingran's side and looked at the bronze mirror. "Kang Xuanji, you are finally willing to come out. Now can you tell me where you hid your things?" The bronze mirror moved, and a ray of light shot out, falling towards the nine-headed Wei Ying. The nine-headed baby opened its mouth and swallowed the light directly. "Kang Xuanji, what little divine power you have, you'd better save it for watching your son's sacrifice," nine-headed Wei Ying said contemptuously. "It's you, Netherworld Kun. You took away the luck and blood of the Kun clan back then and you weren't satisfied. Now you're targeting Wanling. What do you want?" The voice coming from the bronze mirror was full of anger. The eyes of the nine-headed baby were dark. "How can it be enough to just become Kun? What I want is the position of the Lord of all things. The blood power of the Kun clan is too weak after all. What I want is the blood in the body of all spirits. Kang Xuanji, if it weren't for the spell you cast on all spirits, why would I have been dormant beside the ancestor of the Jiang family? Perhaps I would have dominated the beast world long ago. Fortunately, there is a battle of gods, otherwise I might not be able to hide. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't hidden Wanling, I really wouldn't have had the chance to seize its bloodline now. Kang Xuanji, if you tell me how to remove the spells and seals on Wanling, I might consider letting it live without sacrificing it." The nine-headed baby said very proudly and looked at the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror trembled and made a sound, but after all, it was still trapped on the stage and could not make any other movements. Feng Qingran's eyes narrowed slightly when she heard the words of the nine-headed Wei Ying. "Isn't the Kun clan the same clan as the Big Kun?" Feng Qingran looked sideways at the nine-headed infant, whose 8 faces were filled with pride. "Is the nine-headed Wei Ying the Netherworld Kun?" "Wrong. The nine-headed infant must still have its own consciousness, but its situation may be similar to that of Yuan Shi and Yu Chen. The nine-headed strange infant is the main soul, but Yu Ming-kun used other means to control the nine-headed strange infant's ghost. We must find a way to awaken the consciousness of the nine-headed infant." Feng Qingran felt a cool feeling coming from her fingertips. Feng Jingyu flew in front of her and winked at her. Looking at the nine-headed Wei Ying again, it seemed that Feng Jingyu's presence was not found. Could it be that she was the only one who could see Feng Jingyu? "Yu Ming-kun, are you really not afraid of the rules of cause and effect? Tao is the most ruthless and fair. You have done many evil things. Once Tao detects it, it will definitely punish you." The voice coming from the bronze mirror was full of hatred. "Kang Xuanji, you're already at this level, but you still believe in the rules of cause and effect, ha ha ha. Don't you know that as long as you are strong enough, the rules will change?" The nine-headed baby laughed wantonly, and then continued, "Oh, I forgot, you don't know. After all, the gods in the sky are too powerful. If you don't rule by the rules of cause and effect, I'm afraid it won't be easy to control you. It is said that people who practice immortality all pay attention to cause and effect, which makes sense. But the more publicized something is, the more likely it is that there are traps. Immortal cultivators are afraid of the rules of cause and effect, and will have fear on the way to cultivation. People have something to fear and something to hold on to, so they can better control their path of cultivation. The rule of cause and effect is actually a trap. The gods in the prehistoric period never focused on cause and effect, but on merit. These merits also come from the power of faith of the cultivators. However, in order to monopolize more merits, the saint ancestor of the Jiang family has been making plans, and through constant consciousness invasion, he is changing the concepts of immortal cultivators little by little. Later, the concepts of merit and cause and effect will be replaced. As a result, later cultivators gradually began to focus on the rules of cause and effect and ignored merit." "What do you mean? Yu Ming-kun, what else have you done?" Kang Xuanji's voice was filled with anger and a little despair. She seemed aware of something worse. Yu Ming-kun and Kang Xuanji did not avoid Feng Qingran in their conversation. In Yu Ming-kun's mind, Feng Qingran would definitely not be able to escape alive, and it would be okay to know some secrets. Ha ha ha. Yu Ming-kun smiled even more wildly. "Kang Xuanji, the sacrifice formation is about to be activated. You don't have much time. How do you choose?" Kang Xuanji fell into silence, and she realized that she must not follow Yu Ming-kun's rhythm. But is there any other way now? Feng Qingran is too weak. Let Feng Qingran save Wanling, but it will harm Feng Qingran. Yu Ming-kun, are you too proud too early? The moment Feng Qingran finished speaking, the moonlight divine water instantly wrapped the body of the nine-headed Wei Ying. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 793, Born in Response to Calamity. Yu Ming-kun felt his body soaked in the moonlight divine water, and at first there was only contempt in his eyes. For some reason, Yu Ming-kun had never seen the moonlight divine water in the memory of the nine-headed Wei Ying, so it thought that the moonlight divine water in front of it was just something more powerful. Yu Ming-kun mobilized his soul and wanted to control the moonlight divine water. What? A scream came. Nether-kun, whose soul was already injured, was even more injured. Feng Qingran, what is this? came the voice of Yuming-kun gritting his teeth. But after a while, its facial features became distorted and it began to mutter to itself, "You are my puppet, why can't I control you? I can't possibly let you out. If it weren't for the lack of time, I definitely wouldn't let your ghost still be alive. Nine-headed infant, are you crazy? If you go down like this, even if you take over the initiative in the body, how much strength will you have left? Nine-headed ghost, please stop quickly, I promise not to move your ghost." Yuming-kun's voice changed from pride to fear, and he lost the confidence he had in controlling the situation before. "Ah, just wait for me, nine-headed strange infant. Next time I see you, I will drive you to pieces." With a sharp scolding, a shadow of a remnant soul left the body of the nine-headed Wei-Ying. Fang Qingran moved her fingers slightly, but the moonlight divine water did not immediately swallow the remaining soul. Remnant soul's fierce voice sounded, "Fang Qingran, you win this time, but do you really think you can win? Ha ha ha, your senior brothers and sisters can't escape my arrangement." Fang Qingran folded his arms and chuckled, "Really? How can you be sure that the person in the secret room is their main body and not a puppet?" "What do you mean?" Kanhan said, as if he suddenly thought of something, "So the ones following you are their real bodies, and the ones in the secret room are dummies. How dare you deceive the god of sacrifice? What will you do for you'll pay the price?" After Remnant Soul finished speaking, he wanted to run away. But Fang Jingyu raised her little hand gently, and the remaining soul was instantly swallowed up by the moonlight divine water. "Sister Fang, don't worry, I didn't let any news spread," Fang Jingyu said, taking credit. "Well, Jingyu is really powerful." Fang Qingran touched little Jingyu's head, and then looked at the bronze mirror where Kang Xuanji was. Fang Qingran's expression was solemn. "Senior, you just said you knew the secret of my reincarnation. Do you know whether it's true or not?" Kang Xuanji sighed. "My child, I'm sorry, you smell like the wheel of reincarnation. I just guessed that you were troubled by reincarnation." Fang Qingran felt disappointed in her eyes, but she did not choose to blame Kang Xuanji. "Senior, do you have anything else to say to me?" Fang Qingran didn't want to delay any longer. After all, Bigu Jianyi and others were still outside, and she was worried that Netherworld Kunga would jump over the wall. Kang Xuanji was silent for a moment and said seriously, "My child, I really don't know the secret of your reincarnation, but for you to be here, your identity must not be simple. I died relatively early back then, and my soul has always been hidden in the bronze mirror. The mysterious man did not notice my existence. Before leaving this place, the mysterious man once said that he would destroy the civilization and all the techniques of the Xuanqi plane, and even tamper with the rules of the plane. In this way, even if future generations know what they did, they will not have the strength to take revenge, let alone pose a threat to them. Destroying all the techniques will not be good or bad for future generations. You can open up a new path of cultivation on your own, and it will definitely not be too bad. But the rules they changed have a great impact on you. Even if you practice according to the ancient techniques now, you will find that at the same level, your strength is not as good as the ancient strong ones. This is due to the rules. Children, the path of cultivation in your generation will be very difficult. You must constantly work hard to improve your strength and reach a level that can surpass the rules. Then, find a way to rewrite the rules that the mysterious man tampered with. Only if the rules are correct will the younger generation's cultivation path not continue to cause problems. But once the rules are rewritten, it also means that there will be problems with your cultivation rules. Child, this is a dilemma. You can take the path of supremacy and be above the rules. In this way, you don't need to be afraid of the rules. But in future generations, they won't have opportunities like you. They may have to be oppressed by rules throughout their lives, and will always struggle in the early stages of cultivating immortals. If things go on like this and the vicious cycle continues, I am afraid that no one will be able to aspire to the road to supremacy, the strength of the entire plane will drop sharply, and the plane will lose the ability to face risks. There is another way. You can choose to change the rules to make the path of cultivation easier for future generations and create more strong people. But if this is the case, your cultivation path will be subverted, and the result of the reset of the rules is that you will be pulled back under the rules. Son, no matter which path you choose, it will be difficult for you to take. I'm sorry for giving you so much pressure. Kang Xuanji originally didn't want to tell Fang Qingran these things. After all, according to the rules of heaven and earth, even a strong person in the imperial realm can't do anything about it. Fang Qingran is only a true immortal, and it will be harmful to her to be exposed to these things in advance. But when Kang Xuanji saw the scene of Fang Qingran using the moonlight divine water and destroying the Netherworld Kun, Kang Xuanji suddenly realized that she had underestimated the bright and beautiful girl in front of her. The details revealed in Fang Qingran's movements were not what this realm should have. Senior, you said that the rules have been changed by the mysterious person. No matter how hard we try, we can't override the rules, right? Fang Qingran's eyes were deep. It's not easy to override the rules. The highway has long since destroyed all paths beyond it. If you want to be above the great Tao, you may have to practice the path that defies heaven. Your mother is Fang Qingwu, right? Kang Xuanji asked, changing the topic. You know my mother? Kang Xuanji said with sadness in her voice. Hey, I should have guessed it earlier. My child, I'm sorry for you. Others may not be able to reach that height and change the rules, but you can. You were born to cope with the disaster, so only you can save this dying plane. Fang Qingran's originally clear and bright eyes dimmed. She stared blankly at the bronze mirror, and Yuan Ji's original words flashed across her consciousness. At that time, Yuan Ji spoke in an extremely serious tone. Fang Qingran, your birth was planned. Every step you take must follow the arrangements of others. Your mother also had a purpose in giving birth to you. Only if you were born can you stop the disaster for her. In this way, the soul-eating goo can reach you, and she can continue to protect the common people and die for them. Also, you should have seen your reincarnation yourself. A tragic death in the first life was your original outcome. But after your tragic death, my resentment skyrocketed. I felt the breath of the soul-eating goo, so I went to the land abandoned by the gods. You were lying in the snow in red clothes, with your limbs cut off and blood flowing all over the ground. When I arrived, your soul was being eaten by the soul-eating goo. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 794 Two Witch Ancestor. After hearing what Yuan Ji said, Fang Qingbran didn't believe it at all. In her memory, there was indeed a person who came through the snow and saved her. But that person absolutely cannot be Yuan Ji. So she didn't believe what Yuan Ji said before. But now that she heard Kang Xuanji say that she was born in response to the disaster, Fang Qingbran's original self-confidence seemed to collapse. Could it be that Yuan Ji really gave her a chance to be reborn? Kang Xuanji's voice sounded again, "My child, I'm sorry, it's because we're useless that we let you, a junior, bear such a heavy responsibility. You can go forward with confidence. Although we have all fallen, we can still take action at a critical moment. The ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain will be your help in the future, but you have to be careful. Once they appear, you will face a greater crisis. Don't let the beast spirit become complete. Child, before you change the rules of the plane, you must see your past clearly. Remember, you must see the complete past before taking action. I'm sorry, my strength is limited. This is the only thing I can deduce. Hurry and break the bronze mirror." After Kang Xuanji said the last sentence, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength. The bronze mirror shimmered with dazzling light. Fang Qingbran looked at the bronze mirror with complicated eyes, feeling a little dazed. "Sister Fang, her breath is about to dissipate," Fang Jingyu warned in a soft and waxy voice. Fang Jingyu stared at Fang Qingbran with her cute big eyes. She always felt that after entering the maze, Sister Fang seemed to be controlled by some kind of magnetic field and was always in a daze. Fang Qingbran came back to her senses, flipped her wrist, and smashed the bronze mirror with the sky-opening axe. The bronze mirror fragments condensed into a purple light, fell into Fang Qingbran's palm, and then entered her body. There are many things in Fang Qingbran's sea of consciousness. She immediately looked up things related to the curse of all souls. With the bloodline of the Lord of all beasts, as long as the strength reaches a certain level, he can control all the beasts below the level and make them obey his words. The orcs need the power of cohesion, and the bloodline level can never be abolished. Wanling was born much earlier than Fang Qingbran thought. During the prehistoric period, conflicts between various ethnic groups continued, but each ethnic group never thought of changing the chaotic situation. Until the human race appeared. The cohesion of the human race frightens all races except the human race. They began to think of ways to restrict the human race, take away the human race's luck, did not teach the human race the method of cultivation, and finally even tampered with the human race's reincarnation path. The lifespan of the human race is only a short 100 years. If you don't embark on the path of cultivation within 100 years, you can only enter reincarnation. You should know that for some races, their cubs have not yet reached adulthood. But no one expected that all these methods of dealing with the human race failed. Because the potential and wisdom of the human race exceed the imagination of all races. Later, each race changed their strategies and began to learn to use the human race's methods. The first thing they learned was to find a leader. Many races determine their leaders based on strength. However, there are too many strong men in some clans, and no one will admit defeat, and no one can subdue anyone. Especially the orcs. So they thought of cultivating a king of beasts. All Struds come into being. After all the Struds were born, they began to suffer disaster before they were hatched. Those with evil intentions want to destroy all souls. Wanling's eggshell cracked and he almost died. In order to protect Wanling, Kang Xuanji found the witch clan and placed a curse on Wanling. Anyone who harmed Wanling will suffer backlash. Those who dare to touch 10,000 Struds will definitely not have a smooth cultivation path in the future. Gradually, those strong men who had suffered losses no longer dared to take any chances with Wanling. After all, at that time, the strength of the witch clan was obvious to all, and even the most powerful people had to be wary of the witch clan's witchcraft. In this way, all Struds have been tossed and turned several times, but they have not broken out of their shells even in ancient times. He fell into the Shifang domain again and gained Qi's love. Later, Qi helped Wanling reshape the eggshell. But the curse on Wanling is still there. Who is Qi? Fang Qingbran's expression paused slightly and she recalled carefully, as if she could see a man with a clear breeze and bright moonlight. The man always wears white clothes, his temperament is like the white snow on the top of the snow mountain, and his whole body is spotless. His yard is full of all kinds of beautiful flowers. Not him. The person he wants is not him. Who is that person she forgot? Fang Qingbran had already walked to the altar where all Struds were trapped. She retracted her thoughts and decided to save Wanling first. Sister Fang, there's something wrong with the aura on this chain. It doesn't belong to this plane. Fang Jingyu reminded. If there are outsiders, they will naturally bring outside things. Jingyu, do you know the 12 witch ancestors? Fang Qingbran asked softly. Fang Jingyu's pupils narrowed slightly, as if she thought of something that frightened her. Sister Fang, the 12 witch ancestors are the earliest leaders of the witch clan. They are also the source of all darkness. It is precisely because of the greed that darkness is rampant throughout the universe. They also threaten that everything related to God the Father belongs to them. If anyone dares to disobey this rule, they will take action and destroy their soul. The domineering behavior of the 12 witch ancestors has caused chaos in the world, and the relationship between the various races is in dire straits. They have caused too many killings. Empress Hao Tu could not stop the actions of the 12 witch ancestors, so she could only create the road of reincarnation for the souls of those who died in vain to reduce the sins of the witch clan. After that, the underworld gradually emerged, but Empress Hao Tu's actions also it made her suffer. Empress Hao Tu died in the hands of the 12 witch ancestors. Fortunately, she had a backup plan to reincarnate and rebuild her body again. Sister Fang, there are 12 witch ancestors carved on these stone pillars. I'm afraid they're specially used to deal with all Struds. I can't help you. Fang Jingyu looked slightly depressed. She was afraid of the 12 witch ancestors, and her thoughts were restless, so her actions only added to the chaos. Feng Jingyu glanced at the stone pillars in the distance. She didn't know whether the Wu clan was still in this world. She fell into the hands of the witch clan and almost ceased to exist, but Empress Houtu took action in time and let her go. She quickly escaped from the time and space where the 12 witch ancestors were and hid in a plane, which was the Xuanchu plane. But later, she actually noticed an aura similar to that of the witch clan in this plane. At that time, she happened to be targeted by the devouring sun and the charming moon, so she used their tricks to hide in their bodies and give them some benefits from time to time. She also avoided the group of mysterious people. Feng Jingyu dared to help Feng Qinggran deal with Yu Minkan, but she did not dare to touch the altar. Jingyu, you have helped me a lot, go and have a good rest. Feng Qinggran smiled and comforted Feng Jingyu without asking anything else. The fear in Feng Jingyu's eyes couldn't be faked. Feng Qinggran didn't want to bring back Feng Jingyu's bad memories. Are the 12 witch ancestors related to the Chaos Enforcers? Feng Qinggran held the sky-opening axe in her hand, walked out towards the chains, and sent a message to the Hongmeng tree in the void space. Can you deal with the aura on these chains? Hongmengshu said in surprise, how do you know I can deal with them? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 795 The God of Sacrifice, Additional Update 4. Feng Qinggran said through the voice, every flower and leaf of the Hongmeng tree represents a world. This world should not refer to a small world, let alone a single plane, so I guess you can deal with these foreign auras. The Hongmeng tree felt a little proud. That's inevitable. I'm not the body tree. I'm the Hongmeng tree. It's just that there are many strong people who are ignorant and always mistake the body tree for me. The body tree is a world tree, one leaf and one world, which refers to the small world of your plane. If you ask me, if you really want to control the rules faster, it's best to find the boundary tree of the plane first. Getting the recognition of the boundary tree is much more useful than that of some great avenue. The Hongmeng tree had long wanted to distinguish it from the body tree, but it finally found a chance. Okay, how do you deal with these auras? Feng Qinggran asked. You first use the highest level formation disk to seal off the entire space. My appearance will definitely cause the earth to tremble, and there will be strange phenomena in the outside world, so my breath must not be leaked. Hongmengshu's voice was solemn. If it weren't for the outside breath, it would also be nourishment for it. It really won't wade into this muddy water. The telepathy of the 12 witch ancestors, the curse of reincarnation, the wheel of curse, the god of sacrifice. A small altar has almost gathered most of the terrifying beings. I don't know if Feng Qinggran can handle it. Hongmengshu sympathized slightly with Feng Qinggran. He was such a poor child with such a tragic fate. In other times, with Feng Qinggran's qualifications, he would have been a genius of a generation, going smoothly and being sought after by many. It's a pity that she was unlucky and was born in the wrong era, and the difficulties she encountered were beyond her capabilities. It was also in obscurity along the way. If not for something secretly protecting her, she would have died 800 times. While Hongmengshu was thinking a lot, Feng Qinggran set up an isolation array, using the ancient market that had been treasured for a long time. Seeing this, Hongmeng tree ducked out of the space. The whole body of the Hongmeng tree shimmers with purple energy, which is overwhelming. The originally quiet chains suddenly made a sound, and countless strange auras left the chains and rushed towards Feng Qinggran quickly. They're afraid of the Hongmeng tree. Seeing this, Feng Qinggran ducked into the void space and observed the situation outside. The strange aura lost its target and flew towards the stone pillar. The runes on the stone pillars lit up. Seeing this, the Hongmeng tree's aura floated, and the terrifying pressure spread to the entire space. Those weird auras seemed to be pulled by an irresistible force into the Hongmeng tree. The Hongmeng tree absorbed all the strange aura. 12 rays of light and shadow appeared from the stone pillars. The light and shadow stare at the Hongmeng tree. Hongmengshu, who originally wanted to make a move, flashed into the space instantly. That Xiaofeng, please wish yourself well. After saying this, the Hongmeng tree took root in its original place and sealed its aura. Feng Qinggran naturally saw the situation outside clearly. The 12 witches only had a ray of spiritual thought, but they could still give her the feeling of destroying the world. The god of sacrifice, mentioned by Yu Mingkun, flashed in Feng Qinggran's mind. Are they the gods of sacrifice? But Wanling was still outside. Considering the 12 witch ancestors' obsession with Father God, Feng Qinggran chose to replace the sky-opening axe with the Qingluan sword. When she stepped outside, a majestic force came over her. The step above her head lit up with purple light, and a protective barrier formed. But even so, that terrifying pressure still exists. Feng Qinggran clenched the Qingluan sword tightly, her eyes solemn, and she did not take action without permission. A layer of green light appeared on the Qingluan sword, as if it was fighting against something. Feng Qinggran looked at Qingluan sword, her face turned pale, and she sent it back to the void space. These were not things that could deal with the phantoms of the 12 witch ancestors. She is not strong enough to control the sky axe. There was an extra round bead in Feng Qinggran's hand, which was the Hongmeng bead given to her by the old man before. Hongmeng's thing, an innate treasure, might be able to protect her. Hand it over. An extremely overbearing voice sounded. The sound did not come from the 12 rays of light and shadow. What are you looking at? I am the god of sacrifice. Hand over what you have in your hand and I can let you go. His voice was cold. Feng Qinggran pursed her lips. 12 lights and shadows, and another god of sacrifice. Everything was beyond her knowledge. How should she deal with things she didn't understand at all? The god of sacrifice waited a little impatiently and said again, my patience is limited. You'd better hand the things to me quickly, otherwise I will kill someone in the secret room every quarter of an hour you hesitate. If you want it, why don't you come and get it yourself? Feng Qinggran found that all his strength was restricted. There must be something in her that the god of sacrifice is afraid of. Could it be the step above her head? HMPH, it's true that you don't want to eat after a toast. Let's deal with one first and show you the price of disobeying me. The voice of the god of sacrifice fell. A picture appeared in front of Feng Qingren's eyes. There are several secret rooms in the screen. There was a person with dull eyes standing inside. Bang! The woman in the first secret room exploded into a bloody mist. Immediately afterwards, a cloaked man in black landed at the entrance of the secret room and said in disbelief, "How is it possible? Why didn't the god of sacrifice keep his promise? He moved the sacrifice in advance." Feng Qingren knew very well that the people in the secret room were puppets made by Ning Xiyu. But seeing the third senior sister disappear before her eyes, it still had a great impact on Feng Qingren. What if the people inside are real? If the mysterious man hadn't left, would they really have had a chance to escape? At this moment, Feng Qingren truly realized the importance of strength. The god of sacrifice said from above, "How is it? Do you want to continue? If you leave it to me a moment later, a few more people will die." It is the same light and shadow as the 12 witch ancestors. Feng Qingren's eyes flashed coldly, remembering the old man's words, "Gods are just honorific titles for the strong, there is no such level as gods in this world." The absence of the level of God does not mean that there is no God. The god of sacrifice in front of him may be a god in the true sense. It has the legendary arrogance of a god. Moreover, the god of sacrifice is different from the light and shadow of the 12 witch ancestors. It really exists here, otherwise she would not have asked her for the Hongmeng Pearl. "You said you are the god of sacrifice, do you belong to this plane?" Feng Qingren didn't want to follow the idea of the god of sacrifice. She wanted to know what a real god is like. There was so much she didn't know about God. The god of sacrifice seemed to have heard something ridiculous and chuckled. "Little girl, you are really pitiful for asking such an ignorant question. God does not belong to any plane, but he can control any plane. Do you understand? You must not understand. After all, you, an ant like you, may not even know what a god is. Listen, God is supreme. These are the rules of the universe and all living beings need to abide by them." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 796. The god of sacrifice was full of arrogance, staring at the Hongmeng Pearl. "Hand over what you have in your hand, and I will spare your life." A smile appeared on Feng Qingren's lips, playing with the Hongmeng Pearl, "The supreme god of the universe, then why don't you even have a body? Ignorant ants. Gods don't even need a body to exert their super powerful power." The god of sacrifice looked down at Feng Qingren, but there was a vague anger on his body. So gods can also lie. Feng Qingren's eyes were indifferent and she walked towards the place where the god of sacrifice was. The originally arrogant god of sacrifice actually retreated subconsciously, wanting to stay away from Feng Qingren. When Feng Qingren saw this scene, she knew in her heart that there was something in her that made the god of sacrifice fearful. "You ant dare to offend God. Do you know the consequences of offending me?" The god of sacrifice also tried to use words to intimidate Feng Qingren. "It's just a god that is about to disappear, so why talk about the consequences?" Feng Qingren looked directly at the light and shadow with sharp eyes. Now it was the turn of the god of sacrifice to panic. The light and shadow trembled a few times, and he asked in disbelief, "Why can you see it?" Feng Qingren said, "It's very simple. If you are really as powerful as you say, this thing will not still be in my hands, and you will not target people far away in the secret room. I guess, you can only use the sacrifice formation to kill people." After listening to Feng Qingren's words, the god of sacrifice looked at Feng Qingren standing in the sacrificial formation, and the previous panic disappeared. Ants will always be ants, with short-sightedness. Since you know that I am the god of sacrifice, and you dare to step into the sacrifice formation, should I say you are bold, or should I say you are ignorant? The god of sacrifice seemed to be to regain the lost face. As the sacred voice of sacrifice fell, the light and shadow of the 12 witch ancestors flew to the top of the altar. Suddenly, all the ancient texts painted on the altar shone with light. The light of ancient prose slowly gathered into a precise network. Terrifying power filled the sky above the altar. The color of the light and shadow formed by the sacrifice to the god is a bit heavier. The chain made a sound, once again possessing a unique power. A beam of light lit up, illuminating the entire space and blocking Feng Qingren's view of Wan Ling. The light and shadow transformed by the 12 witch clans all fell beside her and surrounded her. "Ha ha ha." The arrogant voice of the god of sacrifice sounded, "Ant, you have offended God, and it is your honor to die for it." The god of sacrifice dodged and landed in the center of the altar, raised his hand, his fingertips changed, and said, 3000 Dharma, transformation of life and death, flesh and blood worshipping the gods, endless reincarnation. In an instant, the chains turned into powder, and countless powers surged towards the spirits. Feng Qingren also felt a terrifying force falling on him. It was as if he wanted to tear her flesh and blood apart. Pooh! Feng Qingren spit out a mouthful of blood and looked at the 12 witch ancestors in front of him with cold eyes. These few people should also be the remnant souls of gods, right? God has always been synonymous with the strong, and the real God can be imagined to be powerful. But what makes Feng Qingren puzzled is that there are no records of real gods in ancient books. Such a powerful race seemed to have had its traces wiped away deliberately, and there was no trace of their existence. The god of sacrifice was the first god she saw in the true sense. Unfortunately, this god turned out to be her enemy. While Feng Qingren was thinking, something was sucking away the vitality from her body, and countless strange forces invaded her body. Feng Qingren's face turned pale and her whole body was shaky. But there was no trace of panic in her eyes, and she stared ahead calmly. 9 heavens and 10 emperors, shatter the void. The voice of the god of sacrifice sounded. In an instant, the altar shook, and the 12 witch ancestors left Feng Qingren, each occupying 12 positions on the altar. The energy of destroying heaven and earth overflowed from the 12 witch ancestors. A stream of crimson remnant souls emerged from the bottom of the altar, followed by endless pressure that could shake the world. Light and darkness intertwined, and various forces intertwined together, as if they could destroy this world. Seeing this, Fang Qingran bit her fingertips, blood dripped into the Hongmeng Pearl, and a large formation appeared in an instant. After the formation appeared, Fang Qingran's brows showed a hint of cyan. Her entire aura changed drastically, and all the forces around her avoided her. Fang Qingran flipped his wrist and Quan Chong's staff fell into his hand. Fang Qingran raised it and circulated the power of darkness. The 12 witch ancestors, who had the aura to kill everything, flew towards Quan Chong's staff. Fang Qingran let go of Quan Chong's staff at this moment and sat cross-legged on the formation. The staff of Quan Chong was above her head, and the 12 witch ancestors surrounded the staff of Quan Chong, showing a posture of surrender. All the spirits controlled by the god of sacrifice also flew in front of Fang Qingran at this time. Cracks appeared on the eggshell, and several runes floated on it. The formation beneath Fang Qingran formed a barrier. Within the barrier, 2 forces, one black and one white, rotated around Fang Qingran. There is also a Hongmeng Pearl on the top of its head. The light and shadow of the 12 witch ancestors also entered the staff of Quan Chong. A pure white flower blooms on the top of Quan Chong's staff, which does not affect the power of the staff, but makes it more mysterious. The god of sacrifice looked at the Hongmeng Pearl above Fang Qingran's head, and was shocked when he saw the image of Quan Chong's staff subduing the 12 witch ancestors. The formation under Fang Qingran was formed by contracting the Hongmeng Pearl. When you see clearly that one white and one black, it is like the formation of the Bagua array. The god of sacrifice said in a sharp voice, "How is this possible? How can an ant get the Hongmeng Pearl? These things should be mine." The god of sacrifice was full of jealousy and pounced on Fang Qingran. At this time, swish! The god-killing spear suddenly appeared and mercilessly pierced the incarnation of the sacrificial god. The light and shadow transformed by the god of sacrifice gradually dissipated. Before dissipating, she seemed to be unwilling to stare in Fang Qingran's direction. Can't figure out why things are like this. She could have been reborn with the help of this sacrifice. But no one answered her question. With the disappearance of the god of sacrifice, the entire maze and even the abyss tomb began to turbulent, and cracks appeared in the space. The 9-headed baby in the secret room suddenly woke up. It is half smaller than before. The 9-headed baby didn't have time to think too much. When he saw a door in front of him, he flew out. Saw Dugu Janyi, Mu Chanjue and 8 herons. When the 8-headed heron saw the 9-headed baby, it slapped her in the face. "Where did the Phoenix Master go? Who are you?" The 9-headed baby hurriedly said, "I'm the 9-headed baby. I don't have time to explain the rest. This place is going to collapse. We need to leave quickly." "Where is the Phoenix Master?" the 8-headed heron asked. "Master Fang has her own things to do. If we stay here, we will only drag her down." The 9-headed infant clearly remembered that Fang Qingran entered the altar. At that time, it was recovering its strength and could not follow. By the time it regained consciousness, it could no longer find the altar. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 797 Speechless. Dugu Janyi and Mu Chanjue looked at each other. Before the space collapsed, the altar where they were was inexplicably disappeared. Could this be related to Fang Qingran? Second senior brother, let's go outside and wait for junior sister. It is good. It's not that they are heartless, I can only say that in this case, leaving here is the best choice. At the same time, Wushi Yin Yang Dog, Ning Shiyu, and Bailey Wenyu were also affected. The 5-headed Yin Yang Dog stood up, its blood-red pupils filled with coldness. It glanced at Ning Shiyu. "This place is going to collapse, come on my back." Ning's poem is pleasing to the eye, but there is respect and some hesitation. The 5-headed Yin Yang Dog actually lowered his body and asked Ning Shiyu to come up. Ning Shiyu carefully climbed onto the backs of the 5 Yin Yang Dogs. Then the 5 Yin Yang Dogs glanced at Bailey Wenyu, their eyes full of indifference. Bailey Wenyu was about to say, "Thank you," when one of the 5 Yin Yang Dogs grabbed Bailey Wenyu by its head. In less than a moment, the 5-headed Yin Yang Dog led the 2 of them to the entrance of the abyss tomb. It casually threw Bailey Wenyu to the ground. Vomit. Bailey Wenyu lay on the ground and vomited wildly. He was so dizzy along the way that he couldn't find his direction. Ning Shiyu dodged and landed. "6th junior brother, are you okay?" "5th senior sister." Vomit. Cough cough cough. I'm fine, I'm fine." Bailey Wenyu didn't seem to have recovered yet. After a while, Bailey Wenyu finally stopped vomiting. Ning Shiyu patted Bailey Wenyu on the shoulder and handed him a glass of water. "Here." The 5-headed Yin Yang Dogs were observing the surroundings as soon as they came out. Time has passed, and there is no longer the tragedy when the gods fell, only the desolation of the sky. Their era has completely passed. "Duwu, you are finally out." A cold voice sounded. The 5-headed Yin Yang Dog looked at the cloaked man not far away. "You Ming-kun, don't tell me, when you turned into a human form, you did look a bit human." In an instant, powerful pressure came towards the 5-headed Yin Yang Dogs. Ning Shiyu dragged Bailey Wenyu, who was still confused, closer to the 5-headed Yin Yang Dog. "It's better to enjoy the shade under the big tree. Duwu, congratulations on your failure to advance. Are these 2 the rations you prepared?" Yu Mingkun glanced at Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu, and the dark light of unknown meaning flashed in his eyes. Only because of the black curtain, Ning Shiyu and Bailey Wenyu could not see, but they could still clearly feel a strong sense of oppression. "Yu Mingkun, please stop farting here. It's okay for you to be a beast yourself. Don't blame me. I'm from the monster tribe, which is different from the beast tribe like you. If you ask me, you and the evil dragon can be friends, right? It makes no sense, you are the only one who can lead this beast clan." Ning Shiyu on the side. The 5-headed Yin Yang Dog's ferocious reputation doesn't come from talking, does it? Bailey Wenyu suddenly felt that the 5-headed Yin Yang Dog had a good attitude towards him. And Yu Ming-kun was trembling all over. Dai Wu, the blood of the evil dragon and I are much nobler than a dog like yours. If we are your beasts, you will be worse than a beast. Yu Ming-kun seemed to have lost his mind and forgot what he was going to do now. Yo, it's amazing that you have noble blood. Your blood is so noble, why aren't you the master of all beasts? Why can't you defeat me? The five-headed yin-yang dog mocked. Dawu, don't be so weird here. No matter how much you say, you will always be a lackey, and I, Yu Ming-kun, will eventually become the leader of all beasts. Yu Ming-kun's voice was trembling, obviously he was very angry. When the five yin-yang dogs fight, they are extremely ferocious. His mouth is also the most vicious when he is not fighting. Then you go and be the leader of all beasts, don't leave your mark here. The five-headed yin-yang dog was not prepared to deal with Netherworld-kun, it wanted to reserve its strength to deal with the son of Taboo. Dawu, are you anxious? Of course I'm anxious, didn't you say that I'm a dog? Dogs can't stop eating shit. When I see you and can't eat it, I naturally get angry. Phew. Ning Xiyu really couldn't hold it back and laughed out loud. In an instant, a look full of murderous intent fell on her. Ning Xiyu knew that Yu Ming-kun was looking at her. Dawu, don't you want to? I don't want to, don't play tricks with me. You won't tell me what I want to know. Even if you tell me, you won't be able to tell me the truth. I don't want to hear it. The five-headed yin-yang dog directly interrupted Netherworld-kun's spellcasting. It realized a long time ago that it should not trade with Netherworld-kun. As long as you trade with Yu Ming-kun, you will always suffer a loss. Dawu, Yu Ming-kun trembled, and all his words were choked back. Rumble. FCK, nine-headed baby, you are poisonous. If you turned to a dead end, if I hadn't run quickly, I would have been buried in it. From now on you. The sound of 8 herons stopped abruptly. Mu Chanjue and Gu Jian stood behind the 8 herons in disgrace. The nine-headed baby slowly floated out from the ground, its 8 faces full of guilty conscience. Second senior brother, fourth senior brother, we are here. Ning Xiyu's eyes flashed and she shouted. Mu Chanjue and Gu Jianyi quickly performed the cleaning technique, and the dust on their bodies disappeared instantly. They walked towards Ning Xiyu. The 8-headed herons were very confused when they saw the 5-headed yin-yang dogs next to Ning Xiyu. Didn't they know that the 5-headed yin-yang dogs were from Netherworld-kun's side? The 9-headed Wei Ying took the lead and followed. The 8-headed herons had no choice and came to the 5-headed yin-yang dogs cautiously. The 5-headed yin-yang dog is larger than the 8-headed heron and 9-headed infantile combined. Second senior brother, fourth senior brother, this is senior Dai Wu. Ning Xiyu introduced. When Mu Chanjue and Bailey when you appeared, Yu Ming-kun's pupils shrank sharply. These two people were obviously in the altar, why could they escape? If they escape, it means the plan has failed. Why were they able to escape from the hands of the sacrificial god? Mu Chanjue saluted respectfully to the 5 yin-yang dogs, and wanted to talk about the taboo son, but then he remembered that Yu Ming-kun was present, so he sent a message to the 5 yin-yang dogs to explain the situation. The 5-headed yin-yang dog heard the puppet curse and knew something was wrong. At this moment, countless 2-headed demons rushed towards here from a distance. De Gu Jian and the others looked solemn, took out their weapons, and stood ready. Netherworld-kun raised his hand and launched an attack on the 5 yin-yang dogs. The 5-headed yin-yang dogs changed their bodies, transformed into humans, and faced the Netherworld-kun's attack. The two jumped into the sky and fought fiercely. The 8-headed herons looked up into the sky, completely unaware that the eyes of the 9-headed strange babies beside them had become dull. Facing the 2-headed demon erosion again, several people found that their strength was still restricted. Let me help you, the 8-headed heron said, and was about to rush out. Before it could pass by, a figure suddenly appeared in front of it. It was the 9-headed Wei Ying. 9-headed infant, what are you going to do? Your enemy is me, the 9-headed Guan Ying said word by word. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 798 All souls break out of their shells, additional update 5. 8 Heron, be careful, it is probably controlled by Netherworld-kun again. Mu Chanjue reminded in a deep voice. Yu Ming-kun could control the 9-headed Wei Ying once, so naturally he would have a second time. Mu Chanjue only reminded him, and then went to deal with the 2-headed demonic erosion. These things were very difficult to deal with. The expression of the 8-headed heron became serious. 9-headed Wei Ying, if you can't get rid of the control of Netherworld-kun, I won't be polite. When the 9-headed Wei Ying heard this, struggle flashed in his eyes, and eventually he became dull again. The 9-headed baby opened its mouth, spit out a cloud of yin energy, and attacked the 8 herons unceremoniously. Grandmas, 9-headed infant, you are not as strong as me now, don't blame me. After the 8-headed heron finished speaking, he rushed towards the 9-headed infant. When it was about to encounter the 9-headed infant, it turned around and stepped on the 9-headed infant's face with its claws. Clap clap. At the same time, its other neck stretched out, its mouth turned into an iron plate, and it wildly slapped the other heads of the 9-headed baby. The 9-headed infant was beaten so hard that he was unable to fight back. But even so, the 8 herons showed no mercy until all the faces of the 9 strange babies were swollen into pig heads. The 8-headed heron kicked hard. Boom. The 9-headed baby fell to the ground. The 8-headed heron looked at the 9-headed baby in shock. How come this guy's strength had shrunk by half? Finished dealing with the 9-headed infant. The 8-headed heron turned to help the others. At this time, a 2-headed demon emerged from the ground and quietly approached the 9-headed baby. The 9-headed infant was completely unaware. Deep in the abyss tomb. All places were covered with rubble. Only one space is preserved. The barrier formed by the magic circle. Feng Qingren's body was filled with brilliance, and the yin and yang array formed the Bagua array. The vast power of law was condensed from the formation and poured into Feng Qingren's body. A purple energy overflowed from the Hongmeng pearl. It is the Hongmeng purple chi that all immortal cultivators dream of. Hongmeng purple energy entered Fang Qingren's sea of consciousness along the center of her eyebrows, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. It is just a wisp of Hongmeng purple energy, its vast power surpasses all terrifying powers. In an instant, 5 rays of light soaring into the sky appeared around Fang Qingren. The light is filled with the spiritual power next to it. The spiritual power gradually gathered into 5 giant dragons. The giant dragon hovers around Fang Qingren. The dragon is so powerful that it seems to be able to destroy the heaven and the earth. Fang Qingren was in the process of practicing, and the aura around his body was rising steadily. The middle stage of true immortality. The late stage of immortality. The pinnacle of true fairy. In the early days of Jingxian. Ellipsis. When the 5 golden dragons disappeared, Fang Qingren's cultivation had actually entered the realm of the immortal saint. In one fell swoop, he went from being a true immortal, to a golden immortal, to an immortal emperor, and directly to becoming an immortal saint. This kind of promotion speed was rare even in ancient times when spiritual energy was abundant. Fang Qingren opened her eyes, raised her jade hand slightly, and a touch of golden power appeared in her palm. Compared with spiritual power, it was more than 100 times stronger. No wonder the god of sacrifice says that God is the supreme being. Just a ray of divine power can be extremely powerful. Fang Qingren looked at the wanling that was about to break out of its shell not far away, and poured divine power into it without hesitation. Click. The eggshell is broken. A small hole appeared below. A chicken claw sticks out. Fang Qingren looked at wanling expectantly, waiting for it to completely break out of its shell. The chicken feet tried to step on the ground, but missed. The eggshell rolled half a circle. Finally completely shattered. A palm-sized yellow chick came into view. It was quite sudden. The Lord of Beasts is a little chicken. Master, Wanling raised his head, his cute eyes reaching the sky. Wanling, what is your true body? Fang Qingren still had a trace of fantasy in her heart. I don't know. Wanling's voice was cute. He blinked and looked at Fang Qingren. There was no information about his identity and his inheritance. He only remembered that he was the Lord of Beasts. Fang Qingren was disillusioned. When he conquered all the beasts in the future, the image of Wanling might have to go through some hardships. Wanling looked at Fang Qingren with a strange expression. Master, I'm so hungry. Do you have any meat to eat? Don't worry, I will grow up and become mighty and majestic. When Fang Qingren heard Wanling's voice, her heart almost melted, and she immediately took out a lot of meat for Wanling to eat. So, 3 hours later, all the edible meat in Fang Qingren's space disappeared. Master, are there any more? Wanling didn't seem to be full yet. No more. Fang Qingren waved her hands helplessly and sighed in her heart. Fortunately, Fang Yu only eats vegetarian food and Zhu Zhao doesn't eat. Otherwise, they would all eat like Wanling. She absolutely can't afford it. Wanling's appetite far exceeds that of Luan Jin. Therefore, it is true that the orcs are said to be difficult to raise. Then you can give me some vegetarian food. I'm only 3/3 full, Wanling said a little aggrievedly. Fang Qingren. After eating hundreds of thousands of kilograms of food, I feel 3 cents full. Fang Qingren stared at Wanling suspiciously. Could it be Tati's bloodline? Fang Qingren could only take out the Bigu pill and give it to Wanling. 1 Bigu pill can guarantee you won't be hungry for at least a year. But Fang Qingren still underestimated Wanling. After taking thousands of Bigu pills, Wanling was only 70% full. It's good if you're 70% full. Don't eat too much. Fang Qingren touched Wanling. The hair on its body was unusually soft, but it had a strange power. Master, I will be 80% full next time. Fang Qingren had a bad premonition and asked, when will your next time be? 12 hours later, Wanling blinked his cute little eyes and moved onto Fang Qingren's shoulder. Fang Qingren looked at him and made him feel a little embarrassed. Fang Qingren held her forehead for 12 hours. Even if you feed it everything in the battlefield of the gods, you probably won't be able to feed it enough. Fang Qingren quickly put away the god-killing spear and Quan Chong's staff. Before leaving, she glanced at the shell on the ground. This was Fang Xi's shell. Fang Qingren flicked his sleeves, and the shell on the ground disappeared. After taking care of everything, Fang Qingren made a secret with her fingertips, and a crack appeared in front of her eyes. She ducked into the crevice. As she left, the barrier disappeared and the space was filled with rubble. As soon as Fang Qingren stepped out of the crack in time and space, she saw the scene of the 2-headed demon biting off one of the 9-headed babies. Fang Qingren waved his sleeves, and the Xingguan sword flew out, cutting off the 2-headed demon's shoe at the waist. Master Phoenix, the 8-headed heron immediately flew in front of Fang Qingren, and was extremely pleasantly surprised. How are they? It became clear that Fang Qingren was asking about Dagu Jianyi and others. The 8-headed heron immediately said, their situation is not good. The 2-headed demons I can deal with are limited. The 3 young masters and the girl have been injured. The Phoenix Master and the 9-headed Wei Ying have been killed by Netherworld Kun again. It's under control. Yes, Fang Qingren raised his hand, and a magic seal penetrated into the body of the 9-headed baby. In an instant, the eyes of the originally dull-looking 9-headed Wei Ying became clear, and then he let out a painful scream. Where's my head? Where's my head? Why are there only 5 left? You watch it, I'll go rescue it. After Fang Qingren finished speaking, his figure disappeared in front of the 8 herons. 10,000 miles in an instant. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 799 Wanling is hungry again. Following the 8-headed heron's exclamation, wherever Fang Qingren passed, all the 2-headed demonic eclipses were cut off. The 8-headed heron stared at its 8 pairs of eyes, almost bulging out. 8-headed heron, where is my head? Snapped. The 8-headed heron flapped its big wings. Shut up. Don't disturb me watching the show. The 8 heron souls spread to tens of thousands of miles, following Feng Qingbren's footsteps. I saw the girl dressed in green clothes, her steps were light, and she was filled with a chilling air. There was an indescribable sense of dignity and majesty in her movements. Where she had just walked, the ground was stained with blood, and the two-headed demons didn't even have a chance to resist. Strong, so powerful, he is only in the realm of a mortal saint, but his strength is comparable to that of a quasi-emperor. That's not right. I remember that when I first met Phoenix Master, she only had a glimpse of the strength of the heavenly realm. Now she has actually completed the leap from transcendence to a mortal saint. Phoenix Master looks younger. Ha ha ha, I really have a sharp eye and picked a good master. The 8-headed heron became more and more excited as he talked, and turned to look at the 9-headed baby. Then he saw the 9-headed baby lying weakly on the ground. 9-headed baby, why are you lying on the ground? Get up quickly, the 8-headed heron said hypocritically, with no intention of helping the 9-headed baby. The 9-headed phantom baby is always bewitched by the netherworld coon, right? 8-headed heron, do you still have any conscience? You know that I am not as strong as you, but you still attack me so harshly. The 9-headed weighing struggled to sit up and sucked in cold air one after another. I'm sorry, I thought if I hit harder, you would be able to get rid of netherworld coon's control. The 8-headed heron said embarrassedly, but there was no apology in his eyes. Stop talking nonsense, I think you are very embarrassed, the 9-headed weighing said through gritted teeth. Then he raised his head and saw that above the sky, netherworld coon and the 5 yin-yang dogs were fighting in the dark sky. 8 heron said quietly, these two are really not afraid of hurting innocent people. Netherworld coon could only display the strength of the imperial beast state because his soul was damaged and he fell into a state. The condition of the 5-headed yin-yang dog is unknown, but it seems that it is also at the imperial level. In an imperial realm battle, the coercion within 100 miles radius can easily tear weak creatures into powder. If their attacks miss even a little, it will be a disaster for them. Fortunately, their hatred for each other was so deep that they didn't miss each other for the time being. Why did the 8-heron heron and netherworld coon fight against the 5-headed yin-yang dog? I remember they were in the same group, right? It's normal to be at odds with one's face and heart. If I hadn't been weak in strength, I would have wanted to attack Yuming Kun. 8 heron said in a sinister voice. Guessing that it had no chance of sneak attack on netherworld coon, it looked slightly depressed. The 8 herons observed the battle in the sky for a while, and then began to pay attention to Feng Qingbren's movements. As a result, it found that no one could be found. Even the Phoenix Master's senior brothers and sisters disappeared. The 8-headed heron suddenly became anxious. Could it be that the Phoenix Master had encountered some big monster? 9-headed weird infant, come with me to find the Phoenix Master. Within the field. After Feng Qingbren healed the injuries of Degu Jian and others, he asked Mu Chanjue to release 3 dragons. As soon as the 3-headed dragon appeared, the smell of blood began to spread. Master, can I eat it? I'm hungry again. Wan Ling's voice sounded. Feng Qingbren. It's only been half an hour since you last ate. Xiao Wan Ling, I have a lot of delicious food here, let's not eat it. Ning Shiyu's eyes were shining, staring at Wan Ling, she really wanted such a cute beast. Ning Shiyu took out a piece of animal meat and handed it to Wan Ling's mouth. Wan Ling subconsciously looked at Feng Qingbren, Master, can I eat it? Feng Qingbren handed it directly to Ning Shiyu, 5th senior sister, it eats a bit too much, please be more patient. It's okay, it's so cute, it's better to eat more. Ning Shiyu carefully took Wan Ling and took it aside to feed. Feng Qingbren walked up to the 3-headed dragon, and the pressure spread all over his body, making the 3-headed dragon unable to resist. Don't hurt my child, the 3-headed dragon begged. Feng Qingbren's eyes were cold and she remained silent. She made a seal with her fingertips, and several talismans fell into the abdomen of the 3-headed dragon. Roar. The 3-headed dragon roared in pain. More blood oozed from the gash in his abdomen. The squirming inside is more clearly visible. Don't hurt them, they're innocent, they don't know anything at all. The 3-headed dragon looked at Feng Qingbren with fear in his eyes, and whispered longingly. If I said they were stillborn, would you still give birth to them? Feng Qingbren asked indifferently. Impossible, I can feel that they're still alive, can't you let them go? The 3-headed dragon could feel that they were asking for help, and there was already a hint of complaint in their tone. Bailey Wenyu on the side saw this scene and asked Mu Chanjue through a message, 4th senior brother, do you feel something is wrong? Why are the 3-headed dragons so afraid of my junior sister? Mu Chanjue's eyes were filled with deep light, and he said through the voice, is there any? It should be doing this because it feels that the little junior sister can save its child. It doesn't look like it. Look at the belly of the 3-headed dragon. The forbidden children used to burst out of the belly, but now they don't seem to dare to come out. Bailey Wenyu finished transmitting the message and his eyes fell on the belly of the 3-headed dragon. 6th junior brother, have you not noticed that the pressure on the younger junior sister has exceeded the heaven-peering realm? Mu Chanjue suddenly asked via voice message. Mu Chanjue's realm has reached the peak of heaven-seeing realm, but he can't see through Feng Qingbren's cultivation at all. Bailey Wenyu looked surprised. Didn't he say that it was impossible to break through the heaven-seeing realm in the battlefield of gods? After Feng Qingbren listened to the words of the 3-headed dragon, he did not intend to persuade him. It was not that the 3-headed dragon did not know the danger of the birth of the forbidden son, but it just wanted to take a gamble. Bet it can control them after they're born. This way they won't be able to harm more creatures. As for the creatures that may die during this process, the 3-headed dragon doesn't care at all. Feng Qingbren waved his sleeves and summoned the Ghost Lord. The Ghost Lord was beside Feng Qingbren, and his strength was obviously much stronger than before. Girl Feng, is there anything you want to do with me? Feng Qingbren pointed at the 3-headed dragon, can you deal with the forbidden child of ghost fetus in its belly? No, please, don't kill my child. The head of the 3-headed dragon kept kowtowing, begging for mercy. At the same time, it also received a message from Zai Zai begging for mercy in its consciousness. The Ghost Lord looked at the three-headed dragon seriously. The forbidden sons of ghosts will be born. Do you want to kill the whole world? The three-headed dragon hurriedly denied. Impossible. They promised me that they will not hurt anyone. They can learn to control their own abilities. Please don't kill them. The Ghost Lord snorted coldly and was speechless. When they were just born, the death energy spread to a radius of hundreds of miles, which would cause the death of all living beings, including you. They have no way to control this kind of damage. I think you can't control it either. Are you being controlled by them? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 800. After Guizhen finished speaking, he successfully saw the panicked expressions of the three dragons and understood everything at once. The forbidden child has no feelings, let alone gratitude to his mother. For the forbidden children, the mother is nothing more than a vehicle that can give birth to them. When they are in the mother's body, they will desperately absorb the mother's energy, regardless of whether the mother is in pain or not. Of course, in order to be born smoothly, they will still leave a breath in the mother's body. They also use some things to control the mother's body to constantly replenish energy so that they can better absorb nutrients and become stronger when they're born. The moment the forbidden child is born, it will instantly drain the last bit of strength from the mother's body. The mother's body will then become their first meal. After they are born, the death energy will quickly spread to hundreds of miles, and those without protective barriers will die. The Ghost Lord looked at the three-headed dragon and asked coldly, do you know what taboos are? Do you know why they're called the sons of taboos? The three-headed dragon looked at the Ghost Lord with dull eyes. So what about taboos? They're alive. If others don't welcome their birth, they can stay away. I just want to give birth to them. The Ghost Lord was a little disappointed. It seemed that the three-headed dragon would not survive. You are really stubborn. Taboos are things that should never appear. The reason why they're called taboo children is because they should not be born. You can't just care about your poor maternal love without considering the life and death of other living beings. What shouldn't appear? If I can conceive them, they should be born. Whatever exists is reasonable. Stop talking. You just want to kill my child. The three-headed dragon gradually said madly. Girl Feng, the three-headed dragon doesn't cooperate and it's not easy to deal with. If we want to touch the forbidden son, we must ensure that the three-headed dragon is alive, but the three-headed dragon doesn't cooperate. If it jumps over the wall in a hurry, the forbidden son may be born early. Ghost Lord, tell the truth truthfully. Feng Qingran naturally saw that the three-headed dragon was no longer the three-headed dragon. It is completely under the control of the forbidden son. But Feng Qingran discovered that the son of Taboo was afraid of her. The Ghost Lord transmitted the message again. I don't know who has done something so wicked as to turn a taboo child into a ghost fetus. The taboo children born under such circumstances have no sense of right and wrong and are inherently evil. Their bones and blood are full of violence and killing, and they have no sense of justice. Salvageable. If the taboo child was born normally, there is still a chance of being rescued. In a sense, the forbidden son is also a kind of god. As long as we find ways to guide and control, we may be able to reverse the taboo and turn it into a guardian. The saying of the three-headed dragon is reasonable if it exists. It really makes sense. However, this principle does not apply to ghost fetuses. If only the pen of fate were in hand. Senior Ghost Lord, do I have an aura that scares you? Feng Qingran was very confused. The god of sacrifice was also afraid of approaching her before. The aura of fear. The Ghost Lord observed for a moment, then suddenly rushed out of the distance and said via voice transmission, Feng girl, why do you have the aura of 10,000 ghost flags on your body? 10,000 ghost banners. That is something that all ghosts surrender to. If Empress Hao Tu had this, she would definitely be able to rule the underworld better. It's a pity that Wangui banner has disappeared since Long Han measured the calamity. The Wangui banner has a powerful power of oppression against ghosts who practice yin qi, as well as those evil spirits and evil ghosts. Thinking of this, the Ghost Lord suddenly understood why the forbidden son controlled the three-headed dragon to beg for mercy instead of being born immediately. Because as long as the 10,000 ghost flags are there, the birthday of the forbidden child can be celebrated together with the anniversary of his death. Girl Feng, if you didn't tell me earlier that you have the 10,000 ghost flags, you have made me worry for so long. If you take out the 10,000 ghost flags, the taboo son will naturally surrender. You must subdue them first, and I will find my own way to deal with them when I find the pen of destiny in the future. Quote, the Ghost Lord said in a message. Feng Qingran did not hesitate and took out the 10,000 ghost flags. The moment the 10,000 ghost banner appeared, the three-headed dragon howled in pain, and the signs of turmoil in his stomach became more obvious. Feng girl, take it back quickly. I can't withstand the power of the 10,000 ghost flags. The Ghost Lord shouted anxiously. Feng Qingran flicked his sleeves and sent the Ghost Lord back to space. Then her eyes fell on the belly of the three-headed dragon, and she said coldly, the three-headed dragon, tell the forbidden child in your belly that you must either surrender or die. What? The three-headed dragon was so painful that he could only scream. The blood marks on the abdomen increased, and the lifeless energy gradually spread, as if it was about to be forced out of the abdomen. Feng Qingran threw the 10,000 ghosts flag and sent Gu Jian and others directly out of the field. The next moment, countless death energy and yin energy spread rapidly, reaching Feng Qingran's whole body. GGG, you haven't even contracted the 10,000 ghost banners, and you still want to surrender. You're just daydreaming, a vague and somewhat sharp children's voice sounded. The source of the sound is the belly of the three-headed dragon. The body of the three-headed dragon is visible to the naked eye and shriveled up. Almost mummified. It looked at Feng Qingran longingly and made a very weak voice, save me. Feng Qingran glanced at the three-headed dragon. There was no trace of pity in her beautiful eyes. She had given it countless opportunities but never cherished them. The current situation can only be said to be its own fault. Feng Qingran waved his hand, and a swing made of moonlight divine water appeared behind him. Feng Qingran sat on it. Feng Jingyu also appeared and sat on another swing. Sister Feng, there was also a forbidden sun born in the early days of chaos. It was indeed very powerful. It harmed countless living beings and was later killed by the sun. I heard that the sons of Taboo were actually created to deal with the human race. Wherever they go, life is destroyed. It seems that the grown-up children of the Taboo can also pollute the will of the world. Feng Jingyu saw the Taboo sun now, so naturally there was an inheritance message in her consciousness. Feng Jingyu would not have thought of these things if she had not met the Taboo sun. The Taboo child in front of him was also very unlucky. He met Wangui Banner, who specializes in defeating ghosts, and then met her, who specializes in controlling living beings. No matter what state a forbidden child is born in, it is impossible to escape. Jingyu, we are about to leave the battlefield of the gods. What should we do with the creatures that exist here? Feng Qingran believed that Wangui Banner could deal with the forbidden sun. She thought about other questions. If the creatures in the battlefield of the gods are released, if they are not controlled well, they may cause turmoil. But it would be unrealistic to ban them permanently. The battlefield of the gods must be revealed, and this painful history must be told to all immortal cultivators in the plane. Only by keeping these in mind can we better resist foreign enemies in the future. She never believed in covering up history and forgetting pain. The sacrifices of those ancestors who fought tooth and nail to protect the plane should never be forgotten. But how should the war of gods be made public? Is a very important question. Sister Feng, why not make this place a secret realm, leave it to the immortal cultivators to explore the truth, and then set some rules here. In this way, it will not only allow the immortal cultivators to slowly learn the truth, but also give the immortals a chance to experience. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 801 Space Transformation, Additional Update 6. Feng Jingyu understood the deep meaning of Feng Qingran's question. What Feng Qingran wanted to deal with was not the creatures on the battlefield of the gods. What she wanted to solve was the matter of connecting with the gods. The orcs born here are not suitable for going out directly. The rules of their cultivation are different from those outside. Once they go out, the weak will have no way to suppress them. But Feng Qingran's arrival has broken the balance of the battlefield of the gods. After they leave, if they leave this place alone, I don't know what will happen next. Jingyu, this is a very good idea. Feng Qingran's eyes brightened a bit. The method of transforming the secret realm is really good. However, if you want to turn it into a secret realm, you must set rules suitable for immortal cultivators. Otherwise, if the immortal cultivators came in, they would not be willing to die. Sister Feng, if you want to transform it into a secret realm, you must first gather all the beasts. Do you have any idea? Yes, Feng Qingran said, looking not far away. A small hand stretched out from the belly of the three-headed dragon, with snow-white skin. The 10,000 ghost banners floated above without moving. Moonlight divine water controls the spread of death energy. The little hand seemed to be aware of the inexplicable danger and was about to retract. Boom. A foot kicked it out. A little baby was lying on the ground, covered in black mist, which was in sharp contrast with the snow-white skin. The three-headed dragon has completely lost its breath. The little baby looked around and didn't notice the Wangui flag above his head. He only saw Feng Qingran and Feng Jingyu. He opened his mouth, which was full of fangs, revealing a cold light. A pair of crimson eyes stared at Feng Qingran and Feng Jingyu, and the corners of their lips curved in a strange way. The next moment, it was only half the distance away from Feng Qingran. The moonlight divine water formed a water curtain, blocking its way. In an instant, the son of Forbidden's eyes were full of hatred. Looking at the moonlight divine water, more black mist overflowed from his body. Sister Feng, it's quite smart and doesn't touch the moonlight divine water directly. Feng Jingyu said with a smile. Feng Qingran said nothing and waited for the next forbidden sun to come out. But the taboo child in the belly of the three-headed dragon seemed to be aware of the danger and made no move. Feng Qingran raised his wrist and flew the god-killing spear towards the belly of the three-headed dragon. Before it penetrated, a white figure flashed out. The god-killing spear stopped and returned to Feng Qingran. The second forbidden child was half the size of the first. It floated in midair and looked innocently at Feng Qingran. It was still stained with traces of blood and seemed to be lifeless. It has reached the point where it can be disguised. Feng Qingran glanced at Wangui Banner, who stepped forward and wanted to send the forbidden sun into Wangui Banner. But it was avoided. Giggle. The son of Taboo smiled harmlessly, still looking at Feng Qingran, hoping to arouse her pity. Sister Feng, the little guy who appeared later does not seem to be the son of the Taboo. He has no death energy on his body and looks normal. Feng Jingyu said in confusion. If it were really a ghost fetus, it would be impossible to escape the 10,000 ghost banners. Feng Qingran looked at the Taboo child trapped in the moonlight divine water, and then looked at the baby not far away. The one that came out later looked more like a normal baby. But this is the most abnormal thing. The three-headed dragon is a snake, and it should be carrying eggs. It is the weirdest thing to give birth to a baby that is exactly the same as a human. If their father is a human, it would be even more abnormal. It is impossible for a human fetus to be pregnant for such a long time. According to what the three-headed dragon had said before, it had been pregnant with this child for at least hundreds of thousands of years. Feng Qingran boldly guessed that maybe these were not the children of the three-headed dragon at all, but most likely the things that the netherworld kun cultivated in its belly. Feng Qingran clapped his hands with the god-killing spear and said, "No one will be left alive. What is cultivated by the enemy will become a disaster if retained." The god-killing spear flew out at an extremely fast speed, but despite this, the baby still managed to avoid the god-killing spear's attack every time. Mankahata also joined in, and together, they still let it escape. Feng Qingran observed the baby's evasion marks. He seemed to predict the next move of the god-killing spear and dodge it every time. Sister Feng, I take back what I just said. This guy is not simple. He seems to be born sensitive to space. His avoidance is not logical, and it is not fast. It uses space transformation, Fang Jingyu said in surprise. It is absolutely impossible for a newborn baby to master spatial transformation. If he were a creature transformed from things, he would be able to do these things when he was born, and that would make sense. The key point is that he is not a thing, he came out of the belly of a three-headed dragon. Has it already controlled the laws of space? Fang Qingran asked directly. You can say that, it's just that it's not strong enough to leave your domain. Fang Jingyu said matter-of-factly. When Fang Qingran heard this, the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. No matter whether he had the soul of the ancestor of the Jiang family in his body or not, he could not keep it. CO1, deal with it first. Fang Qingran summoned Wangui Banner to deal with the Forbidden Sun. Wangui Banner immediately flew back and swallowed it amidst Tabu's horrified screams. The characters on the Bangui Banner flickered for a moment, then dimmed quickly. Mangui Banner devoured the Forbidden Sun, strengthened his power, and established a certain connection with the baby in a certain sense. Then Wangui Banner proudly spread his flag and circled around Fang Qingran to take credit. CO1, is it a ghost fetus? Fang Qingran pointed at the baby in the distance. The Mangui Banner first swayed from side to side, then up and down. It's not a ghost fetus, but do you have a way to deal with it? The Wangui flag swayed up and down, seemingly very happy. Fang Qingran patted the 10,000 ghost flags and said, leave it to you, don't leave even a breath behind. 10,000 ghost banners flew out. Sister Fang, how did you figure out the meaning of the 10,000 ghost flags from its movements? Fang Jingyu blinked her eyes and asked curiously. Combined with CO1's aura, it's easy to understand. Fang Qingran's eyes fell on the baby, and she still felt a little uneasy. At this moment, Wangui Banner hit the baby on the butt. The baby stumbled forward. The god-killing spear took advantage of this and pierced the baby's heart. Hum. The baby screamed, and then its body began to twist. There was a flash of white light. An intact baby appeared, and he moved quickly to distance himself from the god-killing spear. The baby on the god-killing spear fell to the ground, lifeless. Seeing this, Fang Qingran used strange fire to burn the corpses on the ground. At this moment, Fang Qingran clearly saw the pained expression on the baby above and the resentment in his eyes. As the baby looked at Fang Qingran, the god-killing spear and Wangui Banner attacked him again. Fang Qingran could vaguely sense that something was wrong. The 9-headed baby had no power to resist when faced with the 10,000 ghost banners. Can a little baby really avoid the 10,000 ghost banners with only the control of space laws? It was easy to kill the sacrificial god with the god-killing spear, but it was really wrong to be fooled around by a little baby. Jingyu, you control all the Moonlight Divine Water and help them deal with it. Fang Qingran didn't want to give the other party more time to survive. Sister Fang, what if it comes to hurt you? Fang Jingyu asked worriedly. Fang Qingran's eyes looked dangerous, it doesn't matter. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 802 The Son of the Rebirth Curse. Fang Qingran looked at the newborn baby in the distance. She is not afraid of it coming, but afraid that it will not come. If Fang Jingyu had been here all this time, it would definitely not choose to attack her if it felt threatened. Only by moving Fang Jingyu away will it come here. Fang Jingyu controlled the Moonlight Divine Water to form a water curtain, constantly reducing the space for the baby to hide. The entire territory, except for the place where Fang Qingran was located, was gradually filled with the Moonlight Divine Water. No matter how powerful your space transformation ability is, you still need space. Now the baby lost its biggest advantage and was pierced through the body by the god-killing spear again. Before it died, its vicious eyes stared in the direction of Fang Qingran. The blood dripping from the baby's body merges with the Moonlight Divine Water on the ground. The baby was completely lifeless. The god-killing spear pulled out the baby's body and brought out more blood. More blood merged with the Moonlight Divine Water. Mangui Ban took the baby's body into the space and absorbed all the dead energy in the space. Wang Yifen noticed that the death energy generated by the Forbidden Sun this time was different from the death energy outside. The energy contained in these dead energy is extremely destructive to the monk's soul. Fang Jingyu flew back to Fang Qingran. Sister Fang, it's taken care of. When Fang Qingran heard this, there was no smile on her face, and the uneasiness in her heart still existed. Jingyu, what kind of existence can suppress the Son of the Forbidden? Is it not affected by the Son of the Forbidden? Let me think about it. Fang Jingyu also noticed something was wrong and started thinking. The Moonlight Divine Water was taken back bit by Fang Jingyu. The blood in the water has long been purified. But Fang Jingyu never noticed that the Moonlight Divine Water fluctuated abnormally in one place. Wangui Banner and the god-killing spear also returned to Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran didn't withdraw her domain immediately, and she didn't understand what the baby was. The uneasiness in her heart could not be erased. Seeing Fang Jingyu deep in thought, Fang Qingran communicated with Bai Zhe. After hearing Fang Qingran's description, Bai Zhe shook his head and said in a voice message, being born with the Forbidden Sun, beating the Forbidden Sun, having 2 lives, and being able to switch spaces, I really don't know about this. It does know everything, but those are things from ancient times. If it were pushed back several epochs, many things would have been beyond its scope of cognition. It is also impossible to know. Fang Qingran sent a message, Bai Zhe, can the soul-stealing thing happen to an unborn fetus? Bai Zhe immediately denied, no, the law does not allow it. Under what circumstances would a fetus be seized? Fang Qingran asked via voice message. Unless it's a rebirth spell, this is a forbidden technique of the witch clan. The process is very cruel. Those who cast this forbidden technique must destroy themselves. Anyone who is pregnant with this child will surely perish. Bai Zhe's voice was suppressed. From the beginning to the birth of the child of the resurrection curse, countless lives must be sacrificed. First, the fetus that is less than a month old must be dug out, and a special secret method must be used to keep the fetus alive. Only 1 in 10,000 can survive. And the number of fetuses that can withstand the rebirth spell is less than 1 in 100,000. Once a fetus withstands the rebirth spell, the next step is for the body snatcher's soul to enter the fetus body. Those who seize the body will definitely succeed in seizing the body. But the fetus body may not be able to bear the soul of the body snatcher and it may die. If the rebirth spell fails, you have to go through the initial process of selecting the fetus again. Until the seizure is successful. Then, it is about finding a suitable mother to carry the fetus with the rebirth spell. The mother body itself must be strong. Otherwise, the baby will not be able to survive until the baby is born. This process of selecting the mother is extremely cruel. If the mother cannot bear all kinds of torture, she will die. The dead mother's body will directly become nourishment for the fetus. Finally, a suitable mother is selected and the fetus is delivered into the mother's body. The mother's body goes through a very painful life before the fetus is born. The mother's body must constantly replenish energy to satisfy the fetus plunder of its body. Before the child of the rebirth mantra is born, the mother's body is controlled by the child of the rebirth mantra. After the child of the rebirth curse is born, the mother has basically no hope of survival, because the child will be conceived for too long, and all the essence of the mother will be drained. Of course, the child of the resurrection curse will have extremely special talents as soon as he is born. As long as a race has a son of the rebirth curse, this race will have infinite glory in the future. To raise a child of the resurrection spell, there are at least 1 million dead bones buried behind it. The price is really too high, and only the top forces can implement it. This was then classified as a forbidden technique. In addition, the rebirth curse was created by the witch clan, and many forces are afraid that the son of the rebirth curse who has worked so hard to cultivate will eventually be controlled by the witch clan. Baizé felt ridiculous when he said this. Yup. The reason why many top forces gave up cultivating rebirth spells was not because they were afraid of ruining their lives, but because they were afraid of threatening their own interests, so they gave up. But the son of resurrection curse is not only applicable to humans. A child of the resurrection curse was indeed born in the orcs. Baizé, what are the characteristics of the son of the rebirth curse? Fang Qingran interrupted Baizé's thoughts. Yes, they're not babies at all. They have very sound minds and know how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Also, each child of the rebirth curse is different, but without exception, they're all very strong. Baizé said this, and thought again of the baby Fang Qingran mentioned. Baizé continued to speak. Could the baby just now be the son of the rebirth curse? No, it is impossible for the three-headed dragon to have the son of the taboo and the son of the rebirth curse at the same time. It is absolutely impossible for both of them to survive at the same time within the same mother. Fang Qingran's eyes were deep, and her thoughts were different from Baizé's, because she had seen the god of sacrifice, the telepathy of the 12 witch ancestors, and the curse of reincarnation she sensed in the altar. The existence of these things happened to confirm that the baby was most likely the son of the rebirth curse. This means that someone discovered the existence of the battlefield of the gods earlier and used it to cultivate the children of the rebirth spell, including the forbidden children. Otherwise, the beasts existing in the battlefield of the gods alone would not be able to give birth to human babies. Fang Qingran recalled that when she first entered the battlefield of the gods, Tati said that the ancient battle of the gods took place in heaven. God to the fairy world. There are several space-time turbulences in between. It is impossible for the fairy world to appear on the battlefield of gods for no reason. Besides, it is not easy to move such a large battlefield of gods to the fairy world. Did your mother do it? When my mother closed down the sky, did it mean that her mother discovered what the powerful powers in the sky were doing, and that's why she did this? Baizé, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for the two to exist in the same mother, but what if only one of them can live? Does the person behind this want a son of the rebirth curse with forbidden power? Are they crazy? The son of the rebirth curse is difficult to control, if he is allowed to have the power of the forbidden son. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 803 An 8 Dao Fetus. Baizé couldn't imagine what kind of monster would be born if he continued. There was a cold look in Fang Qingran's eyes, and she said through a message, the three-headed dragon was carrying 3 children in its belly. The identity of the other babies that were devoured is unknown. Some practitioners have long abandoned all rules of cause and effect in order to reach a higher realm. Baizé fell into silence. Every world has dark corners. It used to believe that yin and yang were balanced, and that darkness and light were relative. Until it met the evil dragon. A guy without any ethics, not to mention a trace of kindness and conscience. All its cognition and 3 views have been overturned. But the price is too heavy. Baizé deeply remembered all the hatred, but was afraid to recall those scenes. Every time I think of it, I feel powerless and regretful. After a long time, Baizé adjusted his mood and sent a message. Master Phoenix, if that baby is really the son of the resurrection curse, you must not leave any life in it, not even the blood it sheds. They actually have no weaknesses. The god-killing spear and the 10,000 ghost banners can kill them, but they cannot kill them completely. The child of the resurrection curse already possesses the power of the soul when he is born. The god-killing spear and the 10,000 ghost flags can destroy his soul, but if he wants to destroy his soul, he can only rely on the moonlight divine water. Baizé didn't know that Fang Qingran already had the moonlight divine water in his hand. After all, Fang Qingran would block it out most of the time. Yuan Nian, Fang Qingran asked in confusion. Fang Jing, you didn't mention Yuan Nian just now. Yuan Nian is the power of the Yuan Shen that can be condensed into a physical entity after being cultivated to a certain extent. After Yuan Nian is cultivated to a certain level, it can become the second soul of an immortal cultivator. As long as Yuan Nian is immortal, there will always be a chance to be reborn. Baizé's voice transmission explained. When Fang Jingyu heard Yuan Nian, she seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Fang Qingran with a pair of cute big eyes. Sister Fang, I think about it. The baby who can control the power of laws must have original thoughts. Those who are born with original thoughts are called innate Tao fetuses. This thing is born with an immortal body and cannot be killed. It must want to escape to death. After Feng Jingyu finished speaking, the moon god's water that had retreated within the domain filled the entire domain again. Searching for possible Yuan Nian. Bai Zhe, however, seemed to suddenly become enlightened, and send a message to Feng Qingran: the innate Tao fetus cannot be killed, and cannot be killed. The son of the rebirth curse must have swallowed the innate Tao fetus unconsciously, and has the ability to resurrect, but it was also counterattacked by the innate Tao fetus. As long as it leaves your territory, it will suffer the divine punishment from the Tao, so it deliberately fakes death and wants to hide next to you and let you bear the divine punishment on your behalf. Then it takes advantage of the divine punishment to transfer the backlash of the innate Tao fetus to you, so that it can perfectly avoid everything. Bai Zhe's and Feng Jingyu's voices came together into Feng Qingran's sea of consciousness. Feng Qingran immediately asked Wang Guibana to release the baby corpse just now. Mankiban only released the corpse of the Forbidden Sun. It only eats ghosts and all kinds of yin energy, and the body of the Forbidden Sun is still there. Anyway, this body has lost all the abilities possessed by the Forbidden Sun. There will be no harm in keeping it. Maybe we can also explore some other information. Mankahata failed to find the body of the last baby. Feng Qingran had already guessed this situation. Jingyu, can the son of the rebirth curse swallow the innate Tao fetus? Feng Jingyu's big eyes were full of surprise. She wanted to say that the two were incomparable and that they would never be born from the same belly. There is no problem of swallowing. But Feng Qingran looked serious. Feng Jingyu paused for a moment and said, the innate Tao fetus already has Tao breath in the body when it is still a fetus. It can control the rules at birth and will become Tao in the future. As for the children of the rebirth curse, although they're born with intelligence, in the end it's not as strong as the innate Tao fetus. Feng Qingran heard the undertone of Feng Jingyu's words and did not relax her vigilance. Instead, her face became serious. If it was someone else, it would really be impossible. But Netherworld Kun is the contracted beast of the Jiang family Saint Ancestor. The Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family could even create the soul-eating goo in the Void Realm. As his contracted beast, Netherworld Kun might be able to do more. After all, Yuming Kun could survive the Battle of the Gods, but the Saint Ancestor of the Jiang family could not. There is also the presence of the god of sacrifice and the telepathy of the 12 witch clans in the altar, which further proves that Netherworld Kun may be the chess player hidden behind it. Jingyu, the innate Tao fetus should not have such strong resentment, and it is even more impossible for it to be killed so easily. Feng Qingran said softly. Sister Feng, what you said makes sense, but the baby does look like an innate Tao fetus. Feng Jingyu controlled the moonlight divine water but did not find Yuan Nian. Feng Jingyu was also confused. Ever since she followed Sister Feng, everything had become complicated. Fortunately, Sister Feng gained a lot every time she dealt with these matters. Otherwise, she would always waste time on these things, and she would start to worry about Sister Feng's cultivation. Feng Jingyu was thinking, but she didn't realize that a stream of moonlight divine water was flowing towards Feng Qingran's back. The Wangui banners and the god-killing spear stood on Feng Qingran's left and right, quietly waiting for Feng Qingran's next order. But Feng Qingran seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful eyes turned slightly, and she said, Jingyu, what will be the consequences if I kill the son of the rebirth curse who has swallowed the innate Tao fetus? Feng Jingyu thought for a moment and said, you will be favored by the Tao. Even if you practice the Tao that defies heaven in the future, the punishment from heaven will be much lighter than that of other practitioners. Innate Tao embryos are carefully selected by Tao spirits and given Tao breath, making them more conducive to controlling the Tao in the future. These people are beings deliberately cultivated by the will of Tao. They inherited Tao's grace, were bound by Tao's will, and finally became the controllers of the 3,000 avenues. Since she has spiritual intelligence, she has heard of no more than 3 innate Tao fetuses. Now it's not easy to have an innate Tao fetus, but it turns out that someone has plotted it like this. Feng Jingyu is more willing to believe that the person behind the scenes is unaware. Otherwise, they would never dare to touch the innate Tao fetus. According to Feng Qingran's words, Feng Jingyu had guessed part of the truth. In the belly of the 3-headed dragon were both the son of the rebirth curse and the innate Tao fetus. But under unknown circumstances, the son of the rebirth curse swallowed the innate Tao fetus. With this explanation, everything becomes reasonable. The son of the resurrection curse possessed the ability of the innate Tao fetus, but he had not yet completely controlled it, so she did not immediately notice the existence of the son of the rebirth curse. Therefore, the 3-headed dragon is still alive despite being pregnant with the son of the taboo and the son of the rebirth curse. It is entirely due to the vitality given by the innate Tao fetus. Anyone who puts the 3 of them into the belly of the 3-headed dragon at the same time is simply to be punished. As long as the innate Tao fetus is born, it is a new life for a plane. The innate Tao fetus is an existence that can bless thousands of living beings. Feng Jingyu really didn't know the consequences of killing the innate Tao fetus. Just as Feng Jingyu was thinking, the moonlight divine water behind Feng Qingran quietly gathered. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 804 Trapped in a self-imposed prison. Sister Feng, the son of the resurrection curse must still be hiding in the domain. Before he is found. Feng Jingyu's voice suddenly stopped, her face changed slightly, and she looked behind Feng Qingran, wanting to make some move. Feng Qingran stretched out her hand and patted Feng Jingyu's little head, with a smile on her lips. Jingyu, it suddenly disappeared in CO1's space. Is it possible that it has escaped from the realm? Feng Jingyu didn't even listen to what Feng Qingran said. Feng Jingyu watched helplessly as a small part of the moon god water separated from Feng Qingran's back. That small portion of Luna's water was no longer under her control. They come together to look like a little baby. Feng Jingyu felt as if she had met its gaze, and a bone-chilling chill arose in her heart. The son of the rebirth curse who swallowed the innate Tao fetus was far stronger than she imagined. It may not only be able to transform space, but also have the power to steal life. It had deliberately faked its death just now so that she could relax. When she put the Moonlight Divine Water back into the Moon God's eye, it took this opportunity to fuse it with the Moonlight Divine Water. In this way, it no longer had to be afraid of the Moonlight Divine Water. Feng Jingyu immediately controlled all the Moonlight Divine Water to stay away from Feng Qingran. Only the separated part is no longer under the control of her mind. That part was the Moonlight Divine Water stolen by the Son of the Resurrection Curse. Feng Jingyu was still worried. The power of her soul was spread across all the Moon God's water, and some of the Moon God's water was detected to be contaminated by it. She immediately destroyed this part of the lunar water. At this moment, Feng Jingyu felt the extremely vicious gaze coming from the baby formed by the water of the Moon God. Feng Jingyu stared at the baby without any scruples, looking angry. Sister Feng, it's right there. Jingyu, don't be angry. Eat the fruit first and leave the rest to me. Feng Qingran's eyes were gentle and she said unhurriedly, as if she had control over everything. Feng Jingyu's big eyes were shining, and when she met Feng Qingran's eyes that seemed to see everything, she took the red fruit, put away her grievances, and sat on the water swing. Feng Qingran comforted Feng Jingyu, then turned to look at the Son of the Resurrection Curse. She wanted to test this guy's strength, but it didn't attack her. The method of space transformation. I happen to have mastered the method, but I'm not very skilled in using it. How about we compete? Feng Qingran looked at the Son of the Rebirth Curse with indifference. How dare you, an ant, compete with me in Taoism? Ha ha ha. You compete, and I will help you. But if you lose, give me Bailey Wenyu's body, as well as these secret treasures around you. Give me. The voice of the speaker was low and hoarse, with a hint of contempt. Not at all childlike. At the same time, Bailey Wenyu, who was outside the field, sneezed without warning. When Feng Qingran heard the words of the Son of the Rebirth Curse, her eyebrows moved slightly. There were so many people who coveted the body of the sixth senior brother. I agree to everything you say, but if I win the competition, I will kill you. Feng Qingran's eyes were like moonlight, cold and deep. After Feng Qingran finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves, and Feng Jingyu, the God-killing spear, the 10,000 ghost flags and the Moonlight Divine Water all disappeared. In the entire field, only Feng Qingran and the baby on the opposite side were left. How could you win me? Without them, you are just a useless ant. A contemptuous voice fell, and the breath of terror spread quickly. Feng Qingran formed a seal with her hands, her whole body was surrounded by cyan light, and several ancient runes were spinning around her. The rune's breath is peaceful. It was completely incomparable to the majestic power exuded by the Son of the Resurrection Curse. The Son of the Resurrection Curse used the Moonlight Divine Water to condense into a human form, and looked at Feng Qingran with contempt in his eyes. Its figure suddenly disappeared from Feng Qingran's eyes and arrived behind Feng Qingran. Immediately, it moved quickly, and a heaven-destroying aura struck Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran flashed away and avoided the attack, but the attack unexpectedly came to her back. Next, no matter how fast Feng Qingran teleports, the attack from the Son of the Rebirth Curse will always follow him. While Feng Qingran was dodging, the Son of the Resurrection Curse gathered multiple attacks. It uses space transformation to make these attacks follow Feng Qingran. Gradually, when Feng Qingran dodged to another place, there were already several attacks waiting for her. However, the strange thing is that none of these attacks fell on Feng Qingran from beginning to end. The Son of the Resurrection Curse gradually became anxious. Feng Qingran is in the realm of a mortal saint. At this level, the immortal power in his body is indeed as vast as the sea. But the enemy Feng Qingran faced was it. Feng Qingran has not yet cultivated the immortal body, and needs to use half of his immortal power to maintain the protective barrier to resist the pressure of the Emperor realm emanating from it. The remaining immortal power should be used up by dodging its attack power. However, at this moment, the immortal power in Feng Qingran's body was still vast. This is not what a immortal saint should have. The Son of the Resurrection Curse couldn't figure out what the problem was. So it no longer blindly attacked Feng Qingran, but chose to use its power to form a space array. It wants to set up a cage so that Feng Qingran can't escape. When the cage was formed, Feng Qingran stopped dodging and looked at the Son of the Resurrection Curse. Feng Qingran, you have no place to run. The Son of the Rebirth Curse operated according to the rules, reducing the cage space. It forms a cage, and the laws inside are naturally determined by it. Don't you have any other tricks? Feng Qingran looked down at the Son of the Rebirth spell, with an inexplicable smile on his lips. Seeing Feng Qingran's calm demeanor, the Son of the Resurrection Curse became angry for some reason. I'm going to make you pay the price. The space cage shrinks rapidly. At the same time, a powerful attack appeared again, heading towards Feng Qingran who could not avoid it. The green runes beside Feng Qingran started to rotate. Boom. The explosion sounded. The children of the Rebirth Curse are inevitably affected. It fell to the ground with an expression of disbelief. At this time, Feng Qingran had already stepped outside the cage and looked down at the Son of the Resurrection Curse. The Son of the Resurrection Curse stared at Feng Qingran outside with malicious eyes. As soon as his body moves, he will leave the cage. Countless green ancient texts appeared around the cage. It is trapped in it and cannot get out. The cage it wanted to use to trap Feng Qingran turned out to be its own cage. Feng Qingran, what have you done? Why is my space imprisoning me? The Son of the Resurrection Curse shouted loudly. Have you forgotten that this is my domain? Feng Qingran asked softly. No, even in your domain, the laws cannot fail. The Son of the Resurrection Curse gradually became irritable, with a malicious look in his eyes that was not what a baby should have. Your space transformation has not failed, you are just trapped in the cage you set up. If you don't believe me, give it a try. Feng Qingran finished speaking. The Son of the Resurrection Curse flashed. It could indeed change space, but only the space in the cage. The Son of the Resurrection Curse immediately activated the law and wanted to expand the cage space. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 805. Are you innocent? However, the result was beyond the expectations of the son of the resurrection curse. Instead of expanding, the space has shrunk. Why is this happening? The son of the resurrection curse yelled, seeming to be extremely insulted. It paid so many painful prices to become the son of the resurrection curse. I thought that as soon as it was born, it would be able to control more Taoism, and from then on it would be the only one in the world. Especially since it has swallowed the innate Tao embryo and can control the laws of space, it should be an invincible existence. It never imagined it would be where it is now. At this moment, it is not as majestic as it was in life. Those who do many unjust things will be punished by heaven. Fang Qingren's eyes were cold and she felt a sense of oppression all over her body. There are also strengths and weaknesses between Taoism and Taoism. If it was given some more time to grow, she might not be able to deal with it. It's a pity that it met her when she was born. So it won't have a chance to grow. Fang Qingren, you can't kill me. The son of the resurrection curse sensed the danger, and his voice suddenly rose. I am still a child, I am innocent, I have not created killing yet. If you dare to touch me, you will kill innocent people indiscriminately. Exclamation mark quote. Are you innocent? Fang Qingren said in a cold tone. It seems that the soul in the son of the rebirth curse is not the ancestor of the Jiang family. The son of the resurrection curse was silent for a moment, then changed his tone and asked, Fang Qingren, do you know who I am? Fang Qingren looked into a pair of weathered eyes and asked calmly, who are you? Let me go, and I'll tell you. As long as you are willing to let me go, I can spare your life in the future. The son of the resurrection curse said confidently, as if he had Fang Qingren in his hands. You look a bit stupid and not fit to live. Fang Qingren pinched her fingertips, and a series of green sharp blades like lotus petals fell into the cage. The son of the resurrection curse hurriedly avoided, but after all, there were too many and it could not avoid it. It turned out to be a force of nature. How can it be controlled by natural methods? When it was surprised, a petal touched it and immediately entered its sea of consciousness. Suddenly, a soul-torn pain hit him. The child of the resurrection curse looked frightened and no longer looked down upon the power of nature. It exerted all its power and shattered all the petals. But before it could breathe a sigh of relief, the entity formed by the condensed moonlight divine water exploded silently. Its soul also suffered heavy damage as a result. At this moment, the son of the resurrection curse clearly realized that it could not defeat Fang Qingren. Although it didn't understand why it lost her an immortal scent, it still chose to bow its head and beg for mercy. Fang Qingren, please let me go. As long as you can let me live, I will definitely repent and atone for the sins I committed in the past. The black soul of the son of the resurrection curse trembled. Fang Qingren's eyes swept over the soul below, and she formed seals with her hands. A crack appeared beside her, and then, an intact baby's body fell out of it. It is the one that was lost in the Mankibin space. The soul that was still begging for mercy said tremblingly, how could you know? Aren't you practicing the natural way? This time there was clear fear in its voice. Who told you that I only cultivated one path? Fang Qingren had a terrifying aura lingering all over her body. She raised her hands and several Dharma seals fell on the baby's body. Fang Qingren raised his hands and patted them gently. The next moment, the baby's body turned into a blood mist. What? The soul of the child of the resurrection curse screamed. Impossible, impossible. How can someone practice two heaven-defying ways at the same time? You must have used some forbidden technique to deal with me. It was the ancient forbidden technique, right? Fang Qingren came closer to the cage, the corners of her lips were slightly raised, and she smiled incomparably brightly. What do you think? The soul of the child of the rebirth curse trembled violently, with fear, shock, regret and unwillingness. Boom. The next moment, its soul disappeared. Fang Qingren raised her jade hand slightly, and a ball of mist emerged from the cage and floated in her palm. The mist appears in 3 colors. One black, one red and one purple. Purple aura is the weakest. Among them, Tao breath is the most intense. The black aura is extremely cold. The red aura gives people a sense of violence. It is also the being that most wants to break free from Fang Qingren's control. Fang Qingren took out a glass bottle and prepared to put them in it. At this moment, she noticed the dark atmosphere hidden deep in this aura. This aura is somewhat similar to that of the Mother of Decay. Does the Mother of Decay also have Yuan Nian? At the same time. God-forsaken place. Qingyun state, a hidden space. A man spat out blood. He said to himself, how could this happen? I obviously practice according to the exercises. A black mist came out of his body, and his voice was dark. You can no longer practice here. 1/3 of my body's power has been destroyed, and 1/3 of my power is missing. You must find that part of the power. I haven't reached the level of ascension, how can I leave here? The man's voice was cold. You must leave. My power must be balanced. These monks in Qingyun province are too weak to provide the energy I need. If you stay any longer, I can only absorb your power. Haiwu said. How do I leave? The man's eyes flickered, staring at the black mist and asked. If you can't cultivate immortality, you will become a demon. You go to the demon world. The demon world is temporarily leaderless and isolated from the outside world. As long as you make good use of it, you will definitely be able to reach the sky. The man immediately denied, no, if I become a demon, I will only be a path in the future. Haiwu said solemnly, if you don't leave, I will be exposed. Once I am exposed, I can't protect you. At that time, the only thing waiting for you is the divine punishment. You are not strong enough to withstand any divine punishment. There was a tangled look on the man's face, and a bit of regret in his eyes. Being a demon is the lowest level among demons, and the road ahead is even more difficult than cultivating an immortal. You go to the demon realm. I feel that my other power is in the demon realm. As long as I find that power, I will no longer need your supplies, and I can also give you more ancient inheritance and skills. Haiwu's voice was slightly bewitching. The man was still hesitant. Haiwu continued, as long as you go to the demon world, I can find a higher level demon body for you. At that time, you will no longer be a fallen demon. I will only give you 1 day to think about it. If you don't agree, we can only find another host. The man gritted his teeth. He had no choice at all. The only way to save his life was to become a demon. The man said coldly, I can become a demon, but I have a request. You have to teach me how to understand the power of the law. I want to be above all of the world. The battlefield of the gods. Feng Qingran left the field. Little junior sister, you finally came out, I'll give this back to you. Ning Xiu hurriedly returned Wanling to Feng Qingran. Little junior sister, if you don't come out, I feel like it will eat us all. Bailey Wenyu sat in front of the barbecue stall with a look of exhaustion on his face. Mu Chanjue sighed slightly, little junior sister, I've seen something edible, but I've never seen something so edible. We gave it all the food we reserved, and it still said it was only 5% full. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 806 Send you away. Wanling flew onto Feng Qingran's shoulders and held his little head high. You are all good people. I am very satisfied with what I eat. Don't worry, I won't eat your food in vain. Master, give them some reward. Hearing Wanling's words, Digu Jianyi's indifferent face also showed a bit of smile. Ha ha ha. Junior sister, you are not a contracted beast, you are just an ancestor. Bailey Wenyu teased unceremoniously. Mu Chanjue and Ning Xiu tried their best to hold back their laughter. The corners of Feng Qingran's mouth twitched slightly, and she didn't know what expression to make for a moment. Wanling also secretly sent a message to Feng Qingran. Master, their food is too little. I finished it in just a few bites. Feng Qingran believed in Wanling's words. Even though its entire body was only as big as a hand, when it ate, it could open its mouth wide enough to swallow several cows. People like Digu Jianyi don't like to eat food because they are worried that impurities will be left in their bodies. Compared with the normal diet, they mostly eat Bigu pill. Phoenix Master, are you okay? Came an anxious voice. The 8-headed heron rushed to Feng Qingran, with various emotions mixed in his eyes. Master Feng, where did you go just now? I thought you didn't want me anymore. Chirp chirp chirp. Wanling called several times. Ah, the 8-headed heron looked at Wanling, with only fear in its eyes. It even thought it had seen it wrong, shook its head, and stared at Wanling again. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Wanling's voice rose a little higher, his little head held high, his eyes almost raised to the sky. The eyes of the 8-headed heron became erratic. They looked at Feng Qingran and then at Wanling, extremely confused. 2 masters appeared at once. Which one should it recognize? The blood in its bones will unconsciously surrender to all spirits. It is an irresistible law. All spirits are the bloodline of the Lord of all beasts. If it goes against the wishes of all spirits, it is likely to be erased by the law. Feng Qingran's eyes flashed slightly and she asked, 8 heron, what's wrong? The 8-headed heron shrank its neck and lowered its voice. Phoenix Master, it wants me to find all the beasts in the War of Gods. It also said that hybrid beasts like the 2-headed demon Eclipse are missing. Animal meat is not tasty, so it wants to eat those that are purebred and naturally derived. Wanling, is this like this? Feng Qingran asked faintly. Wanling felt very guilty. Master, I just want to be full. Only when I am full can I grow up and help you better. Its current strength can only exert pressure on beasts within a 10-mile radius. But it can't cause substantial harm to them. In this case, even a slightly stronger beast would not listen to it. It has the power of blood, and due to the law, those beasts will not harm it. But it couldn't use this power to protect Feng Qingran. It needs more strength, more power. Only by becoming stronger can it have a chance to prevent those beasts from attacking Feng Qingran. Wanling, growth requires a process and cannot be achieved overnight. If you eat them all, who will you rule in the future? Feng Qingran's voice became softer. As the master of all beasts, Wanling has the responsibility to control all beasts, and naturally also has the responsibility to protect all beasts. Feng Qingran didn't want Wanling to become the master of beasts who only knew how to devour his own kind. Master, I'm sorry, I haven't thought about this. Wanling really didn't think that much. Feng Qingran used the power of her soul to explore Wanling's body. The powerful bloodline power in its body makes its body much stronger than other beasts. The power it can carry is countless times higher than other small beasts. But after all, it has just emerged from the shell and is still a mortal body. The power that its body can withstand is still limited. Therefore, Feng Qingran did not immediately feed it those natural and earthly treasures. Feng Qingran wanted to wait for a while to let it adapt to the strength before giving it higher level food. And the inheritance in Wanling's body has not yet been activated. All spirits at this moment are equivalent to a little baby who knows nothing and must be guided, otherwise it is likely to go astray. The activation of Wanling's bloodline should require an opportunity. Feng Qingran didn't know what this opportunity was. However, before the inheritance of all spirits is activated, she will put restrictions on what it does. Wanling, there is no need to apologize. You need to digest the power in your body first and take your time. After Feng Qingran finished speaking, he looked at the 8-headed heron and 9-headed baby. The 9-headed creepy infant only has 5 heads left, and its strength has declined by half. Feng Qingran did not restore the strength of the 9-headed weighing thing. 8-heron heron, go and gather all the orcs and tell them to come here. Master Phoenix, you don't want to kill all the beasts, do you? 8-heron asked tentatively. It has little friendship with other orcs. But after all, they were of the same race, so the 8 herons couldn't help but care about their fate. That kind of person am I. Feng Qingran's eyes were threatening, with a sense of oppression. No, no, no. Master Phoenix, don't misunderstand me. I'm asking blindly. I'll go right away. The 8-headed heron's heart trembled, and it felt like it had lost its mind. Fang Qinggran saw the 8-headed heron leaving, and then looked up at the sky. Netherworld Kun and the 5-headed yin-yang dog were still fighting fiercely. There is not much difference in their strength. If they are ignored, they will probably be able to fight until the end of the year of the monkey. Little junior sister, have you found a way to leave the battlefield of the gods? Mu Chanjue asked curiously. Now they can't even find the place to come in. The two people above are equivalent to the ceiling of the gods' battlefield strength. They have no way to leave here. Mu Chanjue can't help but worry about leaving. Fourth senior brother, I didn't find the exit, but I can send you away. Mu Chanjue's expression paused. This statement always sounded a little wrong. Little junior sister, have you already understood that way? Ning Shiyu's eyes flashed with surprise, and her tone was full of surprise. Fang Qinggran nodded affirmatively to Ning Shiyu. What is that way? Bailey Wenyu asked in confusion. That's that, I still need to ask. Ning Shiyu spoke briskly, and then gave Fang Qinggran a thumbs up. Gu Jian looked at Fang Qinggran in silence, with complicated eyes. After all, he could not catch up with his junior sister. When can he stand in front of other junior brothers and sisters and protect them from danger? Little junior sister, tell me honestly, what state are you in now? Mu Chanjue's beautiful peach blossom eyes were full of disbelief. Fang Qinggran felt 4 pairs of eyes staring at her, and her voice was light and sweet, the early stage of the immortal saint. Fuck. Bailey Wenyu raised his hand and pinched Mu Chanjue's arm hard, and asked, fourth senior brother, does it hurt? Get lost. Mu Chanjue glared at Bailey Wenyu, then looked at Fang Qinggran with resentment. Little junior sister, you are trying to drag me to death. After Mu Chanjue finished speaking, he kicked Bailey Wenyu on the butt and asked coldly, does it hurt? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 807. Bailey stumbled forward, but fortunately he stabilized himself in time. He was not angry, and smiled proudly. It hurts, so. Little junior sister, are you really an immortal saint? I want to see what the realm of an immortal saint is. What kind of power? Bailey Wenyu looked at Fang Qinggran with great anticipation. Ning Shiyu blinked her beautiful eyes, which were as bright as stars, indicating that she also wanted to see it with her own eyes. Gu Jianyi also showed an expectant look. Little junior sister, please. Mu Chanjue took out the folding fan again and shook it gently, showing off his noble and elegant appearance. Ever since I entered the battlefield of the gods, I haven't been so relaxed for a long time. Fang Qinggran flashed to the sky, stepped into the void, raised a Qingguan sword, and the immortal power flowing around her was as vast as the sea. In an instant, the color of heaven and earth changed, and the mighty immortal power shocked the soul. Fang Qinggran made a secret with one hand, and the Qingguan sword stood in front of her, with a circle of green runes surrounding her. Under the illumination of the talisman light, Fang Qinggran looked like a saint who had awakened from ancient times, as if he was about to crush the whole world with a raised hand. Seeing the runes around Fang Qinggran, Ning Shiyu's eyes burst out with bright light, and she said happily, I understand. What do you understand? Bailey Wenyu asked subconsciously. No one responded to him. The more Bailey Wen turned his head, he saw Ning Shiyu sitting cross-legged, practicing with her eyes closed, as if she had entered a state of enlightenment. Bailey Wenyu. Is this also possible? Bailey Wenyu raised his eyes again, and Fang Qinggran slowly grabbed the hilt of the sword, with sharp beautiful eyes and endless fighting spirit exuding from his body, and swung a sword blade. The sword blade carried an aura that could destroy heaven and earth and headed towards Netherworld Kun. Immediately, Yuming Kun put down his fight with the 5 yin-yang dogs, looked at the sword blade warily, and swung an attack, trying to break the blade. Netherworld Kun's attack did not knock off the blade. Netherworld Kun quickly dodged and avoided the blade. The sword blade slashed towards the sky, and the void trembled. Now Nether Kun and the 5 yin-yang dogs looked at Fang Qinggran in surprise. Bailey Wenyu was shocked, and then he realized that Gu Jianyi and Mu Chanjue beside him were sitting cross-legged and entering a state of cultivation. Bailey Wenyu felt as if he had been abandoned. Why did they all have an epiphany? Sixth brother, watch carefully. The 6 realms of void are filled with endless creations. Those who glimpse the way of heaven are also miracles. Fang Qinggran held the Qingguan sword and walked forward in the air. Every step she took, there was a flower transformed by mortal power under her feet. Each flower is delicate and beautiful, full of vitality, but each has its own characteristics and contains a completely different atmosphere. At this moment, Fang Qinggran was like a king descending, with a noble temperament and a powerful aura that made people surrender unconsciously. Duwu, what kind of path does she cultivate? Yu Mingken asked with a trembling voice. How do I know? 5-headed yin-yang dog said angrily, why is the Dao Qi on his body stronger than that of an immortal saint? Even if Fang Qinggran is from the human race and can practice those innate ways, he shouldn't be so strong. Fang Qinggran's eyes fell on the 5-headed yin-yang dog, a little less fierce and a little more respectful. Senior Duwu, I have a grudge with Yu Mingken, can you let me fight with it? The 5-headed yin-yang dog observed Fang Qinggran for a while, and wanted to say something, but when he saw the Qingguan sword in Fang Qinggran's hand, he chose to duck and land. Bailey Wenyu saw the 5 yin-yang dogs, as if waking up from a dream. Senior Earth 5. Well, you just need to practice, and I will protect you. The 5-headed yin-yang dog said in a friendly tone. Thank you, Senior 5. Bailey Wenyu had a lot of thoughts in his heart, and without wasting time, he immediately sat down and entered the state of cultivation. Come out. The 5-headed yin-yang dog glanced somewhere. The 9-headed baby showed confusion in his eyes. He, Dai Wu, long time no see. Fang Jingyu appeared on the swing next to Wu yin-yang dog. I just said, how can that girl trust these people to practice? It turns out that you, the moon, are watching over you. The 5-headed yin-yang dog said in a slightly dull voice. Fang Jingyu handed the fairy fruit in her hand to Wu yin-yang dog. Dai Wu, this is for you to eat. By the way, I have a master now. My name is Fang Jingyu, not the moon. That's great. The five-headed yin-yang dog swallowed the fairy fruit without hesitation and looked at Feng Qingran with envy. Daiwu, I'm sorry that I didn't come out to help you and your empress. Feng Jingyu had a guilty look in her eyes. Back then, it was Empress Haotu who rescued her from the hands of the 12 witch ancestors. At that time, Dawu was still a very cute puppy. When the War of Gods occurred, it was not that she had no sense, but she could not suppress her fear of the 12 witch ancestors, so she did not come to help in the end. It doesn't matter, it's all over. Besides, you won't be able to help if you come out. You might even distract the queen. The queen didn't choose to save you just to let you repay her kindness. The five-headed yin-yang dog didn't tell lies. There is really no resentment towards Feng Jingyu. When Feng Jingyu left the position of the 12 witch ancestors, she was almost out of breath. The 12 witch ancestors were born with the ability to restrain the moonlight divine water. Likewise, Feng Jingyu would still be powerless against those mysterious people back then. Feng Jingyu really went out to help, but it was just a sheep in the tiger's mouth. How could it resent Feng Jingyu, knowing that it was a matter of giving away someone's life? What it really deserves to hate is those mysterious people. If it weren't for them, the Empress would never have died. It may really have no way to avenge the Empress. After so many years of war between the gods, its strength has crossed two realms. Little Jingyu, the master you found, is good. Follow her carefully. If one day she needs Dao fruit, she can come to me. The five-headed yin-yang dog sent a message to Feng Jingyu. It also has an Emperor Realm Dao fruit in its hand, which may be able to exchange Feng Qingran for a promise. Feng Jingyu turned her head and looked at Wu Yin-yang dog. Dai Wu, this is not like you. I remember you used to not give up a bite of your meat to others. If anyone dares to take advantage of you, you can destroy their soul. Quote. The five-headed yin-yang dog is very vindictive and stingy. I am only kind to Queen Haotu. If I do anything else, I will definitely retaliate. Xiao Jingyu, time will change everything. Your majesty is gone. I can no longer continue to be willful. I have many things to consider. Although the five-headed yin-yang dog's tone was calm, the sadness in his eyes could not be concealed. Feng Jingyu jumped off the swing and walked to the five-headed yin-yang dog. She patted its head first, then hugged one of its heads and comforted. Dawu, you have to believe Empress Haotu, she is also a witch. Clan, I believe the Empress will survive. The whimpers of five yin-yang dogs sounded. Depressed, but audible sadness. Little Jingyu, my mother, all her spiritual thoughts are gone, I don't know what to do. The five-headed yin-yang dog asked with a cry. It was the most inconspicuous monster in the prehistoric period. Monsters are born the lowest among the beast tribe. Dogs happen to be of a bloodline level among monster beasts, almost as low as dust. In that era when dragons and phoenixes were everywhere, all it faced was bullying and insults all day long. It didn't even have the opportunity to practice, let alone its own practice techniques. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 808 The Way of Life and Death. Earth 5, the Empress's own merits are immeasurable, and there must be a source of truth left in the universe. As long as she is strong enough, she will definitely be able to find her existence in the long river of time. Feng Jingyu comforted softly, but her eyes were full of solemnity. Color. The death of spiritual thoughts basically means that there is no possibility of resurrection. Although, as long as you are strong enough, you can go to both the past and the future. But just because they can go to any time doesn't mean they can change the past or future at will. No matter what you want to change over time, you have to pay a price. These prices are extremely difficult to bear even for strong men who are above the rules. From ancient times to the present, only a few powerful men at the Lord level have dared to look back into the past and change some recent events. These strong men, without exception, must suffer horrific consequences. Changing some things requires paying such a high price. What's more, saving one person in the long river of time is equivalent to changing the fate of everyone. Feng Jingyu's childish face had a maturity that was inconsistent with it. If she could really travel through time, she would also want to change someone. Xiao Jingyu, if possible, I hope to go into the long river of time and exchange my life for the life of the Empress. I am willing to sacrifice my soul and bear all the consequences. The five-headed yin-yang dog calmed down, raised his head, and spoke to Feng extremely seriously. Jingyue looked at each other. Without Empress Haotu, it would not have been able to survive from the prehistoric period to the present. Every time I think of the scene of meeting my Empress, it feels extremely gorgeous and beautiful. As the lowest bloodline of the beast tribe, it is very satisfied to be able to live to this day. Dawu, you don't want to take that road, do you? Feng Jingyu's expression suddenly changed, and she felt uneasy in her heart. The five-headed yin-yang dog said softly, my queen used to protect me. I never had the chance to protect my queen. I want to give something for her. Now, there is only one way left for me. Feng Jingyu said in a serious tone, Dawu, if the Empress finds out, she won't agree to it. The path you choose, no matter how you go, is a dead end. Why should you? The monster tribe cannot practice time and reincarnation. But the meaning of the five-headed yin-yang dog is very obvious. It wants to practice these two paths. No, Dawu, you wanted to give my master Dao fruit before. Do you want her to help you? The five-headed yin-yang dog whispered, yes, time and reincarnation can only have one Taoist master in the end. I want to go back to the past with her. I rescue the Empress, and then she brings her back. I can use the sacrifice to remove the Taoist cause. The influence of Jia Shen on Feng Yi too. Feng Jingyu was speechless for a moment. Dawu wanted to change something, but he didn't want to affect anyone. One life for another is indeed the best way. But Feng Jingyu still couldn't control the soreness in her heart. Why did she always have to sacrifice in order to gain peace and quiet in the years? Feng Jingyu was also a little confused. She never seemed to have these thoughts. Little Jingyu, I will not force your master to help me. Don't be burdened. After the five-headed yin-yang dog finished speaking, he raised his head and looked up at the sky. Fang Qinggran and Yu Mingken had been fighting for several rounds. At present, the stronger Netherworld Kun is at a disadvantage. On the contrary, Fang Qinggran forced Yu Mingken to retreat step by step. Cross-level challenge, no. But those who control the Tao can easily jump through the ranks and fight. The Tao controlled by Yu Mingken was far inferior to the natural Tao used by Fang Qinggran. The five-headed yin-yang dog stared for a while and found something was wrong. Fang Qinggran's immortal power was full of natural vitality. In addition, there is another kind of breath. This aura can always suppress Netherworld Kun. The world is vast, and ancient runes flow in the palm of the Netherworld Kun. Yu Mingken's eyes were fixed on Fang Qinggran, who was dressed in splendor. Immediately, he rushed towards Fang Qinggran with a chilly and biting aura. Fang Qinggran looked indifferent, swung the Qingguan sword in his hand, and several sharp blades struck at Netherworld Kun. But at this moment, overwhelming coercion fell around her. Even the flow of time around her has changed. Her attacks are infinitely slowed down. The power in Nether Kun's palm was only an inch away from Fang Qinggran. Die, Yu Mingken said in a cruel tone. Then, all the strength was mercilessly slapped on Fang Qinggran. The protective barrier was broken. Pooh! Fang Qinggran spit out a mouthful of blood, her whole body was shaking, and she could hardly hold the sword in her hand. In an instant, Yu Mingken ducked behind her and landed another attack on Fang Qinggran. Fang Qinggran spit out a few mouthfuls of blood again. He flew forward a long way before he stabilized his body. The vitality in Fang Qinggran's body decreased rapidly. Clearly hit hard. When Yu Mingken saw this scene, his eyes were full of cruelty. Without stopping, the sword fell into his hand and stabbed Fang Qinggran, who looked weak. How can it be? Yu Mingken exclaimed and looked at Fang Qinggran in disbelief. She just raised her hand slightly and clamped the blade of Yu Mingken. The corners of Fang Qinggran's red lips raised slightly. Yu Mingken, what exactly is Tianquan's plan going to do? Yu Mingken frowned and tried to withdraw the sword several times, but failed. It had a bit of a bad premonition in its heart. Fang Qinggran, why are you okay? Yu Mingken asked. Its two attacks, even if they were not enough to kill Fang Qinggran immediately, could still completely destroy her cultivation. But Fang Qinggran in front of him looked like he was only slightly injured. What do you think? As Fang Qinggran spoke, a strange light flashed around her, and terrifying immortal power began to gather. All injuries on her body healed instantly. Fang Qinggran felt the changes in her body and smiled. Only by putting herself to death and reviving could she understand the way of life and death. It was true. Yu Mingken noticed the Dao aura emanating from Fang Qinggran's body, and his pupils trembled slightly. You use fighting to gain enlightenment. You guessed it, Yu Mingken, let me ask you one last time, what is Tianquan's plan? Fang Qinggran's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness, and her fingertips moved slightly. Click. The sword broke into several pieces. The dagger in Fang Qinggran's hand shone with a cold light. Fang Qinggran, don't expect me to tell you, I can't possibly. Phew. The dagger plunged into Yu Mingken's chest. Before it could say anything more, Qingguan's sword pierced its abdomen. Then I will send you to see the saint ancestor of the Jiang family. Fang Qinggran said coldly with murderous intent in his eyes. Yu Mingken probably never expected that Fang Qinggran would be so straightforward. Fang Qinggran withdrew the Qingguan sword, made a seal with his fingertips, and penetrated several runes into Yu Mingken's body. For a moment, Netherworld Kun felt a tearing pain in the sea of consciousness, and its soul was shattered bit by bit. Fang Qinggran carefully watched Yu Mingken's figure gradually disappear into nothingness. The formation lights up. A black shadow is installed on the formation barrier. Yu Mingken, you should also have a taste of the soul-destroying array. No, Fang Qinggran, you can't kill me. If you do, the entire plane will be in chaos. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 809 I control your past. Fang Qinggran exuded a terrifying aura and said in a cold tone, you and the saint ancestor of the Jiang family are the source of the trouble. Ha ha ha. Fang Qinggran, it seems that you know a lot of things. Do you know that if it weren't for me, this thing about you wouldn't exist at all? Yu Mingken said crazily. Fang Qinggran stared at Yu Mingken. What do you mean? Yu Mingken didn't talk nonsense this time, and said directly, it was me who changed the plan of the Jiang family saint ancestor, and it was also me who deliberately tampered with the Jiang family's ancestral precepts, so that your mother would have the opportunity to become the Lord of Heaven. Otherwise your mother will just become a puppet of the Jiang family, and where will there be any chance of growth? If your mother remains strong, there will be no chance for you to be born. Before the death of the holy ancestor of the Jiang family, in order to deal with your mother, he wrote all the arrangements into the Jiang family's ancestral precepts. I took the opportunity to change part of the ancestral precepts and let the Jiang family devote all their resources to training your mother. Yu Mingken told the story very clearly, without any delay. Probably because he was afraid of speaking slower, Fang Qinggran's sword struck him. So, you still haven't told me what Tianquan's plan is. Fang Qinggran's eyes were deep, and there was no way to prove whether what Yu Mingken said was true or false. The specific Tianquan plan was written into the scroll by the ancestor of the Jiang family. If you want to know, I will take you to get the scroll. After Yu Mingken finished speaking, he added, what I said is the truth. Put the scroll in a place that only I can open. Fang Qinggran thought for a moment and decided to go get the scroll with Yu Mingken. Knowing Tianquan's plan is very important to her. What she wants to know most is what is the ultimate goal of Tianquan plan. Lead the way. Fang Qinggran put a talisman on the shadow of Yu Mingken's soul. You have to dig through the maze of the abyss tomb again before you can enter. Yu Mingken said tremblingly. Is the place you mentioned under the third altar? Fang Qinggran asked. Yu Mingken exclaimed, how do you know? When Fang Qinggran heard Yu Mingken's words, she raised her hand to tear the void apart. A crack in time and space appeared. She grabbed Yu Mingken's soul and entered the crack in time and space. In a blink of an eye. She stepped out of the rift in time and space and found herself in a secret room. Numerous cracks appeared on the walls of the secret room, and they looked like they were about to collapse at any time. Yu Mingken looked around, feeling only endless regret. If it had known that Feng Qingran was so defiant, it should have fled far away when Feng Qingran appeared. This should be the place you mentioned. Where is the thing? Feng Qingran asked. Yes, it's right here, Yu Mingken said excitedly, and then he flew forward and hit the first layer of barrier. Immediately, the talisman flashed red light, and Nether Kun's soul felt burning pain. Yu Mingken hurriedly begged for mercy. Feng Qingran, don't kill me. I was just looking for something. Feng Qingran's eyes were condensed. This talisman is a traction talisman. Once you leave me for more than 100 miles, it will burn your soul. Why is this happening? Yu Mingken said defeatedly. It originally wanted to trick Feng Qingran into coming here, take the scroll, and escape quickly. Go get something. Feng Qingran removed the barrier and said in a deep voice. Yu Mingken condensed his soul into strength, walked through a stone wall in despair, and tore down a stone. It looks like it has completely lost its fighting spirit. Feng Qingran held the Qingluan sword and stared at Yu Mingken's every move. Yu Mingken held up a box and came to Feng Qingran. This is the scroll of the Tianquan clan, just open it. Feng Qingran stared at Yu Mingken. I heard that after the Kun tribe cultivates their soul, they will start to cultivate the cave. Can they put things in the cave, even if only their souls are left? Yu Mingken's hands shook slightly, his eyes flickered, but he smiled apologetically and said, my soul is injured, which has led to me not practicing in the cave. The 8 herons all know this. Yu Mingken, did you invite me to sacrifice the god? Feng Qingran changed to another topic and hesitated to pick up the box. No, I accidentally discovered her spiritual thoughts and also learned a secret about the gods. Yu Mingken said, observing Feng Qingran's expression. Seeing that she was just looking at him calmly, Yu Mingken continued hurriedly, the gods are a race favored by the great Tao. They are born to cultivate faster than other races. And every inch of flesh and blood on the body of the gods is very precious. As long as you can swallow the flesh and blood of the gods, you can have a speed comparable to that of the gods. In addition, the bones and blood of the gods can also be used to heal wounds and various hidden diseases. The bones and blood of the gods can be used as medicine, and the souls and bones are even more precious than the natural treasures. Some races knew this secret and were greedy, so a conspiracy about the gods emerged. Even though the gods are powerful, they cannot withstand the constant calculations of various tribes and gradually decline. The only remaining gods had to hide. There are also some gods who deliberately abandon their physical bodies in order to survive, and only use their souls to travel across the sea of worlds, looking for new life. Since then, all walks of life have entered a godless era. I only know so much. The god of sacrifice said that as long as I find a suitable body for it, and after she completes her reconstruction, she can teach me the cultivation methods of the ancient gods and teach me how to become a true god. Every time Yu Mingken spoke, he was looking at Feng Qingran's face. Seeing that she remained calm, I became anxious secretly. Feng Qingran, what I tell you is the truth. If you don't believe it, you can ask the god of sacrifice. Yu Mingken knew that the god of sacrifice must be gone. Otherwise, Feng Qingran would not be able to stand here. Open the box, Feng Qingran said with an indifferent expression. Yu Mingken's hands trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes were filled with fear, as if he was extremely afraid of the things in the box. I am a soul body, I can't open it. Yu Mingken's voice was almost pleading. Feng Qingran pointed her sword at the center of Yu Mingken's eyebrows. Open. Boom. Yu Mingken lost his grip and dropped the box. It hurriedly bent down to pick it up. But just as it straightened up, it suddenly threw the box at Feng Qingran. Immediately, a vortex appeared around Netherworld Kun, and it chanted, Heaven and Earth Shranken, 3,000 Taoist Dharma sacrifices, just to break the void. Feng Qingran dodged the box sideways and raised his sword to stab Yu Mingken, while a barrier quickly formed. But at this moment, a crack in time and space still appeared. Yu Mingken dodged into the rift in time and space, and an arrogant voice came, ha ha ha. Feng Qingran, you can't believe it, everything I just said was a lie to you, you will never be able to defeat me. Because your past is controlled by me. Seeing that the crack was about to close, Feng Qingran made a secret to control the burning of the talisman. There was a scream from Netherworld Kun inside. There was also a curse, Feng Qingran, I will make you pay the price. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 810 The Bleeding Box. After Yu Mingken cursed, he forcibly burned the power of his soul to destroy the talisman. This made Netherworld Kun's soul become even weaker. Feng Qingran, you can enjoy the gift I left for you. Yu Mingken said with a voice full of resentment. As soon as its voice fell, its breath completely disappeared. Sensing that Netherworld Kun had left the battlefield of the gods. Feng Qingran then looked sideways at the box that fell on the ground. It was empty. Feng Qingran's eyes were filled with confusion. The panic in Yu Mingken's eyes just now couldn't be faked, so there must be something in this box. She looked around. It was quiet. Except for the filament-like crack, there was only a stone wall full of cracks. No other breath exists. Could it be that the horror itself comes from the box? At this moment, Feng Qingran noticed that something was attacking her protective barrier. The step above Feng Qingran's head shone with light, and the Qingluan sword in her hand was also trembling, as if to remind her of something. The place where Qingluan's sword points is not the box on the ground, but the space-time crack left by the Netherworld Kun. Bai Zhe, is there any danger if the space-time rift is not closed? Bai Zhe opened his mouth and explained, normally, there is no danger. Space-time cracks are the existence of strong people who use their own strength as a guide to quickly jump through space. In this process, the strong ones all pass through the turbulence of time and space for a short time. Because the speed is extremely fast, they will not disturb the things in the turbulence of time and space. The cracks in time and space are not closed, just find a way to close them. After hearing Bai Zai's words, Fang Qingran used the magic formula to activate the power of space laws, trying to control the cracks to close. Something was attacking her protective barrier again. Qingluan's sword stood beside Fang Qingran, its blade with sharpened cold light suddenly appeared. A talisman floated out from Bu Yao above her head, strengthening her protective barrier. The box on the ground had quietly closed its lid and moved behind Fang Qingran. Bai Zai seemed to have thought of something and transmitted the message again. The turbulence of time and space connected by the time rift will be very, very dangerous if it disturbs the things inside and is not closed in time. Fang Qingran looked at the gap that could never be closed, and recalled what Yu Mingcan said before he left, feeling a bit of a bad feeling in her heart. Bai Zai, under what circumstances would the things inside be disturbed? Bai Zai thought for a moment and then said, I don't know that things that can exist in the turbulence of time and space are weird and powerful. They will not be interested in the immortal cultivators who pass by. Unless you intentionally stay in the turbulence of time and space, and then deliberately provoke or hurt, those things will be disturbed. However, with the final strength of Yu Mingkun, if it really disturbs the things inside, it will not have time to say harsh words, let alone escape alive. So the danger that Yu Mingkun refers to is probably in this secret room. Bai Zai Yuanshan observed the situation outside through the contract space. It glanced at the box floating behind Fang Qingran. Wasn't this thing thrown to the ground by Yu Mingkun? Master Phoenix, be careful behind you, Bai Zai hurriedly warned. Fang Qingran quickly dodged and the box hit the crack. Instantly, a roar sounded. The entire space began to shake, and terrifying pressure overflowed through the cracks. Rumble. The surrounding stone walls began to collapse. Fang Qingran's eyes were condensed, and he threw down a formation disc, and a barrier appeared, supporting the entire space. This place cannot collapse before the crack problem is dealt with. Fang Qingran made a secret with her fingertips, and several seals of destructive aura surrounded the box. Broken. The box is still in good condition. Fang Qingran made a prompt decision and released Bai Zai. At the same time, he placed Wanling on top of Bai Zai's head. Bai Zai, you and Wanling stare at the crack. She wasn't sure what would come out of the rift in time and space. But she knew that that thing was not a simple beast. In order to prevent its breath from destroying the battlefield of the gods, she must set up the breath isolation formation again. Bai Zai felt the presence of Wanling and stood stiffly, not daring to make a sound. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Wanling and Bai Zai communicated. Bai Zai's eyes were respectful and he responded, I have a purpose, but I will never betray Lord Phoenix. Wanling seemed satisfied and shook his head. The box hit the crack several times in succession. Tick. Blood dripped down. When Bai Zai saw this scene, his eyes turned alert. Why was the lifeless box bleeding? Fang Qingran obviously saw something unusual about the box. The space-time rift next to the box began to expand. Fang Qingran's expression suddenly changed, and she sped up her formation movements. Hongmeng Shu, do you know what that box is? Hongmeng Tree, you can't deal with the weird creatures. If you want me to appear, just draw it for me. Fang Qingran heard the Schadenfreude from Hongmeng Shu. She couldn't care so much, so she asked via voice transmission, what specifically does the strange creature refer to? Hongmeng Shu, I can't say. I advise you to quickly put the two little bastards into the contract space. If strange creatures come out, you can crush them with one palm. Fang Qingran has a Taoist weapon to protect her body, so she doesn't have to be afraid of strange creatures. Wanling and Bai Zai can't. Once the current strength confronts strange creatures, they will never die. Fang Qingran flicked his sleeves and put Wanling and Bai Zai into the space, worried that strange creatures would come out at any time. She took out the 4 existing law orders and quickly completed the arrangement of the isolation formation. The order of law, which had some light just now, was once again eclipsed. However, Fang Qingran couldn't care so much. Her intuition told her that the strange creatures were very dangerous. The Hongmeng Tree sent a message, Xiao Fang, I advise you to hide in the void space. The weird creatures are far beyond what you can face now. Fang Qingran flashed into the void space. Hongmeng Tree. It also wants to take the opportunity to negotiate terms. Unexpectedly, Fang Qingran listened to the advice unexpectedly. The moment Fang Qingran entered the void space, a black thing floated out from the crack. It held the box, stroked it gently, and spoke a language that Fang Qingran couldn't understand. The box opens and closes, as if telling a story. The leaves of the Hongmeng Tree trembled, and he said worriedly, Xiao Fang, you said you were fine, why are you beating someone else's son? It's over, beat the younger one, here comes the old one. Hongmeng Shu was really worried this time. Originally, it wanted to take the opportunity to extort a painting, but now it doesn't dare to go out. After all, it is still too young, and it may not be able to deal with strange creatures when angry. Fang Qingran's eyes were solemn, but she still couldn't hold back the corner of her mouth twitching and remained silent. I saw the black thing, said several words to the box, and then let out a loud roar towards the entire space. Click. There are cracks in the barrier. Then shattered. The strange creature stared at the isolation formation for a few times before hitting it with its body. The formation maintained by the power of law was not damaged. But his intuition told Fang Qingran that that thing could destroy the formation. Hongmeng trees, can you understand their language? Fang Qingran asked. I can understand part of it. After Hongmeng Shu finished speaking, he added, however, it is impossible for me to go out and face it and grow to its level. As soon as I go out, the news of my return will be exposed. The strange creature outside seemed a little angry, and another black shadow came out of the crack. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 811 Strange Creatures. The two exchanged some words and crashed into the formation at the same time. At this moment, the ground shook and the secret room outside the formation collapsed completely. Seeing this, Fang Qingran knew that the formation could not withstand their successive attacks. Hongmeng Tree, I want to go out and face them. You tell me what they said. Xiao Feng, no, you are going out to die. I have to go out sooner or later, otherwise. Feng Qingran suddenly felt a chill all over her body, and a strange creature seemed to sense her presence through some kind of space. The strange creatures communicated again. Feng Qingran dodged and left the space without hesitation. The feeling of suffocation and oppression came at the same time. The protective barrier was broken. There were runes flowing on the step rock above Feng Qingran's head. A new barrier formed around her. Da da da. The box in the distance opens and closes, as if expressing something. Immediately, the space around Feng Qingran began to distort, and a terrifying and weird aura spread. Everything around seemed to be about to be crushed. A black shadow rushed towards Feng Qingran without hesitation. There are cracks in the protective barrier. The wisps of power that penetrated cut Feng Qingran's skin. The runes on Bu Yao slowly lose their light. Feng Qingran flipped his wrist, and Quan Chong's staff fell into his hand, activating the power of darkness within it. Seeing Quan Chong's staff, the strange creature in front of him retreated slightly. The box behind it made a noise. The strange creature attacked Feng Qingran again. The space around Feng Qingran was distorted, and the flow of time slowed down dozens of times. There is no way to avoid the opponent's attack. Feng Qingran held the staff of Quan Chong in one hand and made the secret with the other hand. Tai Chi emerged around her. Gradually evolved into the Bagua formation. 5 giant dragons of different colors ran out from the Bagua array. Roar. The dragon condensed into a force and fell on the strange creature. Boom. It fell to the ground. The box instantly flew to the side of the strange creature. Feng Qingran did not feel the joy of victory, but felt chills all over her body. The shape of the black mass changed, somewhat like a human being. There were 2 black holes in its eyes, like 2 giant abyss. Staring at her. I want to drag her into the abyss. Hong Mengshu anxiously sent a message. Xiao Feng, you are too impulsive. How can you hurt the strange creature? You are in trouble now. If I don't take action, will they let me go? Feng Qingran asked coldly. I guess it can't be done. Hong Mengshu also felt that this situation was unsolvable for a while. Then Feng Qingran were already in a life and death situation. To give in is to die. Moreover, Hong Mengshu was even more worried that Feng Qingran would be marked by a strange creature. Yu Mingkun really gave Feng Qingran a great gift. Once she is marked by a strange creature, every time she travels through a rift in time and space, she may alert the strange creature inside. Of course, that's not the worst. The Hongmeng tree didn't want to think about the worst things for the time being. It was thinking about whether it should risk going out to help Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran is the master of the void space. If she dies, the void space will instantly return to its original desolate state. The current wealth of the void space is related to Feng Qingran's cultivation. How to do. Ju Zhao is guarding the soul-eating goo. The 9 nether butterfly has not come out yet. Small mushrooms and gourd vines are not suitable for dealing with strange creatures. The iron-eating beast is too weak. All spirits are worse than iron-eating beasts. Correct. The Hongmeng tree jumped out of the pit and flew into the foggy area. Cracks appeared on a black egg. Hongmengshu muttered, I can only treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Swish, swish, swish. A purple light flashed. All the fallen leaves entered the eggshell. Fang Si is the guardian beast carefully cultivated by the Zhenshin clan. When you emerge from the shell, you will have the strength to reach heaven and earth. Hongmengshu did not expect Fang Si to be able to deal with strange creatures as soon as he was born. It needs the power of law in Fang Si's body to send the small box into the space-time rift. As long as the small box enters the space-time rift, the strange creatures will never dare to stay again. Fang Qingran was unable to close the space-time rift before, probably because of the small box. The Hongmeng tree gave Fang Si most of its power, but it still couldn't break its shell. The Hongmeng tree can only summon all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the void space, even the origin. No matter what, we must find a way to keep Fang Qingran. Yuan Bao watched helplessly as various fairy grasses and fairy fruits around him floated into the foggy area. There were no words. It is clearly the trunk of Hongmeng tree. After the Hongmeng tree summoned the treasures of heaven and earth, it said, the law of heaven and earth, all things are unified, the 3000 Dharma, the heaven and earth resonate. Then it broke off a branch and put it into the eggshell. In an instant, a bright light lit up. The pure and majestic power of law overflowed from the eggshell. Click. There was the sound of gnawing on eggshells. Hongmengshu was overjoyed when he saw this. Fang Si, come out quickly, don't worry, Xiaofeng needs you. Fang Si gnaws on the eggshell and the sound increases. Fang Si ate up all the eggshells, including those on Wanling's body. It looks like a phoenix. The feathers all over the body are as beautiful as the 9 shining stars. The Hongmeng tree was overjoyed, its sacrifice was not in vain, and it was born with the strength of an imperial beast. At the same time, outside the space, after Fang Qingran suppressed the strange creatures for a short time, the black thing in human form summoned 2 strange creatures again. The 3 of them attacked together. Fang Qingran was ultimately defeated by the strange creature. The scepter was taken off his hands, and he could no longer maintain the Bagua formation. The box on the side jumped happily in the air. A strange creature rushed towards Fang Qingran. At this moment, a dragon formed by the power of darkness rushed out of Quan Chong's staff. The moment the two collided, the strange creature disappeared. The buds on the top of Quan Chong's staff withered, and the entire staff lost its light. Power exhausted. More blood spilled from the corner of Fang Qingran's mouth, and she looked at the box in the distance with cold eyes. This time, she clearly felt a special aura. That breath is very familiar. Suddenly, the black mist flowed on the box and turned into an entity that looked like the Netherworld Kun. Fang Qingbran narrowed her beautiful eyes. As long as the strange creatures didn't attack her, they were breathless. Or maybe there is an aura, but she is not strong enough to detect the strange aura. The box must also be a strange creature. Whose is that familiar aura on it? The large strange creature next to the small box was stunned for a moment when it saw its changing shape, and glanced at Fang Qingbran as if confused. It said a few words to the little box. Fang Qingbran took this opportunity to swallow a few pills and looked at the cracks in time and space. Why couldn't the Taoist method of time and space close the cracks in time and space? She had no chance to retreat. It is even more impossible to defeat the strange creatures. The only way is to send them back to the turbulence of time and space. The angry roar interrupted Fang Qingbran's thinking. The strange humanoid creature looked at Fang Qingbran again, with a ferocious face, strange symbols spinning on its body, and a terrifying and strange aura enveloped Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran felt that all the blood in her body was flowing backwards and she couldn't move at all. The next moment, a strange creature rushed towards Fang Qingbran. Just when it was about to encounter Fang Qingbran, a new space-time crack appeared. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 812 The Grace of Saving Lives. The moment a new space-time rift appeared, the strange creature's movement to attack Fang Qingbran paused in midair. It was as if he was frozen by an inexplicable force. Another strange creature was trembling all over, and the smaller one turned into a small box again. Da da da. The small box made an uncontrollable noise. Fang Qingbran's eyes were solemn as she looked towards the rift in time and space. She saw an existence that even weird creatures were afraid of. If it was an enemy, how should she deal with it? But in the next moment, a man in black clothes stepped out of the air. The dignity and coldness around him were completely natural, and the whole person seemed to be coated with a faint brilliance. Stunning and stunning. Unforgettable. Fang Qingbran's beautiful eyes turned slightly, looking at the other party's noble and indifferent face. She was lost for a moment. The moment he appeared, three strange creatures, big and small, showed their surrender gestures at the same time. The one who was originally planning to attack Fang Qingbran fell to the ground, trembling. Fang Qingbran looked into his twinkling starry eyes and felt that the person in front of her was extremely familiar. Master, I finally came out of my shell, let me save. An arrogant voice broke the silence. Fang Xi rushed out of the void space, thinking it could save the world and the savior. As a result, the scene in front of him made its voice stop happily. Fang Xi's figure flashed back into space and pointed at the Hongmeng tree. There is something wrong with you. There is someone protecting the master, and he wants me to go out and embarrass myself. The Hongmeng tree is now in an extremely miserable state, with only sparse leaves left, and one of the 5 branches has been broken. If it were not anxious and eager, what would it be like? So after hearing Fang Xi's question, Hong Mengshu immediately observed the situation outside. Mo Jinggong. At this moment, Fang Xi seemed to hear the sound of grinding teeth. It actually comes from the Hongmeng tree. Are you just trying to grind your teeth like a wolf? Fang Xi's eyes were full of shock. The Hongmeng tree fell into silence, and the tree body was almost wrapped in the resentful atmosphere. If it had known he was coming, it would not have had to try hard to help Fang Xi come out of its shell. Why didn't he show up earlier? Hong Mengshu complained, because he did not dare to go out and argue with Mo Jinggong. So Hong Mengshu spread all its grievances on Fang Xi. Fang Xi suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He wondered if it was because it was investigating the situation outside, disturbing Master Fang and Mo Jinggong, and was recorded by Mo Jinggong. Snapped. Ow. The branch of the Hongmeng tree slapped Fang Xi on the buttocks. Before Fang Xi could say anything, Hong Mengshu jumped out of the pit, dunked, and pinned Fang Xi into the ground. Beautiful feathers stained with mud. Fang Xi wanted to resist, but when he raised his eyes, he saw Yuan Bao in the distance carrying a small golden hoe, staring at it with resentment. Only then did Fang Xi realize that the entire space seemed to have been robbed. These are all for it to hatch. Fang Xi chose to bury his head in the soil and remain silent. No wonder it was so powerful when it was born. It seemed to be thanks to the Hongmeng tree and Yuan Bao. Just give it a few blows. There's no way to lose a piece of meat anyway. Having the strength of an emperor is the most important thing. After it goes out, it can walk sideways across the entire plane. The farce in the void space did not affect the situation outside at all. Mo Jinggong stood tall, and his beautiful starry eyes pretended to glance at Fang Qingbran inadvertently, and then fell on the strange creature. Fang Qingbran could clearly see the strange and tyrannical creature just now, shivering as if it wanted to disappear. Bang bang bang. The biggest one seemed to be saying something to Mo Jinggong. Even if she couldn't understand, Fang Qingbran could guess that they were begging for mercy. Fang Qingbran once again felt that the scene was extremely familiar. She was pretty sure she knew the person in front of her. But why doesn't she remember? Death or surrender? Mo Jinggong's clear voice sounded. It obviously did not carry any pressure, but it gave people a strong sense of oppression. As soon as these words came out, Fang Qingbran's originally silent aura became cheerful, and her pair of starry eyes were as bright and clear as stars. Her long dark eyelashes trembled, as if she thought of something, and a strange light flashed across her eyes. After all, he was silent. At this moment, the small box came over and bit the hem of Fang Qingbran's skirt, looking like it was trying to please her. Fang Qingbran glanced at the small box and met a pair of picturesque eyebrows. Thank you for saving me, sir. My name is Fang Qingbran. What should I call you? Mo Jinggong's starry eyes were deep and he could see his emotions clearly, so he said in a deep voice, Mo Jinggong. Fang Qingbran's lips curled up slightly, a sly look flashed in her eyes, and she saluted, Thank you, Mr. Jinggong, for saving me. I can't repay you for saving my life. How about I? At this moment, Mo Jinggong didn't know what he thought of, and the tips of his ears turned red. please invite young Master Jingong to visit the fairy world. Feng Qingren's voice was clear and sweet, with a smile on her face. Miss Ran, please be polite. It's better to be respectful than to obey. Then Mo Jingong and Feng Qingren looked at each other and smiled, saying nothing. The two strange creatures lying on the ground were full of shock. At this moment, the small box suddenly jumped onto Feng Qingren's shoulder and rubbed her cheek in a flattering manner. It wants to make a contract with you, Mo Jingong said in a deep voice. Feng Qingren took the small box into his hand and said, if you can understand what it says, help me ask it why it turned into the Netherworld Kun. Mo Jingong looked at the small box with dangerous eyes and opened his mouth to translate Feng Qingren's words. After half a moment, as the little box spoke more and more, Mo Jingong's eyes became more murderous. The Netherworld Kun's design led it out of the turbulence of time and space, and then sealed it with the power of law, causing it to be trapped here forever. Feng Qingren nodded, so that's what it is, which means it regards both me and you Minkan as enemies, so there's nothing wrong with it. The small box closed its lid, full of grievance and regret. Unfortunately, due to the language barrier, Feng Qingren could not understand its meaning. The two kneeling strange creatures looked at the small box worriedly. Master Jingong, did it say why it wanted to make a contract with me? Feng Qingren asked slowly. It said it has a common enemy with you. Miss Ran can call me Jingong. Mo Jingong said casually. Jingong, you can also call me Ran Ran. Feng Qingren smiled. Okay, Mo Jingong's voice was filled with joy and tenderness. Feng Qingren looked at the small box in her hand and asked, you make a contract with me, do they agree? Mo Jingong conveyed Feng Qingren's words. The small box didn't care about the strange creature kneeling below and was eager to express its attitude. The two strange creatures were a little anxious, trying to persuade Little Box to think carefully. But the little box actually hid behind Feng Qingren, preventing them from seeing it, and even urged them to leave quickly. Feng Qingren didn't understand their exchange, but with Mo Jingong by his side, he translated all their words one by one. Bang bang bang. Two strange creatures kowtowed to Mo Jingong. The little box flew out again, roaring loudly. Mo Jingong's starry eyes were cold, staring at the two strange creatures underground, silent. Feng Qingren clearly sensed sadness and anger in Xiaozhang, and looked at Mo Jingong with great curiosity, waiting for him to speak. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 813 Blue Star Domain. Underworld. 19 levels of hell. Ling Tianyun opened his eyes and jumped up. Ha ha ha. Young master, I am indeed the number one in all realms. I should be the youngest in this realm. Ling Tianyun grabbed the dull Juan beside him and said in a good mood, Xiao Yanyan, what's wrong with you? Be happy, I will give you a beast pill. Juan Yuan glanced at Ling Tianyun, I'm so happy. It's because of you that the master abandoned me. If you hadn't come, I would definitely be with the master now. Did the territory lord go to the lower plane? Ling Yuntian was undoubtedly smart and guessed the whereabouts of Mo Jingong at once. HMPH. Zhuo Yan glared at Ling Tianyun. Why did the territory lord go to the lower plane? Can this small plane have what the territory lord needs? Ling Tianyun said, thinking of the boundary monuments outside the plane, maybe there are really great treasures. But why didn't the territory lord take him with him? Where can I find such a good brother like him? Don't have any other ideas. The master asked you to guard the soul-eating goo here to prevent accidents. Zhuo Yan looked at Ling Tianyun's expression and had a bad premonition. Ling Tianyun glanced at the soul-eating goo. He really didn't understand this thing. However, the terrifying aura within the formation cannot be faked. The success of this cultivation is definitely a treasure that defies heaven. But he still wanted to follow the territory lord. Zhuo Yan, do you think it's possible that I am me but I am not me? Ling Tianyun's eyes changed and he had an idea instantly. What do you mean? Zhuo Yan asked puzzledly. Nothing. By the way, where will the territory lord go when he goes to the lower plane? Ling Tianyun asked, staring at Zhuo Yan. Zhuo Yan immediately said, where else can we go? We must first go see that abominable Feng Qingren. Thinking of Feng Qingren, Zhuo Yan subconsciously felt a chill all over his body. Can't help but think of the bad days. Who is Feng Qingren? How can the domain lord have cause and effect with the people here? What's going on? Ling Tianyun's cynical attitude disappeared and he asked curiously. None of your business. Zhuo Yan glanced at Ling Tianyun and fell into silence. Next, no matter what Ling Tianyun asked, it remained silent. The more Zhuo Yan didn't say anything, the more curious Ling Tianyun became. Feng Qingren's name is a woman, so the territory lord is not in love, right? Damn it, I want to die, I want to die. Ling Tianyun became entangled, while he hoped that the territory lord could have someone he liked. The territory lord is really lonely. But he had heard from the old man that the territory lord could not be emotional. As for the reason, the old man doesn't know. But the old man's expression told him that the consequences of the domain master's emotion would be serious. Zhuo Yan, within half a quarter of an hour, I want to know everything about that woman, tell me quickly. Ling Tianyun grabbed Zhuo Yan's feathers and threatened. If he is a person worth paying for, he will help the territory lord no matter what the consequences. A person like the territory lord, who has shocked the past and present, should not fall into endless loneliness. Zhuo Yan was not surprised at all that Ling Tianyun guessed these things. But it still insisted on not saying a word. Seeing that there was no threat to Zhuo Yan, Ling Tianyun narrowed his eyes slightly. Does that Yanmu know Feng Qingren? Isn't she the junior sister he mentioned? Zhuo Yan's eyes widened. Could you guess this? How does his brain grow? Ling Tianyun saw Zhuo Yan's expression and laughed. To tell you the truth, young master, when I traveled across the worlds and followed the path of the domain lord, I once broke into a special universe and discovered a unique blue star domain. I heard Ling Tianyun say that all his guesses came from the script. Zhuo Yan was speechless. Little Yanyan, don't be depressed. I'll take you there when I get the chance. The customs there are completely different from ours. Ling Tianyun got the answer he wanted and immediately let go of Juoyan. Ling Tianyun, what are the results of those words in your book? There are joys and sorrows, but what the territory lord is carrying cannot be written down in a script, so I will protect the territory lord's happiness. Ling Tianyun clenched his fists. Those things that restrained the territory lord should have been cut off long ago. Juoyan looked at Ling Tianyun's unreliable look, and felt a little moved in his heart. No wonder. What kind of bullshit is this? A little devil in troubled times, thank God if he doesn't cause trouble. Juoyan was complaining in his heart, but he said, stop playing with those fancy things. The master has his own discretion in matters. It is the greatest help if you don't interfere. The master really cannot be emotional, and the price is a bit high. This has something to do with Mo Jinggong's cultivation path. But Mo Jinggong must have a way to solve these problems. The only thing it was worried about was the trouble it would cause if news of Mo Jinggong's affection spread out. Xiao Yanyan, what you said is wrong. No matter how bad I am, I can still run errands and set up formations for the territory lord. Don't worry, I will prove it to you. After Ling Tianyun said this, he immediately sat cross-legged and put on his body seals flashed across the sky. Juoyan stared suspiciously at Ling Tianyun who entered the cultivation state. Not sure what he wants to do. Battle of the Gods. Inside the Abyss Tomb. In the end, the two strange creatures compromised and turned back in 3 steps to step into the rift in time and space. It's just that they don't seem to be very determined. I probed several times and persuaded the little box to go with them. The small box directly dispensed a drop of blood. Mo Jinggong raised his hand, and the seal was immersed in his blood. A golden seal suppressed the strange smell in the blood. The small box took the initiative to activate the magic circle, and then he was filled with anticipation. Feng Qingran completed the contract with Xiaozhang. But this time, the two strange creatures were filled with despair and told Feng Qingran, treat it well, we owe it. Feng Qingran can understand strange words and feel the aura of strange creatures. Raging and killing. Master, I'm sorry, I thought you and Yu Ming-kun were in the same group, so I hurt you. Little box apologized. Let bygones be bygones, welcome you to be my future combat partner. Feng Qingran said happily, holding the small box. Woohoo, Master, I'm so happy, I finally don't have to stay in the dark world. The small box was spinning in the air. There is only endless darkness in the turbulence of time and space, so it was curious about the light outside in the first place. Secretly follow Netherworld Kun to leave the turbulence of time and space. Who would have thought that it is just one darkness into another darkness? So when Mo Jinggong threatened it, it chose to surrender without hesitation and follow the people outside, so that it would not have to go back to the turbulent flow of time and space and live a life full of darkness. Little Box was a little excited and spoke again, Master, can I meet your other contracted beasts? Feng Qingran Yuanshan explored the empty space where the chickens and dogs were jumping around. Little Box will have to face this day sooner or later. Are you sure you want to go in? They're not in a good temper right now. Feng Qingran asked. I'm sure, Little Box said excitedly. Feng Qingran delivered the small box to Hong Mengshu, Yuan Bao and Feng Si. The space instantly became quiet. Everyone, Hong Meng Tree, the culprit has come in. If you beat it, don't beat me. Feng Si grinned in pain and managed to squeeze out a sentence. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 814 Digging into other people's ancestral graves. The little box just got the language system of this plane. So I had a very vague understanding of the meaning of Feng Si's words. Why are you fighting? I'm not here to fight with you, I'm here to join you, and I can be your partner. Little box said innocently. Feng Si glanced at the small box a few times. Is he probably mentally retarded? Boy, if you want to join, you must give us a good beating. This is the rule, Feng Si said seriously. After Feng Si finished speaking, he already felt that the entire void space was extremely depressing. The chill emanating from the Hongmeng tree spread. Feng Si quietly moved with her wings, moving away from the Hongmeng tree little by little. This is a weird creature that cannot be dealt with, but the Hongmeng tree can completely crush everything. Can't we not fight? Xiaozhang asked ignorantly. No, we have a saying here that, no fight, no acquaintance. If you don't want to be beaten, it proves that you are not sincere about joining us, so you should leave. Feng Si's words were obviously a little excited. Newcomers are best fooled. What's more, he is an outsider. As long as what it says is reasonable, it will be willing to be beaten. Of course, what Feng Si and Xiao Hezi said was actually trying to please Hongmeng Shu. After all, it can be advanced without the Tao fruit, it depends entirely on the Hongmeng tree. The resentment of Hongmeng tree must be calmed. In this way, you can have the opportunity to collect some leaves to replenish when you advance. After Feng Si finished speaking, he had already withdrawn from Laoyuan. The little box was still hesitating, mainly because it didn't understand the meaning of Feng Si's words. Hongmeng Shu's gloomy voice sounded, if you're going to be beaten, you have to remove the protective barrier. You are so secretive that you are not sincere in joining us. Feng Si, it seems that Hongmeng tree still has a lot of resentment. Fortunately, the little box appeared. Thanks to the little box for saving it from fire and water. Feng Si decided to treat the little box well in the future. Little box heard Hongmeng Shu's words, and he really obeyed and removed the protective barrier. For a moment, a strange and terrifying aura overflowed. Feng Si and Yuan Bao chose to stay away. From a distance, I saw the Hongmeng tree raising its branches and hitting little box. Feng Si listened to the whining and crying in his ears, and felt lucky again. The Hongmeng tree had killed the small box. It shows how much Hongmeng tree hates the small box. Feng Si looked at the Hongmeng tree that had lost most of its leaves, and felt that the little box was not unjustly beaten. It's okay for other trees to have one missing leaf. But one less leaf of the Hongmeng tree means that it controls one less avenue of the plain. It is impossible for the Hongmeng tree not to be angry. Yuan Bao asked quietly, you seem to be very happy. Fang Xi subconsciously continued, how can I be unhappy if someone takes the beating for me? Snapped. Yuan Bao's hoe hit Fang Xi's head. Suddenly a bulge appeared. The score between Hongmeng Shu and you has been settled, but I haven't settled the score with you yet. Yuan Bao's small hand grabbed Fang Xi's neck and dragged him to a desolate place. Various fruit trees are swaying here and there. The originally prosperous scene in the land now became dilapidated. Yuan Bao's eyes were as beautiful as gems, and he said, you compensate me for the fruits of my labor. Fang Xi felt extremely guilty. Yuan Bao, don't cry. I will accompany you to plant the seeds again. I promise, I will do whatever you say. Replant. I cultivated many fruits with great care. Now that the trees are destroyed, I have to start over. Yuan Bao said angrily. The voice was not loud, but it made Fang Xi feel even more guilty. Before Fang Xi fell asleep, he saw Yuan Bao's efforts and naturally felt a little distressed. After Yuan Bao vented his anger, he stopped looking at Fang Xi and landed in a messy orchard. He knew that although Fang Xi had accepted the benefit, he was still innocent. Fang Xi landed next to Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao, let me help you. By the way, there must be many immortal plants left over from ancient times in the ruins of our Zhenshin clan. I will give them to you when the time comes. Yuan Bao looked sideways at Fang Xi. Are you sure that the ruins of the Zhenshin clan will still be left for you to explore? As endless years passed by, the Zhenshin clan had long since perished. Only Fang Xi was left alone. Why did Fang Xi leave to explore the ruins of the Zhenshin clan without any guardians? If anyone dares to touch my ancestral graves, I will make them pay the price. When Fang Xi said this, a chill flashed through his eyes. Didn't you just say that you would give me everything in the ruins? Aren't you going to dig your own ancestral grave? Yuan Bao asked, staring at Fang Xi. Phoenix Xi. It seems a little embarrassing. Fang Xi immediately changed the subject. Don't worry, there are still many ancient ruins in our plain. Even if there is no Zhenshin clan, there are still Killing clan, Dragon clan, Phoenix clan. The corners of Yuan Bao's eyes couldn't help but twitch. Are you going to take me to dig up the ancestral graves of other tribes? Don't worry, many ancient ruins have long been abandoned. With my strength, I can open the entrance to the ruins. Fang Xi said with unusual confidence. When it emerged from its shell, it gained not only its strength, but also the skills and memories passed down by the Zhenshin clan. The Zhenshin clan is the guardian beast of the plain. Their ancestral duty is to protect the plain from outsiders. It is a pity that at any time, there are always selfish people who do not care about the life and death of hundreds of millions of living beings for the sake of their own selfish desires. The Zhenshin clan hinders the interests of some selfish people. So the Zhenshin clan was exterminated. A large part of the reason why they were exterminated was the voluntary choice of their ancestors. Fang Qingbran had a panoramic view of what was happening in the space. But she didn't interfere. Fang Qingbran looked at Mo Jinggong who was standing aside and said with a smile, do me a favor and create an invincible barrier, as well as some seals and formations. Mo Jinggong's eyebrows showed a little more gentleness, and he said in a deep voice, okay. Fang Qingbran took out Fang Qingwu's coffin from the space. After thinking about it, Fang Qingbran still felt that it was safer here. With the power of Taoism she has now cultivated, it will not be a problem to change the rules of this small world. A small world controlled by her, very suitable for mother to sleep. In addition, all the abyss tombs collapsed. There's no way anyone could come here again. Mo Jinggong saw the woman in the coffin, her eyes were like a deep pool, and he secretly set up a formation to gather source power. Fang Qingbran placed 4 dull purple tokens on the coffin. This thing also absorbs the power of the laws of heaven and earth. It is originally a mother's thing. If you put it here, it will definitely recover faster. Fang Qingbran set up another space barrier. Formation transition room. Then the coffin disappeared. After everything was done, Fang Qingbran and Mo Jinggong left here. When Fang Qingbran and Mo Jinggong appeared, the Gu Jianyi and others were still practicing. Several feet away from them, countless orcs gathered, led by 8 herons. The 8-headed heron noticed Fang Qingbran's appearance and was the first to rush over. Master Fang, I followed your request and all the beasts are here. I will wait for you to lecture me next. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 815 Where the Beasts Go. While Bar Heron was talking, he glanced at Mo Jinggong quietly. It had never seen this strange man brought back by Phoenix Master, but as a competent subordinate, it couldn't ask any more questions. Fang Jingyu and the 5 yin-yang dogs immediately looked at Mo Jinggong. Various emotions flashed through Fang Jingyu's eyes. The 5-headed yin-yang dog stared at Mo Jinggong with alert eyes. Fang Jingyu sent a message to Wu yin-yang dog. Dai Wu, why is he in this plane? The 5-headed yin-yang dog carefully transmitted the message. Who is he? Fang Jingyu reacted and explained via voice transmission. I don't know who he is. I only remember that he is an existence that the powerful men in the world talk about. In the inheritance of Father God, he is extremely special, and Father God is in awe of him. The 5-headed yin-yang dog looked at Fang Jingyu in shock. Father God needs to fear him. How is this possible? I am very sure that my inherited memory will not be wrong. Fang Jingyu said seriously. At this time, the 5-headed yin-yang dog didn't know what to say. A being that awes the father beyond its imagination. Fang Qingbran and Mo Jinggong also came to Fang Jingyu and the 5 yin-yang dogs at this time. Jingyue, Dai Wu, this is Mo Jinggong, he just saved my life. Jinggong, this is Fang Jingyu, and this is Dai Wu. Fang Qingbran introduced naturally. Fang Jingyu bowed respectfully and said, Master Mo. When Dai Wu heard the name Fang Jingyu, his eyes widened and he hurriedly saluted and said, I have met Lord Mo. At the same time, I was shocked. It didn't know Mo Jinggong, let alone inherit it. but it had heard the Empress mention the existence of Lord Mo many times. The Empress was also in awe when she mentioned Lord Mo. She also lamented that if the witch clan did not offend such a being, maybe the witch clan would not be exterminated. Mo Jinggong's eyes swept across the two in front of him indifferently. Yeah. It's a response. But Fang Jingyu didn't feel slighted at all. On the contrary, I am honored. Looking at Fang Qingran with a bright smile, Sister Fang, will Lord Mo follow us in the future? Yes, I asked him to go to the fairy world with me. Fang Qingran rubbed Fang Jingyu's little head. Great. Fang Jingyu was extremely happy. With Master Mo by her side, Sister Fang's growth path will be smoother. If only Sister Fang could keep Master Mo. She can also follow Zhang Guang and no longer have to worry about the arrival of the Wu clan. Fang Jingyu stared at Fang Qingran with her big eyes. In terms of appearance, Sister Fang was unparalleled. In terms of personality, Sister Fang was the best in the world. In short, Sister Fang is full of advantages. She has to find a way to get more assists. Fang Jingyu thought happily and lost her mind. Fang Qingran summoned Wanling and came to the group of beasts. Looking around, countless pairs of eyes with different emotions stared at her and Wanling. Some of the beasts were invited by the eight-headed heron with violence. There are also some people who were invited by the eight herons through deceit and violence. Only a small number come here voluntarily. 8 herons flew to Fang Qingran and said, Master Fang, among these beasts, only 5 are stronger than me. They want to leave here, and there are also Tianling ants who want to follow you like me. And the others are just a bunch of wallflowers with no independent opinions. Fang Qingran knew this well. You were born in the battlefield of gods, and the strength you have cultivated is only applicable here. I will transform this place into a secret realm. If you are willing to stay, you are still free. In the future, practitioners from all races will come here to practice. You can choose to cooperate with them, or you can choose to ignore them. As for those who want to leave here, you need to bear the stamp of the outside world and re-familiarize yourself with the rules outside. You make your own choices. Each of the remaining beasts can get a beast pill suitable for them from me. I just hope that you will not touch a stone monument here in the future. Of course, if you volunteer to cooperate with me in creating the secret realm, I will give you 3 additional beast pills suitable for each of you. Those who wish to stay shall be on the left, and those who wish to depart shall be on the right. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, the beasts looked at each other and made no move. A 3-legged frog asked, what is a suitable beast elixir? All the beasts stared at Fang Qingran with burning eyes. The one suitable for you is at least a holy beast elixir. As soon as Fang Qingran said this, there was a lot of noise and shock. The beasts didn't seem to believe Fang Qingran's words. One of the beasts asked, how do we believe you can produce so many beast elixirs? Fang Qingran certainly has no shortage of beast pills. The ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain have given her countless beast pills before. But he didn't open his mouth to explain, and his eyes were cold. I will answer this question after you make your choice. The beast's initial shock turned into suspicion. It is simply unrealistic to give a beast elixir to all beasts. Although the beasts were dissatisfied, they did not dare to make any mistakes because of the Lord of Beasts on Fang Qingran's shoulders. An anaconda with only 9 heads spoke slowly. Why should we listen to you? We don't care about the benefits you can give. You just want to trick us into staying here. Shut up, 9-headed anaconda. You are not allowed to slander the Phoenix Master. The 8-headed heron scolded. HMPH, 8-headed heron, it's really embarrassing for you, a quasi-emperor beast tribe, to surround an immortal cultivator. The 9-headed anaconda's eyes were clammy and cold, not afraid of the pressure of the 8-headed heron. What do you know, you cold-blooded guy? If you want to leave here, it's just because there are no immortal cultivators here for you to eat. The 8-headed heron glared at the 9-headed anaconda. Several immortal cultivators who mistakenly entered the battlefield of the gods had fallen into the mouth of the 9-headed anaconda. Ever since he tasted the taste of being a cultivator, the 9-headed anaconda is extremely eager to leave here. Because devouring the flesh and blood of practitioners can bring many benefits to the 9-headed snake. It's just the law of the jungle. Have you never eaten other beasts? The 9-headed anaconda asked the 8-headed heron, unable to refute. Fang Qingran held down the 8 herons. Murderous intent flashed in her eyes. You ask why you should listen to me, right? The 9-headed anaconda raised its head. You are too arrogant. The bloodline of the king of beasts around you is too weak to control me. You should be lucky that you are its master, otherwise you would not be qualified to stand here at all. Talk to me. Fang Qingran glanced around and said, who else is dissatisfied? The beasts hesitated. They had been trapped here for too long and the resources had been basically divided. Of course they wanted to leave. There are only a few who are weak and don't want to go out. Why are you afraid of her, an ant? The Lord of Beasts can control us with his blood, but he has no strength. As long as we stay far away from him, he will not have the chance to control us. The voice of the 9-headed anaconda echoed throughout the world. God's battlefield. Hearing this, many beasts flew to the side of the 9-headed anaconda. There are still some beasts that are hesitant. Lord Anaconda, it is the master of all beasts. What should we do when it grows up in the future? Then don't give it a chance to grow. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 816. Open your eyes and tell lies. All the beasts were extremely shocked when they heard this. Could it be that the 9-headed anaconda wants to kill all spirits? How is this possible? As the king of all beasts, Wanling possesses the power of law. They are not above the law yet, and there is no way to disobey Wanling. Lord Anaconda, it has the blood of the king of beasts. A beast reminded tactfully. It is true that it has bloodline, but you have ignored its strength. A newly born king of beasts is just a superficial appearance. As long as we kill it and seize the bloodline, we can become a new beast. King of. As soon as the 9-headed anaconda said these words, the beasts were frightened for a while, and then many beasts began to get ready to move. Bloodline is a level higher than the coercion of bloodline. Fang Qingran quietly observed the greedy beasts and wrote them down calmly. Some beasts really wanted to get their bloodline, but due to the power of their bloodline, they did not act rashly. The nine-headed anaconda looked at the expressions of all the beasts. As long as these idiots are allowed to deal with wanting and force wanting to go on a killing spree, half of its purpose will be achieved. As the king of beasts, if you use the power of law given by your people to slaughter your people, the power of blood in all spirits will become weaker, and the power to suppress them will also become smaller. At that time, it will take the opportunity to capture Fang Qingran and force Wanling to destroy his bloodline. All the rest will be easy to handle. The nine-headed anaconda glanced at Mo Jinggong and other entities in the distance and already had an idea. The nine-headed anaconda said, "Listen to me, everyone, Wanling, as our leader, has now taken refuge in the immortal cultivators. If it is allowed to grow, all our beasts will become slaves of the human race. We were all born on the battlefield of the gods, and we also received many ancient inheritances. It should be clear that the status of the orcs will always be lower than that of the humans. We have to be contracted beasts for them, and we have to charge into battle for them. When in danger, we are the first to die. I just want to ask, why should we orcs give contracts to humans? Be their slaves, why shouldn't we be their servants? Are we the masters? I want to live with dignity and become the lord of all realms. I don't want to live a life of being at the mercy of the human race. The human race is the most sanctimonious. They claim to respect the strong and follow nature, but how do they do it? They make contracts with powerful beasts and require them to surrender. In this case, shouldn't the human race surrender to the beast race? Quote. Also, this battlefield of gods is the territory of our beast tribe. Why does this woman in front of me want to arrange for us? Or even ask us to make a choice? Are you really going to let her control you and become a puppet? The words of the nine-headed anaconda caused all the beasts to have different moods. A large part of them are very angry, they don't want to be slaves to humans at all. There is also some hesitation. In the contract they got, after the contract between the human race and the beast race, it seems that there is a win-win situation, which is slightly different from what the Hydra said. The remaining small number are purely without ideas. Fang Qingran calmed down the impatient Wanling and told him to wait a little longer, as the time would come soon. There was uncontrollable anger in Wanling's eyes, and many memories flooded into his mind. The conclusion of the contract between the human race and the orc race is the simplest path left by the ancestors to the younger generations. The human race was created by Empress Nuwa based on the gods of chaos. Humans are born to be the closest to gods. Therefore, since the birth of the human race, they have quickly been recognized by heaven, and the growth has been extremely rapid. There are even some people in the human race who have cultivated the ultimate Taoism. Others have overcome countless difficulties and embarked on a road that even the gods could not imagine. The human race themselves have figured out various ways of cultivation, which can make them become immortals, gods, or even saints. You must know that before the birth of the human race, only innate beings could cultivate and become saints. As a result, all races have a sense of crisis, and some tribes have begun to think of ways to seize the fate of the human race, deliberately letting their tribes mix with the human race, and explore the secrets of the growth of the human race. The orcs found a different kind of hope at this moment. During that period, except for the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn tribes, the status of other beasts was very low. Although the three clans of dragon, phoenix and unicorn have high status, their flesh and blood will always be spied on. Moreover, there are many rules of heaven and earth that restrict them, and there are very few ways that the beast tribe can practice. So the orcs chose to side with the humans in this conspiracy against the humans. The orcs and humans made a contract to fight side by side and perform their respective duties. After cooperating with the human race for a period of time, in order to thank them, the human race actually came up with a way to make the beasts transform into human forms. Those with high bloodline levels, such as dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns, can directly use magic techniques to transform into human beings. Orcs with a slightly lower level need to take spiritual grasp before transforming. After the beasts transformed into human form, they discovered a new world. Although there were still restrictions, they could practice more Taoist techniques and increase their strength faster. Since then, humans and orcs have signed a treaty of friendship. But no matter what ethnic group you are, there are always selfish people. Some beasts accepted the benefits of other tribes, so they deliberately sabotaged the alliance and massacred the human race. The covenant was nearly broken. After the ancestors of the beast race tried their best to save it, the human race learned the contract law of other races. All beasts that want to cooperate with the human race must sign a contract with the human race. The nine-headed anaconda mentioned that human beings are always respected, which is a master-servant contract. But before any contract is signed, if the orcs do not sincerely surrender, the contract will not be completed. Since the contract can be completed, this person must be able to bring benefits to the beast. If the nine-headed anaconda can say such words in front of all the beasts at this moment, it must be because it has not fully received the inheritance of the beast race, or it has ulterior motives. The eight-headed heron finally couldn't help it, and said with a strange tone, "Nine-headed anaconda, you hate the human race so much, then you must never turn into a human form to practice in the future. Otherwise, I will look down on you. And oh, you too, you can't practice Taoism, after all, it was created by the human race." The nine-headed anaconda stared at the eight-headed heron with cold eyes. "Eight-headed heron, you are a traitor, how can you have the nerve to speak? You don't have dignity, and I don't want to be a lackey for the immortal cultivators." The eight-headed heron was not angry, but asked, "You seem to be very dissatisfied with dogs." The nine-headed anaconda was stunned for a moment, and then heard the eight-headed heron shouting, "Dawu, there is someone here who wants to destroy your tribe. It is very dissatisfied with you. It says that dogs are not worthy of being a beast tribe, and it will try to get rid of all dogs." Beasts finally know where the rumors came from. Fang Qingran's eyes fell on the eight herons, and her ability to tell lies with open eyes was unparalleled. The red eyes of the 5 yin and yang dogs glanced at the 8 herons lightly, and that glance caused the feathers of the 8 herons to explode. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 817. When choosing a master, you must keep your eyes open. The 8-headed heron felt guilty, but continued, Dai-Wu, that's what it means. It scolded me once for using a lackey, so it must be extremely dissatisfied with you. The 5-headed yin-yang dog flashed Feng Qinggran's side. Feng Qinggran looked sideways at Mo Jinggong. He stood there, his posture as straight as a pine tree, looking at her with an imperceptible tenderness between his brows and eyes. Feng Qinggran was extremely grateful that her strength had improved quickly enough that she could think of him when we saw each other again, and she was not afraid of getting involved with him. No one mentioned the past. Feng Qinggran was thinking that his strength must be improved faster, he must firmly control the law of cause and effect, and understand this path thoroughly. Feng Qinggran looked at him for a few seconds and then looked away. The 5-headed yin-yang dog and the 9-headed anaconda are already fighting. The beasts withdrew from a distance to observe this incident. The 9-headed anaconda is obviously no match for Earth 5. Within a few rounds, the Wu bit off 3 of its heads and swallowed them directly. The anaconda was so furious that it flashed with light and its body grew several times larger. Feng Qinggran waved his hand and laid down a barrier. Earth 5 turned into a human being at this time. The Wu stood facing the wind, with a tall body, a dark and deep complexion, and a pair of red eyes with a penetrating light. Anaconda, the human race has never regarded the beast race as a slave. You are derived from the battlefield of the gods. You are ignorant and narrow-minded. I can understand it, but you cannot deny all the paths of the beast race ancestors. Anaconda looked at Dai-Wu in the sky, a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. A dog can transform into a human being, and it can transform into a human being in the future too. The anaconda thought, and rushed towards the ground 5, opening its big mouth to swallow the ground 5. When it arrived in front of Dai-Wu easily dodged its bloody mouth and instead attacked its 7 inches. Even if it is a trained snake, its weakness is still here. The anaconda was in extreme pain. In the next moment, the snake's tail and several heads attacked Earth 5 from all directions at the same time. Seeing that Dai-Wu had no way to retreat, satisfaction flashed in Anaconda's eyes. I saw Dai-Wu activate the magic formula, and several talismans were formed, and they all fell on the heads of the anaconda. Bang! The anaconda's head exploded. The blood mist was mixed with the screams of anacondas. There was no trace of blood on Dai-Wu's body. Dai-Wu looked at Anaconda and said, the magic technique I just used was taught to me by the human race. It is also thanks to the human race that I can transform into a human being. Do you know why you and I are of equal strength, but you are far inferior to me? The only response to Dai-Wu was the scream of Anaconda. Dai-Wu looked around and told the reasons for the cooperation between the human race and the orc race. Dai-Wu asked coldly, is this enough? The beasts nodded subconsciously. It turns out that the human race and the orc race still have such a connection. Seeing this, Dai-Wu spoke again, no matter what race, there are always a few bad species. There are many people who regard beasts as slaves. You must keep your eyes open when choosing a master. That is equivalent to your second life. It is better not to choose the master than to choose the master randomly. Master Dai-Wu, I would like to ask, how should we choose the master? The 3 wolves asked cautiously. Being able to practice more Taoism means there are more choices. It wants to make a contract with the human race. Dai-Wu paused as he was about to leave. The 3 wolves had not seriously considered this question. The Empress is very good to it. But it has seen people treat contracted beasts poorly. Even if the contracted beast is a dragon, it is not treated well. Situations like this are an exception after all. Choose a master based on his character. Those with too serious evil thoughts will be the first to be eliminated. No matter how good a promise he makes, don't agree. By the way, when choosing a master, try to put each other on an equal footing. It's best not to sign a master-servant contract. Dai-Wu looked at the confused eyes of the beasts and added, if you have a low bloodline level, try your best to improve your strength. The stronger you are, the higher the probability you will meet someone with high moral character. After Dai-Wu finished speaking, he stopped stopping and returned to his original place. The beasts looked at each other in confusion. They understood what Lord Earth 5 said but didn't quite understand it. I want to kill you. I want you all to be buried with me. A crazy voice sounded. The 8-headed heron shouted loudly, Master Phoenix, no, the 9-headed anaconda is going to explode. The beasts began to flee. Feng Qinggran didn't move, quietly watching the anaconda struggling in the barrier. Master Phoenix, run away. The voice of the 8-headed heron was surprisingly loud. The beasts that fled were both scared and curious about why Feng Qinggran didn't run away. Feng Qinggran stepped through the air and walked toward the location of the 9-headed anaconda, one step at a time creating a lotus, and her whole body exuded an extremely dangerous aura. When Mo Jinggong saw the lotus transformed by spiritual power, a lot of the coldness in his body disappeared. His Ranran finally embarked on this path. Feng Qinggran raised his hands, and a huge seal was formed and penetrated into the barrier. In an instant, the 9-headed anaconda turned into ashes. Feng Qinggran flicked his sleeves, and a ball of light fell into his palm. It was the soul of the 9-headed anaconda. Alien fire envelops the soul. Feng Qinggran drew a few talismans and submerged them into his soul. The beasts that escaped not far away came back quietly, observing Feng Qinggran's movements. There is no more contempt as before. Even if the Hydra self-destructs when injured, it still has the strength of the Imperial Beast. A cultivator who can break through the Imperial realm and self-destruct is naturally a strong one. Feng Qinggran sent the refined soul into Wanling's mouth. The aura on Wanling's body changed, and now he can eat something rich in energy. After Wanling swallowed his soul, his thoughts were still unfinished. Immediately, it looked at the beasts with burning eyes. If it still had dissatisfaction, there must be something to eat. The beasts were stared at by all the spirits and felt cold in their hearts. Doesn't this person want to deal with them? You idiots, if you don't make a choice quickly, those who stay here will get the Master's Beast Elixir. The voice of 8 herons reached the ears of the beasts. I want to stay here. The 3 wolves were the first to stand up. I want to stay here and help you create a secret realm. The Ant King of Tianling Ant said. Fang Qingran put 1 and 3 beast pills into their hands respectively. Suddenly, the beasts were restless. If I read it correctly, it is an ancient beast pill. What ancient beast pill? Those beasts that wanted to leave the battlefield of the gods also wavered. There is still a chance after leaving, but it will be gone if the beast elixir is not needed. Seeing this, Fang Qingran gave the 8-headed herons a storage bag and several scrolls. Give them the beast elixirs and create a secret realm according to the contents and rules in the scrolls. The 8-headed heron took the thing, and Fang Qingran handed it another storage bag. This is for you alone. The 8-headed heron opened the storage bag, took a quick look, and quickly closed it. Master Phoenix, don't worry, I promise to complete the mission. 8 herons said excitedly. Fang Qingran ducked back to Mo Jinggong and said to Fang Jingyu, Jingyu, you protect them here while I go and set up the wordless monument. Du Wu saluted Fang Qingran and said, I want to go with you, is that okay? Fang Qingran thought for a moment, nodded, and then summoned Fang Yuyu and Bai Zai. Yuyu, you and Jingyu stay here. Baze, you and the 8-headed heron go to decorate the secret realm together. Fang Qingran arranged everything and took Mo Jinggong and Dai Wu to a high mountain. At this time, dark clouds began to cover the sky outside the battlefield of the gods, and lightning and thunder began to thunder. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 818 Leaderless. Fairyland. The immortals looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky, and at first they thought it was an immortal going through a calamity. But after looking at it for a while, they realized something was wrong. The black clouds were overwhelming, giving people a sense of depression that was completely different from the oppressive feeling during the tribulation. Listen, everyone in the fairy world, I advise you to quickly open the fairyland barrier and let me in, otherwise when I open the barrier, I will definitely wash out the fairyland with blood. An evil and domineering voice echoed in the fairy world. This shocked everyone who was still cultivating. When the immortals heard this voice, they all became nervous. Who wants to attack their fairyland? At the same time, Qingqiong Temple. Xiao man, what's wrong with you? Goddess Qingqiong didn't care about the sounds coming from outside the territory. But after hearing that voice, Killen's body began to tremble and his eyes looked frightened. Master, it's here, let's get out of here quickly. The barrier of the immortal realm can block people from the god realm, but it can't block it. Shaman said tremblingly. Is it an evil dragon? Goddess Qingqiong asked cautiously. The evil dragon is not only the enemy of Shaman's genocide, but also the existence that leaves an endless shadow on Shaman. Don't look at Shaman's strength being far stronger than other beasts. But it is no match for the evil dragon. It's it, that aura is unmistakable, only the aura on it can be so disgusting. Xiao man, please calm down. Let's discuss it with other immortal ancestors first. There are 4 ancient beasts in the immortal world, which is safer than outside. Goddess Qingqiong patted Xiao man's head to express comfort. If you go out now, you will definitely die. Master, none of us can be the opponent of the evil dragon. There are many monsters with the strength of the emperor around it. The evil dragon may have broken through the 9 heavens and 10 emperors. It only needs to wave its hand lightly, and all the immortals will have to be buried with it. Exclamation mark quote. Shaman's body was trembling. It thought that the evil dragon would hide in the small world forever. Now that the evil dragon has left the small world, does it mean that the evil dragon plan is completed? Shaman didn't dare to imagine that if the evil dragon beside him, who was already helping Qi Duo, really completed that step of his plan, the consequences would be disastrous. Xiao man, what is the realm of the emperor and the 9 heavens and 10 emperors? Goddess Qingqiong looked confused. Although she did not practice immortal energy, she also knew the realm of immortal cultivators. She had never heard of what Shaman said. Master, we don't have time to explain so much. Let's go find the hardware quickly. It must have a way to escape from the fairyland, or it can find a place to hide. Shaman was shaking violently. The longer he stayed for a breath, the more fear he had. Deepen 1 point. The realm the goddess asked about was from ancient times, and it was difficult to explain clearly in a short while. Seeing that Xiao man was really scared, Goddess Qingqiong said, let's go to Chang Pavilion first to find the painting scholar and the 5-clawed golden dragon. A man and a beast appeared outside Chang Pavilion in the blink of an eye. The painting scholar and the 5-clawed golden dragon also came out soon. The 5-clawed golden dragon transformed into a young man and stepped forward to comfort Xiao man. Shaman transformed from a unicorn body into a girl and threw herself into the arms of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Wajin, it's here. Is it here to let me bleed? The 5-clawed golden dragon patted Xiao man on the back. Xiao man, it probably isn't coming for you. There are 4 ancient beasts in the immortal world, as well as the Kun clan. Don't worry, as long as we unite, we will definitely have a way to deal with it. This time, Shaman's body was still trembling, but his mood was much better. Goddess Qingqiong looked at Xiao man with distress in her beautiful eyes. She only had a partial understanding of Xiao man's experience and could not understand its fear at all. The painter took a deep look at the hardware, and its clenched fist said everything. What is the goddess's opinion on this matter? Scholar Danqing asked proactively. Goddess Qingqiong shook her head. She could still say a few words about alchemy. The strength of the enemy in front of her was unknown, so she really didn't dare to give random suggestions. Master Ken, if we really want to fight the evil dragon, I'm afraid I can only provide help with elixirs. Goddess Qingqiong said bluntly. There was a bit more worry in the painting scholar's eyes. Does the evil dragon's desire to enter the fairyland mean that the outside world has become its territory? Before Fang Qingran left, he handed over the important task of guarding the fairy world to the 4 ancient beasts and Kun. The fairy world is peaceful. When the fairy world is at peace, everyone is equal and the 7 palaces are independent. It was a good thing. However, Fang Qingbran ignored it. In this case, once the immortal world was in danger, it would be equivalent to a group of dragons without a leader. Among the 7 palaces, Tianshan Palace is missing its palace owner, leaving only one commander, who is often suppressed by the other 6 palaces. The Yi family and the Chu family chose to retire and not care about matters in the immortal world. Major matters in the immortal world can only be left to the 4 ancient beasts and the giant Kun. Now that the immortal world encounters a foreign enemy, it must unite the power of all the immortals to deal with it. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the 5 beasts to convince all the immortals, and it will definitely take a lot of effort. Internal and external troubles. The problems that painting scholars worry about do exist. When Da Kun and the 4 ancient beasts sensed that the fairyland barrier was being attacked, they each had their own opinions. King Long and Suzaku thought they could go out and beat the evil dragon away. Xuanwu was always calm and did not speak easily. Bai Hu had no right to speak and had to remain silent. Do you know who the enemy is outside? Open the barrier and go out. What if the entire fairy world suffers? After all, Da Kun had been with Fang Qingwu for a while and was calm and self-possessed. Let's go out together and beat them until they pee, so what are we afraid of? King Long patted his chest confidently. Suzaku took the opportunity to squeeze it quietly, and then smiled charmingly. If we remain silent, the enemies outside will think that we are easy to bully, and there will be no end in sight. King Long was taken advantage of and glared at Suzaku, then said, the things outside are probably coming towards us. If we don't take the initiative, the barrier won't be able to resist for long. I know the boundaries they set up very well. There are many ways to break the barrier. Da Kun's pressure spread all over his body, with a bit of majesty, then we can't take the initiative to open the barrier. At least the barrier can consume their strength. We also need to tell the immortals that attacking enemies in the immortal world is very dangerous. Xuanwu said from a different angle at this time, if we don't open the barrier, will they be angry and attack other small worlds and enter the fairy world from the small world? The upper realm, the fairy realm, is at the center of the 6 realms. One place is connected to the 3,000 small worlds below. Since it is used to guide immortal cultivators to ascend, the barrier there is the weakest. Of course there are very few people who know. But who can guarantee that there will be no traitors in the fairy world? Damn it, Xuanwu, what's wrong with your brain? You can think of all this. King Long looked at Xuanwu in shock and started thinking about this problem. They were able to survive the war between the ancient gods, and they were originally meant to protect the common people. Of course they can't just think about life and death in the fairy world. The lower realm must be taken into consideration. The creatures in the small world below may not be able to fight back against this enemy. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 819 Tianshan Palace Commander. Rumble. Above the fairy world, several cracks appeared in the sky. A strange smell penetrated into the fairy world. Seeing this scene, Suzaku ducked to the crack and took a sip of Namingli, and the strange aura disappeared instantly. At the same time, more weird aura seeped in. The cracks also grew little by little with the attacks falling from outside the fairyland. King Long came to Suzaku. Suzaku, is this the breath of an evil spirit? Could it be the son of the resurrection curse? Suzaku didn't joke this time. With a solemn look on his face, it's very possible that it escaped from the sky back then, and now it's unknown to what extent it has grown. After Suzaku finished speaking, he made several seals to repair the cracks in the barrier. But when the seal touched the strange aura, it instantly lost its light. The seal is invalid. Xuanwu and Bai Hu also came to the tour at this moment. Suzaku once again released Nanming Lihiro's strange aura. You guys think of ways to strengthen the barrier so that no one from outside can come in. King Long, Xuanwu and Bai Hu worked together to create the seal. You are still alive. This is something I didn't expect. I thought you also died in that battle. A voice of surprise reached the ears of the 4 Suzakus. After briefly repairing the barrier, Suzaku asked, Evil Dragon, what exactly do you want to do? The evil dragon laughed wildly, send Bai Zhe and Kunpeng to me, and I can let everyone in the immortal world live. Not only the Suzakus heard the evil dragon's words, but all the immortals in the immortal world also heard them. The eyes of all the immortals were solemn. The evil dragon had a bad reputation. If Bai Zhe and Kunpeng fell into the hands of the evil dragon, they would definitely not end well. The evil dragon comes from the sky, and they can't fight it at all. Everyone from the 7th house gathers together. The ancestor of Yuzhu Palace was the first to speak, where are Bai Zhe and Kunpeng? Do you know? Bai Zhe's ancient strange beast knows all things. Kunpeng is the #1 mythical beast in ancient times. Its bones, blood and tendons are excellent elixirs for refining elixirs. Now that the evil dragon wants them by name, he must have concluded that they're in the immortal world. If they really don't hand them over, more immortals will suffer. I have never seen Bai Zhe and Kunpeng, the ancestor of Yuqing Palace said. And Jingge of Tianling Palace glared at all the ancestors. Don't say that we have never seen them. Even if we have seen them, we cannot give them to the evil dragon. If the things are in the fairy world, we still have a chance of survival. If they are given to the evil dragon, do you think it will let us go? Tianshan Palace Simming smiled and said, Ancestor is still thoughtful. The ancestor of Tianhan Palace said slowly, if you don't hand it over, there will definitely be danger. Handing it over may avoid the danger. The ancestor of Yuxu Palace narrowed his eyes. I just want to know where Xilong learned about Bai Zhe and Kunpeng. Needless to say, it must be those shameless people from the god realm. They tried to take away the 4 ancient divine beasts, so they spread rumors and lured the evil dragons to deal with us, so that they could reap the benefits. The ancestor of Yuqing Palace said angrily. Simming's eyes were deep, scanning the faces of each ancestor. The whereabouts of Bai Zhe and Kunpeng are unknown. It will probably take some time to find them. We should stabilize the evil dragon first. Don't forget, we have a golden dragon and a unicorn in the fairy world. Together with them, we have 6 divine beasts. Can't we deal with an evil dragon? As soon as the ancestor of Yukon Palace said this, several pairs of eyes looked at him. Are you sure that the evil dragon will attack the fairy world single-handedly? And Jingge said enigmatically, stroking his beard. The ancestor of Jade Kun Palace was stunned for a moment. You mean there are many powerful beasts behind the evil dragon? This is not to blame the Yukon Palace patriarch. By the time he was born, the War of the Gods had long since ended, and that period of history had been forgotten. Therefore, he only knew that evil dragons were notorious, but he did not understand the horror of evil dragons. The other ancestors of the 5 palaces were still unknown people when the ancient war took place, and they survived by luck. He knows a thing or two about evil dragons. As for Siming, he is much younger than the ancestor of Yukon Palace, but his expression at this moment is intriguing. However, all the palaces were focused on their evil dragon and did not notice it at all. It's not a matter to discuss here. Let's go to the sky to have a look first. It would be best if we can prevent the evil dragon from entering the fairy world. The ancestor of Tianhan Palace had already left here when he spoke. The other immortal cultivators felt a lot more at ease when they saw the ancestors from all the palaces came forward. Goddess Qingqiong and Scholar Danqing arrived at the crack in the barrier earlier. The painting scholar used essence and blood to draw several talismans. Stick it on the boundary. The crumbling barrier was once again intact. But from the paleness of his face, it can be seen at a glance that he has spent a lot of energy and blood. Goddess Qingqiong handed several pills to Scholar Danqing. Her eyes fell on Darkun. Can you contact your master? Intuition tells Goddess Qingqiong that Feng Qinggran has a way to undo the power of the immortal world. Darkun shook his head. Neither the master nor the little master could contact him. He was a little irritated. He really wanted to go out and blow the evil dragon's head off, but he couldn't. If it was alone, it could just leave immediately after killing the evil dragon. But now there are many lives below. It takes care of their life and death. Is this a sense of responsibility? The memory of Feng Qingwu flashed through Darkun's mind unconsciously. The owner was accidentally injured many times, all to protect beings like the one below. Not far away. After observing the barrier, Tianchen Palace conducted some further deductions and said solemnly, the evil dragon hasn't taken action yet, and its strength has reached the level of the co-lord of heaven and earth. If the evil dragon takes action, this barrier will not be able to withstand a few blows. What is the co-owner of heaven and earth? An ancestor asked doubtfully. Shaman and Wajan also looked at Siming with burning eyes. No one should know about the lower realm of this realm. Nowadays, most of the immortals who have grown up in the lower realm are those who have just entered the realm of cultivation. Especially this Siming, who is only tens of thousands of years old and should not know the ancient realm. Siming met Wu Jin and Xiao Man's eyes and smiled meaningfully. Immediately, Siming looked at the ancestors and said, I have deduced some things from the evil dragon. Regarding the level of cultivation, the classification and strength of the orcs are different. The level of the beast race means the level of their bloodline, and represents the limit of the growth. The real representative of strength in the beast tribe is the realm of cultivation like us. This realm of co-ownership of heaven and earth is a realm where one can follow one's heart and desire, superior to the way of heaven. I also learned from Evil Dragon that the ancient cultivation realm was very different from ours now. Siming's voice fell. Goddess Qingqiong looked at Shaman immediately. This co-lord of heaven and earth should be more powerful than the 9 heavens and 10 emperors mentioned by Xiao Man. Siming, what level of a cultivator is equivalent to the co-lord of heaven and earth you are talking about? The ancestor of Yuqing Palace looked a little bad. I'm not sure, but I'm sure it's far superior to the holy god. Siming's eyes flickered, and he managed to see the faces of the ancestors and the immortal ancestors coming from behind. They couldn't understand what it was like to have strength that was above the law of heaven. But he has clearly seen the strength of the holy god. The atmosphere suddenly became very depressing. At the same time, outside the immortal realm, a huge dragon hovers in the void, surrounded by densely packed dragons and various strange beasts. Only a 6-headed dragon is attacking the barrier. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 820 God Realm Structure. The evil dragon's clammy eyes were filled with majesty, staring at the barrier in trance. It always puts caution first in everything it does. Only when you are sure there is no danger will you act unscrupulously. After receiving the news from Soaring Snake, it learned about the situation in the immortal realm and decided to take advantage of this opportunity to take over the immortal realm. After all, the 4 ancient beasts have just awakened and must adapt to the new world laws first. The strength may not have been fully restored. Now take over the immortal realm and become the new emperor of heaven, and the 4 ancient beasts will automatically belong to it. However, Evil Dragon did not expect that there was an unpredictable barrier outside the fairyland. After the Evil Dragon noticed the existence of the barrier, it decided to make some noise first to test the situation in the fairy world. If there was really no danger, it would immediately attack the fairy world. Of course, what it said before was all a test. Those words were enough to cause the top experts in the immortal world to be in crisis, and then they all came out. But at this moment, the 6-headed dragon's attack could only weaken the barrier. If you want to open the barrier, you still need the strength of the emperor. Even if there were 4 ancient beasts, the barrier shouldn't be so strong. Exilong subconsciously thought that Master Tengshi had sent back some news. Your Majesty, there is news from the Horned Dragon attacking the God Realm. There are a bunch of weak chickens over there. They have captured 2/3 of the God Realm's territory, but... The Grey Dragon next to him looked at the Evil Dragon carefully. Think about how to say the following words. If you look closely, you can see that the Grey Dragon has deer antlers on its head instead of dragon horns. Its dragon claws are also incomplete. But what? Evil Dragon glanced at Grey Dragon. Just one glance made the Grey Dragon wish he could disappear on the spot. They cannot capture the remaining 1/3 of the territory. They are blocked by a powerful defensive formation. There is an extremely powerful formation mage among them. They also discovered the aura of the demon lord. Grey Dragon shrank his neck and finished. Why is the demon lord still alive? Evil Dragon's eyes turned cold. Zheng really succeeds more than fails. Grey Dragon immediately said, Your Majesty, after I got the news, I immediately contacted Zheng, but there was no response. I contacted his subordinate again. He said that Zheng was dead. As for why Chongzheng was alive, he didn't know. Evil Dragon seemed to have thought of something, and took out a token from the space. Pteranodon, go to the demon realm and investigate the cause of Zheng's death and the matter of Chongzhu. If you meet the demon ancestor, take out this token. Cards save your life. A dragon with 2 pairs of wings on its back flew over, took the token and left. The evil dragon's eyes were cold, looking in the direction of the fairy world. I haven't appeared for a long time, which made him forget my existence, so let's use the battle in the fairy world to promote the power of my dragon clan. When the 6-headed dragon heard this, he was about to make a big move, but was stopped by the evil dragon. Your Majesty, it's me who is useless. I haven't been able to open the barrier for so long. The 6-headed dragon said in fear. Go aside, the king needs to negotiate with the things inside, don't delay the king's affairs. Grey Dragon shouted loudly, and secretly gave the 6-headed dragon a look. The 6-headed dragon immediately hid aside. At the same time, Spirit World. At the entrance of Jiang's house, Zhu Qiang stood there, not daring to step in. One person shouted loudly, What do you Jiang family mean? We are here, but your ancestors want to imprison our strength. You are obviously trying to plot against us. Ask your ancestors to come out to see us. Since the last time the gods of the gods came back from the fairy world, the structure of the divine world has changed suddenly. Tang Jian, the Holy Lord of the Holy Land, died not long after returning to the god realm. It was at that time that Lu Kanglan and Tang Chongshu appeared with the Holy Lord's order. Ning Dongsheng, the Holy Master of the Vowel Holy Land, was seriously injured and handed over all matters concerning the Holy Land to Shen Shuli and Qin Zixuan. Shen Shuli openly resisted the King Suppression Alliance and canonized the girl as a saint. Mu Ju of Taichu Holy Land successfully survived and managed the Holy Land well. But what happened next made the gods unexpected. The Fang family and the Jiang family disbanded the Suppression Alliance and threatened to revive the Big Dipper Alliance. It attracted many retired families and strong men. They finally met the famous leader of the Big Dipper Alliance. It's just that the alliance leader has been reincarnated and is now weak. Many strong men and families who have submitted to the alliance before seem to be dissatisfied with her. Some people were even disappointed with the returning alliance leader. The cohesion of the Big Dipper Alliance is no longer what it was before. On the contrary, the Fang family and the Jiang family settled the differences with the alliance leader and united regardless of their past grudges. In fact, at this point, everyone can see that there is something wrong with the new leader. She is no longer the existence that everyone admired before, but because of some actions that favored the Fang family and Jiang family, she caused dissatisfaction among many powerful people. Especially recently, when the evil dragon's men captured the gods. She did stupid things one after another. As a result, most of the territory of the god realm was lost for no reason. It also caused some strong men to sacrifice for no reason. Nowadays, there are only 3 major holy places left in the god realm, the Beluo sect, the Fang family and the Jiang family. There are many strong people left. There are several other hidden families and some strong ones. But together, they were no match for the evil dragon's subordinates. At this moment, the powerful powers in the god realm finally understood the gap between them and the powerful ones in the sky. Finally, when the evil dragons were about to capture all the lands in the god realm, a powerful formation appeared to block their attack. This also gave all parties a chance to breathe. That formation seems to be very powerful, even if the dragons outside attack together, they can't shake it at all. After Zhu Qiang was sure that this formation could last for a long time. The forces that had been preparing to cooperate before each had other ideas. They planned to calm down the outside world first and use this time to elect a new divine king to take charge of the overall situation. The god of the god realm has not shown his face for tens of thousands of years. Even if the evil dragon comes this time, no one can contact him. They decided to re-elect the divine king, and the ancestor of the Jiang family said that he had a way to get the new divine king recognized by heaven, but this divine king could only come from the Jiang family. Of course, the Fang family was the first to stand up and object. Finally, the ancestor of the Jiang family spread the word that an election for the divine king will be held in 7 days, and the winner will be appointed as the divine king. Regardless of whether that person is from the Jiang family or not, you will still give him the power of law. But the ancestor of the Jiang family has only one request. The Jiang family will arrange the place for the election of the divine king. There is no way for all the forces to get the new divine king recognized by heaven. Zhu Qiang agreed to the request of the ancestor of the Jiang family. The purpose of selecting a new divine king was to mobilize the power of law to better fight against the evil dragon clan and protect the divine realm. Tomorrow is the day when the competition begins. Many forces came to the place prepared by the Jiang family one after another. But when they stepped here, they discovered that there was some kind of law here that restricted their own power. Now, the gods looked grim, staring at the 2 dormans standing at the entrance, waiting for their answers. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 821 God's Choice. The doorman's expression was calm. Everyone, the competition will start tomorrow. You came early, so you were restrained by the power. The ancestor is still preparing for the succession of the new god king. Why don't you go back and come back tomorrow? What do you mean? We've already come, and you're asking us to go back. One person said dissatisfied. The doorman said neither humble nor arrogantly, we have no obligation to entertain you, and the new divine king is supposed to belong to our Jiang family. You came early. The gods looked ugly, understanding that this was a threat from the Jiang family. Or maybe the Jiang family doesn't care about them at all. After all, it is impossible for them to choose a divine king due to their strength. The final candidate for the new divine king is probably from the Feng family, Jiang family and several hidden families. They came here in the first place not for the position of divine king. The Jiang family is the best territory in the entire God realm and has the most energy. They came here first, but they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get a good taste of the luck of this feng shui treasure land and absorb a little more divine power. But they didn't expect that the Jiang family wouldn't let them in yesterday, but let them in today, but this would be the result. What's the use of imprisoning strength and letting them go in early? At this time, a weak voice sounded, didn't you notice that the 3 holy lands, Biluo Palace, Feng family, etc. didn't come? They looked around and found that this was indeed the case. Everyone, if you come back tomorrow, this confinement formation will be lifted. The doorman's voice sounded again. The posts sent by the Jiang family to the major forces were also written tomorrow. It's just that this group didn't receive it. Zhu Qiang had no choice but to hesitate for a while and then retreated from the Jiang family. After they left, the doorman's attitude turned to contempt. To be honest, I don't quite understand what's the difference in letting them enter Jiang's house one day earlier and one day later. A doorman asked in confusion. The ancestor of the Jiang family stipulated that the formation must be turned off tomorrow. Before that, no matter who spoke, it was impossible to touch the Jiang family's formation. Jiang family meeting hall. The ancestor of the Jiang family took the main seat. Jiang Changfeng, the head of the family, sits on the right-hand side of the ancestor of the Jiang family. Jiang Chanyu sat on the left-hand side of the ancestor of the Jiang family. The elders of the Jiang family sat below, making eye contact several times, and glanced at Jiang Changfeng and Jiang Chanyu with complicated eyes. The left is respected. Could it be that the ancestor of the Jiang family arranged the position in this way because he wanted Jiang Chanyu to replace Jiang Changfeng? The ancestor of the Jiang family looked majestic. Everyone, the evil dragon never fights an uncertain battle. Since it can take action against the God realm, it may control the entire situation of the God realm. Standing on the opposite side of the evil dragon is a dead end. Only by standing on the side of the evil dragon can we have a chance of survival. The emergence of the protective formation will only anger the evil dragon and its subordinates. So after 7 days, the new divine king must come from our Jiang family. Only with the approval of the divine world and heaven, the Jiang family can have the capital to negotiate with the evil dragon. Our Jiang family is one of the oldest families. We must not be exterminated under my leadership. I want to protect all Jiang family members. The Jiang family ancestors' words were beyond everyone's expectations. Even Jiang Chanyu looked at the ancestor of the Jiang family in shock. Jiang Changfeng's eyes were deep and he was thinking about something. All the elders looked at each other and fell into silence. Ancestor, why? Jiang Chanyu could only ask this question. The ancestor of the Jiang family sighed deeply. Chanyu, the Jiang family has ancestral teachings. When a war breaks out, the Jiang family will be the first to take responsibility. There will be no fear of death. Do not act with loyalty. If the Jiang family has the ability to protect you, you will not do it. Destroyed by it. He immediately carried out deductions at the place where the evil dragon set up to attack the God realm. In this battle, the God realm has no chance of winning, and its chances of survival are slim. He went to the Jiang family ancestral hall and wanted to get instructions. When he unexpectedly saw the ancestors of the Jiang family appear, the instructions given to him by that light and shadow were how to protect the Jiang family and how to spy on the power of heaven. The divine king selected by the gods together can use the Jiang family's forbidden technique to seize the power of the law. He thought about it for a long time. In the process, he saw the strength of the evil dragon's subordinates, and then he understood the instructions of his ancestors. The formation cannot protect the God realm for long. Ancestor, the evil dragon is by no means a kind person. For us to take refuge in it is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. An elder said worriedly. Other elders also expressed their opinions. Ancestor, if we really side with the evil dragon, I'm afraid we will be despised by thousands of creatures. Ancestor, the evil dragon previously occupied a small world. I heard that it will completely destroy the small world. Both men and women will become its tools for trials. Ancestor, you must not do it. The evil dragon's subordinates have captured the territory of the God realm, but they will kill them all. If we cooperate with it, will it let us go after it is done? Ellipsis. Jiang Chanyu stood up and saluted the ancestor of the Jiang family. Ancestor, think twice. Once we choose to join the evil dragon, we may never be free again. We might as well unite all the forces in the God realm to deal with the evil dragon. He couldn't imagine what the divine world would be like under the rule of evil dragons. In short, at the critical moment, he could sacrifice himself to deal with the evil dragon, and he did not want the Jiang family to submit to the evil dragon. Jiang Changfeng never said a word. Since he came back from the immortal world, his fear of Jiang Chanyu has become even higher. Chanyu, you have also seen the situation of all the forces in the divine world. They cannot be united at all. Even if the divine king is elected, I am afraid that you will only be able to lead them for a while. We dare not bet on the Jiang family. The ancestor of the Jiang family explained to Jiang Chanyu. He was still very patient with his beloved grandson. Ancestor, they just don't understand the stakes involved. If we explain it clearly, they can put aside their existing grudges and concentrate on dealing with the evil dragon. There are deep grievances between all forces in the divine world. But those grievances are internal fights after all. When there is external trouble, they should all unite. After all, if they don't solve the external troubles, they will have no chance to continue fighting among themselves. Jiang Chanyu thought very simply. He always believed that those forces were unwilling to unite because they did not understand the stakes. The saint ancestor of the Jiang family looked at Jiang Chanyu's sincere eyes with mixed feelings, and there was some cruel truth. He really didn't want to tell Jiang Chanyu. The most taboo thing about the growth of a spiritual master is inner demons. Chanyu, please sit back first. Let's discuss tomorrow's competition first. You must not leak out what I just said. At the same time, Holy Land of Origin. Tang Chongzhu leaned lazily on his throne, his evil eyes scanning the angry elders and peak masters below. Liu Kanglan sat in the main seat, with a bit of chill in his warm eyes. The great elder looked at Liu Kanglan and Tang Chongzhu above, his eyes full of contempt. It's just that he didn't take the initiative to speak up. Instead, he glanced sideways at the fifth elder. The fifth elder stood up and said with a stern look, Holy Lord, you have just succeeded to the throne and we understand that you cannot make good arrangements. However, our Holy Land of Origin and Holy Land of Vowels have sworn enemies. No matter what, we cannot fight with them. Cooperate. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 822 The Order of the Holy Lord, Additional Update 1. Liu Kanglan asked slowly, does anyone have any other opinions? The third elder touched his beard and said, Holy Lord Liu, tomorrow is the Battle of the Gods. If you don't worry about the candidates, you still have time to consider the alliance here. The Vowel Holy Land is a group of old, weak, sick and disabled people. Only Shen Shuli is stronger. It's not worth our effort to unite. The sixth elder agreed, Holy Master Liu, you have just become this Holy Master, so don't be too distracted. Our first priority is the position of Divine Lord. We can discuss other matters later. The eighth elder said coldly, Holy Master Liu, why do you want to form an alliance with the Vowel Holy Land? Could it be that you were sent by the Vowel Holy Land? None of the elders had any respect for Liu Kanglan. He even deliberately ignored the existence of Tang Chongzhu. Liu Kanglan had a strange origin, and he was able to be chosen as the Holy Lord only because of the Holy Lord's order to suppress them. When Tang Jian was still alive, he took their soul breath and put it into the Holy Lord's order. It was the Holy Lord's order that they did not dare to resist, not Liu Kanglan. But since Liu Kanglan became the Holy Lord, he had never used the Holy Lord's order at all. They suspected that Liu Kanglan didn't know the secret of the Holy Lord's order. They recently suspected that the Holy Lord's order was left in the fairy world by Tang Jian. It was just a coincidence that Liu Kanglan picked it up. They couldn't tolerate being suppressed by an immortal, so they tested Liu Kanglan little by little. With Liu Kanglan's strength, he can only activate the token a limited number of times. As long as there are a few who stand out and anger Liu Kanglan, when the token expires, they can take the opportunity to take back the Holy Lord token and erase the soul breath on it. This is a countermeasure discussed by the 10 elders and the sect master. However, it is unknown what they will do after receiving the Holy Lord's order. Liu Kanglan listened quietly to what all the elders said, with a calm expression. Seeing that no one was planning to speak again, he asked in a deep voice, can the new divine monarch solve the crisis in the divine world? Is the competition prepared by the Jiang family fair? A peak leader said loudly, Holy Lord Liu, we are not qualified to decide whether the competition prepared by the Jiang family is fair or not, but the appearance of a divine king will give the divine world a backbone and prevent all forces from being in chaos like now. Like hemp. Another peak leader spoke sarcastically, Holy Master Liu, you were so concerned about the danger of the God realm. Where were you when the evil dragon's subordinates invaded the God realm? If this world-protecting formation hadn't appeared, you are afraid that you still hiding. The other elders and peak leaders also looked sarcastic. A little fairy who only hides when encountering difficulties actually wants to order them. How ridiculous. Tang Chongzhu smiled evilly, a group of ignorant people. If Brother Liu hadn't taken action, the God realm would have fallen long ago. Hey. It's a pity that Brother Liu is worried that there is a traitor in the God realm and dare not expose him for the time being. Otherwise, he will definitely ridicule these people to shame. At this time, a disciple from outside the door came in a hurry and saluted Liu Kanglan respectfully. Holy Master, Yuanyan Holy Land, Taichu Holy Land, Xuanyuan family, Wugui Pavilion, Jin family and other families have all sent officials to come and have arrived at the meeting hall. When will you go? What did you say? They're all here. Who invited them? The eighth elder stared at his disciples with wide eyes. When did the Holy Land of their origin have such a great reputation? They disdain cooperation in the Vowel Holy Land. But Xuanyuan clan and Wugui Pavilion are definitely beyond their reach. Can you tell me in detail what's going on? The great elder spoke seriously, spreading pressure. The disciple subconsciously looked at Liu Kanglan. These elders and peak masters did not like Liu Kanglan. But these disciples who have no background like it very much. After Liu Kanglan became the Holy Master, their lower-level disciples received the same resources as other disciples. Liu Kanglan even opened the library. You must know that the Holy Land was a library that lower-level disciples were never allowed to enter. Since then, their strength has grown by leaps and bounds, and they no longer have the oppression of the past. When the disciples saw Liu Kanglan nodding, he said, these are all invited by the Holy Lord himself. They're here only for the Holy Lord's sake. How is this possible? How can he, a little immortal, persuade Wugui Pavilion, which has not been released for 10,000 years? The fifth elder looked in disbelief. Also disbelieving are the other elders and peak masters. I really said that I couldn't move, and they didn't do it for my sake. Everyone is focused on the election of the divine king in the divine world. You can stay here and continue to discuss the matter of the divine king. Liu Kanglan said, stood up and walked out. Tang Chongzhu's figure flashed and he was already outside. Stop. You have no control over such a big matter. If you offend Wugui Pavilion and the Xuanyuan clan, our Holy Land of Origin will be doomed. The great elder's pressure spread and he shouted sternly. Holy Master Liu, you should stay here and let us, the great elder, go to meet the guests. The fifth elder said. The third elder warned coldly, Holy Lord Liu, what you took is the Holy Lord Order of the Holy Land of Origin, not the Holy Lord Order of the entire God realm. Don't forget, you don't even know the powerful ones in the God realm. After hearing what they said, the disciples were very angry. The gentleness between Liu Kanglan's brows and eyes disappeared, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes as he looked at his disciple. You and Brother Tang go over first, and I'll clean up the door. The disciple prepares to go out. HMPH. Wait, no one is allowed to leave. He is a demon who has gone out. Do you want the face of our holy land of origin? After the great elder finished speaking, he gave one of the peak masters a look. The peak master hesitated for a moment and attacked Liu Kanglan. The elders just looked at this scene coldly. They thought that Liu Kanglan would definitely come up with the Holy Lord order. As long as Liu Kanglan's strength was consumed and the token was taken, everything would be done. They actually didn't plan to take action so early. But the appearance of Wugui Pavilion and Xuanyuan clan told them that they could not delay it any longer. If Liu Kanglan gets the support of these two parties, he will have to take it into account if he wants to get rid of him in the future. It would be better to kill Liu Kanglan before he has grown up. As for who invited the forces in the assembly hall, they didn't believe it was related to Liu Kanglan at all. A little Liu Kanglan. It is absolutely impossible to have such a big appeal. Liu Kanglan looked at the oncoming attacks and remained calm and calm. Even though he was no match for the peak master in front of him, he had no intention of avoiding him. Holy Master, the disciple shouted in fear, trying to rush forward to block the peak master's attack. Liu Kanglan frowned slightly, and kicked the disciple away with one foot. Then a pink figure appeared. Bang bang bang. The figure was as fast as lightning, and the peak master was caught off guard with a few kicks. Wait for the figure to fall. The peak master was already lying on the ground. A beautiful girl stepped on the peak master and looked around. Kanglan, why are you talking nonsense to a bunch of old guys? If you ask me, if you give them a beating, I guess you will be honest. Liu Kanglan looked at the girl with a smile on his face. Okay. Holy Master Liu, what do you mean? Snapped. A slap fell on the great elder's face. A delicate voice sounded, all you do is fight within yourself all day long, and the external troubles are not solved. Internal fighting will only bring you destruction. So next, all the elders and peak masters had to be beaten. They tried to resist, but they ended up getting beaten even harder. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 823. Hand it all over. Soon. The scoldings of the elders and peak masters turned into begging for mercy. He is no longer as arrogant as before. They never thought that there was such a powerful person beside Liu Kanglan. With just his bare hands, his protective barrier was broken, leaving them unable to fight back. When they begged for mercy one after another to no avail, they finally realized that begging Luan Jin was of no use. They began to beg Liu Kanglan for mercy. Holy Lord Liu, we were wrong. I didn't mean to resist you. We were just thinking about the Holy Land. We were worried and would cause chaos. Sage Lord Liu, please spare your life. We will never dare to resist you again. Whatever you say will be whatever you say. Holy Master Liu, please stop her quickly. If we continue like this, we will die. Our death will be a loss to the God realm. There are still enemies waiting for us outside. Liu Kanglan gently flicked his sleeves and said, Luan Jin, come here. Luan Jin stopped his movements and jumped to Liu Kanglan's side. Identification completed. A group of false gods. Their physical fitness is not as good as that of ancient immortal cultivators. Liu Kanglan handed Luan Jin a whole roasted chicken. The roasted chicken was wrapped in oil paper and was still warm. The moment you take it out, the aroma overflows. Luan Jin grabbed the roast chicken, tore off a spicy chicken leg, stood aside and ate it. The corners of Liu Kanglan's lips curled up slightly, and he withdrew his gaze, falling on the elders and peak masters. Their eyes widened as they watched the girl who was so cruel before turn into a cute one. Everyone, since I have become the Holy Lord, then my rules must be followed here. As long as your greed and selfishness are not directed at the Holy Land, I will not care. Liu Kanglan looked at the gods with cold eyes, no longer looking at Luan before. The warmth of Jinshi. The gods looked at each other, suppressing the hatred that appeared in their eyes. They begged for mercy with their mouths, but not in their hearts. They are currently afraid of Luan Jin, so they surrendered to Liu Kanglan first. In the future, they will definitely find a way to get rid of Liu Kanglan. In any case, they can't always let Liu Kanglan ride on their head. Holy Master Liu, I will obey your arrangements. The great elder lowered his head and said, Kanglan, if you ask me, just kill them all. Keeping them will sooner or later be a disaster. Anyway, they have a lot of evil thoughts, so it wouldn't be a pity to kill them. Luan Jin bit the chicken leg and said vaguely. When the gods heard this, their bodies trembled unconsciously. Miss Luan Jin, we sincerely admit our mistakes, please show your respect. Luan Jin's eyes rolled. Do you really know that you were wrong? The gods nodded wildly. Okay, hand over all your treasures, including but not limited to those in the storage space, but also all the treasures you hide in other places. Luan Jin stared at the gods, as if to see through all their thoughts. The gods clearly didn't want to give. At this point, they have accumulated countless treasures, which are resources, as well as their heritage and confidence. All given to Luan Jin. They will have to start over again in the future, which is absolutely not okay for them. Girl, we can give you all the treasures, but you have to let us go. The second elder took the initiative to offer the storage space. Luan Jin activated the power in her body, and the storage ring floated in front of Liu Kanglan's eyes. Puff. The second elder spit out a mouthful of blood. The moment Liu Kanglan got the ring, the mark of the soul on it had been erased. The second elder was trembling all over. He deliberately added a high-level restriction to test Luan Jin's strength. Luan Jin actually erased the mark easily. Although the second elder was injured, he was still thankful that there was nothing in the ring. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Luan Jin looked at the second elder with her pretty eyes and waved her sleeves. I saw another storage ring floating out from the second elder's body. The storage ring also fell into Liu Kanglan's hands. How is this possible? The second elder was extremely shocked. Why did the things he had hidden in his consciousness appear directly? The second elder was surprised and wanted to grab the ring. A barrier blocked the way of the second elder. No, if this thing falls into our hands, it becomes ours. Luan Jin said with a smile. The other elders and peak masters all panicked. Lu Yinjin's eyes swept over them one by one. If you are interested, hand it over voluntarily. If you don't want to hand it over, then I will send you to bliss as soon as possible. Lu Yinjin didn't feel any psychological burden from robbing them. Don't go too far. Why should we give you our things? The fifth elder said, unconvinced. The gods did not notice that when this fast began, the fourth elder disappeared. It's okay if you don't give it. You can go out first. Lu Yinjin sent the second elder out directly, then took the last bite of meat and looked at the fifth elder. Lu Yinjin clapped his hands. You seem very unconvinced. The fifth elder received the first elder's look and said loudly with a pig-headed face, I'm just not convinced. How can any holy master treat the elder like this? After beating him, he still wants to take away all the treasures. If every holy master could learn this, you. Boom. The fifth elder fell to the ground. The gods did not see how Lu Yinjin took action. Less than half an hour. The fifth elder has become dying and has completely stopped. I said you were a false god and couldn't resist being beaten. You still didn't believe it. Do you believe it now? After Lu Yinjin finished speaking, her eyes swept across the gods. This time, there was only ferocity in her eyes. If these gods dared to kill Liu Kanglan again, she wouldn't mind killing them all. Some peak masters smiled to please, walked up to Liu Kanglan, gave all the storage items to Liu Kanglan, and wiped away the marks. If the green hills are left, there is no need to worry about no firewood. They don't want to become cripples like the fifth elder. The great elder's face was gloomy and he stared at Lu Yinjin. Seeing that they all handed over their things, he also took out a storage ring. Liu Kanglan accepted everything, said nothing, and led Lu Yinjin away directly. The elders watched them leave and had no intention of pursuing them again. Great elder, what should we do? The third elder asked. Everyone goes back to heal your wounds first. We have to go to Jiang's house tomorrow. We will talk about other things later. After the elder said this, he disappeared. The gods looked at each other for a few times and left here one after another. Only the sixth elder stepped forward to help the fifth elder. You tell me, you know the danger, why do you still come forward? The fifth elder was trembling and helped up by the sixth elder. You will always be a puppet when you are controlled by others. How can a puppet have the qualification to decide his own behavior? Sixth, I am afraid that there can only be one between us and the Holy Land. The sixth elder did not understand the profound meaning of the fifth elder's words. Instead, he asked, Fifth elder, do you feel that you have forgotten a lot of things since you came back from the fairy world? The fifth elder said, my memory of the immortal world is very vague, and I have no specific memories. To be honest with you, fifth elder, I suspect that we have never been to the fairy world at all. I have no impression of the Wen Yun the Ning Dongsheng brought back from the fairy world. There are also the Feng family and the Jiang family. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 824 False God. Holy Land of Origin. The meeting hall. When Liu Kanglan arrived, the atmosphere in the room was quite harmonious. Miu Ju sat alone at the bottom, looking at everyone present with confused eyes. Miu Ju didn't understand why Feng Jun's could become the young master of Wugui Pavilion. I don't even understand the meaning of the vowel Holy Land only sending Qin Zixuan. The ones coming from the Biluo sect were the sect leader and Feng Yushi. Ever since Tang Chongzhu came in, Feng Yushi had looked frightened and lowered her head without daring to look at Tang Chongzhu. The Xuanyuan family sent a woman, and I heard that this woman was the current head of the family. The Qin family is even more outrageous. The person they sent turned out to be Qin Hanyan, the saint of the Holy Land of Vowels. When did she become the head of the Qin family? Miu Ju had never even seen a few other people. They did occasionally communicate with others. Miu Ju also gradually understood that these are all hidden families. Sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. Liu Kanglan's gentle voice sounded, and everyone's eyes fell on him. The members of the Hidden World family were very curious as to what kind of existence could give face to both Wugui Pavilion and Xuanyuan clan. When they realized Liu Kanglan's strength, they were filled with surprise. He was just an ordinary cultivator. On the contrary, the strength of the girl behind him is unfathomable. Brother Liu, you are finally here, tell us quickly what your next plan is. Qin Zixuan looked at Liu Kanglan with eyes full of admiration. He didn't know about others, but Liu Kanglan really saved the God realm this time. If it weren't for Liu Kanglan setting up a boundary protection formation, he was afraid that he would have died under the attack of those things. It's not just the God realm that's suffering. The evil dragon and its elite are attacking the immortal realm. We don't have much time to breathe. Feng Jun's voice sounded. The Tushan clan leader's expression suddenly changed. Young Master Feng, do you really mean what you said? Feng Jun's took out a jade slip and threw it to the gods. After the gods finished reading, they all looked solemnly. Liu Kanglan was the last one to get the scroll. He did not look at the scroll immediately. Liu Kanglan said warmly, I have a question that I need you to answer. Which of you practices the ancient system? Qin Zixuan looked confused. Those from the Hidden World family looked at Liu Kanglan with sharp eyes. History has long been erased. How does Liu Kanglan know these things? They had always suspected that the mysterious man had not completely left, so they never dared to reveal that they knew the ancient skills. Now Liu Kanglan asked this question. All they have is endless doubt. Xuanyuan Linglong looked at Liu Kanglan with his eyes, and then looked at Feng Jun's. Feng Jun's gave Xuanyuan Linglong a calm look. Brother Liu, what is the ancient system? Qin Zixuan was the first to lose his temper. Liu Kanglan got the answer from everyone's expressions. It turned out that what he saw in the records of the Holy Land of Origin was true. After the War of the Gods, there is no strong person anymore. The realm after becoming a god is all empty. It is not selfish for us to conceal the correct method of cultivation. There was once a hidden family that tried to renounce the ancient method of cultivation. As a result, they were all wiped out the next day, and several families were wiped out because of this. The head of a hidden family said seriously. In the past, the truth always came out to the public. He didn't want his family to fall into a position of being despised by all living beings. What is the correct method of cultivation? The palace master of Biluo Palace looked gloomy and spoke in a bad tone. Today's gods are all false gods. There is no such thing as a god in the correct way of cultivation. The exercises you are practicing now are wrong and are the result of deliberate efforts by those with ulterior motives. Feng Jun's explained unhurriedly. The smile on Qin Zixuan's face continued. The heads of the Biluo sect and Feng Yushi looked extremely ugly. Qin Hanyan still looked as cold as ice, his beautiful eyes calm. Mu Ju couldn't accept Feng Jun's words at all, and stood up suddenly. They're all wrong. How is this possible? Can our own strength still be faked? He had worked hard for countless years and finally reached this level and strength. The result told him that the path he took before was all wrong. Mu Ju can't accept it. Can he still turn back if he makes the wrong path in cultivation? What if he goes back to rebuild and his lifespan is not long enough? Don't be anxious, Holy Master Taichu. Young Master Feng's statement is not accurate enough. It is okay to practice according to your current method, but this road is a dead end. Those so-called Taoist laws that are superior to heaven and earth have nothing to do with you. Xuan Yuan Linglong was patient, explaining. But her explanation was even more unacceptable to Mu Ju. Mu Ju's face turned pale and he murmured, no wonder, since I broke through the holy secret, I can no longer make progress. Even the caves I opened are not as good as those recorded in ancient books. Qin Zixuan glanced around, and it seemed that except for the Hidden World family, few others looked good. So these are probably true. Qin Zixuan asked seriously, what is the correct training system? Silent. You said there is no realm of gods. How were the levels divided in ancient times? Qin Zixuan asked another question. The Tantai clan leader and several others looked at each other and said, tempering the body, opening the pulse, entraining the chi, building the foundation, golden elixir, transforming the spirit, peering into the sky, true immortal, golden immortal, immortal emperor, immortal saint, and immortal king. Quasi-emperor, emperor, 9 heavens and 10 emperors, co-lord of heaven and earth. In ancient times, breaking through to the realm of divine transformation meant stepping into the ranks of the powerful. They can also practice Taoism and control the rules of heaven and earth. Those subordinates outside the evil dragon are practicing the ancient system. At that time, apart from the differences in martial arts and Tao methods, the human race and the beast race had very similar strength levels. Actually, the divine power we are cultivating now is just a stronger fairy power. The Tantai clan leader looked at the crowd and couldn't help but say a few more words. The truth is somewhat cruel. But their reclusive family has no choice. In order not to destroy the clan, they can only hide and study some of the skills left by their ancestors. They had also thought about secretly disclosing the correct cultivation methods to the public before. However, all failed. Those skills cannot be engraved on anything, they can only be transmitted with spiritual consciousness. Some families took the risk once, only to be met with genocide. Therefore, there are fewer and fewer ancient families, and eventually there are only a few left. Now the evil dragons have begun to attack the god realm. How can there be eggs in a full nest? If I don't say anything else, I'm afraid the entire god realm will be destroyed. It may be a little late to announce it at this time, but when the god realm falls, they will definitely be at the forefront. Some things must be passed down after all. Thinking of this, the Tantai clan leader felt that the endless years of depression in his heart were finally dissipated. The realm that had been stuck for several years was immediately loosened. The coercion revealed on his body was unbearable to half of the people present. Qin Zixuan's face turned pale. Aren't you afraid of annihilation if you tell the truth now? Chief Tantai smiled easily. I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid, but now that the god realm has reached this point, I only regret it. Tantai, Xuan Yuan Linglong suddenly shouted nervously. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 825 Star Spread Grass, additional update 2. Chief Tantai felt a fishy taste in his throat, and warm liquid flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Xuan Yuan Linglong ducked over to the Tantai clan leader to check on his physical condition. How is this possible? Xuan Yuan's exquisite and beautiful face was full of panic, and she poured her own immortal power into the body of the Tantai clan leader. Several hidden families saw this scene and said anxiously, it's true. Those mysterious people must have put a curse on us. If we tell the truth, we will die. The leader of the Tantai clan had begun to bleed from his orifices. The more immortal power Xuan Yuan Linglong sends to him, the faster his 8 extraordinary meridians will break. The source of everything cannot be traced. The body of the Tantai clan leader was destroyed by unknown forces. Qin Hanyan walked up to the two of them and said to Xuan Yuan Linglong, can you let me see his physical condition? Xuan Yuan Linglong gave way. Qin Hanyan put his hand on the wrist of the Tantai clan leader, his beautiful eyes slightly focused. Is there any problem? Qin Hanyan couldn't believe it. After checking again, there was still no problem. But the blood flowing out from the Tantai clan leader in front of him was already black, which was obviously abnormal. Qin Hanyan realized that it was probably her lack of strength. So no problem can be found. Clan Chief Xuan Yuan, I am not strong enough. You should check his 8 extraordinary meridians as I told you and tell me how he feels. Qin Hanyan said unusually calmly. Okay, Xuan Yuan Linglong nodded in agreement. Feng Jun's teleported and stopped several of the clan leaders who were about to leave the hidden world. Are there any of you who can escape now? Can those greedy people let us go by avoiding them? Chief Tushan said in a trembling voice. Young Master Feng, it's not that we want to leave, but we can't bear the curse. Our clan is dying day by day, with only a few single seedlings left. I don't want to wipe out the clan. Another clan leader agreed. Young Master Feng, in this situation, what's the point of us staying? Tang Chongzhu's lazy voice sounded, guys, I have a question. There are only immortals in this system, but the demons practice with demonic energy. How can they cultivate immortals? Several clan leaders were silent. Feng Jun spoke out, if you replace the word, fairy, with the word, magic, you will be in the realm of the demon clan. When Tang Chongzhu got the answer, he smiled evilly, heads of the clan, there are formations and barriers here. You'd better not leave without authorization. There might be danger waiting for you outside. The clan leaders thought for a while and decided to sit back. Others were digesting what Chief Tantai said. Holy Lord Taichu, what do you think of this matter? The head of the Biluo sect asked. There is no end to the path of cultivation. I have already reached the end. We have all been deceived. Mu Ju's eyes were full of unwillingness. Bilugong's expression changed slightly. Holy Lord Taichu, it is common for you to encounter bottlenecks in your practice. Is it possible that there is something wrong with your technique? Mu Ju shook his head. How long did it take for the evil dragon's subordinates to capture the god realm? Less than 3 days. After hearing this, Mu Ju said with a serious expression, didn't you notice? Even if we are the holy god in the god realm, when we faced those beasts, they fell in less than 1 turn. The evil dragon comes from the sky, and the sky has the most ancient inheritance. The evil dragon must have the correct method of cultivation, so we can't defeat them. No matter how hard we work to cultivate and improve our strength, we will never be their opponents. If we accept wrong guidance, we will never be stronger than them. After Mu Ju finished talking, he became even more frustrated. Seeing this, the leader of the Biluo sect looked away and felt heavy. After all, those present who knew the ancient techniques were in the minority. If these hidden families who knew the existence of the ancient system were all dead, does that mean that all practitioners can only take the wrong path? Everyone is taking a wrong path, and this path may become the only correct path. At this moment, the Biluo sect was looking forward to the death of the Tantai clan leader. At this time, Qin Hanyan took out a golden spiritual plant and handed it to Xuanyu and Linglong. This is the star spread grass. It can put him into suspended animation and maybe save him. Qin Hanyan's soul has not fully recovered and cannot refine the elixir. There is no way to touch the curse. I can only think of this method. Xuanyu and Linglong looked at the star spread grass and hesitated. Feng Jun's eyes were dark. Her aunt, who used to be decisive in the past, finally exposed her softer side. Feng Jun's did not interfere with Xuanyu and Linglong's behavior. The Tantai clan leader grabbed the spiritual grass and put it into his mouth with difficulty, but he didn't even have the strength to swallow it. Xuanyu and Linglong immediately used her immortal power to send the star spread grass into his body. His body gradually lost its vitality and his blood stopped flowing. How is he? Xuanyu and Linglong asked tremblingly. Dead, but there is a way to preserve the body. Qin Hanyan didn't know why, but she subconsciously avoided many words and didn't say them. Xuanyu and Linglong was sad at first, and then she met Qin Hanyan's beautiful eyes, and there seemed to be some message hidden in them. Xuanyu and Linglong's eyes flickered, and with a wave of his hand, the body of the Tantai clan leader disappeared. Everyone looked at Xuanyu and Linglong sitting down in despair. Qin Zixuan's face was full of apologies. He used to be shameless, but now he didn't have the courage to apologize. He seemed to have killed someone. Sister, is there really no way to save him? Qin Zixuan sent a message to Qin Hanyan. Qin Hanyan has been in a coma since arriving at the Qin family. It wasn't until Tang Chongzhu and Liu Kanglan appeared that they woke her up. Later, Qin Hanyan took off Chanhuan and revealed his true face. The head of the Qin family immediately recognized the almost similar faces of Qin Hanyan and Qin Keqing. The head of the Qin family gave Qin Hanyan the position of young master of the Qin family. If Qin Keqing hadn't chosen to follow the Lord of Heaven, the head of the Qin family must be Qin Keqing. Qin Zixuan has never met Qin Keqing, but he likes this cousin who appears very much. I don't know, Qin Hanyan said coldly. Some things, before the truth is unknown, the fewer people know about them, the better. Brother Liu, you called us here today not just for the ancient cultivation system, right? Feng Jun's voice broke the silence. Liu Kanglan nodded. There is also the election of the Divine Lord tomorrow. I hope that the new Divine Lord will not be from the Feng family or the Jiang family. I don't want our own forces to be at war with each other. If we meet each other, we should try our best to stop the fight and reserve our strength to deal with the next enemy. Mu Ju glanced around with strange eyes. What we practice is all fake. How can we win the competition between gods and kings? If the Feng family and the Jiang family don't know the correct techniques, even ghosts won't believe it. The palace master of Biluo Palace echoed. We are just here to watch the fun. How can we decide on the candidate for the new Divine Lord? Liu Kanglan's eyes fell on Mu Ju and the master of Biluo Palace. Why do you two think I invited you here? He invited Mu Ju and Biluo sect to come here, using the name of Wugui Pavilion. After Feng Jun's found out that his junior sister was Feng Qingran, she agreed to most of his requests. The Divine Realm's protective formation was completed, and Wugui Pavilion's help was indispensable. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 826 Changing the Person in Power. Mu Ju looked at Liu Kanglan in confusion and said, you came to us for the election of the God King, didn't you? Tang Chongzhi's lazy voice sounded, the Holy Lord has a very high position for himself. If we were to elect the Divine Lord, we wouldn't call you 3 Holy Lands and Biluo sect. Just relying on these few members of the Hidden World family is totally possible. Of course Tang Chongzhu's words were understood by Mu Ju and the head of the Biluo sect. Yes, Brother Liu, why do you want us from the Holy Land of Vowels to come? Our Holy Land is a group of old, weak, sick and disabled, so we can't help much. Qin Zixuan looked at Liu Kanglan in surprise. Holy Master Liu, if you have anything to say, just say it directly and don't show off. The head of Biluo sect said with displeasure on his face. Liu Kanglan spoke slowly. Where you are, there were ancestors who joined the Big Dipper Alliance, and were persecuted to varying degrees by the Suppression Alliance. The Holy Land of Vowels is the same as the Holy Land of Origin. The old Holy Master died very suddenly, and there was no handover between the new Holy Master and the old Holy Master. And Tang Jian is a pawn inserted into the Holy Land of Origin by the Suppression Alliance. As for Holy Lord Yuan Yin, he is not a pawn of the Suppression Alliance, but they left Holy Lord Ning behind just to capture more people from the Lord of Heaven's side. The original leader of Biluo sect was the Lord of Heaven. Biluo sect is a place she created for women. She definitely doesn't want this place to eventually become a place where women are imprisoned. The Holy Land of Taichu is the one with the most complete inheritance and preservation so far. The Qin family is well behaved in the God realm and has always been wise to protect themselves. But when they had a Qin Keqing, it is absolutely impossible for the Feng family and the Jiang family to trust the Qin family. What Lu Kanglan said left everyone confused. Holy Lord Lu, what is your purpose for saying these words? Mu Ju felt uneasy in his heart. When necessary, I won't talk to you too much. Holy Master Yuanyin, Holy Master Taichu, and Master Biluo, please abdicate. Lu Kanglan's voice was gentle, but it carried an unquestionable sense of oppression. If he was still in the demon realm, he wouldn't care what happened to the God realm. But now that he is in the God realm, the crisis in the God realm is related to him. Lu Kanglan needs to set up a more powerful formation to protect the God realm. And he had previously investigated that if he wanted to protect the entire God realm, the best location for the formation would be within the forces he invited today. With Fang Jun's as a guarantee, the hidden family all agreed to cooperate with him. But even if the Qin family, the three Holy Lands and the Biluo sect openly agreed to cooperate with him, he would not be at ease. The head of the Qin family is accustomed to protecting himself. If a traitor appears and his eyes are moved, it will endanger the entire God realm. So the Qin family must now be controlled by his people. Not to mention the Biluo sect, since the Lord of Heaven abdicated, the current sect leader has completely become a lackey of the Feng family. Next to the three holy places. The Holy Land of Origin is now under his control, and the position of the formation eye has been selected. Ning Dongsheng of the Vowel Holy Land has always believed that Wen Yun was the former Lord of Heaven and could never be the Holy Lord again. Mu Ju and Ning Dongsheng have a close relationship, and they can no longer serve as the Holy Master of the Holy Land of Taichu. Holy Master Lu, you don't think that you, a little immortal, can soar into the sky after becoming the Holy Master? The head of the Biluo sect will not have your turn. The head of the Biluo sect looked gloomy and stared at Lu Kanglan coldly. HMPH, Holy Lord Lu is so loud. Why do you think that I will be willing to abdicate just because you say a word? Let me tell you, the Holy Land of Vowels will always be mine, and there is no way I will give up my position as Holy Lord. Ning Dongsheng walked in from outside, followed by Shen Shuli. Dongsheng, you're okay, how great is that? When Mu Ju saw Ning Dongsheng, he seemed to have seen his backbone, and his eyes burst with hope. When Ning Dongsheng saw Mu Ju, his face was full of anger. I have always been fine, but he Shen Shuli always used the excuse of my physical injury to take away the rights in my hands little by little. Mu Ju looked at Shen Shuli seriously. Do you know what crime you committed below? Without even looking at Mu Ju, Shen Shuli walked towards Lu Kanglan and saluted. Holy Master Lu, someone brought it to you, but the Holy Master's order was not found. Ha ha ha, of course you can't find the Holy Lord's order. I have given the Holy Lord's order to Miss Wen Yun. She said that she will protect our Vowel Holy Land forever. Ning Dongsheng said excitedly. Shen Shuli's expression changed suddenly when he heard this. Are you crazy? You actually gave something to a counterfeit. The pressure around Mu Ju spread. Dongsheng is the Holy Lord, so he naturally has the right to deal with the Holy Lord's orders. Also, Miss Wen Yun is the reincarnation of the Lord of Heaven. Why do you slander her? Mu Ju initially suspected that there was something wrong with Wen Yun. But after several contacts with Wen Yun, he determined that Wen Yun was the true Lord of Heaven. Mu Ju looked at Lu Kanglan again. Not only did Dongsheng's Holy Lord's order be given to Miss Wen Yun, but my Holy Lord's order was also given to her. The Lord of Heaven has returned this time, and we are all willing to submit to her. Qin Zixuan, who was still struggling at first, surrendered after hearing Mu Ju and finally couldn't help but stand up. Master, Holy Master Mu, I respect you as elders, so I am very grateful for your cultivation of me. Qin Zixuan bowed politely and saluted, then stood up and looked at him with respect. Qin Zixuan said with a cold face, but I have to say one thing, you really have bad eyesight. How does that Wen Yun look like the Lord of Heaven? Just with that face. Why is everything such a coincidence? After Wen Yun appeared, the Suppression Alliance was disbanded, but the Feng family and the Jiang family still strongly supported Wen Yun in establishing the Big Dipper Alliance. Those strong men who have returned to the Big Dipper Alliance, have they ever come out again? There are many problems. If you think carefully, you can find that Wen Yun is a fake, but you are obsessed with believing in yourself, or you don't want to admit it at all. Snapped. Ning Dongsheng slapped Qin Zixuan hard on the face. Traitor, shut up. Qin Zixuan looked at Ning Dongsheng with burning eyes. Master, you handed over the Holy Lord order to a person of unknown origin without authorization. Have you ever thought about the disciples in the sect? This is the last time I call you master. From that slap in the fairy world to this slap today, the fate between you and me as master and disciple is over. After Qin Zixuan finished speaking, he knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Ning Dongsheng, regardless of Ning Dongsheng's reaction. Ning Dongsheng's body trembled slightly, and he looked at the blood marks on the left side of Qin Zixuan's face, with a hint of guilt in his eyes. Dongsheng, don't forget his plan for the Holy Land of Vowels. If some disciples hadn't discovered it early and you had given the Holy Lord order to Miss Wen Yun for safekeeping in advance, we would have been in trouble now. Mu Ju reminded in a low voice. Ning Dongsheng suddenly came back to his senses, his guilt disappeared, and he looked at Qin Zixuan with only cold eyes. Qin Zixuan, who was about to turn around and leave, turned around when he heard this and said, wait a minute, what does Holy Master Mu mean? If you have something to say clearly, I won't take the blame for wooming. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 827 Order from the head of the Qin family. Ning Dongsheng waved his hand. Since you and I have severed the master-disciple relationship, there are certain matters that I will no longer pursue. Qin Zixuan had a sneer on his face. Holy Lord Ning, it's better to speak frankly. I don't like to hear such ambiguous words, and I don't want to be saddled with unfounded charges in the future. Seeing Qin Zixuan's attitude, Mu Ju stepped forward and said, your life was saved by the impostor in your mouth. Do you still remember that when you returned to the God Realm, your Qin family and Yuanyan Holy Land were besieged? Quote. Qin Zixuan nodded. Mu Ju continued, that's because two disciples found a biography of the Lord of Heaven in your courtyard, which was filled with your admiration for the Lord of Heaven. They sent that book to the Suppression Alliance before we returned to the God Realm. The Suppression Alliance immediately surrounded the Yuanyan Holy Land and the Qin family. We are just waiting for the order to kill you. Fortunately, Miss Wenyun returned to the God Realm and stopped the Suppression Alliance's actions. Later, the Feng family and the Jiang family were afraid of her and disbanded the Suppression Alliance. You and the Qin family also escaped a disaster because of this. It's okay if you are not grateful, but you are still slandering Miss Wenyun behind your back. Qin Zixuan, you are such a white-eyed wolf. Dongsheng treats you as his disciple with all his heart and soul. You are not grateful at all and you betrayed him. Mu Ju's eyes were full of anger and he almost pointed at Qin Zixuan's nose and cursed. Qin Zixuan sneered and said, I'm sorry, the King Suppression Alliance will let me and the Qin family go, because it is the face of the young master of Wugui Pavilion, not the face of the impostor. After Qin Zixuan finished speaking, he took a deep look at Ning Dongsheng and said to Shen Shuli, Uncle Shen, I am a junior after all. It is up to you to reveal some things. Hidden things must be exposed. Everyone present, except for the head of the Biluo sect and Fang Yushi, who were restless, looked like they were watching a good show. The hidden family has been in seclusion for many years, and their understanding of the Holy Land has long faded. According to the records of their ancestors, the status of the Holy Land in the God Realm is very high, and all strong men have to sell the Holy Land to save their face. The Holy Land's heritage at that time was unmatched by the Hidden World family. In the battle between the ancient gods, the Holy Land suffered heavy losses, and not even its inheritance was left behind. That's why the Holy Land looks like this now. Revealing what? Mu Ju looked at Shen Shuli in confusion. Ning Dongsheng looked embarrassed, and a bad premonition came to his heart. Shen Shuli clenched his fists and stared at Ning Dongsheng with a heavy look. Back then, Peak Master Ji led the entire Peak's disciples into a secret realm in order to kill all evil spirits. After he entered the secret realm, it was immediately closed. The 5 holy gods must work together to open the secret realm again. In the end, we didn't find all the 5 holy gods, and we couldn't open the secret realm, so they were trapped in it and never got out. But why didn't you tell me? You have a token in your hand that can open the secret realm. Shen Shuli stared at Ning Dongsheng and tried his best to control himself. Mu Ju looked at Ning Dongsheng in surprise. He and Ning Dongsheng broke up in the first place because he did not send the Holy Spirit to help open the secret realm. At that time, he received the news that the Alliance was plotting against Ning Dongsheng, so he did not lend the Holy Spirit to the Val Holy Land. But if Ning Dongsheng had a token that could open the barrier and blamed him, things would not be that simple. Dongsheng, do you really have the token? Mu Ju looked at Ning Dongsheng with complicated eyes. Is Ning Dongsheng always plotting against him? Shen Shuli, who did you listen to? You and Qin Zixuan performed this act just to seize power, right? I tell you, it's impossible. The Holy Land of Vowels will always be mine. You, Qin Zixuan, and that other saint, they're no longer from my Val Holy Land. Ning Dong's eyes were filled with panic as he pretended to be strict. Anyway, he is the Holy Lord now, and the Holy Lord order has been hidden by him. As long as he is still the Holy Lord, it is impossible for this group of people to control the Val Holy Land. He had never seen the new saint since he returned to the God Realm, and naturally he would not recognize her. Ning Dongsheng, he never wants to argue with you. If it weren't for his concession, the position of Holy Lord would not be yours. Why can't you tolerate him? Shen Shuli's eyes almost turned red. Shen Shuli knew Ning Dongsheng very well. Ning Dongsheng's hesitation just now explained everything. Why did everyone say that I took the position of Holy Lord based on my ability and that it was the result of his concession? Since he loves to give in so much, I also asked him to get rid of evil spirits. From then on, he became famous far and wide. Isn't that wrong? Ning Dongsheng after saying that, he couldn't stop laughing. Only the existence of death can solve his inner demons. The Holy Land of Vowels should be his, and no one can stop him. Ning Dongsheng, you are looking for death. Shen Shuli finally couldn't help it, and stepped forward to pull Ning Dongsheng into the field. Mu Ju nervously called out Ning Dongsheng's name, but no one responded. Mu Ju fell down on his chair, feeling very sad. Why did things develop to this situation? At this moment, a figure hurriedly came from outside. He saluted Lu Kanglan and said, Holy Master, the Qin family master knows all the truth and is willing to submit to us. The Qin family also has a secret guard outside who wants to see Miss Qin Hanyan. Can. After Lu Kanglan finished speaking, Lu and Jin disappeared. After a while, a secret guard appeared in front of everyone. Lu and Jin stood beside Lu Kanglan as if he had never left. The secret guard looked around with confused eyes, walked to Qin Hanyan, bent down and handed Qin Hanyan a black token. Master, let me give this order to you. From now on, all the children of the Qin family will do whatever you want. Sent. Qin Zixuan's eyes widened and he looked at the black token eagerly. That is the order of the head of the Qin family. With this token, except for the ancestor of the Qin family, all the resources and personnel of the Qin family can be controlled by the owner. By the way, why did the master give this order to Qin Hanyan? After listening to the secret guard's words, Qin Hanyan's beautiful eyes flashed, and she accepted the order from the head of the family without being humble or arrogant. In the past, she might not have liked this thing. But since she woke up, she rejected her previous thoughts. Don't worry about the secular world and devote yourself to cultivation. Don't want anything. Only by holding on to the capital to settle down can one not be afraid of any danger. When she ascended to the immortal world and was chased by the heavenly soldiers with no way to escape, if she had the power of the Qin family, she would not be in such an embarrassing situation and would still have the opportunity to protect others. I have met the master of the house. I wonder when the master of the house will return to the master's house. The secret guard asked respectfully. Qin Hanyan glanced at Liu Kanglan and asked what he meant. Liu Kanglan waved his hand, and Fei Yi appeared in front of everyone. Everyone couldn't help but have greed in their eyes when they looked at the sudden appearance of the strange beast. Fei Yi, you follow third junior sister to protect her safety. Liu Kanglan said seriously. Yes, master. Fei Yi shook his fat body and walked to Qin Hanyan. Qin Hanyan did not refuse, and left the meeting hall after bidding farewell to Liu Kanglan and Luin Jin. Qin Zixuan's heart left with Qin Hanyan. He really wanted to see his cousin's majestic scene, but no, he still had to stay here. The face of the Biluo sect leader became even more embarrassed as Qin Hanyan left. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 828 Luin Jin gets the order from the sect leader. The head of the Biluo sect understood that Liu Kanglan's next target was him. He looked sideways and immediately saw Liu Kanglan smiling warmly and looking at him. Holy Lord Liu, if you have any questions, just ask me. I will obey your orders in the future. The master of the Biluo sect bent down and saluted, choosing to surrender voluntarily. He cannot give up his position as the sect leader. Only the things you hold in your hands are real. Sect master, are you serious about this? Liu Kanglan's voice was gentle and he sounded very good-tempered. Of course, not only me, but the entire Biluo sect will belong to Holy Master Liu from now on. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed at Fang Yushi beside him. Then he continued, this is the saint of our Biluo sect. Let her serve you from now on. Our sect also has 7 beautiful goddesses, all of whom will be sent to Holy Lord Liu later. People who cultivate immortality are indeed not that focused on desire. However, as long as you are a man, there is absolutely nothing wrong with using beauty to seduce you. All the women who come out of their Biluo sect are the marriage candidates of various families in the god realm. The head of the Biluo sect didn't notice that he was about to finish his words, and Luin Jin suddenly looked fierce. Luin Jin didn't know why, but when he heard that the other party wanted to give away the beauty, he felt extremely unhappy. Luin Jin stared at the Biluo sect leader, unable to control himself, and the terrifying pressure spread. Suddenly, everyone's faces changed. Several members of the Hidden World family looked at Luin Jin one after another, their eyes full of surprise. Luin Jin's exposed strength actually made him feel scared. When Fang Yushi heard the words of the Biluo sect leader, there was resistance in her eyes. Since the sect master is willing to submit to me, you must first hand over the sect master's order. As for the saint and the goddess, they will stay in Biluo sect for the time being. Liu Kanglan's tone was still gentle, but a bit of coldness could be heard. The original intention of establishing Biluo Palace was to protect women who were suffering in the divine world. There are various rules and systems in the divine world that oppress women. Liu Kanglan has no time to interfere with these matters. And he knew better that he should not be the one to solve the plight of women in the god realm. He is a man, and it is impossible for him to fully understand and sympathize with the suffering of women in a system where men are superior to women. This matter must be left to a suitable person. After hearing what Liu Kanglan said, the palace master of Biluo Palace looked very ugly. He wanted to threaten Liu Kanglan with the sect master's order, but considering the current situation, he decided to stabilize Liu Kanglan first. Holy Lord Liu, I didn't bring the sect master's order with me. I left Yushi here and went back to get the sect master's order. When Fang Yushi heard this, her face turned pale again, and finally fell into silence. Didn't you bring the sect master's order with you? Luin Jin stepped in front of the sect master of Biluo sect and stared at him. Feeling the extremely cold breath, the sect leader was shocked and took a step back, only to find that his whole body was restrained by force, unable to move at all. Luin Jin raised her white jade-like hand, her fingertips touched the sect leader's forehead, and then a blue token fell into her palm. Okay, you go back and get the sect leader's order. Luin Jin's eyes were full of coldness, and he glanced at Fang Yushi inadvertently. Just this glance made Fang Yushi almost fall to the ground. Seeing this, Luin Jin snorted coldly, you were not so timid when you were occupying other people's bodies in the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. Fang Yushi's eyes were full of fear, and her body began to tremble. Who are you? Luin Jin Aojiao glanced at Fang Yushi, then turned back to Liu Kanglan and said, give the sect leader an order not to keep that some girl. She is not a good person. The corners of Liu Kanglan's lips curved. For you, the Biluo sect is all women, so of course it is more suitable for the sect leader to be a woman. Luin Jin looked slightly stunned. He actually wanted to hand over the human clan to the management of the ferocious beast. Isn't he afraid that the ferocious beasts will do things that harm the human race? Luin Jinjiao's pretty eyebrows were blank, and there was a bit of confusion in her confusion. Liu Kanglan definitely nodded to Luin Jin. Yes, it's for you. I've heard that the women in Biluo sect are all domesticated and oppressed women. I hope you can lead them out of this predicament. This dilemma is not just institutional, but also spiritual. Luin Jin clenched her fists unconsciously. If such a person had stood up when they faced the evil dragon, maybe the ending would have been different. The Luin Jin seal was used to erase the aura of the original master on the sect leader's order, and the contract was completed with blood. There was the flash of white light. There is a lot of information about Biluo sect in Luanjin Knowledge Sea. The leader of Biluo sect said anxiously, how can you? You are a woman, you can't be the leader of the sect, you can't. Luin Jin's eyes showed murderous intent. If you hadn't jumped out, I would have forgotten you. Luin Jin walked towards the master of Biluo sect. His pace was neither fast nor slow, but every step seemed to step on his heart. The leader of the Biluo sect thought of the scene just now, his pupils shrank sharply, and he quietly brewed power in his palms. However, he didn't wait for him to make any move. Luin Jin has arrived before him. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The head of Biluo sect's eyes were cracked and he wanted to step back. All power seemed to be drained away. The leader of Biluo sect stood there, looking at Luin Jin in horror. Luin Jin made a gentle seal, and the Biluo sect leader's mouth no longer made any sound. Luin Jin raised his hand, drawing something in the air with his fingertips, and then a black talisman fell between his eyebrows. After a moment, a ball of black mist floated out from the head of the Biluo sect leader and landed in Luin Jin's hands. The leader of the Biluo sect's frightened eyes became dull, and he opened his mouth, but there was still no sound. Luin Jin put away the black mist and glanced at Feng Yushi. Take him away and go back and tell the Feng family and Jiang family to wash their necks and wait. Luin Jin released his control over the master of Biluo sect. He fell to the ground and murmured, "It's not me." They all volunteered. Giving birth is their bounden duty. Why can't they endure any hardship? When Luin Jin heard this, he was startled, as if he remembered something. A red light flashed in front of his eyes, and when he looked at the people on the ground, his eyes were extremely cruel. The aura around Luin Jin was dangerous and cold. With a wave of his hand, a dagger fell. What? The leader of the Biluo sect let out a scream. Feng Yushi covered her mouth and looked at the dagger between his legs. However, when Luin Jin took action, several hidden families showed vigilance. Their eyes met and they all began to worry. Luin Jin, Lu Kanglan called softly. This sound made Luin Jin's eyes clear again, and her heart was filled with fear. She almost failed to suppress her ferocity just now. Just because there are too many cruel scenes in the memory of the master of Biluo sect. Luin Jin couldn't help but think of his sister. Was my sister also in such pain back then? Since the Lord of Heaven left the God realm, Biluo sect fell into the hands of the Feng family and Jiang family, and the women inside lived a life like purgatory. Most of them have no background, and they are all reduced to tools for cultivating the children of the rebirth spell. They cannot resist. If they rebel at all, they will be greeted with endless torture. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 829. They did nothing wrong. It's just that I was born with the wrong gender. Luin Jin looked at the scenes in his memory, his heart clenching together. Why do immortal cultivators still have to be divided into men and women? A long time ago, immortal cultivators only cared about strength and resources, and followed the laws of destiny. For them, the body was used to carry power. There is never a distinction between status levels. When did male superiority and female inferiority begin to prevail in the world of immortality? Luin Jin doesn't know the history of the world of immortality. She only remembered that the oppression of female beasts by the beast tribe began after the birth of the evil dragon, the son of the rebirth curse. The birth of a child of the rebirth spell can indeed bring many benefits. But the victims of its birth are all female animals. So how come they dare to cultivate the son of the resurrection curse? I was prepared to spare your life, but you don't deserve to live. Luin's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he immediately raised his hand. The leader of the Biluo sect instantly turned into a blood mist. Luin Jin's eyes fell on Feng Yushi, who was almost crying. Go back and tell the Feng family and Jiang family that Biluo sect belongs to me, Luin Jin. Feng Yushi didn't have time to speak. Luin Jin waved her hand and sent her out of the Holy Land. After dealing with all this, Luin Jin looked at Mu Ju. Endless chill surged into Mu Ju's heart. Mu Ju remembered Luin Jin's previous methods against the master of the Biluo sect, and finally gave in and took the initiative to hand over the Holy Lord's order. He is no match for Luin Jin. He could clearly see the fear of Luin Jin in the hidden family. Luin Jin picked up the Holy Lord's order, returned to Lu Kanglan, and handed him the token. Lu Kanglan received the order from the Holy Lord of Taichu, then threw a token to Tang Chongzhu and said through a message, "From now on, you will be in charge of the Holy Land of Origin. I will go to the Holy Land of Taichu." Tang Chongzhu threw the token back into Lu Kanglan's hand. I don't have time. I just want to wander around the God realm and don't care about anything. By the way, it's not appropriate for me to participate in the competition for the selection of the new God Lord, so I'll leave first. After Tang Chongzhu finished speaking, he really wanted to get up and leave. Then he saw Mu Ju. Do you want to kill him to avoid future troubles? Mu Ju's body trembled and he wanted to beg for mercy, but he was shrouded in endless fear. No need. Lu Kanglan motioned to Tang Chongzhu to take him away. The Majue is still useful if you keep it. Okay, I'll send him to the Alliance. Anyway, he trusts the woman. After Tang Chongzhi finished speaking, he left with Mu Ju. At this time, apart from Lu Kanglan and Luin Jin, only people from the Hidden World family were left. Lu Kanglan immediately looked at Feng Jun's. How will young Master Feng plan to arrange this election? Lu Kanglan does not have time to participate in the general election. He wanted to take advantage of these 7 days to set up a new formation. The previous boundary protection formation was set up in a hurry, and he didn't know how long it would last. Feng Jun said with a smile on his face, the Jiang family has a spiritual master and a deducer. Our details must have been discovered by them. This time we must be surprised, so I want to invite Miss Luin Jin to appear last. Luin Jin looked at Feng Jun's with confused eyes. He was afraid that he didn't know her identity, so he dared to think wildly. She is a ferocious beast, participating in the election of the God clan, if she is elected. If his identity is exposed again, the God realm will probably suffer even faster. Luin Jin decisively refused. I won't go. What's wrong with Miss Luin Jin? Feng Jun's asked in a good manner. No, I don't want to be a god. What I want is freedom. Luin Jin shook his head. Lu Kanglan interrupted what Feng Jun's was about to say. Young Master Feng, Luin Jin is not suitable to be elected as the Divine Lord. For this election of the Divine Lord, your strength is enough. If the Jiang family goes too far, the Feng family will definitely make trouble. The Feng family is the only one that can threaten the Jiang family. No matter how much they unite, their power in the God realm is still inferior to that of the Jiang family and the Feng family. So this time we can only let the Feng family fight with the Jiang family first. Young Master Feng, I have one more thing. Can Wugui Pavilion send a message to the immortal realm now? Liu Kanglan still wanted to contact the people of Lingyun sect. He believed that the junior sister must have a way to deal with the evil dragon. Who does Brother Liu want to send a message to? Feng Qingran, Liu Kanglan said seriously. There are other things going on in the Divine Lord competition. If Feng Qingran can find a way to come to the Divine Realm, maybe everything will change. And the evil dragon is attacking the fairy world. It would be safer for people from the Lingyun sect to come to the God realm. As for the sentient beings in the immortal world, he currently does not have the strength to take care of them. The news can be spread, but the person you are looking for has not appeared in the fairy world for a long time. Feng Jun said bluntly. The battlefield of the gods. Feng Qingran chose the highest mountain peak and erected a monument without words. The moment the monument was completed, the color of the sky changes, and the mighty pressure is coming here. Feng Qingran and Mo Jinggong stepped aside and saw countless residual thoughts that had almost dissipated pouring into the stone tablet. Feng Qingran took out his pen, and the pen moved among snakes and dragons, carving a line of words into the stone tablet. The heroic souls of the gods are commemorated on this tablet. The words became a lesson, and a ball of light appeared from the stone tablet and fell on Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran carefully felt the changes in her body. Nothing seems to have changed. Feng Qingran didn't think much about it. He learned the sacrifice etiquette of the lower world and wanted to take something from the space and place it in front of the stone tablet. Only then did she realize that most of the edible food in her space was gone. Ah. It was quite sudden. Feng Qingran turned her head and looked at Mo Jinggong. When she met his deep eyes like ink, she forgot to speak. Mo Jinggong seemed to understand everything and took the initiative to hand over a storage ring. Feng Qingran checked it out and found that it was full of various precious spiritual fruits and spiritual plants, as well as some corpses of orcs. Feng Qingran took out several spiritual plants and planted them in a desolate place. She added a restriction to each spiritual plant. Only those who sincerely worship this monument can obtain a spiritual plant. Seniors, don't worry, your deeds will never be erased. Feng Qingran carefully laid out the fruit plate and placed a few more beast corpses. Seeing this, Wanling couldn't help drooling. But this time Wanling was very measured and didn't say anything. After Feng Qingran prepared the sacrifice, he looked at the five-headed yin-yang dog and said, Senior Dawu, can you please tell me the history you wrote on the back? The five-headed yin-yang dog nodded and ducked behind the stone tablet. Feng Qingran also started preparing the inheritance of ancient cultivation techniques and sent them to the stone tablet for those disciples who came to practice. Anyone who is sincere can get the correct cultivation system. After she prepared to return to the fairy world, she started to create a force and then arranged for people to come here. Feng Qingran had no idea that when she prepared everything to leave, countless merits had already poured into her body. Mo Jinggong saw those colorless merits entering Feng Qingran's body, and his eyes became even deeper. He could carry so many merits, and he no longer had to worry about the backlash of cause and effect. When Feng Qingran, Mo Jinggong, and Wushi Yin-Yang Dog returned to their original positions, Degu Jianyi and 4 others are still in the state of enlightenment and will probably wake up in a short while. Feng Qingran set up a protective formation for them, but still felt uneasy and looked sideways at Mo Jinggong. A look. Mo Jinggong understood instantly, they can't open my barrier. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 830 Separation of Primary and Secondary Bodies. Feng Qingran realized that if the outside of the barrier set up by Mo Jinggong could not be broken, it meant that Degu Jian and others could not break it either. But this time, the small box jumped out and sent a message to Feng Qingran, Master, I can do it. I have a way. Please rescue me quickly. The suspicious life of little box being beaten by the Hongmeng tree. It tried to resist, but couldn't escape at all. Feng Qingran summoned a small box. The small box, which was only the size of a palm before entering, was now much larger. Feng Qingran suppressed a smile on her lips. Hongmengshu's resentment was really great. She decided not to pluck leaves recently. Master, I can set up a barrier. As long as the inside can't come out, the outside can't get in, but can you let me stay outside? The little box looked at Wanling with envy. Wanling has always been on Feng Qingran's shoulders. Okay. Feng Qingran's eyebrows slightly arched and she said with a smile. The small box flashed with white light, turned into a stick, and then drew a circle on the ground. The circle looks ordinary, nothing special about it. Feng Jingyu received the hint from Feng Qingran's eyes and controlled the moonlight divine water to flood the circle. But where the water reaches, an invisible barrier appears, blocking the moonlight divine water. Feng Qingran took a few steps forward, raising her hand and an invisible force stopped her from moving forward. Little box, are you sure they can come out on their own? You can definitely do it. If the master doesn't believe it, I can draw one for you to try. This is my special ability. The small box transformed into a small black box again and said proudly. Seeing this, Feng Qingran and Mo Jinggong's eyes met, and they felt relieved after receiving affirmative approval, and then looked at the 9-headed Wei Ying not far away. There are only 5 heads left. Master Feng, I'm sorry. The 9-headed Wei Ying infant didn't know what to say. It was bewitched by Netherworld Kun twice and 3 times and almost killed her. Feng Qingran was merciful by not killing it. Have you ever been controlled by Yuming Kun before? Feng Qingran asked seriously. Netherworld Kun once said that it and the 9-headed Wei Ying were one. So she suspected that the 9-headed Wei Ying was the clone of Netherworld Kun. But Netherworld Kun is still alive, so why is its clone a ghost cultivator? I don't know. In the secret room, this was the first time I had the memory of Netherworld Kun controlling me. The 9-headed Wei Ying said in frustration. It really wanted to follow Feng Qingran, especially when it saw the 8-headed heron squawking. It felt even worse. The clone is personified. It is a secondary body. However, the main body is afraid that it will reveal its secrets and erases its memory. But because there is no memory of the main body, it gradually differentiates its own personality and thoughts. Mo Jinggong said. It's a secondary body. If it's still alive, does that mean the main body is not dead? Fang Qingran thought of this immediately. Mo Jinggong's starry eyes flashed with light, and he instantly completed the deduction on the nine-headed Wei. No, but if it hadn't existed, the main body would have been dead. When the main body escaped, half of its vitality was taken away. The only way is to cut off the connection between it and the main body and make it an independent individual. Only then can it get rid of the control of the main body. Mo Jinggong explained. The nine-headed baby looked at Mo Jinggong with hope in his eyes. Please help me, sir, you are the only one who can help me get rid of my main body. From now on, I will be Lord Feng's leader. Upon hearing this, Mo Jinggong's body felt as if the ice and snow had melted, and all the cold air had disappeared. Jinggong, you can't help him. Fang Qingran stopped Mo Jinggong's movement and grabbed his wrist. Mo Jinggong might not care about this restriction of cause and effect. But she still couldn't help but think of the days when she had no choice but to forget him. Okay, Mo Jinggong's voice was low, his eyes full of endearment. Juto Guiying heard Fang Qingran's words and misunderstood that she didn't want to help him. He didn't resent her, but decided to leave. It is afraid of encountering the main body again and being controlled by the main body. You tell me how, and I'll help it separate its primary and secondary bodies, so the next time I encounter the disguised Netherworld Kun, I might be able to recognize it. Fang Qingran's clear and melodious voice sounded again. Mo Jinggong raised his knuckled hand, put his fingertips on her eyebrows, and sent all the information from the beginning of the primary and secondary bodies to the separation into her sea of consciousness. Fang Qingran waved to the nine-headed infant, signaling it to come over. Master Feng, the nine-headed baby was choked with sobs and didn't know what to say. The primary and secondary are inherently integrated, and it is easy to differentiate them. However, there are laws behind this, and you must bear part of the cause and effect after it is differentiated. No matter what the nine-headed Wei Ying thought, Fang Qingran had already started to set up the formation. She won't follow what others think. Judging from all the information sent by Mo Jinggong, after the separation of the primary and secondary bodies, although the secondary body cannot be controlled by the main body, all its previous strength and insights must be returned to the main body. In addition, those who help the secondary body become independent must bear the karma of the secondary body. Especially the consequences of second body. Fang Qingran's bright eyes became a little brighter when she thought about this. Who said that the nine-headed strange infant must be a second body? If during the separation process, she changes her fate against all of heaven and makes the nine-headed infantry become the one that will always exist in the long river of time, then both Netherworld Kun and the nine-headed infantry will be the main body. Since they are all the main body, she is not responsible for the cause and effect in the future. She believed that the nine-headed Guanying was sincerely surrendering for the time being, but no one could predict what would happen in the future. It would be better to have less involvement. Enter the magic circle, the soul must not resist. Fang Qingran glanced at the nine-headed baby in a daze. The nine-headed infant is so familiar with the battlefield of the gods that he can help her guard this place very well. Thank you, Lord Feng. After the nine-headed Wei Ying said, he ducked into the formation and claimed all his strength. Fang Qingran then stepped into the magic circle, bit her fingertips, and sacrificed 3 drops of blood essence, which fell into the magic circle. In an instant, bursts of brilliance flashed through. Fang Qingran's whole body was surrounded by cyan runes, and a hint of cyan appeared between his eyebrows, making his whole person shine brightly. Sister Feng, do you look good? Fang Jingyu stood next to Mo Jinggong and asked playfully. Mo Jinggong's cold brows and eyes were filled with warmth, one of a kind. Fang Jingyu widened her eyes and looked at Mo Jinggong suspiciously. Are you really Lord Mo? Why are you different from Lord Mo in Father God's memory? A figure flashed in Mo Jinggong's mind. How did he evaluate me? Indifferent as snow, indifferent to all things, always like an outsider, with good intentions, but never excessively interfering in the reincarnation of all things, an existence that can never be provoked. Of course, these words were summarized by Fang Jingyu based on her father's memory. Father God met Mo Jinggong during the battle with 3,000 gods and demons. In that melee, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered, destroying nearly tens of thousands of universes and destroying all life. But no strong person can stop the fighting. The gods and demons themselves do not have any rules to restrain them, so naturally they will not take into account the damage they cause. It was at that time that Mo Jinggong appeared. He immediately set up a barrier to prevent the leakage of all the fighting power of gods and demons and prevent their power from destroying other universes. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 831. Let's go to the fairy world together. Fang Jingyu couldn't imagine how much strength it would take to set up that barrier. She could only see that Father God and the remaining demon gods all stopped fighting and pointed their spears at Mo Jinggong. Obviously they were fighting for the strongest position. Now that a stronger person appeared, they naturally turned to the outside world, so they turned to join forces to attack Mo Jinggong. At first, Mo Jinggong just stood there quietly, watching the gods and demons approach with indifferent eyes. Despite all their attacks, even Mo Jinggong's protective barrier was not broken. 3,000 gods and demons were born between heaven and earth, and they can be said to be existences that raise their hands to destroy the Tao. However, their attacks failed to break even one person's barrier, which shocked them, and were followed by more powerful attacks. Facing their siege, Mo Jinggong just said calmly, if you destroy a place that does not belong to you because of fighting again, you will die. After hearing this, the gods and demons were not afraid, but instead attacked Mo Jinggong in groups. They were born in chaos and have no ethics. They only know that fighting and plundering can make them stronger. Determined to become stronger, they started a melee between gods and demons. When the gods and demons discovered that Mo Jinggong was stronger than them, the first thing they thought of was to work together to kill Mo Jinggong and seize his power. As a result, they attacked one after another without injuring Mo Jinggong at all, and even killed half of the gods and demons. They had fought by themselves before, and they were of similar strength. No one could kill the other, and there were winners and losers, so they had never encountered such a situation. But it was different when facing Mo Jinggong. They could feel that the disappearing gods and demons were completely dead. So they become afraid, terrified. When Mo Jinggong saw that they had stopped attacking, he stopped. Then Mo Jinggong created a Hongmeng formation and sealed them inside, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. Turn around and leave. But when Mo Jinggong left, Father God quietly followed Mo Jinggong. Mo Jinggong didn't care about Father God. Father God just followed Mo Jinggong quietly. Father God saw a different world. After that, Father God had to stop to improve his strength and separated from Mo Jinggong. Later, God the Father entered a part of the world where there was chaos. God the Father split open the piece of heaven and earth and created some inborn creatures. But God Father died unexpectedly due to someone's plot. After his death, some residual thoughts entered her memory, and Father God wanted to see Mo Jinggong again. Later, Fang Jingyu experienced many things and met many strong people. They had mentioned Lord Mo, but they had rarely seen him. Now she sees it for God the Father. It can be regarded as fulfilling Father God's last wish. It's just that Lord Mo in front of him is not as lonely as Father God remembers, and he has someone by his side. Father God would be happy if he knew, right? Sudden. Fang Jingyu saw a memory hidden in the inheritance, and Mo Jinggong traveled through the universe to find something. So what is Mo Jinggong looking for? With Mo Jinggong's strength, what is there that he has to pursue so hard? Fang Jingyu can figure it out, let alone understand. Master Mo, does Sister Fang know your past? Fang Jingyu was curious whether Mo Jinggong would tell Fang Qingran about his own affairs. No, Mo Jinggong said solemnly. Master Mo, Sister Fang has seen the remnant soul of the sacrificial god and the remnants of the 12 ancestral witches in the secret room before. They will not give up tracing your whereabouts, nor will they give up tracing the whereabouts of creation King Lian. Fang Jingyu has never seen the mysterious people with her own eyes, so she wonders if they are those greedy people. So I didn't mention the mysterious man. I know, they know I am here and won't come again, Mo Jinggong said in a cold voice. After hearing this, Fang Jingyu felt relieved. As long as the mysterious person didn't come, Sister Fang should have enough time to grow up. She also guessed that during the ancient battle, the mysterious man left in a hurry, and it was probably Mo Jinggong's hand. There may be a few mysterious people hidden in the plane. But they never dare to hurt others easily, break into a world without permission, and harm living beings for no reason, which itself violates the laws of the plane. They are indeed so powerful that they are not afraid of cause and effect. However, they are afraid of being discovered by other powerful people. After a strong person has cultivated his immortal power to a certain level, he will begin to cultivate his source power. Among them, the power of belief and merit can be converted into source power, and they are also the easiest to convert into source power. The best way to obtain the power of faith and merit is to do good deeds. Although I don't know who created these training methods, if you want to become stronger, you cannot avoid practicing these. Fang Qingran has helped the nine-headed Guanying complete the separation of its primary and secondary bodies. All the heads that the nine-headed Weiying had lost before came back. The nine-headed baby became energetic again. Master Fang, what's going on? Why did my strength come back? Fang Qingran flicked his sleeves and erased the formation. Of course it's a transformation between the primary and secondary bodies. You become the primary body, and all the strength of Yu Ming Kun comes to you. You will each bear your own karma from now on. Sister Fang, you are so amazing, you actually turned its secondary body into its primary body. Fang Jingyu actually wanted to know how Fang Qingran did it. But everyone has secrets, so she'd better not ask. It can be said that Sister Fang has used the reversal of Taoism to the point of perfection. The ways of the world, whether yin and yang or the 5 elements, etc., can be reversed as long as they exist. It's just that this reversal process needs to be pondered by yourself. Little Jingyu is also very powerful. Fang Qingran looked at Fang Jingyu and smiled, and then left a mark on the nine-headed baby. It is also equivalent to a contract. Nine-headed infant, from now on you will stay in this battlefield of gods and guard this place for me. This is for you. Fang Qingran handed nine-headed infant a storage bag. Master Fang, I will be satisfied if you can help me regain my strength. I can't have these things. The nine-headed Guanying felt uneasy, fearing that he would lose everything if he took the things. Take it, the stronger you are, the better you can control other living beings. Fang Qingran threw it directly to the nine-headed infant. Of all the relationships in the world, the most stable ones are those that bring value to each other. And mutual benefit has always been her rule. As long as you do things for her, the rewards will not be small at all. Lord Fang, don't worry, I will definitely guard this place as you asked. Juto Gaing actually wanted to leave with Fang Qingran, but now he feels that staying here is not a bad idea. It wants to solve Master Fang's worries. You go and meet the 8 heron. You all stay here and don't disturb their cultivation, but the 8 heron will leave with them. Don't worry, Mr. Fang, no one will dare to disturb their cultivation. It's just that the laws here may not be conducive to their breakthrough. The nine-headed Weiying reminded with some worry. I'll take care of this. After the nine-headed infant left, Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong looked at each other and smiled. Jinggong, let's go to the fairy world together. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 832 Contaminated with strange aura. Fairyland. Countless powerful people gathered in the first layer of heaven. They all looked at the sky worriedly. The ancestors of various palaces who came up to help before, as well as the commander of Tianqian Palace, were all driven down from the sky and stayed with the immortal ancestor and a group of strong men. The ancestors of each palace looked ugly, with anger and dissatisfaction in their eyes. Their strength was that of Taoist immortals, but the beasts above actually despised them for being weak. An immortal ancestor asked the ancestor of Tianhan Palace, "How is it up there?" The ancestor of Tianhan Palace said coldly, "It's not good, it's very bad. The formation is broken, and the barrier probably won't last long. We wanted to help them, but they drove us down." "What? Why did they drive you down?" An immortal ancestor asked doubtfully. The commander of Tianhan Palace still maintained a smile on his face. "Maybe they're afraid that we will cause trouble. Some of them are related to evil dragons. Maybe they know how to deal with evil dragons." The immortal ancestors don't know the evil dragon's strength. However, they are all aware of the evil dragon's methods. The small world where the evil dragon went was approved by the leaders of all walks of life. That small world belongs to the evil dragon. No one from the upper realm can interfere with that small world anymore. No matter what happens to the creatures inside, they can't control it. Ever since the small world of Jialing fell into the hands of the evil dragon, the heavenly Tao there had chosen to give up on all living beings. The small world around Jialing was also poisoned by the evil dragon. As long as you get close to Jialing's small world, you can feel the resentment, death and some strange atmospheres rising to the sky. Many powerful people in the upper realm have discovered the anomalies in the small world of Jialing. They all tacitly chose to ignore it. After all, the evil dragon's strength and methods were there. They never thought that the evil dragon would one day target the fairy world. The immortal ancestors looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. HMPH, they know the evil dragons, and I don't know if there are any traitors. It's really unpleasant to let a group of beasts rule us, the ancestor of Yukan Palace said with a gloomy look. The 4 ancient divine beasts are auspicious beasts and cannot be together with the evil dragon, but the 5-clawed golden dragon, the unicorn, and the big cat are not necessarily the same. Their origins are unknown, the ancestor of Yuzhou Palace said suspiciously. And Jingge of Tianling Palace remained silent and did not speak. The ancestor of Yuqing Palace complained in a low voice, "We have the strength of Dao ancestor after all, why don't you let us help? Even if they are not traitors, I am afraid it will be difficult for them to be of the same mind as us." Although his voice was low, it reached the ears of the immortals. The immortal ancestors began to worry, and they looked up at the sky. Several cracks appeared in the sky, and traces of cold breath seeped in. Suzaku and Qinglong worked together to block the invasion of strange forces. Xuanwu, White Tiger, 5-clawed golden dragon, and Qilin all transformed into the true bodies and were repairing the barrier. The evil dragon sent a stronger beast to attack the barrier, so the talisman of the scholar Danqing had lost its effect. After all, it was his own lack of strength that made him powerless in situations like this. Goddess Qingqiong's beautiful eyes flashed with cold light. If the evil dragon really broke in, she would only use her trump card to give Shaman a chance to escape. Goddess Qingqiong pulled off the butterfly necklace from her neck and held it tightly in her hand. Da Kun watched the scene from the side, his eyes filled with confusion. Before his master left, he warned him repeatedly that no matter what happened, he should escape first and not expose his identity. But now the evil dragon is coming fiercely. If it really invades here, the fairy world may be over. When it and its owner entered heaven, the evil dragon was not in heaven, but the fear left by the evil dragon still filled the upper world. When all the powerful men mentioned the evil dragon, they were all afraid or kept silent. Especially those who survive longer will be more afraid of evil dragons. What the powerful people in the sky practice is the cultivation system left over from ancient times. The strong ones among them are not comparable to those in the immortal world and the divine world. However, despite this, they all stayed away from evil dragons in fear. They even hoped that the evil dragon will never return to heaven. Da Kun still remembered old man Chankin's description of the evil dragon. He was a guy who was born with a vicious heart. It was different from the ferocious beasts. That guy only saw invasion and plunder, but had no conscience at all. Old man Chankin is one of the strong men who survived by chance in ancient times. Old man Chankin injured his Taoist base and could no longer improve his cultivation. He stayed in heaven just to wait for his lifespan to run out, and to frighten some outsiders with ulterior motives. It's a pity that old man Chankin doesn't have long life left and is not suitable to appear in heaven again. While Da Kun was thinking, the immortal ancestors finally couldn't sit still and chose to come up to help consolidate the barrier. Firstly, he was worried, and secondly, he didn't want the evil dragon to come up. As soon as Da Kun saw the immortal ancestors coming up, he wanted to stop them, but it was too late. "We're here to help." An immortal ancestor flashed to the gap, raised his hand to gather his immortal power, and was ready to help. The next moment, a few strange auras that had not been wiped out quickly penetrated into his body. In an instant, the whites in his eyes disappeared, turning into a completely black aura, and his eyes were like bottomless abyss. Chilling. Breathtaking. Seal the spread talisman quickly. Painting scholar. Da Kun shouted. Immediately, a barrier appeared, blocking the following immortal ancestors, but 3 immortal ancestors still arrived next to the original immortal ancestor who was strangely invaded. Seeing this, Suzaku became angry instantly. "Get out." A chirping sound echoed through the sky. It and Qinglong were almost fuming in order to understand this unknown power. This group of people came to cause trouble. When the situation is unclear and your strength is not strong, just being patient is the best way to help. The expressions of the immortal ancestors who were blocked outside were not very good. But none of the beasts from Kun, the goddess Qingqiong, or the scholar Danqing paid any attention to them. Under the current circumstances, goddess Qingqiong can provide them with elixirs to replenish their strength. The talismans drawn by Danqing scholar cannot deal with the invasion of evil dragons, but they can strengthen their own enchantments and reduce the power consumption of the protective enchantments. The eyes of the 4 immortal ancestors all turned completely black. Da Kun tried to help them expel the strange aura from their bodies, but the aura was nowhere to be found. Not only that, Da Kun also discovered an even worse news: there were rotten people in their bodies. The strange atmosphere turns into decay. Or has decay changed its face? Da Kun was unable to find out the truth. It made a decision quickly and looked at the painting scholar seriously. They can only die, there is no time to save them now. After the first immortal ancestor was invaded by the strange aura, when the next three came, Darkun had already set up a barrier, making it impossible for them to come into contact with the strange aura. The only possibility is that he was influenced by the first immortal ancestor. There are only three ways to solve the current situation of the four immortal ancestors. The first is to remove the strange aura from the body in time, the second is to keep them locked in this barrier, and the third is to erase the existence of the immortal ancestors. Obviously, in the current situation, the first two methods will not work and can only be eliminated. Otherwise, putting these four immortal ancestors here would be a fatal danger. Goddess Qingqiong stood aside and said nothing. Darkun said that he could not be saved because the elixir must be useless. The painting scholar understood Darkun's subtext, but he understood that those immortal ancestors did not understand. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 833 The Formation of Ancient Mythical Beasts. Outside the enchantment. The immortal ancestors stared at Kun angrily. Why do you want to kill them? If you don't want to save them, let them come over and we will save them. You can't save him, Darkun said clearly. The immortal ancestors felt as if they were insulted when they heard this, and their eyes were cold. An immortal ancestor asked, why do you say that we can't save him? You are going to kill him before you save him. Are you really working with the evil dragon? In an instant, the atmosphere was tense. Darkun was not angry at the immortal ancestors' question, and explained, they were invaded by a strange aura, and there are still rotten people in their bodies. Can you save them? The eyes of the immortal ancestors dodged. This really can't be saved. Can't the four ancient beasts save them? The rotten air in the fairy world was completely eliminated because of their appearance. Let them save the four of them first. We will hold on to the barrier first and wait until the four are cured. Let's all work together to fight against foreign enemies. A voice sounded. The commander of Tianqian Palace did not know when he came behind the immortal ancestors. Darkun looked at Siming with searching eyes. There was something wrong with this man, and he was here to cause trouble. Yes, let the ancient beast save them, and we will repair the barrier. A dozen of us will work together to delay time. An ancestor said excitedly. Suzaku's violent voice sounded, go away, you want to die, but we don't want to die yet. As Suzaku spoke, he still stared at the breath coming in from the cracks and quickly wiped it out. King Long's eyes flashed fiercely. If it hadn't been for the added responsibility, it would definitely not have saved these idiots. Xuanwu glanced at Siming in the distance, and his intuition told him that the soul in this person's body was too mixed, and it was possible that his Xuanwu glanced at Siming in the distance, and his intuition told him that the soul in this person's body was too mixed, and it was possible that his body had been taken away. But it's better not to expose it right now. Suzaku, as a divine beast, you should protect the common people. They are all doing this. Why are you indifferent? And why don't you let us help? Are you acting? A grey-robed immortal ancestor asked with a dark look. The other immortal ancestors were originally quite calm. But what this immortal ancestor heard, coupled with Siming's previous words, made all the immortal ancestors become a little impatient. Of course they will lose their minds, mostly due to fear of evil dragons. Known fear can sometimes disturb the mind even more. When Goddess Qingqiong saw the conflict between the immortal ancestors and Kun, she took the initiative to stand up and said, everyone, since you are afraid of evil dragons, you should also understand that evil dragons are existences that you cannot fight against. They do their best to protect the immortal world, so you should don't say such things that will chill them. The painting scholar said with a serious expression, we understand that the immortal ancestors want to save people, but their existence will harm too many people. You should calmly observe and then speak. These two people still have a certain prestige in the fairy world. The immortal ancestors suddenly calmed down and checked the situation of the four immortal ancestors. The next moment they saw the eyes of the people inside clearly, and their expressions changed suddenly. The pupils of the four immortal ancestors are all black. The scholar Danqing said, I would like to remind everyone that when the mother of corruption escaped from the fairy world, she swallowed Su Xingheng's soul and the power of law in him. I don't know if the corruption caused by the current mother of corruption will evolve. The painting scholar didn't want to say this at first, but considering the current situation, it was better to say it. Evolutionary decay. The immortal ancestors stopped thinking about saving the four ancestors. Corruption is not something they can deal with, and it is even worse, and they don't want to be contaminated. The commander of Tianqian Palace stared at the scholar Danqing with dark eyes. This person's features gave him a sense of familiarity. He must have seen this person before. Seeing that the immortal ancestors had woken up, Siming quietly left without causing any trouble, and the rest of the plan could not be implemented. Can only wait for the next opportunity. Master Ken and the goddess, can't your talismans and magical medicine temporarily stabilize the rotten ones in their bodies? Asked an immortal ancestor unwilling to give up. Aren't you afraid that they will be in danger if they come into contact with the decayed ones? Darkun looked at the immortal ancestor with an evil look. It is still unsure of the current situation of the decayed one and does not dare to contact it. If two people without a protective barrier were to touch them, they would almost die. It's always good to save one more immortal ancestor. If we work together, we can definitely stop the evil dragon's conspiracy. The grey-robed immortal ancestor said with a complicated expression. He didn't want to give up. One of the four immortal ancestors was his younger brother. Darkun almost failed to control his temper. It really goes with that saying, don't be afraid of opponents who are like gods, but be afraid of teammates who are like pigs. This group of immortal ancestors have been so comfortable for so long that they have lost the brains. The fact that they couldn't help at all. They didn't believe it yet. The painter scholar looked at the immortal ancestors in embarrassment. We also want to save them, but strangeness invades their bodies. We can't find the strange aura and can only see the rotten ones. How can we save them in this situation? The painting scholar is also hinting at the immortal ancestor. I can't even resist the weird aura, so how can I help? The immortal ancestors who understood the subtext looked heavy but said no more. The rest are still a little reluctant. They can't just do nothing as immortal ancestors. The immortals below saw that only the beast took action, wondering where their majesty would be in the future. Fortunately, Suzaku didn't know what they were thinking at the moment, otherwise Suzaku would have blown their heads off. Darkun said he wanted to wipe out the 4 immortal ancestors, but he couldn't act on his own initiative. Right at this moment. Click. A larger crack appeared in the barrier. The barrier is almost broken. More weird atmosphere invades the fairy world. The 4 immortal ancestors suddenly raised their heads, and their auras surged. But no one cares about them. Darkun turned his head nervously, the barrier could no longer hold up. It's too late to take action again. Do you want to leave? Qinglong and Suzaku looked at each other in tacit understanding, one green and one red light flashing on their bodies respectively. Then they expanded in size, covering the sky and the sun. They are connected end to end, spiraling into a formation that resembles a yin and yang pattern. Xuanwu and white tigers are large in size. The 2 of them ducked into the Bagua array, each on their own side. Rumble. Colorful thunder and lightning flashed. A majestic pressure enveloped the entire fairy world. Countless shadows appeared from the sky, and they flew towards the 4 divine beasts. The power of the formation is getting stronger and stronger. Countless complex and mysterious ancient texts are reflected in the sky. The immortal power in the immortal world is also changing quietly. It's just that no one noticed it for the time being. The immortals looked at those ancient texts and felt that the power in their bodies was instantly sublimated, and their strength was rising steadily. Some even advanced to 2 realms in a row. Blessings to the ancient beasts, everyone should practice quickly, improve their strength, and help them. After one person shouted, all the immortals sat down and began to practice. The 5-clawed golden dragon and Kilin looked shocked. This was the combined power of the 4 divine beasts. Darkun also looked at the scene with surprise. With such terrifying strength, he would definitely be able to protect the fairy world. The next moment, the fairy world barrier was completely shattered. A new formation was reformed. However, the evil dragon's next words made Darkun tremble with fear. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 834 Ancient Boundary Protection Formation. The slightly clammy voice of the evil dragon spread into the fairy world. You guys were able to hold on for so long before activating the ancient guardian array. Do you really surprise me? It's just that you have used all the power of the law. If this formation is broken next, how shall you respond? Qinglong, Suzaku, Xuanwu, and Baihu, are you sure you want to stand against me? I will give you another chance. As long as you give up your resistance now and surrender to me, I guarantee that you will get more benefits. Following me is worse than protecting these wastes in the fairy world. Why don't you think about it? After the evil dragon finished speaking, he stopped making any sound. But the beasts outside did not stop attacking the barrier. The grey dragon glanced at the evil dragon with doubtful eyes, wondering why it said those words. In addition, it is obvious that they can break through the barriers and formations at once, but the evil dragon refuses to let them do so. The beasts sent by the evil dragon to attack the barrier are all the weakest alienated beasts. Your Majesty, our attacks with this ancient formation have no effect at all. A beast with 3 dragon heads flew over and said to the evil dragon. It's okay, you attack first, and I will take action when the time comes. Evil dragon said. The 3-headed dragon quickly flew to the entrance of the barrier and continued its attack. Seeing that the evil dragon was in a good mood, the grey dragon asked, Your Majesty, what are we waiting for? The evil dragon glanced at the grey dragon. The fear before danger comes is the most tormenting and the most energy consuming. We are waiting leisurely for the barrier to be broken, and the immortal cultivators inside are probably already anxious. I just want their mental strength haggard. There is a saying that once you make great efforts, you will be exhausted again and again, and you will be exhausted 3 times. They have experienced extreme fear inside, and they are about to be invaded by us. However, the appearance of the ancient formation will definitely make them relax, and they must think that they are out of trouble. And the fear after this relaxation will make them judge mistake. There are still some wise guys in the fairy world, and I don't want them to plot against me. After Evil Dragon finished speaking, he was in a good mood and stared at the fairyland calmly. It was previously worried that the information given by Tengshi was wrong, but now it seemed that it was overthinking it. Nearly half a month has passed, and there are still only a few protecting the barrier, and no other strong ones have appeared. The consumption of this half-month is enough to exhaust the strength of the 4 ancient beasts. Panlong, come here, Evil Dragon said. A mighty and domineering dragon flew over. It's just that it's all white, with many small dots on top of the white, which makes it lose a lot of its majesty and instead looks a little funny. Boss, what's wrong? What's your order? Do you want me to take action? Panlong asked 3 times in a row, obviously having an unusual relationship with the evil dragon. Every half an hour, use part of your strength to attack the formation. You must control your strength to ensure that the formation completely disappears under your 49th attack. Evil Dragon said coldly. Panlong's eyes turned, seeming a little embarrassed. Boss, why is it so troublesome? Isn't it better to just fight in? I haven't eaten a monk for a long time. Panlong quietly sipped his saliva. Among all foods, Panlong likes monks the most. The meat of monks is tender and tastes good, dozens of times better than the meat of other orcs. It's a pity that there are too few monks in the lower realm. Now that it has finally entered the fairy world, if it hadn't been suppressed by the evil dragon, it would have broken into the fairy world to eat meat. Evil Dragon gave him a cold look and Panlong shrank his neck. Evil Dragon then said, I have calculated before that the psychological quality of immortal cultivators is much stronger than that of ordinary creatures. Simply breaking through the formation is not enough to consume their minds. The more times you attack, the more exhausted they will be. Exhaustion means that their chances of resisting and escaping are reduced. In this way, you will be able to eat more meat as soon as you break into the fairy world. Exilong's analysis successfully convinced Panlong. I'm going right now. Panlong ducked in front of the formation and said to the other beasts, get out of the way and let your grandpa and I come. Listen inside, I'll give you an ultimatum. If you continue to resist, I won't be polite. After Panlong finished speaking, he immediately launched his first attack. In an instant, a slight crack appeared on the ancient formation. The cracks looked so small that they almost didn't look like they were there. But everyone in the fairy world knows that the embankment of 1,000 miles collapsed in the ant nest. If the dragon outside continues to attack, more cracks will definitely appear. After the ancient formation appeared, the fairy world could see the situation outside more clearly. A large area of Wuyangyang with all kinds of strange and weird beasts. Among them, there are more than a dozen existences like primitive ancient dragons. There are also pterosaurs, three-headed dragons, etc. These beasts can inspire awe in the bones of immortal cultivators. Of course at this moment they were not in awe, only fear. Shaman looked at the evil dragon in the distance through the formation, his whole body was shaking, and he could no longer use his strength to repair the formation. There was worry in Wajan's eyes, but at the moment it couldn't care less about comforting Seo Man, but instead tried its best to repair the cracks in the sky. Goddess Qingqiong grasped the things in her hands, walked up to Shaman, and touched its head. Shaman, don't worry, they can't attack for the time being, we will definitely have a way. The painter scholar tried his best to draw various talismans to provide more power to the ancient beasts. No matter what, at least they are the hope of the fairy world. Below are the immortals who enter cultivation. There are many people who can't hold their breath and no longer want to practice after hearing the evil dragon's words. There are even many near misses. A very small number of immortal cultivators are calm and focused, still in the state of cultivation. At this time, there is no use panicking, seizing the time to improve your strength is the top priority. No one from the Yi family or the Chu family entered cultivation. Chanji, what's the result? Yi Wenshan looked at the sky and said softly. It's so bad, there's no chance of survival for the time being. Chu Chanji touched the copper coins in his hand and said with a serious expression. Yi Wenshan sighed softly, Chanji, is there really nothing you can do? Chu Chanji shook his head and remained silent. After listening to Chu Chanji's words, Yi Xingchen looked at the Yi family's disciples and said, in the past, I would not interfere with you no matter what, but today, if the evil dragon really attacks, all the Yi family's disciples are not allowed to take a step back. Chu Chanji also said to all the children of the Chu family, all the children of the Chu family, listen, take out your weapons and do your best to fight against the foreign enemies. Great Elder, go and take out all the weapons in the Chu family's treasure room and distribute them to the top experts in the immortal world. The Great Elder's eyes were complicated, but he finally nodded and disappeared from the spot. Boom. A large hole appeared in the formation above. Although it was not enough to allow a huge beast to come in, more strange auras could be seen invading the fairy world. This time there was no Suzaku for them to clean up. All the strange auras entered, but fortunately they landed on the four immortal ancestors first. As the strange aura gathered more and more on the immortal ancestors, they suddenly raised their heads and looked at the ancient beast with eyes like abyss, making people shudder. Darkun subconsciously set up another layer of barrier. But they still broke the barrier easily. The four immortal ancestors rushed straight towards the yin-yang array. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 835 The real body leads to greed. When Darkun saw this scene, his eyes suddenly changed color. Goddess Qingqiong was also the first to see the movements of the four immortal ancestors. Her beautiful eyes flashed anxiously, knowing that there was no time to hesitate. She immediately bit her finger and dripped blood onto the butterfly-shaped gem. Immediately, the rays of light shone thousands of miles away, and dragons and tigers leaped. The phantoms of countless eternal behemoths appeared. Their eyes were bright and clear, as if they were there in person. Waves of extremely terrifying power enveloped the fairy world. The phantoms of the four giant beasts flashed to stop the four immortal ancestors who were strangely invaded. The immortal ancestor gathered a majestic force and carried a cold air to attack the giant beast. The four giant beasts moved faster and were already in front of them when the immortal ancestor's attack was about to be launched. In the next moment, several rays of light flashed through. The phantoms of the four immortal ancestors and the four giant beasts all disappeared. Goddess Qingqiong looked at the disappearing giant beast with a sad look on her face. Her eyes were a little moist, but she finally suppressed her sadness and murmured, I'm sorry, I didn't keep your last shadow. Darkun looked at Goddess Qingqiong in surprise and asked through a message, are you a descendant of Empress Nuwa? Others didn't recognize it, but Darkun could see clearly that the object contracted by Goddess Qingqiong was obviously a Nuwa stone, but it was carved into a butterfly shape to prevent discovery. The Nuwa stone inherited from Nuwa after mending the sky has already fallen into the hands of powerful people and been used. I heard that the last Nuwa stone is in the hands of the descendants of Nuwa Empress. However, no one knows who the descendants of Nuwa are, let alone where they have gone. No one expected that a descendant of Nuwa would be by their side. Goddess Qingqiong's pale face looked slightly flustered, but she felt relieved when she found that there was no greed in Darkun's eyes. Yes, can you keep it a secret for me? Goddess Qingqiong said in a message. If you use the power of the Nuwa stone, the group in the fairy world may not be able to find it, but the evil dragon will definitely know it. Let those demon spirits protect you and leave. Don't stay here. Darkun told the truth. If Goddess Qingqiong stays here, she will probably end up worse than them. Apart from anything else, just because she is a descendant of Nuwa, it is impossible for the evil dragon to let her go. I can't leave. I have summoned all the demon souls hidden in the Nuwa stone. They are all demons from ancient times. They can definitely fight against the evil dragon. With them here, they can definitely deal with the evil dragon. Goddess Qingqiong, pass on the message with a firm attitude. As a descendant of Nuwa, she felt guilty because she did not have the strength to protect the common people. Right now, she must not just watch the immortals in the immortal world fall. The necklace in Goddess Qingqiong's hand has disappeared, entrenched in her sea of consciousness, and the power inside is still terrifying. She had already decided that if the demonic souls of these ancestors could not be resisted in the end, she would use the Nuwa stone to kill the evil dragon together. Da Kun shook his head and did not persuade her any further. Nuwa Empress gave the human race the opportunity to be born, so she naturally had a natural sense of responsibility for the human race. As a descendant of Empress Nuwa, Goddess Qingqiong cannot shirk this sense of responsibility. Seeing Goddess Qingqiong reveal her trump card, Da Kun felt that it was still selfish. Okay, you protect yourself, I'll cover it for you, Da Kun said and retreated to an extremely far place. It's so far away that Goddess Qingqiong can barely see it. However, in the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened. The big kun expanded in size and stretched for tens of thousands of miles, with no end in sight. Like a rock. But the pressure generated by the big kun was even more terrifying than the ancient demon soul that had just appeared. Ancient demon souls all avoid its sharp edges, showing surrender to Da Kun. Since the giant kun transformed into its true form, the power of the four ancient beasts, which had been almost exhausted, was instantly restored. Wu Jin stopped moving and looked at Kun in surprise. He had known that there were beasts of the ancient true bloodline hidden in the plain, but he didn't expect that Kun also existed. Seeing Kun directly reveal the power of his bloodline, Wu Jin's eyes were dim. He didn't dare to reveal the power of the true dragon's bloodline. He was afraid of being remembered. Why did Da Kun dare to expose it? After Da Kun transformed into his true form, Xiao Man was freed from fear, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. Does the appearance of Kun mean that they can fight against the evil dragon? The big kun didn't care about everyone's eyes. It used its power to fill the holes in the formation and destroyed all the strange forces. The fairy world is eerily quiet at the moment. The immortals thought that the crisis was over, and there was a bit of surprise on their faces. However, there are also many immortal cultivators with greed flashing in their eyes. Kun. They never entered. I only heard that if you drink its flesh and blood, you will have a chance to become a saint. Outside the fairy world, Panlong stopped attacking, stepped in front of the evil dragon, and said excitedly, "Brother, big brother, it's Kun. It finally showed up. What should we do?" It is estimated that only the evil dragon is Kun's opponent here. Although the evil dragon was not born in ancient times, he was born in a special way and had many rare bloodlines and inheritances gathered in his body. Therefore, the evil dragon's strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. Panlong could not detect the evil dragon's strength, but he knew clearly that if the evil dragon took action, the barrier in front of him would not be able to withstand it. Even if the evil dragon wants to, it can directly destroy the entire upper world. If the evil dragon wants to fight Kun, he must go into the realm, otherwise the entire upper realm may be destroyed. If the evil dragon enters the realm, can it swallow all the immortal cultivators? Panlong had a sweet dream, and he was even grateful for Kun's appearance in his heart. Don't worry, you continue to attack the formation. Evil Dragon's eyes were dark and vaguely excited, and he naturally saved the good things for last. Evil Dragon wanted to determine Kun's level before entering the fairy world. By the way, it also wants to see what the immortals in the immortal world will do when they face the temptation of becoming a saint. They may not know what a saint represents, but they certainly understand that it is a realm that is above the law. No cultivator can resist the temptation of power. If there is, it means there is not enough power. Okay, Panlong responded excitedly. The evil dragon looked at Panlong's attack with cold eyes. If it felt it correctly just now, before Kun appeared, there was still an extremely special power. That power exists in the inheritance, but if I think about it carefully, I can't remember it. I really came to the right place this time in the fairy world. It inquired that only one of the Kun clan escaped back then, and before escaping, part of the blood power in his body had been taken away. The Kun was dying when he escaped, but he didn't expect to survive. Now it has grown to a point similar to it. As long as you get this Kun, it will be just around the corner for it to become the Lord of the Void. In Fairyland, after Da Kun took action, the formation was completely stable. The yin and yang formation was disbanded. Kun also changed back to his original appearance as a big cat. Qinglong flashed in front of Kun. "Kun, thank you so much." Suzaku was also very grateful. Xuanwu nodded to Da Kun. Bai Hu nuzzled up to Da Kun. "I didn't expect you to be Kun. I won't lose at all if I lose to you." Da Kun was not as optimistic as the four ancient beasts, and said seriously, "The consolidated barrier may not last long. We have to find a way to let the immortal cultivators leave here first and hide in the small world." Suzaku transformed into a human form and looked down sharply. "I'm afraid they don't want to leave." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 836 The Temptation of Enlightenment and Sainthood. Fairyland. After many immortal ancestors saw the true form of Kun, the greed made them forget their fear of the evil dragon. They remembered the legend. Under the saint, all are ants. Becoming a saint is the only way for a cultivator to be on par with the gods. The immortal ancestors know that although they are considered strong in the immortal world, if compared with the true god, they are even inferior. According to rumors, the easiest way for a cultivator to become a saint is to eat Kun's flesh and blood. They thought Kun was extinct. They no longer find a way to become saints. Now, Kun was in front of them. It was as if the opportunity to become a saint was just around the corner. The excitement and greed in the eyes of the immortal ancestor and the very few who knew the way of the saint could hardly be hidden. There were also many immortal cultivators who relaxed and said words of gratitude to Kun. Tianchen Palace commander looked at the big Kun, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his eyes were dark and unclear. This should be the Kun that escaped back then, right? Why show up when you've been well hidden? A voice from within the Tianchen Palace's Mingshi High Sea said, I know the weaknesses of the Kun clan. How about you and I cooperate and share the Kun together? Then, another completely different voice sounded, why should I share food with you? Who are you? Don't forget, if it weren't for the treasure you gave us, there would be no place for you in this body. The commander of Tianchen Palace heard the two voices in the sea of knowledge and laughed vaguely. It's not the time to take action yet. Kun could at least deal with the evil dragon and let the two of them fight, and he could reap the benefits. Tianchen Palace Simming looked at the other people around him in a good mood. Why does Kun hide in our fairy world? If it comes out to get rid of the evil dragon, I won't have to worry about it anymore. The bewitching voice of Tianchen Palace Simming sounded. Everyone looked confused when they heard what he said. It's so powerful, why does it have to hide in the fairy world? Is it not strong enough? How is that possible? I heard that Kun ranked first on the list of mythical beasts. I heard that during Kun's heyday, even Zulong, Yuanfeng, and Shi Qilan had to avoid his sharp edge. If Kun is so powerful, why doesn't Evil Dragon withdraw its troops? Have you forgotten what Evil Dragon said just now? As long as we hand over Kun and Bai Zhe, they will retreat. As soon as these words came out, the immortals looked at each other, and it seemed that they really meant such a sentence. The commander of Tianchen Palace spoke at the right time. Do you think it's possible that the Evil Dragon was lured here by Kun? After all, I heard that as long as he swallows the flesh and bones of Kun, he has a chance to become a saint. As the Evil Dragon is an orc, I'm afraid I want Kun's power. When the ancestor of Tianhen Palace heard this, a dark light lit up in his eyes. Humans can gain enlightenment by eating Kun, but what benefits can the beasts gain from eating Kun? I don't know about this, it seems like it can become a void beast. Simming said softly. No, look, the formation has cracked again. An immortal shouted in panic, interrupting a group of people with different thoughts. Everyone looked up to the sky. Outside the barrier, a dragon with black and white polka dots spit out a stream of dragon breath, and then began to hit the barrier. Following its few movements, the seemingly impregnable barrier was crumbling. Click. Finally, after its fifth impact, the formation cracked again. Boom. The sixth attack fell. Cracks spread. The immortals no longer had the intention to care about Kun's affairs. However, the idea that eating Kun can lead to enlightenment is deeply rooted in their hearts and they are waiting for the opportunity. Why don't the four ancient beasts care about the formation? What do they mean by coming towards us? The ancestor of Yuzhu Palace asked in surprise. Yeah, that Kun isn't very powerful, why don't you continue to repair the cracks? This time the formation cracked, and they felt even deeper fear. The Yi family and the Chu family were surrounded by the noise and could do nothing. Suzaku landed on top of the immortals and said majestically, you should hurry up and leave the teleportation array and hide in the small world first. We can't hold it for long. Can we come back after leaving the immortal world? How can we come back? Asked an immortal ancestor with an ugly face. Of course they know what is going on in the small world. The resources of each small world in the lower realm are basically exhausted. If they go to the small world, their own strength will be suppressed, and they may have no hope of returning to the fairy world. The ancestor of Yuzhu Palace looked at the four Suzakus and said, with your current strength, you can completely deploy another boundary protection formation. And that Kun has never used his strength from the beginning to the end. There is obviously a way to resist. Why are you in a hurry to drive us away? The words of the ancestor of Yuzhu Palace successfully aroused doubts in the hearts of many immortal cultivators. What nonsense are you talking about? I have worked hard to protect you, and you are still causing trouble. Besides, I am just here to tell you that we cannot stop the evil dragon from entering the immortal world. The beasts around it will not show mercy when they eat the immortal cultivators. Suzaku was really hurt. I can't stand this group of grinding immortal cultivators. Whether you want to leave or not, it's too late anyway. When you have no chance to leave, you don't have to worry anymore. King Long looked at the people below with disdain. He could clearly see the greed in their eyes just now. Bai Hu suppressed the anger in his heart and said, everyone, activating the yin-yang formation consumes a lot of the power of heaven and earth. If the heaven and earth in the fairy world are consumed too much, it will be detrimental to the creatures here. Xuanwu said calmly, I know you are unwilling to leave the fairy world, but compared to staying in the fairy world, living is the most important thing, isn't it? You have also seen the strength of the evil dragon's subordinates. Do you think you have the strength to resist them? Not only the evil dragon and its subordinates, but also those weird auras, as long as they enter your body, you will quickly turn into a walking zombie. There is decaying air in the weird aura, and there is another aura that can quickly corrode your vitality. Your protective barrier and protective magic weapon are not enough to fight against the weird aura. We advise you to leave, just preserve your strength and come back when you have the opportunity in the future. If you insist on staying, we won't stop you, but there are ugly words ahead, and those of you who stay may only end up dead. We are protecting the entire immortal realm. As long as the evil dragon does not destroy the heavenly way of the immortal realm, we can ignore it. Please think clearly, we ancient beasts never owe you anything. Xuanwu's voice was neither fast nor slow, without any emotion. Instead, it was like a knife piercing the hearts of many immortal cultivators. Some particularly weak immortal cultivators gradually retreated, looking for the teleportation array. The immortal ancestor, the ancestors, and some of the slightly more powerful ones looked at each other with indescribable emotions in their eyes. It was obvious that they didn't want to leave. Yi Xingchen stood up with integrity. He would not leave the fairy world, nor would he let the fairy world fall into the hands of the evil dragon. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 837. Yi Extinction observed the various people, but he didn't say anything. He didn't leave, but he didn't want to interfere with other people's thinking. Yi Wenshan took a leisurely sip of wine, showing no intention of leaving. Chu Chanji originally wanted the Chu family to stay, but after listening to the words of the four divine beasts, he found that there was a trace of life in the hexagram of great evil. Could it be that their only hope is to escape from the fairy world? Chu Chanji quietly sent a message to the elders of the Chu family. Second elder, take the children of the Yi family out of the fairy world and protect them. After the second elder received the order, he wanted to take away the Yi family's children. Chu Beizu saw the actions of the second elder, shook his head at him, and said, I won't leave, I will accompany my father. Second elder, please take the rest of the Chu family away. I suggest you take them to the land abandoned by the gods. There are the territory my father and I left behind. The second elder gave Chu Chanji a troubled look. Chu Chanji and Chu Beizu looked at each other, and seeing the determination in his eyes, they finally agreed to Chu Beizu's stay. The ancestors of several other palaces did not leave, but they also ordered the elders to leave with the young disciples. For a time, many forces took action. Soon, only the immortal ancestors of various palaces, Yi Extinction, Yi Wenshan, Chu family Chu Chanji and Chu Beizu were left present, as well as dozens of immortal cultivators who were confident in their own strength. During this time, Suzaku and others had returned to the sky to deal with the strange aura. Dark Kun looked at the dozens of figures standing below and said nothing. The demon souls standing on the clouds rushed towards the cracks one by one, using their own demon souls to block the strange aura from entering. Every time a demon soul is sacrificed, the face of goddess Qingqiang becomes more sad. These demon spirits are the condensed form of the fallen members of the Nuwa clan. They followed their ancestors and protected the common people many times. After death, he turned into a demon soul and entered the Nuwa stone, asking to do his last bit of strength to save the common people. The demon souls disappeared one by one, but they could not prevent the strange aura from entering. There is no way to prevent attacks from outside. The remaining demon souls looked at each other and chose to go out along the crack. They did not attack the evil dragon's subordinates, but all rushed towards the evil dragon. As long as they hurt the evil dragon, they could stop this group of beasts from continuing to attack. Protect brother quickly. Panlong dodged as soon as the demon soul came out, and then shouted loudly. But it itself chose to stay away from the evil dragon to avoid being affected. It belongs to the same evil spirit as the evil dragon, and the gene of selfishness is engraved in the bones. We can only share joys and sorrows. Panlong stayed away from the evil dragon, while other alienated beasts rushed over immediately to attack the demon soul and protect the evil dragon. While the grey dragon was trembling, he did not forget to stand in front of the evil dragon. Most other dragons behave the same as the grey dragon. They are afraid of the demon soul's strength, but the fear given by the evil dragon is engraved deep in their souls. As long as the evil dragons survive for a day, they will not dare to have any resistance. Bang bang bang. Several demon souls and the dragon that stood in front of the evil dragon perished together. Even so, no alien beast dared to dodge. Their dragon bodies kept shaking, revealing their fear of death. Fear did not make them run away, but instead stood firmer in front of the evil dragon. The evil dragon's clammy eyes were filled with rage as he stared at the demon soul. The evil dragon didn't even look at the alienated beasts that died to protect it. Not far away, Panlong watched the situation on evil dragon's side. Panlong is surrounded by several dragons of the same size as him. They all looked in the direction of the evil dragon with cold eyes. Kui Long, who has a yellow head, a red body and a green tail, said, if the boss dies, who among us will take his place? Panlong flicked his tail and said matter-of-factly, it has to be me. The bloodline and inheritance in my body are stronger than all of yours. Kui Long's eyes were angry. Why you? What we are comparing is strength, not bloodline and inheritance. In terms of strength, I am the strongest. Their rule is to only surrender to the strong. Whoever is stronger than them, they will work for. After all, everyone is the son of the resurrection curse, and their bloodline is not much different. Only strength speaks for itself. Look, those demon souls have killed many alienated dragons, and they will probably be in front of the boss soon. A colorful dragon said excitedly. Those demon souls are so powerful, they can definitely kill the boss when they get together. We don't need to worry about the boss's orders. Let's go to the fairy world now, right? Panlong's eyes shined, and he was drooling as he looked into the fairy world. It's really good to have the Tati bloodline, everything you eat tastes delicious. When the other dragons heard Panlong's words, they were ready to take action. They glanced at the demon soul that was about to come in front of the evil dragon, and one dragon took the lead in attacking the fairy formation. Rumble. A huge hole appeared. The boundary protection formation is crumbling. Panlong swept away. The formation completely disappeared. An overwhelming strange aura poured into the fairy world. The demon souls did not expect that they would attack the evil dragon, but this was the situation. Hey, sweet-smelling immortal cultivator, here I come. Panlong was the first to rush in. What greeted it was a cluster of namingly fire. Suzaku's voice sounded, get out. Panlong roared, and the dragon's beard was burned cleanly. Fortunately, it mobilized its own strength in time to extinguish the flames that wanted to continue to spread. You actually used your bodies to refine decay and become evil spirits. Suzaku said coldly. Evil spirits are not controlled by heaven. Specialized in absorbing evil thoughts from living beings. After they absorb and refine various evil thoughts, they will release more dark aura, elicit more emotions and desires in the living, and then infinitely amplify their evil thoughts. Repeatedly. Once a living person is targeted by evil spirits, sooner or later he will become a puppet controlled by various desires. Only by getting rid of this evil spirit can the living be liberated. Suzaku, if you dare to ruin my good deeds, then you will become my first bite of immortal food. Panlong rushed towards Suzaku without hesitation. Duke saw Panlong rushing towards him and did not underestimate Panlong, who was as powerful as him. Suzaku's whole body was covered with flames to prevent the strange aura from invading his body, and then his claws grabbed at the weak point of a dragon. King Long told it that the dragon clan's weakness lies in the dragon pill. As long as the dragon pill is dug out, it will lose its combat effectiveness instantly. Panlong originally despised Suzaku, but in the next moment, when it saw the fatal spot where Suzaku attacked it, it immediately stopped being careless and avoided Suzaku's claws. The power of the battle between Panlong and Suzaku spread, shaking the entire fairyland. The goddess Qingqiong and the scholar Danqing, who was slightly closer to them, were so shocked that they vomited blood. Here, Long was about to attack King Long, but the next moment he noticed the five-clawed golden dragon next to the scholar Danqing. Long's eyes rolled, he noticed the abnormal power of blood, and immediately gave up attacking King Long. Long's eyes glowed and he shouted loudly, "It turns out to be the blood of a true dragon. I didn't expect that there is a true dragon in this plane. You all come over and catch it with me." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 838. Can I eat dragon meat? Long roared loudly, instantly causing all eyes to fall on the five-clawed golden dragon. They knew very well that the real dragon Long was talking about could only be the five-clawed golden dragon. After all, the size and characteristics of Long and others make it obvious at a glance that they are not real dragons. When Panlong heard this, he was very excited and shouted, "Kuizi, you clean it up first. When Grandpa and I eat this sparrow, I will meet you again. Remember to leave some meat for me." You are looking for death. Suzaku's eyes were full of anger, and the flames on his body became more intense, and he fought with Panlong again. Because Duke knew Panlong's weakness, Panlong didn't dare to take it lightly. "Ha ha ha, Pansy, you are too inferior. You are so slow to take care of a female beast. I will not care about you." After Long finished speaking, he looked at the dragons behind him and shouted, "Everyone, I heard that real dragons have the power of blood in their bodies and can naturally suppress beasts like us. You must be careful. Let's surround it first." Several dragons rushed towards the hardware. Wu Jin's eyes were slightly cold, and he suddenly transformed into a human form, standing in front of the painting scholar. Seeing this, Xiao Man's eyes showed worry, and he looked at the injured goddess Qingqiong. "Master, I'll send you down first. Hardware can't defeat them, so I want to help them." The veil on goddess Qingqiong's face fluttered slightly. "Xiao Man, I'm with you." "But the master. Shaman, what do you think is the chance of me surviving if I go down alone?" Goddess Qingqiong asked seriously. "At this time, it is obvious that we need to fight side by side." Shaman didn't say anything more, and stood beside the hardware with goddess Qingqiong. The painter scholar looked coldly at the dragons surrounding him, with sharp eyes, and raised his hand to tear off the talismans hidden on his body. Suddenly, a burst of light flashed. The aura around the painting scholar surged, and his appearance suddenly changed. His whole person looked as if he had stepped out of an ink painting, which was unparalleled. The moment goddess Qingqiong saw the face of scholar Danqing clearly, she murmured, "Emperor Zhenwu." Wrong. Didn't Emperor Zhenwu die in the Battle of the Gods? The kind where both body and soul are destroyed. It is impossible to come back from the dead. The painter scholar did not hear what goddess Qingqiong said, but Shaman heard it clearly. Shaman looked at goddess Qingqiong in shock. Emperor Zhenwu had an extremely high status in ancient times, and it had never seen it before. Why would the master know about Emperor Zhenwu after he was born in ancient times? And why did he mistake the painting scholar for the Zhenwu emperor? While Xiao Man was confused, the scholar Danqing once again tore off several talismans on his body. As each talisman was torn off, the power displayed on his body became more and more terrifying. "Brother Kui, is this pretty boy a bit evil? Why don't we do it now?" A colorful dragon said. "It is indeed very evil. He was clearly a person with no cultivation before, but now he has the strength of someone who looks down on the emperor. He should not be underestimated," Long said, but there was no panic in his eyes, but instead he was interested. Since it reached the pinnacle of co-lordship of heaven and earth, it has never had a fight and is already exhausted. Barong said, "I hope it is more powerful, otherwise it will be too boring to fight, and the group of weak chickens below will not be able to look at it." The painting scholar looked at the dragons with cold eyes, and then said seriously to Wu Jin, "Can I eat dragon meat?" Hardware was stunned for a moment, then nodded with some confusion. "Brothers, did you hear that? He wants to snatch the real dragon from me. These cultivators are so greedy that they won't even let go of their own contracted beasts." Long's voice was full of arrogance and ridicule. The painting scholar narrowed his beautiful red and phoenix eyes slightly and looked at Long. "Maybe the dragon meat I am talking about is you." The next moment, don't wait for them to say anything. The painting scholar flicked his sleeves and said, "The domain is complete." Then, the painting scholar, the hardware, and a few dragons disappeared. Goddess Qingqiong understood that scholar Danqing was going to deal with them within the territory, which meant that he was sure to get rid of them. Goddess Qingqiong looked outside the fairyland. The few remaining demon souls were still trying to get rid of the evil dragon. But their attacks are neither painful nor itchy to evil dragons. Goddess Qingqiong wanted to summon the demon spirits back, but without exception, they were unwilling. When King Long saw Long and the others disappear, he immediately rushed over to help Suzaku deal with Panlong. Seeing that there was another difficult person to deal with, Panlong subconsciously thought that Long and the others had entered the territory to eat the flesh and blood of the real dragon. Panlong cursed secretly, with a more vigilant look in his eyes, confident in 1 against 2. However, if there is no more help, it may be 1 to 4 or even 5. Panlong turned his eyes and swung his tail, revealing a 4 to King Long and Suzaku. Then when they joined forces to attack it, they shrunk in size, dodged and rushed towards the first level of the fairy world. You guys have fun, Grandpa, I'm going to have a feast. Panlong was very excited. Suzaku and the others wanted to chase Panlong, but they were too late. Countless alien beasts had already entered the fairy world, leaving them overwhelmed. The immortals below saw the dragon rushing towards them and prepared themselves in formation. Yi Exingchen held a fairy sword and stood in the sky, blocking the path that Panlong must pass through. Panlong looked away. Hey, I just accept the food delivered to your door. Panlong opened its mouth, and a strong suction force formed. Yi Exingchen followed the suction force and raised his sword to stab Panlong's eyes. The sword was sharp and powerful, as if it had majestic power. A chill ran down Panlong's spine, and he finally decided to dodge Yi Exingchen's sword first. Yi Exingchen's movements were surprisingly fast, and the sword edge still scratched off one of Panlong's scales. Panlong looked at Yi Exingchen in surprise. Damn it. You're actually practicing ancient techniques, but it's a pity that your strength is a little bit lower. Panlong's figure skyrocketed, exuding terrifying coercion. The entire fairy world shook a few times. Boy, you, a little immortal emperor, dare to challenge me, the co-lord of heaven and earth. You are very courageous. I decided to eat you first. Panlong opened his mouth and bit Yi Exingchen. Yi Exingchen was frozen in place by Panlong's power and could not dodge. Not only him, but everyone below was pale and frightened. With just pressure, they had no power to resist. At this moment, all the immortals only felt regret. Tianchen Palace Simiং raised his head with a smile, looking at this scene with only interest in his eyes. At this time, two voices sounded in his mind at the same time. One said angrily, how come there are children of the rebirth curse here? Who did it? Why have all the children of the rebirth curse I trained failed? Another completely different voice said, the evil spirit smell on this dragon is too strong. This is definitely caused by practicing forbidden magic. No, it also has a rotten smell. Aren't you going to save the Yi Exingchen? I remember he is from your fairy world. Simiং smiled softly and said via voice transmission, why do you need to save me? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 839 Alien Beast Invasion. Everyone could only watch helplessly as Yi Exingchen was about to be swallowed by the evil dragon. Just when they thought Yi Exingchen was hopeless, Kun bit Panlong's tail, bit off the tail fin, and spat on the ground. Ow. Panlong let out a miserable cry. He no longer cared about Yi Exingchen, and instead rushed towards Kun with scarlet eyes. Panlong's attacks are completely unpredictable. It wanted to trap the big Kun with its body first, and then deal with the big Kun. The big Kun was agile and after fighting for a while, it bit off the meat on Panlong's back. There was another scream that resounded throughout the world. Panlong, get out of the way, I'll deal with it. The evil dragon's voice sounded. Behind the evil dragon, many alienated beasts were entrenched there. Panlong ducked to Exilong's side and said, brother, you are finally here. Fortunately, you are fine. The evil dragon gave Panlong a cold look and said, take them to occupy the fairy world. Don't eat the women, keep them for use. Eat them as you please. Panlong looked down and said, brother, then they're all my food. The evil dragon said, they're still useful if you keep them. Don't touch them in the first heaven. You can take the alienated beasts to the second heaven first. There was dissatisfaction in Panlong's eyes, but he still obeyed the order and led a large number of alienated beasts to the second heaven. Seeing this, Da Kun wanted to stop Panlong. Letting them enter the second heaven would be a disaster. Kun, your enemy is me. The evil dragon's voice fell, and the sound of pulling Kun disappeared. Kun disappeared before his eyes, and the alienated beast attacked the immortals. Above the sky, King Long and others were surrounded by alienated beasts, and they were too busy to take care of themselves. Of course, I don't have the energy to take care of the following group. Shaman transformed into a huge unicorn again and asked Goddess Qingqiong to sit on its back so that he could better protect her. Goddess Qingqiong's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. The demon souls of so many ancestors could not harm the evil dragon in the slightest. Even if she blew herself up with the Nuwa stone, she could not die with the evil dragon. What should I do next? Goddess Qingqiong was extremely anxious as she watched Panlong rushing into the second heaven with the alienated beast. At her height, she could see the layout of the fairy world at a glance. The moment Panlong entered the first level of the world, the heaven and earth in the first level of the world began to shake. A loud bang followed. Da da da. Da da. Ta 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 ta. Ellipsis. The sound came from the dense forest. The immortals in the first level of heaven already had a headache when facing dozens of alienated beasts, and now they were even more panicked when they heard the sounds coming from the dense forest. Could it be that the evil dragon still hides beasts in the fairy world? The next moment, a giant violent tiger appeared, followed by countless huge beasts. The violent tiger let out a loud roar. These beasts ran one after another and rushed to block the immortals. The violent tiger leads the beasts to deal with the alienated beasts. But the strength of the alienated beast is obviously stronger than that of the violent tiger. In less than half a quarter of an hour, many beasts had fallen on the violent tiger side, but the alienated beasts had only suffered minor injuries. Yi Exingchen joined the battle without hesitation. He fought to a draw with an alienated beast, completely unlike when he was unable to deal with Panlong. When Yi Wenshun saw this, he also flew into the sky, but before he could meet him, he was pushed up by an alienated beast. Chu Chanji immediately stepped forward to catch Yi Wenshun. Yi Wenshun was in disbelief. Chanji, what's going on? There is not much difference in cultivation between him and Yi Exingchen. The only difference is that Yi Exingchen's sword intent is much stronger than his. With similar cultivation levels, Sword Ancestor can fight to a draw with the alienated beast, so he should at least be able to fight it a few times. But the reality is that he is no match for the alienated beast. Chu Chanji's eyes were complicated and he said, Wenshan, Sword Ancestors' cultivation path is different from ours. Regarding the ancient cultivation system, he had a glimpse of it when he deduced it before, but if he wanted to know the details, he could not deduce it anyway. Therefore, the strength of many current immortal cultivators is not as good as those of ancient immortal cultivators. When the immortal ancestors saw Yi Wenshan being knocked down by a single move from the alienated beast, they all looked at each other in shock. They also chose to deal with the alienated beasts. The ancestors of each palace were not willing to lag behind and kept up with the immortal ancestors. The other strong men glanced at Yi Wenshan with tangled eyes. Their strength was similar to that of Yi Wenshan, or even worse than Yi Wenshan. If they went up there, they would probably die. The stronger the person, the more he cherishes his life. Most of them who didn't want to take any more risks chose to turn around and run away, and only a few strong ones stayed. At the same time, all kinds of screams sounded from the second level. After Panlong broke in, he would devour the immortal cultivators he saw first, no matter what. After the injuries on his body recovered, Panlong stopped and said, Go and capture all the immortal cultivators here. Don't eat them secretly, put the captured immortal cultivators, the women on the right side, and throw the men into the immortal river. Soak. Panlong was already drilling before he finished speaking. Food soaked in Xianhe is more delicious. It had secretly come to the immortal realm several times to eat. Later, Su Exingheng took over the immortal realm and became the Emperor of Heaven, sealing off the immortal realm. Its stealing behavior has just ended. Instead, Su Exingheng sent it some food to Jialing Little World every once in a while. It cannot enter the fairy world again. Since Evil Dragon cooperated with Su Exingheng, it could only compromise. Now that Su Exingheng is dead and no one in the fairy world has recognized the Emperor of Heaven, the Evil Dragon immediately launches a plan to occupy the fairy world. Panlong lowered his head and took a few sips of the water from the immortal river, then spit it out. What's going on? Why is there no decaying energy in the immortal river? Isn't there a decay formation in the source of the immortal river? Panlong suddenly realized that Su Exingheng's death was not an easy matter. Come here. Panlong looked at the alienated beast that was left behind. Go to the first heaven and capture an immortal ancestor. The remaining decay in the source of the immortal river has been cleared away. You must know that there is a Taoist mechanism inside, and even the evil dragon dare not enter easily. Now someone not only went in, but also got rid of the huge amount of decay inside. It seems that there is a great person hiding in the fairy world. Panlong was even more excited now. The more powerful the immortal cultivator was, the more he liked him. One day, the immortal ancestor and the ancestors of all palaces all fell to the ground. The alien beast crawled over with a claw, almost knocking their souls away. If the violent tiger hadn't let the divine beast save them in time. At this moment, they had nothing left. At this moment, the immortal ancestor and the ancestors of various palaces looked at Yi Exingchen who was covered in blood, and finally believed that his reputation was genuine. Ancestor help. The miserable sound came from the Yuzhu Palace ancestor's transmission note. The ancestor of Yuzhu Palace's expression suddenly changed, but he was unable to get up again. The transmission symbol is still flashing. The other ancestors took out the transmission talismans one after another. There were screams and calls for help from inside. The ancestors of each palace looked ugly, and they didn't know what to do for a while. They can't protect themselves, and they don't have the strength to protect the people below them. Yi Exingchen, take them away first and leave this place to me. Violent Tiger said anxiously. As more divine beasts fell, the number of alienated beasts increased instead of decreasing. A steady stream of alienated beasts invaded the sky. They fly to all parts of the fairy world. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 840 You can save yourself. Fairyland. The top of a mountain. Cloudy and misty. The eight-headed heron took a deep breath. Master Phoenix, is this the fairy world? The air smells like. Master Phoenix, are we going in the wrong direction? Why is there such a heavy smell of blood? When Fang Qingran heard this, her apricot eyes narrowed slightly and her consciousness spread. The whole place was empty, without any bloody scenes. Fang Qingran also smelled a slight smell of blood, but didn't know where the smell came from. This is a different space, and Fang Qingran cannot immediately detect the situation in the fairy world. The source of the immortal river, Mo Jinggong said in a deep voice. Fang Qingran seemed to have thought of something in an instant, and her expression became solemn. There is a formation she set up at the source of the immortal river. If someone breaks in, she will definitely notice it. There is no fighting in the source of the immortal river, only the smell of blood brought by the return flow of the immortal river water in the immortal world. Fang Qingran took the 8 herons into the contract space, and Wanling and the small box also entered the void space. Then she grabbed Mo Jinggong's hand, took out the 10,000 realms teleportation array, and disappeared on the top of the mountain. Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong appeared directly on the first level. A roar filled the sky and reached my ears. Countless strange alienated beasts came into view. Jinggong, wait for me here, I'll take care of it. Fang Qingran obviously didn't want Mo Jinggong to interfere with the affairs of the fairy world. Okay, I will wait for you. When Mo Jinggong finished speaking, Fang Qingran had already gone to Yi Exingchen. Fang Qingran released Wanling, Xiao Hezi, Fang Si, Fang Yuyu and Bai Zhe without hesitation. Fang Si, Wanling, go up there and help Suzaku and the others, Fang Qingran said. The level of the alienated beasts around Suzaku and the others was obviously much higher than here, so Fang Qingran had to send Fang Si and Wanling there. Master Phoenix, don't worry, leave it to me. Fang Si held Wanling in her mouth and flew into the sky. Yuyu, Bai Zhe, go and protect the people below. Fang Qingran glanced at the people below calmly. Especially when he saw Yi Wenshan, his eyes didn't stop at all. Yi Wenshan's lips moved, but in the end he said nothing. Fang Qingran flipped her wrist, holding the Qingguan sword, and looked at a group of alienated beasts coldly, with a stern expression, as if a king had descended, with unparalleled splendor. Yi family sword ancestor, step back, Fang Qingran said in a cold voice. Yi Exingchen paused slightly and looked sharply at Fang Qingran. Kun's little master. He had never seen her take action, but he still remembered the scene in the Yi family's forbidden area. Immediately, Yi Exingchen felt the terrifying aura emanating from Fang Qingran, and realized that she had found the right training system. His cultivation level is already much higher than his. Yi Exingchen flashed and exited the center of the battle, cupping his hands and saying, Miss Fang, I hope you can solve the crisis in the immortal world. After Yi Exingchen finished speaking, he fell next to Yi Wenshan. Fang Qingran didn't look at Yi Exingchen, and released 8 herons, making a cyan seal and falling into the 8 herons' bodies. You will not be affected by the rules here for the time being. You can eat as many of these alienated beasts as you want. Phoenix Master, why are they here? The 8 herons looked at the beasts that were very similar to the battlefields of the gods, with shock in their eyes. These are all brought by the evil dragon and do not belong to the battlefield of the gods. After Fang Qingran explained, he started to deal with the alienated beasts with his sword. Wherever she passed, there was only an afterimage left. The alienated beast also suddenly stopped in midair, and then fell down with its head in a different place. Fang Qingran was like a god of death, shuttling among the alienated beasts. Wherever she passed, the alienated beasts had no resistance at all, and all of them had their heads disfigured. The 8-headed heron was dumbfounded. The people below were all dumbfounded. Is this Miss Fang? Chu Beizu's eyes widened. Fang Qingran had been away for more than 1,000 years, and when she returned, he was far behind him. Sword ancestor, what is her cultivation level? Yi Wenshan asked with a trembling voice. Most of the time he was in the land abandoned by the gods, he deliberately avoided everyone in the Lingyun sect. Every time he saw several disciples of Lingyun sect, his heart was full of guilt and torture. If it weren't for his selfishness, why would they have to endure the pain for several lifetimes? I can't see through it. After Yi Exingchen finished speaking, he looked at Yi Wenshan with complicated eyes. Do you regret it? He knew a little about Yi Wen's world, but he didn't do much to stop it. Jamin still hasn't woken up. Yi Wenshan answered the question. After Su Exingheng disappeared, Yi Wenshan found Yi Jamin in Tianchen Palace. Unfortunately, even if the corruption in the fairy world was completely eliminated, she still did not wake up. Yi Exingchen retracted his gaze from Yi Wenshan and then looked at Fang Qingran's action of drawing the sword. Every sword is just right. The power of the sword was brought into full play. After Fang Qingran made his move, the divine beasts led by Violent Tiger suddenly gained momentum and fought harder against the alienated beasts. The 8 heads of the 8-headed heron grew in size at the same time, swallowing 8 alienated beasts at once. The little box saw the movements of the 8 herons. When it reached another direction, several rays of light flashed across its body, and its body expanded hundreds of times. The lid of the box was opened, and dozens of alienated beasts fell into it. In less than half a quarter of an hour, only a few of the alienated beasts from the first level were eaten by the small box. The 8-headed heron looked a little frustrated. I was compared with a box. Will the Phoenix Master dislike me? Fang Qingran got rid of the last few alienated beasts with a few moves, looked at the seriously injured Violent Tiger, threw a storage bag to the 8 herons, distributed the things to them. The 8-headed heron instantly became energetic and said, okay. Yi family sword ancestor, where did the big cat go? Fang Qingran looked around but could not find Da Kun's voice. The big cat was pulled into the domain by the evil dragon. In addition, there are many alienated beasts that have gone to other heavens, including a dragon transformed by an evil spirit, whose strength is unknown. Yi Exingchen reminded. I understand. Fang Qingran nodded to Yi Exingchen, and then glanced at the alienated beasts that were pouring in outside. Fang Qingran's eyes fell on Yi Exingchen again. Can you please help the Yi family sword ancestor to clean up the alienated beasts in the first level, the 8-headed heron and the small box? You can protect the Yi family sword ancestor. Da da da. The small box opened and closed and said words that the immortals could not understand at all. You can only eat alienated beasts, and you can't touch those from the fairy world. Fang Qingran looked at the small box seriously and said. To deal with these alienated beasts, little box does not need to use any strange aura, so Fang Qingran is not worried at all. The 8-headed heron came out of the battlefield of the gods and has not been accepted by the immortal world for the time being. It is most appropriate to stay in the first heaven. Miss Fang, wait, what about the people in other places? Yuqing Palace Patriarch stopped Fang Qingran who was about to leave. Fang Qingran turned to look at the ancestor of Yuqing Palace. My power is limited, so I can only save the people in front of me first. As for the people in other heavens, you can bring them to the first heaven, or you can save them yourself. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 841 Turn the Tide of Battle. Fang Qingran had just gone up to the sky and seen the entire fairy world. Although there are alienated beasts in each heaven, the number of alienated beasts is far less than that in the first level. The evil dragon and Kun entered the domain and could come out at any time. It was impossible for Fang Qingran to send the backbone around her to other places to save people right now. Now the immortal realm is wide open, and a steady stream of alienated beasts are pouring into the immortal realm from the entrance. If she chooses to eliminate the alienated beasts in other heavens now, it will be treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. What she has to do is to first clean up the alienated beasts at the entrance to the fairyland. Rearrange the boundary protection formation. The best way is to isolate the alienated beasts from outside before they come in, and then clean up the alienated beasts in the fairy world. Besides, she didn't believe that the alienated beasts in the other heavens didn't notice such a commotion in the first heaven. Instead of going to find those alienated beasts, it is better to let them come to the first level of their own initiative. Fang Qingran could think of this, but other immortal ancestors did not think of so much. They only knew that the longer they delayed, the more severe their power losses would be. One of the immortal ancestors had a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Miss Feng, you can't be so selfish. We need your help to deal with them. The ancestor of Tianhan Palace looked gloomy and said, Miss Feng, why don't you lend me this iron-eating beast, and I will go to the seventh heaven to save people. Yes, Miss Feng, you have so many powerful beasts around you. Lend me a few and we can take them to save people. We will definitely be able to save more lives in the immortal world. The ancestor of Yuzhu Palace stared at Bai Zhe, ready to make a move. They didn't know that these were Feng Qingren's contract beasts. After all, from ancient times to the present, a cultivator can only contract with one divine beast at most. The contracted beasts around Feng Qingren are not simple. There must be some that she has not contracted. As long as there is no contract, he can abduct it. Anyway, Feng Qingren would definitely not be able to raise so many contracted beasts, so she might as well give him one. Many people had the same dream as the ancestor of Yuzhu Palace, and asked Feng Qingren to send beasts to help them. They could see clearly that all the divine beasts coming out of the dense forest obeyed Yu Feng Qingren. Seeing that Feng Qingren was in so many difficulties, Yi Wenshan stood up and said sternly, she has never owed you anything. Your demands are too much. That's right, Miss Feng can come to save us, and she has done her best. If you annoy her, she will leave here directly and ignore you. What should I do with you? Chu Beizu's words frightened their faces. Feng Qingren's indifferent eyes swept across the crowd, and she chuckled, Bai Zhe, you, come with me to the sky. Then, before the immortal ancestors could speak, Feng Qingren's figure had already arrived in the sky. Is this space transformation? A mortal ancestor looked at Feng Qingren who was far away in the sky in disbelief. He didn't see Feng Qingren move at all. When he blinked, she was already in the sky. Apart from space conversion, he could not think of the second possibility. The ancestor of Jade Kun Palace was shocked. How is this possible? Isn't space transformation something that only the God Realm can do? The ancestor of Tianhan Palace seemed to have thought of something, and said, you still remember Panlong's words. He said that Yi Xingchen practiced ancient skills, and also said that he was an immortal emperor. Could it be that Feng Qingren also found it? Ancient skills. Hey, do you all remember what I said? Yes, the ancient cultivation system practiced by Yi Xingchen is a path that can lead to enlightenment, and you. Panlong looked at all the strong men and shook his head. Panlong said regretfully, you are all practicing rubbish techniques, so even if you are Tao ancestor, your strength is not as strong as an immortal emperor. To tell you the truth, you are already useless. Even if you start over, it is too late to practice again. That's not right. Panlong looked at Yi Wenshan, Chu Chanji and Chu Beizu, and continued, you three have a chance to destroy yourself and rebuild, but it is difficult to find a god-level life-sustaining pill, so there is probably not much hope. What is the ancient cultivation system? Asked an immortal ancestor with an extremely ugly face. The others all stared at Panlong. The next moment, the immortal ancestor who spoke was swallowed by Panlong. Panlong said disdainfully, why should I tell you? Food is not worthy of knowing the truth. By the way, what happened in the first layer of heaven? Why are all my brothers dead? Panlong stared intently at the pale-faced crowd. You won't tell me, right? Panlong ate another immortal ancestor in one bite. They wanted to resist, but unfortunately, the pressure exuded by Panlong made him unable to move at all. An immortal ancestor trembled and said, it's Feng Qingren. She killed your brother. She also has Bai Zhe who you were looking for. She went to the sky. You can see for yourself. Panlong's eyes darkened slightly and he murmured, Feng, are you a descendant of that person? Panlong glanced up, and then ate the immortal ancestor who just spoke, betrayal of the same clan, you deserve to die. After Panlong finished speaking, he glanced at the remaining dozen people, thought of the evil dragon's instructions, and turned around to fly to the sky. On the sky. Feng Si cooperates with Wanling. Under the pressure of Feng Si, all the alienated beasts remained obedient wherever they went. Wanling is an alienated beast in one bite. Not long after, the alienated beasts that broke into the fairy world were almost eaten by all spirits. Feng Qingren felt relieved when she saw this scene. She couldn't tell Feng Si's strength, but from the look of the Hongmeng tree, she could guess that Feng Si's strength must be quite high. You, Bai Zhe, go and save the goddess. Feng Qingren could see that Qilin was clearly having a hard time dealing with the alienated beast. Feng Yu lay on Bai Zhe and nodded. Bai Zhe hesitated to speak several times, but in the end he didn't say a word. Bai Zhe, I know it in my heart. No matter how powerful the evil dragon is, I will not let it hurt you. Feng Qingren is not arrogant enough to say that she can definitely deal with the evil dragon, but she can still protect Bai Zhe. Master Phoenix, when I fought against the evil dragon for the last time, it was already in the Imperial realm. It just borrowed the dragon's body, but its soul was an evil spirit. Bai Zhe did not explain too much, time did not allow it. Feng Qingren held the Qingguan sword, and the first thing he killed was the alienated beast that surrounded Suzaku. The alienated beasts here are obviously much stronger than those in the first level. Feng Qingren couldn't help but said, Suzaku, go help Qinglong and the others. Leave these to me. Duke said in surprise, Phoenix Master, are you sure? Okay. Feng Qingren's voice was sonorous and powerful. Okay. Suzaku turned around to find Qinglong. After Suzaku left, Feng Qingren instantly pulled these alienated beasts into the realm. Less than half an hour. She came out of the realm, her blue dress fluttering and spotless. But the chilling air lingering on her body has not dissipated yet. Feng Qingren glanced sideways in the direction of Mo Jinggong. He stood there quietly, making people unable to look away without making any movements. Even if it is thousands of miles apart. Mo Jinggong could still feel Feng Qingren looking at him. The corners of his lips were slightly hooked, and his dark eyes seemed to be hiding the stars in the sea, shining brightly. Feng Qingren immediately withdrew his gaze and dealt with the alienated beast on Qinglong's side again. Feng Qingren didn't know that no creature in the entire fairy world had noticed the existence of this man who was so stunning in her eyes. After half an hour, King Long, Suzaku, Xuanwu, and Baihu looked at the few alienated beasts left around them, and were somewhat suspicious of the beasts. They have been sleeping for many years, and their strength is indeed not as good as in ancient times. But at least he has the strength of a quasi-demon emperor. They couldn't get rid of so many alienated beasts at once, so why did this little girl appear for a moment and turn the tide of the battle? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 842 Evil God. Is this the help you invited? The dragon appeared in the sky at some unknown time. When the 4 Suzakas saw Panlong appearing, their eyes instantly became wary and they also changed their positions. The 4 of them are indeed not as powerful as Panlong, but as long as they get together, their own strength will be doubled, and they can also use the power of law.